Spring rain drips, moistening everything silently. Songlong Mountain is shrouded in a light veil of misty rain, verdant and hazy. Just at dawn, people are bustling at the foot of the mountain, gathering in small groups and heading towards the summit. On the summit lies a vast and quiet platform with an ancient hall standing at its center, majestic and grand. Today is the Shen family's spirit measurement ceremony. Lights are bright, and the youth's faces are filled with anticipation and anxiety. A middle-aged man in a black robe stands on the high platform, imposing and dignified, with graying temples and a weathered face, expressionless yet awe-inspiring. It's actually the third elder presiding. The family must value this ceremony greatly. Since senior brother Shen Feng tested as firewood dual spiritual root, there hasn't been a top genius in 10 years. The clan must be doing this for Shen Yun. That's right. The grand elder once said Shen Yun has precocious wisdom. His talent must be extraordinary. Everyone murmurs, their eyes converging on a handsome young boy. The Shen family is renowned across 3,000 miles of Songlong Mountain, guarded by Golden Court true person Shen Changkong, with a clan of over 100,000. Every spring they hold the spirit measurement ceremony for family children who have turned 12. It is said that wealth, companions, method, and land are important, but in truth aptitude is the key to entering the immortal path. The vast majority of people don't even have a spiritual root. No matter how hard they try, it's all wasted years. Even in the Golden Core Shen family, living in a place rich in spiritual energy and with strong immortal bloodlines, more than half of the people have no spiritual root. They are only fit to manage mundane affairs, living their entire lives without status. Spiritual roots are distinguished by the number of attributes. Cultivators usually refine only one type of spiritual energy to purify the essence. The more attributes a spiritual root has, the more impure the absorbed energy becomes, yielding half the result with twice the effort. 4 attribute and 5 attribute spiritual roots are called inferior roots. Those with such roots can only struggle at the chi refining stage, with no chance to break through to foundation establishment without extraordinary luck, and they make up over 90% of cultivators. 3 attribute spiritual roots are already considered excellent, the key cultivation targets of the Shen family, seen as future foundation establishment seeds. As for dual attribute spiritual roots, those are true geniuses of the Tao. They can almost certainly break through to foundation establishment and even have hope of the legendary Golden Core stage. The only Golden Core powerhouse of the Shen family, Supreme Elder Shen Changkong, has a Goldwater dual spiritual root. With 700 years of profound cultivation, he is the true pillar of the clan. The legendary single attribute spiritual root, also called heavenly spiritual root, has not appeared in the Shen family for several hundred years. It is a peerless genius that can only be encountered by chance. The boy everyone focused on had a handsome face with no expression and air of maturity beyond his years, causing onlookers to silently admire. 12 years since transmigrating, finally the day of the spirit root test has arrived. The boy named Shen Yun, whose soul came from the Blue Star, was once an ordinary person among the masses and came to this mysterious cultivation world as an infant. In this life, Shen Yun's father is still alive, a branch manager with chi refining 7th layer cultivation. His mother died in the turmoil 10 years ago, so now it's just father and son relying on each other. When young Shen Yun did not deliberately show off, but his calmness stood out like a crane among chickens. Occasionally, he would make thought-provoking remarks, so his reputation for precocious wisdom spread in the Shen family. In this life, Shen Yun has a photographic memory and extraordinary computational ability. Even in the mundane world, he would surely be a top scholar. Even though he didn't show off, those who spent time with him could detect his uniqueness. Like a firefly in the night, he was so distinct and outstanding that no matter how he tried to hide, he couldn't. Now the Shen family's top genius Shen Feng also showed various extraordinary signs in his youth, but compared to Shen Yun, he still fell short. In the past, the spirit measurement ceremony was presided over by ordinary managers. For a high figure like the third elder to appear in person is unprecedented, showing how much the Shen family values Shen Yun. Beside Shen Yun were 2 peers. The boy had ordinary looks, but lively eyes and air of cleverness, though there was a hint of inferiority between his brows. This person is named Shen Xiu, who usually likes to follow behind Shen Yun and often imitates him. The other was a girl with bright eyes and white teeth, thick black hair draped over her shoulders with a refined lady's temperament. Her cloud pattern long dress was finely made, and the jade bracelet on her wrist glowed with verdant life, clearly from a very privileged family. She is called Shen Qingrua. Her father, originally Suan, was a family outsider, later granted the surname Shun and renamed Shenin. He is also a branch manager and a close friend of Shen Yun's father. Her mother is from the main branch of the Shen family, and is the daughter of an elder, which made Shen Qingrua very popular from a young age. Feeling the eager gazes around him, Shen Yun shook his head, thinking to himself, people in the cultivation world really mature early. They know how to latch onto a promising stock from childhood. He and Shen Qingrua were childhood sweethearts. In the early days, she was cold and indifferent to him. But as time passed, Shen Yun treated her like a younger sister, and perhaps feeling his sincerity, Shen Qingrua gradually opened her heart, and their relationship became like siblings. Shen Qingrua looked at Shen Yun, smiled, and said, I've been worried about the spirit measurement ceremony for a whole month. I really envy Brother Shen Yun's calmness. Shen Xiu nodded, deeply sighed, and said, Brother Shen Yun is so confident, unlike me, who couldn't sleep last night from nervousness. The cart will find its way around the mountain. Let nature take its course. Shen Yun did not worry himself, but he took Shen Xingruo's words as a joke. Given her background, she must have already tested her spiritual root and was just going through the motions. When everyone had gathered, the third elder strode forward, stood before the huge spirit test stone, and announced loudly, Today is the spirit measurement ceremony, the most important turning point in your lives. I won't say more. Those called stepped forward. Shen Kuan. As the third elder's voice fell, a slightly timid boy stepped forward hesitantly, his trembling hand placed on the test stone. The black stone showed no reaction. The third elder, expressionless, said calmly, No spiritual root next. Shen Kuan's face instantly turned deathly pale. He bit his lip and slowly walked back into the crowd, utterly defeated. After the first failure, others felt the same unease. The second person also had no spiritual root. Not until the third person did the stone flash a dim, 5-colored light. 5 attribute spiritual root next. The ceremony proceeded orderly. Nearly 70% had no spiritual root, and the rest were all 4 attribute or 5 attribute. Those with spiritual roots were overjoyed, those without were ashen-faced. The difference was greater than passing the imperial exam. From then on they were irrevocably separated, never to cross paths again. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. Such is the harsh reality. Suddenly the test stone burst into 3-colored light. A tall, thin boy, radiant with pride, lifted his chin arrogantly. Shen Kuang Tao, Gold Water Earth, 3 attributes spiritual root. Work hard and shine for the family. The third elder looked at him squarely for the first time. 4 and 5 attribute roots were merely cogs in the family machine. Only 3 attribute roots were the true backbone. Shen Kuang Tao strode proudly. He had been the most insignificant nobody before, and now he had risen to heaven in a single step. Barring accidents, a 3 attribute spiritual root ensures reaching the late Qi refining stage, becoming a branch manager, a figure in the clan. Those who once sneered at him now were fawning expressions. Yesterday you ignored me, today I am out of your league. Shen Kuang Tao raised his head, pride soaring. Next, Shen Xingrua. At the sound, Shen Xingrua walked out from the crowd, her graceful bearing attracting many eyes. Shen Xiu's gaze followed her back, a barely hidden longing in the depths of his eyes. Xingrua is here. The third elder greeted her, then looked at her with some anticipation, thinking to himself, Old Fifth always brags about his granddaughter, let me see how good she really is. Shen Xingrua bowed to the third elder, then placed her fair hand on the test stone. Shua. A powerful wave burst out, brilliant blue and green light blazed, driving away the mountain mist. The third elder's face lit up with joy. He took a deep breath and announced loudly, Shen Xingrua Waterwood Dual Spiritual Root. In an instant the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy as countless envious gazes converged upon the young girl on the high platform. Dual spiritual roots with the supreme, mutually generating attributes of water and wood. This was far superior to ordinary dual spiritual roots, second only to the legendary heavenly spiritual root. Shen Xingrua walked back to Shen Yun's side, looking at him with a face full of smiles, her bright eyes blinking as if trying to convey a silent message. Shen Yun's lips curved upward as he chuckled softly, Congratulations, little genius. Shen Xingrua let out a smug, soft snort. Shen Xiu, who was just about to step forward to congratulate her, realized she paid him no attention at all, leaving him momentarily dejected. Next, Shen Yun. Before the first wave of excitement could settle, another arose. The crowd, still immersed in the shock of Shen Xingrua's results, felt an even greater surge of anticipation upon hearing Shen Yun's name. I hope I have a good aptitude. Shen Yun sighed softly in his heart. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. After all, this was the watershed moment that would decide his entire life. However, no longer possessing the volatile mindset of a youth, his expression remained entirely unruffled, carrying a serene detachment, as if understanding that man proposes, but heaven disposes. The third elder nodded inwardly, as expected of the one favored by the great elder. This composure alone sets him far apart from the ordinary. As Shen Yun touched the spirit testing stone, a chilling sensation seeped into his fingers, followed by a current of energy coursing through his meridians. Swoosh! The black stone flickered with light, gradually brightening, though it fell far short of the previous display. The third elder's expression shifted slightly. As the gold, red, and green lights grew clearer, he spoke with a trace of disappointment. Shen Yun, triple spiritual roots of gold, fire, and wood. The venue fell into a hush, and whispers began to ripple through the crowd. To think Shen Yun only has triple spiritual roots. I thought he would at least stand shoulder to shoulder with Shen Xingrua. Dual spiritual roots are not that easy to come by. Talent and intelligence, after all, do not equate to innate aptitude. Actually, triple spiritual roots are already quite outstanding. It's just that on Shen Yun it feels somewhat underwhelming. The greater the expectation, the harsher the disappointment. Especially with Shen Xingrua's brilliant performance, preceding him, Shen Yun's results created a stark, jarring contrast. Not bad. At least it's an above-average aptitude. Shen Yun did not feel disappointed, Triple spiritual roots already surpassed over 95% of the population. What more could he ask for? Seeing that he was neither overjoyed nor disheartened, Shen Qinghua breathed a sigh of relief and said, I believe that with Brother Shen Yun's intelligence he can go just as far even with triple spiritual roots. Shen Xiu remained silent, his expression complex. His father had passed away long ago, leaving him with only a mortal mother, which had long made him feel deeply insecure. Meanwhile, Shen Yun had been omnipotent since childhood, remaining calm in the face of danger, which filled him with both admiration and a trace of jealousy. So Brother Shen Yun is just a slightly more outstanding, ordinary person after all. Today's setback caused Shen Yun's towering image in his heart to crumble instantly. Just as he was lost in thought, the third elder's voice echoed, Next Shen Xiu. Yet a long moment passed with no response. Has Shen Xiu not arrived? The third elder raised his voice, startling the birds in the trees into flight. I'm here. Flustered Shen Xiu stumbled onto the stage, but his steps faltered, and he took a heavy fall, eliciting a wave of laughter from the crowd. I know him. He's the little follower who tags along behind Shen Yun every day. To think the last one is a fellow like this. He probably doesn't have a spiritual root either. Stop wasting time. Let's get this over with, so we can go claim our cultivation methods. Shen Xiu's face turned from pale to red in embarrassment. Even the third elder could not help but shake his head. With such temperament, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything great. Just as everyone was growing bored, the stumbling Shen Xiu touched the spirit-testing stone. Instantly, a blinding light erupted. Golden and red rays burst forth, only slightly inferior to Shen Qingruo's previous display. The third elder was the first to react, exclaiming in disbelief, dual spiritual roots of gold and fire. Before his voice could fade, a massive uproar erupted throughout the venue. To think he has dual spiritual roots. What kind of absurd luck does this guy have? What do you mean, this guy? Show some respect. Shen Xiu is my big brother from now on. When the wind and clouds meet, even shallow waters can hold a dragon. Another hidden dragon has emerged. The crowd's attitude underwent a complete U-turn. Those who praised him the loudest were the very ones who had doubted him most. It was a dramatic turn of events, defying everyone's expectations. Some figures who had been watching in secret now made their appearance. Excellent aptitude. The Shen family needs such talent. Are you willing to come with me to practice in the lay branch? A tall figure appeared out of thin air. With sword-like brows and eyes like torches, he strode out from the void. The third elder stepped in front of Shen Xiu, his gaze solemn, as he said, Shen Fan, do you intend to snatch someone from our lineage? The Shen family was divided into two major factions, the lay branch headed by the family head, and the Feng branch led by the great elder. This division involved many distributions of interests, and the Shen Fan, before them, was a staunch figure of the lay branch. The third elder must be joking. Shen Xiu is merely a member of the branch family. He has nothing to do with the Feng branch. Shen Fan smiled faintly. Shen Qingrua was the maternal granddaughter of the fifth elder, making it impossible for him to recruit her. Shen Xiu, however, bore no factional labels. Taking him under his wing would be a magnificent achievement. Shen Xiu felt slightly dazed. Being fought over by two powerful figures, he finally realized he was not dreaming. I actually have dual spiritual roots. Wild joy surged in his heart, and his slightly hunched back suddenly straightened. To be invited by the lay branch was something he had never dared to dream of before. Shen Xiu looked at Shen Qingrua below the stage, showing a trace of hesitation before taking a deep breath and saying, Thank you for your kindness, senior. This is quite sudden. Please allow me some time to consider. Shen Fan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Deliberation is indeed a good thing. Once you have made up your mind, come find me at Piao Miao Peak. Bathed in countless envious gazes, Shen Xiu returned to the crowd. His steps were steady and powerful, devoid of any trace of his former cowardice. Shen Yun stepped forward and smiled, Congratulations. Shen Xiu nodded in response, then turned to Shen Qingrua, his eyes burning with intensity. If I encounter any difficulties in my cultivation in the future, please guide me, Qingrua. Shen Qingrua frowned slightly. His gaze made her uncomfortable, so she brushed him off perfunctorily. We'll talk about that in the future. Shen Xiu's expression stiffened. However, at that moment a crowd of people swarmed forward to surround him, their words filled with flattery, causing him to feel somewhat lightheaded with pride. First deferential, then arrogant. This is not someone to be befriended deeply. Shen Yun took in the entire scene. A 12-year-old boy wore all his emotions on his face, and his transformation was clear as day. The spirit testing ceremony drew to a close. Those without spiritual roots departed in dejection, while those who remained were filled with excitement. Human joys and sorrows are indeed not shared. The third elder stood with his hands behind his back, speaking solemnly. All of you present are the future of the Shen family. Starting today, the family will distribute resources every month for a total of 10 years. Everyone listened with rapt attention, not daring to miss a single word. Those with quintuple spiritual roots will receive 200 contribution points and 1 bottle of qi gathering pills per month. Those with triple spiritual roots will receive 1,000 contribution points and 2 bottles of qi gathering pills per month. At this point, the third elder paused before continuing. Those with dual spiritual roots will receive 3,000 contribution points and 5 bottles of chi gathering pills per month. Hearing the distribution method, most of them turned pale. For some of the self-important youths, it was like a bucket of cold water thrown over their heads, finally making them realize the harshness of reality. The third elder shook his head. This was already generous treatment from the Shen family. It was all too common for loose cultivators to lose their lives over a mere few spirit stones. Afterward, you may go to the scripture pavilion to select 3 cultivation methods. You must choose with caution, as this concerns your future development. Having finished his instructions, the third elder drifted away, and the spirit testing ceremony officially drew to a close. Shen Xiu felt a surge of gratification as thoughts began to brew in his mind. Shen Yun only has triple spiritual roots. With my aptitude and more resources, I will surely surpass him. When that time comes. He looked around but failed to find that familiar graceful figure, and his face darkened. By this time, Shen Yun and his companion had already left the hall, heading toward the scripture pavilion. The Songlong mountain range consisted of overlapping peaks, 36 in total. The Shen clan claimed 7 of these peaks, with the scripture pavilion situated upon the northernmost Tianwei Peak. Tianwei Peak soared into the clouds, its midway deliberately carved into a vast plateau upon which stood a 3-story pavilion at its very center. The scripture pavilion was constructed entirely of spirit wood through mortise and tenon joinery, adorned with vermilion lacquer and jade tiles, its outer walls carved with immortal cranes and auspicious beasts, an edifice of timeless elegance. Shen Yun stepped inside, where the first floor stood remarkably empty save for a sparse few souls. Neat wooden shelves bore countless jade slips, nearly 1,000 in number, each accompanied by a tome describing its contents. To obtain a cultivation method, the guardian would unseal the prohibition and deduct the corresponding contribution points. At this moment, a white-haired elder ambled forth, and the youth before the bookshelf bowed respectfully. I wish to obtain this water origin art. Elder Ming, if you would be so kind. Shen Ming waved his hand with casual ease. The jade slip flickered with light before he spoke. 1 hour costs 80 contribution points. Call for me when you are finished. Shen Yun observed this exchange with a curious flutter in his chest, instinctively lifting his gaze forward. At the scripture pavilion's entrance, a young man in flowing white robes reclined upon a lounging chair, basking in the sun, reading a book and sipping tea, a picture of utter contentment. The young lounge about while the old labor. Such a topsy-turvy world we live in. Shen Yun murmured to himself, then cast these thoughts aside, and said to Shen Qingrua, you must have already chosen your cultivation method. There's no need to wait for me. Shen Qingrua shook her head gently, and replied in a soft voice, it's fine. I happen to need a movement technique as well. Shen Yun nodded and began selecting his cultivation method, unaware that the young man on the lounging chair had cast him a glance and muttered under his breath, I was already working before this boy was even born. Stretching lazily, the young man closed his eyes for a brief respite. Elder Ming approached to light sandalwood incense and replenish the tea, their movements flowing with practiced ease. Shen Yun circled the floor and discovered that the first level contained only chi refinement cultivation methods. Cultivation techniques comprised 1/5 of the collection, with combat spells making up the bulk alongside a smattering of unconventional arts. I possess gold fire and wood spiritual roots. I should begin with a gold attribute cultivation method. Shen Yun selected the golden edge art, for gold attribute spiritual energy possessed the most ferocious offensive power, greatly enhancing artifacts such as flying swords and flying knives, and was generally the foremost choice. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Shen Yun had committed every word to memory, and a peculiar sensation stirred within him. Is cultivation really this simple? It seems I've already grasped the fundamentals. Shen Yun suspected this might be an illusion, so he began reviewing each passage of the golden edge art. Yet his conviction only deepened. It felt as though he need only circulate the technique to immediately draw chi into his body and achieve the chi refinement realm. The contents appeared as simple as 1 + 1, and his eyes devoid of the slightest difficulty. He then switched to the blazing fire art, only to find no discernible difference whatsoever. Stirred by curiosity, Shen Yun continued reading the verdant wood art. When his 3 free attempts were spent, the urge to return home and put them to trial took immediate hold of him. He bid farewell to Shen Qingrua and hurried home without pause. Elder Ming cast him a peculiar glance and murmured he exhausted all 3 chances in a quarter of an hour. What a peculiar fellow. The young man on the lounging chair stretched lazily and remarked offhandedly, this boy's spirit is extraordinarily powerful. Mastering a few chi refinement techniques is no feat for him. Elder Ming's heart stirred with surprise. One had to look back 40 or 50 years to find a person whom this Mr. Fong had acknowledged. The young man sat upright and regarded the willowy Shen Qingrua, thinking to himself, that boy still falls short compared to the little lass. She drew chi into her body within a single day. The Shen clan has truly produced a fine seedling. Shen Yun's home lay upon Luoyun Peak, a place of crystalline waters and majestic scenery beneath whose waterways flowed a spiritual vein. The entire peak was enveloped in spiritual energy, brimming with immortal grace akin to a landscape painting come to life. Shen Yun's father Shen Pingxing was a cultivator of 3 spiritual roots who broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement at the age of 40, thereafter becoming an overseer of a branch lineage and establishing his household upon Luoyun Peak. Halfway up the mountainside stretched a grove of bamboo, within which stood a 2-story wooden pavilion. Simple, yet brimming with understated elegance. Shen Pingxing oft had the phrase, "better to dwell without meat than to live without bamboo," upon his lips. This bamboo grove he had planted with his own hands upon arrival, and now it flourished in luxuriant canopy. Shen Yun produced a jade token, and at once a gentle breeze stirred through the bamboo grove, setting the leaves to rustling as the pavilion's grand doors slowly swung open. This formation had been laid by Shen Pingxing himself, who often boasted that his dashing figure, while array crafting, had captured Shen Yun's mother's heart, allowing him to emerge triumphant among a host of suitors. Shen Yun harbored his doubts, though Shen Pingxing's skill at formations was undeniably commendable. At the very least it had ensured the two of them a life free from want. "Father isn't home. Has he gone to the marketplace for odd jobs again?" Shen Yun shook his head. Other parents would give anything to accompany their children to the spiritual root testing ceremony, yet Shen Pingxing seemed utterly indifferent to such matters. Last night, drunk and laughing, he had said, "Whether you have spiritual roots or not makes no difference. Your old man saved up enough ages ago to let you squander for a lifetime." Shen Yun smiled. Were it not for such a father, he would not possess the easy disposition he now enjoyed. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion and began circulating the golden edge art. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth like tidal waters, swirling gently about his form. The energy manifested in 3 hues, among which the golden radiance shone most brilliantly, entering his meridians with each breath. Crack! A sound like an eggshell shattering rang out as a mystical portal opened within his dantian, and golden spiritual energy poured in like a tide, weaving together into a shimmering marsh. "This should be the Qi Sea," Shen Yun observed intently. The spiritual energy settled within the portal, coalescing into a puddle-sized Qi Sea, marking his breakthrough to the 1st layer of Qi refinement. To breach the Qi refinement realm in merely a quarter of an hour, smooth beyond all belief. As the golden edge art continued its circulation, his comprehension of the technique deepened ever further. The Qi Sea, initially the size of a puddle, swelled ever larger, attaining the dimensions of a water vat within an hour. Yet as the relentless refinement of spiritual power continued, the pace of absorption began to slow, and the Qi Sea lost the solidity it had possessed at the outset. "I should cease here. Forced advancement would surely leave the foundations unstable." Shen Yun sensed keenly that he stood but a single step from the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, yet he forcibly restrained the impulse to break through. His cultivation method realm was simply too lofty. Like a water pump, the Qi Sea had repeatedly expanded to its very limit, requiring a period of settling to digest the fruits of his labor. After a moment's reflection, Shen Yun deciphered the underlying principle and turned to cultivate the verdant wood art. Wood attribute spiritual energy flowed in like water, intertwining with the gold's spiritual energy. Though the overall quantity remained unchanged, the quality underwent a subtle transformation. In less than half an hour, the 2 spiritual powers advanced shoulder to shoulder, rising and sinking within the Qi Sea. Though his cultivation level had not advanced, his foundations had grown markedly more solid. Shen Yun felt as though he had discovered a new world, and once more took up the blazing fire art. An hour later, the Qi Sea was illuminated by the light of tricolored radiance with gold fire and with spiritual powers perfectly balanced in a tripod formation. He discovered that no matter which spiritual power he unleashed, its might was remarkably similar, while the total quantity of spiritual power had increased by less than a tenth. No wonder single attribute spiritual roots are hailed as heavenly roots. Even multi-attribute spiritual power offers little advantage. Cultivation speed remains paramount. Shen Yun had been innately passionate about novelty since childhood, so he embarked upon a series of experiments. Unable to increase his spiritual energy, he would exhaust it completely and then recover it. The proficiency of his 3 cultivation methods soared at a tremendous pace. A quarter of an hour, half a quarter, 100 breaths. Spiritual energy poured in like a celestial deluge, rushing directly into the Qi Sea. Eventually, Shen Yun required only 20 breaths to fully replenish his spiritual power. "It seems I cannot go any faster. Have I truly reached my limit?" Shen Yun tried repeatedly, yet the time remained stubbornly fixed at 20 breaths, unable to advance a single inch further. "Son, come out for dinner." Only when Shen Pingxing's voice reached him did Shen Yun cease his cultivation and rise. "Tomorrow the 5th elder will lecture at the lecture hall. We'll find out then." Shen Yun gathered his thoughts and proceeded to the dining hall for the evening meal. At the dining table, Shen Pingxing wore a broad smile, flaunting today's harvest. "Today I landed a big job at the marketplace, and the reward is a full 50 spirit stones." Shen Pingxing raised his cup and drained at his drunken eyes. "GL. I heard you've tested 3 spiritual roots of aptitude, and there are 2,000 spirit stones in your Chinkoan bag. I originally meant to set it aside as your dowry, but take it and use it first." After speaking, he slapped the new Chinkoan bag on the table. Shen Yun looked at the Chinkoan bag at his waist, which had already turned yellow with age, and a warm feeling welled up inside him. Old man, I won't be polite. He was in need of spirit stones now, so he took the Chinkoan bag. Magical implements, pills, techniques. One could say cultivation is a money-devouring beast. No one would begrudge having more spirit stones. Shen Yun asked, Dad, do you know any quick ways to earn spirit stones? Shen Pingxing raised an eyebrow suspiciously asking, Kid, are you short of money? Could it be that your heart is moved, and you want to find a Tao partner? Ahem. Shen Yun choked, and after regaining his composure said with some annoyance, I'm only 12, do you think that's possible? Shen Pingxing nodded instinctively, and with a firm voice, said, Since you were small you have been inseparable from Qingrua. Who wouldn't like such a good girl? But heed my words, her conditions are too good, you won't be able to handle her. Shen Yun rubbed his forehead with one hand helplessly saying, I just want to learn a form of celestial technique. I don't have that many complicated thoughts. Of course, a spirit talisman master and an alchemist. That's the kind of trade that truly fills a bag with spirit stones. Shen Pingxing shook his head sighing, and said with conviction, When will a formation master rise? Back then I should have had the nerve to join the alchemy hall. That matched Shen Yun's thoughts, but unfortunately the first floor of the Cangjing Pavilion didn't have jade slips of Xiandao techniques, so he decided to find time to check the marketplace. The next day Shen Yun arrived at the Hall of Techniques early in the morning only to find the once empty room crowded with people. Shen Yun, Gidge over here. A melodious voice rang out as Shen Yun looked toward it and saw Shen Qingrua waving at him. Shen Yun walked over and sat beside her, feeling many kind looks directed at him, which amused him a little. The little girl's charm is truly overwhelming, while instantly become the target of everyone's attention. Shen Qingrua's aptitude had already spread within the clan, with such a strong backing and top-tier talent, who wouldn't be drawn to her? Shen Xiao was surrounded by the crowd like stars around the moon. Since he tested double spiritual roots, his situation changed dramatically. Those who had previously treated him coldly now greeted him with smiles. Even many powerful figures extended olive branches promising enticing terms, which inflated his confidence further. Shen Xiao harbored a thought. If I can defeat Shen Yun, will Qingrua pay attention to me in the future? The Shen Yun of the past had been an all-powerful hero in his heart, yet when this illusion shattered, he began to entertain thoughts of taking his place. Moments later, a white-haired elder strode in his imposing presence, instantly quieting the room. Greetings, fifth elder. Many of the Shen family youths bowed, their eyes filled with respect. The fifth elder scanned the room with his gaze, pausing briefly on Shen Yun, then spoke calmly. Today, I will explain questions about the cultivation techniques. You should have visited the library yesterday, no need for unnecessary talk. If you have questions, please ask directly. As soon as the words fell, Shen Quangtao stood up and asked loudly, Dare I ask the elder, I sense spiritual energy only after a night. How long will it take me to break through to the Qi refinement stage? Hearing him, many people's eyelids twitched. Since he awakened 3 spiritual roots, he had been flaunting his talents everywhere, which was tiresome. Now he found an opportunity. The fifth elder's expression remained calm, unhurried. Since you have sensed spiritual energy, the path to the technique is not far. As long as you absorb the first thread of spiritual energy in half a month, you can open your Qi Sea and formally enter the Qi refinement realm. Now, after just one night, only a few can sense spiritual energy. The fifth elder gave him a few words of praise. Shen Quangtao found his presence and spoke grandly. Thank you, elder, for explaining. I will definitely break through to the Qi refinement realm within half a month. Seeing his smug look, the others felt displeased, and the hall's atmosphere cooled somewhat. At that moment, Shen Xiao stepped forward and asked, I've already entered the basics of the technique. What is the next stage, elder? Hearing this, Shen Quangtao fell silent, deeply frustrated, feeling like a brick being used to draw attention. The others were surprised and impressed. Not bad for a twin spirit root genius. If he enters the small success in one night, wouldn't he break through to the Qi refinement realm in 3 to 5 days? This is absolute talent and nothing can compensate for it. Next time at the family tournament, Shen Xiao will surely shine and become a core disciple. The Shen Yun who once shone so brightly has become a foil. Indeed, aptitude is king. Cultivation of the technique is divided into 4 realms: entry, small success, great success, and completion. Your aptitude is not bad. In half a year, you should be able to reach small success. 1 day for entry, half a year for small success. It sounds exaggerated, but that's the truth. Entry is merely to grasp the superficial. You can roughly operate the technique like barely lifting a treasured blade. When you swing it, you must give it your all. Small success is to comprehend the essence of the technique, to ascend to the main hall and interior chamber. No longer misty, it is akin to wielding the blade, that will incomparable to the entry stage. The fifth elder added, if you fill the sea of Qi within a quarter of an hour, that indicates small success. Hearing this, Shen Yun's expression turned strange, thinking to himself, a quarter of an hour is small success. What would 20 breaths be? He realized his own aptitude was a bit exaggerated. If people knew he could train the technique to great success, or even completion, in just a few moments he would be in the eye of the storm. You can reveal your talent at appropriate moments, as long as you can obtain resources. Shen Yun quickly formed a plan. He had no intention of attending lectures in the future, purely a waste of time. His taciturn demeanor drew some people's attention. It seems Shen Yun should have no real achievements. He was just a flash in the pan before. Even Shen Xiu shared the same thought. After class, he quietly moved through the crowd and stopped in front of Shen Yun. Shen Yun, brother, if you have questions about the technique, I can guide you a bit. Shen Xiu said calmly with a hint of masterful bearing while glancing at Shun Qinghua beside him. Seeing his gesture, Shen Yun found it amusing and casually replied, "Thanks for the kindness, but I still have something to do now, next time for sure." Shen Xiu's smile remained, treating the other as if he couldn't refuse. He said to Shun Qinghua, "Next month, there will be a cultivation test. Qinghua, would you be willing to discuss the techniques with me?" Shen Qinghua's expression remained unreadable. Her calm gaze seemed to see into the other's heart. "I have something to do as well. Let's talk next time." After she spoke, she followed Shen Yun, her steps light as air. Shen Xiu's face finally couldn't stay calm any longer, thinking coldly. "Even now, do you still look down on me? When the test results come out, I will prove to the world who is the true genius." Leaving the lecture hall, Shun Qinghua asked curiously, "Where are you heading, brother Shen Yun?" Shen Yun weighed the Qinkuan bag in his hand and replied casually, "I'm going to the market. What about you?" Now that he had spirit stones in hand, Shen Yun planned to learn a spiritual art of cultivation. Shen Qinghua said with a smile, "I happen to have nothing to do right now. Why don't I go with you?" Hearing this, Shen Yun felt a sense of oddity. Just a minute ago, she had rejected Shen Xiu. He hadn't expected her to change her mind faster than turning a page. Come to think of it, except when we first met, Qinghua has never given me a cold shoulder. Shen Yun sighed inwardly. In this lifetime, apart from Father Shen, the person he had spent the most time with was Shun Qinghua before him. Unknowingly, he had come to regard her as his own family. Shun Qinghua blinked and quietly followed behind him, thinking to herself, "Brother Shen Yun has been so mysterious lately. I must see what he is up to." The Shun family was situated in the eastern part of Songlong Mountain, boasting of vast and expansive clan territory. Amidst the majestic rolling mountains lay a massive open plain upon which a grand and imposing city was situated. Carriage traffic bustled and crowds surged like weaving shuttles. Many passing merchant caravans gathered at the city gate, queuing to enter. As expected of the Shun family market, the stream of travelers is truly endless. Under the protection of the Shen family, no rogue cultivators dare to invade easily. It's well worth the higher cost of living. I heard that the market has everything one could desire. I can't wait to enter the city. As soon as Shen Yun entered the city, his vision suddenly broadened. A wide bluestone road stretched to the horizon, lined with a dense array of shops offering a complete variety of goods. Spiritual food eateries, talisman shops, alchemy stores. The variety was dazzling. Passing by a magnificent 7-story spiritual pavilion, 2 gorgeously dressed female cultivators were soliciting customers. Shun Qinghua's willow-like brows furrowed, and she expressionlessly pulled Shen Yun away at a brisk pace. Seeing their reaction, the female cultivators covered their mouths and smiled. "Ought to be young." With Shun Qinghua focusing solely on rushing ahead, Shen Yun said rather helplessly, "Stop, we've already passed the talisman pavilion." Hearing this, Shun Qinghua finally stopped. She turned around and huffed softly. "Father used to love going to the Xianla pavilion and was lectured by mother many times. You must not learn from him, brother Shen Yun." Shen Yun's lips twitched. Uncle N looked so upright and honest. Who would have thought he enjoyed visiting pleasure houses to listen to music? After a brief moment of amusement, Shen Yun quickly put the matter aside and walked toward the talisman pavilion. Upon entering the main doors, they saw dozens of crystal counters filled with a dazzling array of various spiritual talismans. The old shopkeeper sat behind the counter, simultaneously playing with his prayer beads and sipping tea. Exuding a serene, carefree attitude, he paid no heed to whether the customers would buy anything, fully embracing a zen-like approach. Just as Shen Yun was about to browse, a petite shop assistant approached and greeted him. "What can I get for you, esteemed guest?" Once Shen Yun got a clear look at him, he hesitated and asked, "Are you Shen Zhong?" The assistant took a closer look and said joyfully, "So it's brother Yun. What brings you to the talisman pavilion today?" Shen Yun smiled slightly. "I'm quite interested in becoming a talisman master, so I came to buy some materials." He and Shen Zhong had been neighbors for 2 years. Later, the latter's family fell into decline, and he moved to the foot of the mountain. Shen Yun had not expected to run into him here. "Are you working as an apprentice here, brother Shen Zhong?" Shen Qinghua, who also knew Shen Zhong, chimed in to ask. Shen Zhong nodded and sighed with emotion. "I've been an apprentice here for 2.5 years. If you want to become a talisman master, brother Shen Yun, you've certainly asked the right person." With swift movements, he retrieved a jade slip talisman paper, a talisman brush, and talisman ink from the counter, then introduced them. "These are the tools required for crafting talismans." Shen Yun took the materials and asked without hesitation, "How many spirit stones in total?" He had previously researched the market. Although the profit of talismans was not as high as alchemy or weapon refinement, they sold in large quantities, were quick to produce, and had a low entry cost, making them the best option for earning spirit stones. Shen Zhong first ran over to consult the old shopkeeper, then returned and said, a total of 600 low-grade spirit stones. This is the biggest discount I could secure for you. Shen Yun nodded and cupped his hands. Thank you, brother Shen Zhong. I'll take them all. The price was considerably lower than he had anticipated. Shen Yun paid readily and then bid his farewell. Watching his decisive and swift departure, Shen Zhong shook his head and swallowed the words he wanted to say. The old shopkeeper glanced at him and said casually, another kid dreaming of becoming a talisman master. Is he your friend? Shen Zhong nodded. I saw how enthusiastic he was and didn't want to dampen his spirits. If he decides to give up, I can just buy those materials back from him. During those 2 years as neighbors, Shen Pingsheng had taken great care of him, even helping to cover a portion of his parents' funeral expenses. Shen Zhong had always kept this kindness close to his heart. The old shopkeeper took a sip of tea and said softly, you are indeed kind-hearted. I expect that kid will be back within a month at most. Hearing this, Shen Zhong smiled and said, Elder Wang, please do not underestimate him. Years ago, even the great elder praised his intelligence. The old shopkeeper said, no more, seemingly accepting the response. What Shen Zhong did not know was that if the old shopkeeper had not deemed his talent decent, he would never have kept him as an apprentice in the Talisman Pavilion. Countless people in the Shen family tried to use connections just to get in. The Tao is not easily passed down. Without the old shopkeeper's guidance, even if Shen Zhong were given another 5 years, he would not be able to craft a fireball talisman. If the arts of immortal cultivation were so easy to learn, the streets would be teeming with talisman masters and alchemists, who would still fight to the death over a few spirit stones. With the business concluded, Shen Yun treated Shen Qingrua to a feast at the Tianxiang restaurant, only to find that the bill amounted to a staggering 30 spirit stones. No matter the world, money is always the most important thing. Shen Yun sighed inwardly, his determination to become a talisman master growing even stronger. Shen Qingrua tugged at his sleeve and asked in confusion, are you learning talisman crafting because you are short on spirit stones, brother Shen Yun? I still have some here. If you need them, just take them. The ring on her finger gleamed in the sunlight. Shen Yun smiled wryly to himself. This spatial ring alone must cost at least 300 mid-grade spirit stones. I never thought the day would come when I'd be living off a woman. I am merely interested in becoming a talisman master, so there is no need for the spirit stones. Shen Yun declined her kindness. Returning home, Shen Yun sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state to begin his cultivation. This time the Golden Edge scripture circulated exceptionally smoothly, breaking through the bottleneck without any hindrance, allowing his sea of qi to expand once more. I've broken through to the second level of qi refining. Let's see where today's limit lies. Spiritual energy surged into his sea of qi like a tide, undergoing several more expansions before the familiar sensation of sluggishness crept in once again. My sea of qi can expand at most 9 times a day. If only it could be faster. Shen Yun smacked his lips, then realized he was being too greedy. He silently reminded himself that one must find contentment in what they have. He switched to cultivating the blazing fire art and the greenwood art. In less than 15 minutes, the 3 types of spiritual energy were once again balanced and equal in measure. Following this, Shen Yun began to study the Tao of Talismans. The Grand Compendium of Primary Talismans, quite a fitting name. Shen Yun studied it for half an hour, committing all the contents to memory and gaining a rudimentary understanding of the Tao of Talismans. Condensing spells into runes, engraving them onto talisman paper, and then using spiritual energy to activate them. It is truly ingenious. The Grand Compendium of Primary Talismans recorded a total of 18 qi refining stage talismans covering various elemental spells of the 5 elements. Shen Yun did not rush to start. Instead, he began to comprehend the meaning behind each brushstroke of the runes, and the complex patterns gradually unveiled their mysterious secrets. It's not that difficult. Let's try the Fireball Talisman first. Shen Yun picked up the talisman brush, dipped it in ink, and drew on the talisman paper in one smooth, continuous motion. 2 minutes later, a rune nearly identical to the one in the jade slip leaped onto the paper. The moment he stopped his brush, spiritual energy flooded into the talisman paper, and the mysterious rune began to emit a faint red glow, only returning to tranquility after a long while. Shen Yun picked up the talisman paper and felt a subtle warmth emanating from it. He murmured to himself, a mid-grade fireball talisman. I didn't expect talisman crafting to be this simple. If other talisman masters heard this, they would probably cough up blood in sheer vexation. The difficulty of crafting talismans was universally acknowledged. It required not only a perfect comprehension of the rune's meanings, but also flawless control over spiritual energy. It was not uncommon for people to spend over a decade without even grasping the basics. Shen Zhong had been an apprentice at the Talisman Pavilion for 2.5 years without any monthly salary, serving tea and pouring water every day just to learn this craft. Even so, it was a position others would fight desperately to obtain. Shen Yun sighed with emotion and continued to study the other talismans. Soon 10 days had passed. Spiritual energy is the cornerstone of cultivation. Only by bringing the qi absorption technique to proficiency can one advance swiftly along the path of immortality. Once you have refined sufficient spiritual energy and opened your chi si, you shall formally step through the threshold of the cultivation world. Yesterday, Shen Yun officially broke through to the first layer of chi refinement. Let him be your model. Do not follow those who are undisciplined and waste their talent. In the Shun family's lecture hall, the fifth elder spoke with conviction. The youths below listened with rapt attention, their eyes brimming with envy when they learned that Shen Yun had already broken through to the chi refinement realm. After 10 days, the vast majority had already sensed spiritual energy. Precisely because of this, they understood the difficulty of entering the chi refinement realm. It took me 7 days to accumulate 3 streams of spiritual energy. At least a month remains before I can break through to chi refinement. You at least have 4 spirit root talent, so spare us your complaints. I haven't the faintest idea how to gather even my first stream of spiritual energy. Shen Yun truly is a double spirit root genius. Breaking through to chi refinement so quickly, truly enviable. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Before beginning cultivation, they had heard how important spirit root talent was, but it remained as unclear as viewing flowers through fog. Only after starting their own cultivation did they realize the vast gap between them, a difference as great as heaven and earth. Shen Yun's reputation as a top-tier genius had spread throughout the clan. Many Shen family disciples pledged themselves to his banner, forming a considerable faction. Even Shen Quangtao followed him blindly, now serving as Shen Yun's foremost general. All the bustle in the world is for profit's sake. The power of a faction was simply overwhelming to an individual. Moreover, Shen Yun was undoubtedly a rising star. Aligning with him now was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, a timely gesture. Nowadays, no one compared Shen Yun to him anymore. For these 10 days, the former hadn't even appeared at the lecture hall. In their eyes, the blow had been too great, and he had begun to abandon himself. The undisciplined one the elder mentioned is likely Shen Yun. The fall of a genius is indeed lamentable. There are plenty of undeserving people who bear grand titles. Shen Yun is but one among them. Nothing worth our attention. Exactly. Shen Yun is squandering his talents so recklessly that next time he might not even match a 4 spirit root aptitude. When that day comes, I shall defeat this once great genius. Hearing the whispers around him, Shen Yun grew even more elated. Shen Quangtao's eyes darted about as he put on an act. Shen Yun appears to have fallen into depravity. His self-abandonment is his own affair, but dragging Miss Qingrua down with him is unforgivable. Having followed Shen Yun for several days, he had begun to fathom the other's thoughts, and thus directed his mockery toward Shen Yun. No sooner had these words left his mouth than Shen Yun eagerly agreed. Miss Qingrua possesses the bearing of a celestial being. Indeed, she should not waste her time on someone like Shen Yun. Shen Quangtao immediately added, I hear Shen Yun has been frequently visiting the scripture pavilion lately. He likely seeks a divine technique manual to compensate for his mediocre aptitude. The once celebrated genius has already strayed onto a dark path. Truly lamentable. Feeling that every word Shen Quangtao spoke struck at the heart of the matter, Shen Yun then said solemnly, let us go see Shen Yun. Miss Qingrua should not let her years slip away alongside him. As soon as the class dismissed, the two set out immediately. Within the scripture pavilion, Elder Ming watched Shen Yun before the bookshelves with a peculiar expression, utterly bewildered by what he was doing. Exchange all my contribution points for time to view techniques. Do not limit the quantity. Some time ago, Shen Yun had come to him with this strange request. After some thought, Elder Ming had agreed. Shen Yun would swap one technique manual every 3 to 5 minutes. In just 2 days, he had already perused over 100. What on earth is he doing? Is he merely seeking attention? Elder Ming pondered in vain. All the jade slips were sealed with prohibition arrays. Attempting to copy them was plainly fantasy. What insight could one possibly gain in 3 minutes? The young man in white reclining on the lounge chair narrowed his eyes. Instead of reading or basking in the sun, as usual, his expression gradually grew grave. His divine consciousness continues to grow. He is not far from condensing his spiritual sense. The young man in white spoke softly, his eyes flashing with brilliance, as though he could pierce through all mysteries. Elder Ming was utterly startled. How is this possible? Many at the foundation establishment stage have not yet condensed their spiritual sense. What cultivation realm does he actually possess? Only when spiritual consciousness is cultivated to a certain level, transforming the formless into the tangible, can one condense a spiritual sense. Perception, exploration, combat. Spiritual sense possesses countless miraculous applications, making it the dream of countless cultivators. The young man in white scrutinized carefully. Shen Yun's aura fluctuation was not particularly strong, approximately equivalent to the first layer of chi refinement. This lad is somewhat unusual. Closing his eyes, the young man in white unleashed his vast spiritual sense, enveloping the entire scripture pavilion. In a single breath, he scanned it 1,000 times over, piercing through every secret. Peak of the 4th layer of chi refinement. Murmuring to himself, the young man in white regarded such a cultivation level as no different from an ant. Yet his confusion deepened. This is the concealed aura technique at its perfect realm. Opening his eyes, the young man in white frowned slightly, a thought forming in his mind. Shen Yun set aside the jade slip in his hand and exhaled deeply. Time is almost up. I have studied nearly 200 techniques. That should suffice. For the past 10 days he had lived a routine existence, cultivating pill-refining arts at home, then studying techniques at the scripture pavilion. The gains were gratifying. His talisman craftsmanship had grown increasingly profound, and his cultivation had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. It took 6 days to break through from the 3rd to the 4th layer of qi refinement, and afterward my cultivation speed continued to slow. Shen Yun's mind flashed with these thoughts, yet he felt no surprise. The 4th layer was known as the mid-stage of qi refinement. The difficulty of breaking through was incomparable to the first 3 layers. If one could advance a minor realm each day and reach foundation establishment within 10 days, the cultivation world would indeed be thrown into chaos. Shaking off his thoughts, Shen Yun raised his head and saw Shen Xiu and the other approaching. Puzzled, he wondered, what do they want? Shen Xiu stopped 2 meters away, speaking with practiced ease. It has been some time, brother Shen Yun. How have you been? His smile was warm, his demeanor exceedingly polished, like a different person from 10 days prior. Shen Yun lifted his eyelids and replied calmly, I am fine. What do you want? Meeting again, Shen Xiu felt that the former halo around him had completely dissolved. More composed than ever, he said, Miss Qingrua has not appeared at the lecture hall for quite some time, so I came to inquire. Shen Yun's brows furrowed slightly. So what brings you here? Just then Shun Kuangtao stepped forward with a sneer. Shen Yun, you may have abandoned yourself, but Miss Qingrua is truly a daughter of heaven. If you delay her cultivation, you shall bear no responsibility for the consequences. Shen Xiu stayed him, putting on an act. Do not be rude. Brother Shen Yun's desire to forge a different path is only human. However, Miss Qingrua's cultivation truly cannot be delayed. After hearing their words, Shen Yun spoke with an expressionless face, neither sad nor happy. Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? Begone. His cold gaze resembled a celestial blade. Meeting those eyes, Shen Xiu's spirit trembled, as though transported back to the days of his childhood, when he had obeyed without question. Shen Kuangtao was startled by his fearsome look. Feeling his pride affronted, he couldn't help but roar. I thought you were the genius of old. Brother Shen Xiu is discussing this with you out of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Having spoken, he thrust his palm forward, intending to teach the other a lesson. Silence. Shen Yun let out a cold snort, and spiritual energy erupted suddenly. Shen Kuangtao's hand was still suspended in midair when struck by the powerful force. He flew backward, directly crashing onto the steps outside the scripture pavilion, rolling like a gourd. Thud, thud, thud. After flipping over several times, his bulky head finally struck the ground and came to a halt. Oh! Shen Kuangtao screamed in agony, his head bleeding, clothes torn, resembling a refugee beggar. Qi refinement realm. How is this possible? Shen Xiu's face underwent a drastic change. Shen Yun's cultivation had completely exceeded his expectations. During this period, he had cultivated assiduously and finally broken through to the Qi refinement realm, leading the pack at the lecture hall. This had filled him with pride, making him believe Shen Yun was nothing special. However, reality was cruel. The opponent's cultivation fluctuation exceeded his own. Shen Yun's face remained calm. Move. Do not block my path. Why? I already possess top-tier talent, yet you still look down on me. Shen Xiu's heart was pierced once more. His humble thoughts transformed into hostility, filling his chest. With the mask already torn away, he ceased his pretense. You are indeed still that Shen Yun, but I am no longer the same as before. During this month's disciple assessment, I shall challenge you. Shen Yun did not even blink, treating him as though he were air. He leisurely smoothed the wrinkles from his clothing. Enraged, Shen Xiu's face turned crimson, and he swept his sleeve before departing. Covered in dust, Shen Kuangtao glared hatefully in their direction. Shen Yun cast him a sideways glance, and the latter nearly fell on his rear again, slinking after Shen Xiu. 2 jumping clown puppets. Such ant-like figures were hardly worth Shen Yun's concern. Having watched the entire scene, the young man in white leisurely sipped his tea. Seeing Shen Yun prepare to leave, he slowly rose and approached. Shen Yun recognized the newcomer and asked, What does this senior wish? The young man in white smiled with an indescribable grace. Your strike was too gentle. Had you used that against my 2 companions, they would already be dead. Shen Yun's expression stiffened. Senior, you did not seek me out merely to comment on that. He had also noticed the person before him. Those who could loaf about in the scripture pavilion and receive such respect from Elder Ming were clearly not ordinary individuals. The young man in white did not keep him waiting. I will give you something. Come find me when you understand it. A black jade slip materialized out of thin air and flew into Shen Yun's hand. Having spoken, the young man in white returned to his lounge chair and began to nap, making no attempt to explain further. Shen Yun gripped the jade slip, bewildered by the other's intentions. Elder Ming shook his head at him and said slowly, Go. This matter can only benefit you. Remember Master Fang's instructions. In that case, this junior takes his leave. Shen Yun bowed with folded hands and then left the scripture pavilion. After Shen Yun left, old Ming lowered his gaze, puzzled. Is Master Fang interested in him? The white-robed youth lounged. I just find it interesting, perhaps he can give me a surprise. Old Ming's eyes, once clouded, now shone with a keen light. What extraordinary merit does this boy possess to win Master Fang's attention? To this day, Old Ming did not know Master Fang's origins. He only remembered that after being saved by him, he was assigned to the scripture repository before him. More than 100 years had passed. Master Fang remained unchanged, while Old Ming had grown white-haired, nearing the end of his life. Back home, Shen Yun began to recall the moment that had just unfolded. I hear Old Ming has guarded the scripture repository for over 100 years. Who could be so formidable as to command his attention? Shen Yun pondered, then drew out the black jade slip, sensing an immediate difference. Ordinary jade slips gleam with flawless whiteness and luster. This black jade slip bore no glow, yet weighed 3 times as much as a common slip, revealing its exceptional nature. I wonder what lies inside. Shen Yun did not hesitate, his mind sinking into the jade slip. Instantly his head felt heavy as a vast torrent of information swept through, coalescing into a Tao scripture, each word a pearl. The essence of the 5 elements, the root of heaven and earth. When the 5 elements circulate, all things shine. The water of the 5 elements nourishes all things. The 5 elements, earth as firm as bedrock. Shen Yun scratched his head. The Tao text seemed to contain heaven and earth's ultimate principles, yet they were all cryptic, like a celestial tome, obscure and hard to understand. When he probed the jade slip again, he could only hear a faint, ethereal murmur, as if a delirious whisper came from afar. It looked like a carefully staged prank, though anyone who came would be left bewildered. Yet Shen Yun wore a serious expression, his extraordinary perception catching at a few scattered clues. In the days that followed, Shen Yun did not leave the house. When Shen Ping went out on errands, he stayed alone, wholly devoted to cultivation. Yesterday he broke through to the 5th Qi refining stage. Among the Shen family's younger generation, he stood among the best, and many cultivators in their 30s and 40s were at this level. His mood was serene, his whole being immersed in the Tao text within the jade slip. The cycles of the 5 elements give birth to endless life. They contain the rise and fall of heaven and earth, truly profound. Shen Yun inwardly marveled. The Tao text expounded the truth of the 5 elements, mutual generation and restraint, benefiting him greatly. Trying to blend the fire and wood spiritual energies into one furnace, the 2 colors that had once stood in stark contrast gradually merged, only to separate again, with a touch returning to their original state. During this brief contact, Shen Yun's spirit sharpened to a high degree, and a wondrous change suddenly occurred. A resounding thud rang out. As if a great bell tolled, his spirit seemed to be baptized. Formless spiritual power gathered into a trickle, opening another doorway deep within his mind. This is a divine sense. Shen Yun's eyes shone brilliantly as the divine sense flowed and gathered within the portal, finally becoming a golden river. In an instant his aura underwent a world-changing transformation, as if his life level had leaped, becoming deeper and more mysterious. Who would have thought I would cultivate a divine sense and open the sea of consciousness? Truly chance has borne fruit. Shen Yun sighed. During this period he practiced many techniques, his spiritual power growing steadily. He did not expect that this encounter would yield a qualitative change, condensing a divine sense in one go. Although the 5 elements fusion failed, Shen Yun still saw some clues. The black jade slip recorded a peerless Tao method for 5 elements fusion. I think I've understood this. In a couple of days I'll visit Master Fang. Shen Yun no longer pressed on relentlessly. This Tao method is vast and deep, not something to be comprehended in a day, so he decided to see Master Fang first. In his spare time, Shen Yun again forged talismans. He immediately felt the difference. Too simple. The divine sense is truly marvelous. Arcane sigils leapt onto the parchment. Shen Yun's brush danced with the grace of a practiced master. As he finished, the talisman glowed blue, and between the sigils blue currents moved as if alive. Shen Yun nodded with satisfaction. A top-tier water shield talisman. Not bad. Among first-tier talismans, the water shield is quite demanding, but with the aid of the divine sense it's easy for him. He spent the whole night forging talismans. Such was his monstrous recovery speed that others would have been drained. It wasn't until near dawn that he lay down to rest, and in a daze he heard a knock at the door. So early, who is it? Shen Yun yawned, opening the door to see Shen Qinghua, tall and graceful. Her face looked unwell, and her usually radiant eyes had grown dull. What happened? It is rare to see you come to me so early. Shen Yun poured her a cup of flower tea, then asked. Shen Qinghua pursed her lips, a little angry. I ran away from home. Shen Yun's hand trembled as he held the teacup. He sighed. Okay, there are a few empty rooms upstairs. Later I will go to the bazaar and buy you a new bed and blankets. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed his arm and said, I knew Shen Yun Gij is the best. Shen Yun shook his head, thinking to himself, that girl must have had a dispute with the family. I'll visit Uncle tonight. Shen Yun adjusted his attire, planning to sell the talismans he had recently refined. After washing up, he took Shen Qinghua to the bazaar. Deep within Luoxiao Peak stood a refined 4-story pavilion by the water, surrounded by exotic flowers and hazy spiritual energy, like a celestial palace. The estate lay near the source of the spiritual veins. Those who resided here were rich and powerful figures of the clan. In the courtyard's garden, a poised woman of striking grace sulked, her exquisite face expressionless, her gaze fixed on the long-robed man opposite. The man was handsome, scholarly, with an air of quiet confidence. At this moment his face wore a hint of helplessness, and he kept sipping tea to mask his inner emptiness. Shen, and this is the good daughter you taught. She ran away after a few words. The beautiful woman's face wore a stern expression. She was Shun Qingling, Shun Qingruo's mother. Last night the two spoke about sending Shun Qingruo to the main vein to cultivate, but the girl stubbornly refused, and they argued for a while. This morning Shun Qingruo was missing. Shun Qingling pulled Shun An aside to question him. Our daughter has grown up. We must respect her wishes. Shun An's expression changed. He spoke sternly. Qingruo has always shown restraint since childhood. This cannot be spoken lightly. Shun Qingling snorted. Qingruo's restraint is for others. When she sees Shen Yun gauge, there is hardly any restraint left. No daughter is dearer than a mother. You can't guess where Shun Qingruo has gone. Shen Yun looked embarrassed and could only mutter, "This time I will have a proper talk with her when she returns." Shun Qingling sighed. Other matters can be resolved, but cultivation must not be neglected. This time, you must not soften. She knew her husband greatly admired Shen Yun, even though he possessed only 3 spiritual roots, and he always believed Shen Yun was not a pawn creature. Other matters she could overlook, but cultivation she would never compromise. Parents plan far ahead for their children, and this was no exception here. Shen Yun hugged her and promised, "I understand. This year I will send Qingruo to the main vein." Inside the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Shen Yun wore a broad smile as he warmly received the customers coming and going. The old shopkeeper as always sipped his tea and fidgeted with his prayer beads, asking offhandedly, "Judging by your cheerful expression, have you finally refined a mid-grade fireball talisman?" Shen Yun nodded and said sincerely, "There were 2 talisman characters whose meaning I could never grasp. Without your guidance I have no idea when I might have succeeded." The old shopkeeper nodded and replied, "The first step is always the hardest. Given your talent, you'll become a first-ranked talisman master within a year." Shen Yun's eyes gleamed with longing. Once he refined 3 varieties of mid-grade talismans, he could officially be recognized as a first-ranked talisman master. "Once I become a talisman master, I'll never have to worry about spirit stones again. Who knows, perhaps I'll even have a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Shen Yun clenched his fists tightly. Ever since his parents had passed away, he had clawed his way through life within the Shen family. Possessing 4 spiritual roots made it nearly impossible to receive significant cultivation resources. Had he not possessed some talent in talisman crafting, he likely would have followed in his parents' footsteps by now. When a customer entered, he gradually collected himself. Just as he prepared to greet them, he realized they were 2 familiar faces. Shen Yun stepped up to the counter and inquired, "I've come to sell a batch of talismans. I wonder if the Spirit Talisman Pavilion would be interested in purchasing them." Hearing these words, Shen Yun was momentarily stunned. After a pause, he replied hesitantly, "We do accept them, though only spirit talismans of mid-grade or above. That makes things much simpler. Help me estimate a price, won't you?" Shen Yun gave his storage pouch a pat, and immediately a thick stack of spirit talismans materialized on the counter. The converging radiant light instantly drew countless gazes. Shun Qingruo watched the spirit talismans with curious interest, a question forming in her heart. Papa always said refining talismans was extremely difficult. Could he have been deceiving me? Shen Yun instinctively picked up one of the talismans. Upon examining it clearly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's actually a superior grade water shield talisman." The moment these words left his mouth, a ripple of excitement swept through the crowd. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache rushed over and immediately declared with great enthusiasm, "I am Zhang Tian, an attendant of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Delighted to make the acquaintance of 2 distinguished guests." He shoved Shen Yun behind him without ceremony and began examining the talismans on the table. The latter's expression darkened somewhat, yet he could only swallow his anger, not daring to voice his displeasure. The surrounding employees were all accustomed to such behavior. Zhang Tian was the boss's brother-in-law, and leveraging this connection, he habitually stole the achievements of newcomers. This was nothing more than a repeat performance of his usual tricks. Shen Qingruo found the spectacle somewhat intolerable. Her delicate features turned slightly cold as she said, "We came looking for Brother Shen Yun. You should step aside." Zhang Tian's expression remained unruffled. Assuming a tone of feigned gravitas, he replied, "You 2 are unaware, but transactions of this magnitude can only be handled by official staff members." This was of course a mere pretext. He also cast Shen Yun a deliberate warning glance. The latter, seeking to avoid further trouble, could only force a smile and say, "That is indeed the case." Shen Qingruo was somewhat vexed, yet could not think of how to argue back. Shen Yun shook his head and glanced toward the old shopkeeper, sitting calmly to one side, inquiring, "Would you, venerable elder, be willing to appraise the price for us?" The moment these words were spoken, Zhang Tian's countenance grew rather unsightly. The old shopkeeper was one of the honored consultants of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, someone entirely beyond Zhang Tian's ability to manipulate. The old shopkeeper cast a glance at Shen Yun and nodded, saying, "No problem." Shen Yun brought the spirit talismans before him. The elder arranged the talismans in a neat row, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Exquisite brushwork, masterful technique. Which fellow Taoist produced such a masterpiece? Shen Yun picked up a superior-grade fireball talisman, his gaze fixed and unblinking, captivated by the talisman characters wrought with the vigor of silver hooks and iron strokes. He could not help but murmur, such a refined technique. This is undoubtedly the work of a great master. In their estimation, spirit talismans of such extraordinary craftsmanship must surely originate from a master of remarkable skill. The old shopkeeper set aside his earlier nonchalance. A talisman technique of this caliber commanded his genuine respect. A faint smile played at the corner of Shen Yun's lips, yet he offered no explanation, exuding an air of unfathomable depth. The old shopkeeper nodded and clapped his hands in admiration. Since such is the case, I shall not press further. Here we have 60 mid-grade talismans and 40 superior-grade talismans. Mid-grade at 10 spirit stones, each superior grade at 30. The water shield talismans are rather scarce, so each carries an additional 10 stones. The total comes to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The cultivation world was home to countless reclusive experts who preferred to conceal their identities. The old shopkeeper had long since grown accustomed to such matters. It seems this young man possesses considerable talent in talisman crafting, talented enough to have been taken as a disciple by such a master of the talisman path. In his seasoned judgment, these talismans must undoubtedly have been crafted by a second-ranked talisman master, most likely refined specifically to instruct Shen Yun. Shen Yun naturally arrived at the same conclusion. With a note of envy in his voice, he said, "Truly worthy of Brother Yun. You are bound to become an outstanding spirit talisman master in the future." To receive instruction from such a master was naturally beyond comparison with his own self-taught, unorthodox learning. He felt genuine happiness for Shen Yun from the bottom of his heart. Only Shen Qingruo's beautiful eyes flickered with knowing amusement as she stole a glance at Shen Yun, secretly chuckling to herself. Brother Shen Yun doesn't have any master. Having spent so many years by his side, no one understood Shen Yun better than she did. Often a single glance was all it took for their hearts to communicate. Shen Yun accepted the spirit stones and purchased another batch of materials, unable to resist inwardly marveling at how swiftly money came to those who crafted talismans. The old shopkeeper did Shen Yun a favor by bestowing him the commission. The latter felt a quiet gratitude. He was precisely at a juncture where spirit stones were scarce, and he committed this kindness to memory. After handing the talisman paper to Shen Yun, Shen Yun suggested, "Brother Yun, when you have the time, you should visit the Talisman Master Guild. There's much knowledge of the talisman path to be learned there." "Thank you for the suggestion. We shall take our leave now." Shen Yun departed the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. With spirit stones in hand, he first purchased several bottles of spirit wine for his father and procured some gifts along the way. Noticing Shen Qingrua stealing glances at him, Shen Yun smiled and fastened an ice-clear piece pendant around her neck. He had passed by a magical artifact shop earlier and spotted the little girl gazing at it longingly, so he had spent 500 spirit stones to acquire it for her. The surface of the piece pendant was inscribed with an exquisite formation. Once spiritual power was channeled into it, it could conjure a protective barrier, a highly practical mid-grade first-rank magical artifact. Defensive artifacts are truly expensive. Money comes quickly but goes even faster. Shen Yun reflected inwardly, yet upon seeing the warm smile blooming on Shen Qingrua's face, he felt that every coin had been well spent. Enabling the loved ones by your side to feel joy, is that not the finest destiny for wealth? As night deepened, scattered lights glowed from the two-story cottage. Shen Yun tidied the upstairs room. Once Shen Qingrua had retired to her chamber, he activated his lightness art and made his way toward the mountaintop. After roughly a quarter of an hour, Shen Yun arrived outside Shen Qingrua's home. Just as he prepared to transmit a message, Shen An's voice drifted out from the courtyard. "Come in. The door is unlatched." Shen Yun exhaled softly, pushed open the wooden gate, and followed the stone-paved path through the garden. In the octagonal pavilion, Shen An awaited him at the stone table. "Uncle An." Shen Yun cupped his hands in a formal greeting and produced 2 brocade boxes, saying leisurely, "This year's Cloud Mist Spirit Tea. Please give it a try." Shen An gestured for him to sit. "Be seated. There's no need for such formality between us." With that, he brought out the tea set, and Shen Yun began to heat the water, washing the tea, brewing it, pouring it out. Shen Yun first served him a cup before taking his seat. After they had finished their first cup, Shen Yun spoke naturally. "Qingrua's spirits have improved considerably. In a couple of days I'll escort her back." Shen Yun set down his teacup and glanced at him, saying, "At times I truly envy Pingxing for having such an undemanding son like you." Shen Yun offered no response, merely refilling the tea. He observed Shen Yun gazing steadily at him as though wishing to speak, yet holding back. Reading his intent, Shen Yun inquired, "Is Aunt Qing considering sending Qingrua to cultivate at the main branch?" Shen Yun nodded and said with a sigh, "Nothing escapes your notice. Qingrua cannot bear to leave Luoyun Peak, and that is why she has quarreled with Qingling." Shen Yun expressed his understanding and said with a smile, "I shall talk some sense into her." A sense of reluctance stirred within him as well, yet the main branch was where Shen Qingrua truly belonged. Remaining at Luoyun Peak would only squander her innate gifts. The two conversed for a while. As the night deepened, Shen Yun took his leave. A moment later, Shen Qingling stepped into the courtyard and said softly, "This child understands propriety and knows when to advance or retreat. No wonder you hold him in such high regard." Upon hearing this, Shen Yun shook his head instead and said slowly, "Were it not for Qinghua awakening her spirit body, I would have truly wished to take him as my son-in-law." Shen Qingling replied with exasperation, "They say fathers-in-law can never find fault with their sons-in-law. Yet here you are practically eager to send Qinghua off to him. You two truly are father and daughter alike." Shen Yun did not respond to the remark. A faint smile played across his lips as he said, "A heart harboring thunder, yet a countenance still as a tranquil lake. Merely awaiting the moment when wind and clouds converge, he shall be the hidden dragon emerging from the abyss." Hearing these words, Shen Qingling paused briefly. Then in a measured tone she replied, "Very well, then I shall await with eager anticipation." The next day, just as dawn began to break, Shen Yun was preparing breakfast. Shen Qinghua stirred from her slumber, freshened up, and sat at the dining table. "Why so early today? Something on your mind?" Shen Yun nodded. "I'm heading to the scripture pavilion later." "I'll go with you," Shen Qinghua replied promptly. Shen Yun glanced at her, thinking to himself, at the third stage of qi condensation, Qinghua shouldn't be wasting her time here. I'll tell her about it when we get back. Shen Qinghua found his gaze unsettling and couldn't resist pulling out her water mirror to check her appearance. Her fair complexion looked no different from usual. After breakfast, the two set off, immediately arriving at the scripture pavilion half an hour later. It was still early morning, and the vast platform felt deserted. Elder Ming was practicing Tai Chi in the square. Palms facing downward, body upright, waist relaxed. His Tai Chi movements exuded an ethereal grace, each gesture flowing with extraordinary ease like a white crane spreading its wings to the wind. Seeing them approach, Elder Ming gradually brought his practice to a close and said casually, "Master Fong went for a walk. He'll be back shortly." Shen Yun nodded and found a place to sit and wait. Moments later, a figure clad in white drifted toward them, steps light and vigorous, as though treading upon the morning light itself. Upon spotting Shen Yun, surprise flickered across his eyes before he asked, "How long did it take you to understand it?" Shen Yun hesitated briefly, then answered slowly, "One day." Hearing this, the white-clad youth closed his eyes and fell silent. Shen Qinghua and Elder Ming exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by their cryptic exchange. A quarter of an incense stick's time passed before the youth in white reopened his eyes and said solemnly, "Remember that creation and destruction are but one. Return to me once you've taken that first step." He then tossed Shen Yun a jade token, plainly carved with two soaring dragons, and upon closer inspection the design formed the character Fong. Elder Ming's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze fixed firmly on the jade token, his heart churned with turbulent waves. Shen Yun accepted the token and clasped his fists. "I cannot accept such a gift without cause. Does Master Fong have any other instructions? Please speak plainly." Shen Yun remained wary of the enigmatic Master Fong before him. A man of another surname guarding the scripture pavilion was suspicious in itself. He had no desire to be drawn into any turmoil. Master Fong waved his hand dismissively and said offhandedly, "What could someone with your limited abilities possibly do for me? Being so mature beyond your years means you'll miss out on many pleasures. This young lady is far more charming than you." Shen Qinghua ground her teeth at his words, feeling slighted. Shen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, I won't trouble you further, Master Fong." With that, he led Shen Qinghua away. Walking along the path, the girl continued to mutter, "That guy doesn't look trustworthy at all. Brother Shen Yun, please don't be deceived." After the two had left, Elder Ming was about to ask a question when an elderly man with an otherworldly bearing drifted into view. Recognizing the newcomer, Elder Ming immediately bowed and addressed him, "Elder." The visitor had flowing white hair and profound eyes, his aura as majestic as the sea. He was Shun Linfeng, the current helmsman of the Shun family and the eldest elder. Years ago, a single word of praise from the elder had sent Shun Yun's reputation soaring overnight, earning him the title of peerless genius. Such was his authority, deeply entrenched in everyone's hearts. Yet today the elder set aside his usual gravitas and performed a formal greeting. "Master Fong, I trust you've been well lately." Master Fong let out a yawn and drawled lazily, "Get to the point. I detest useless pleasantries." Elder Miaoyun paid no mind to such casual disrespect and spoke earnestly. "I confess, Master Fong, that our clan has produced a remarkable youth with dual water and wood spiritual roots, possessing the E-wood spirit body. I implore you to accept her as your disciple. The E-wood spirit body paired with waterwood dual affinity. This rivals even a heavenly spiritual root." Elder Ming sighed in admiration. No wonder it had moved the eldest elder to personally venture out. Such a genius truly merited such effort. Beyond mere spiritual root aptitude, an exceedingly rare few were favored by heaven itself, awakening to special spirit bodies endowed with miraculous effects, comparable to if not surpassing heavenly spiritual roots. They were the true children of destiny. The Shun family supreme elder had already surpassed 700 years of age. A golden core cultivator's lifespan cap was but 800 years. If this pillar supporting the heavens were lost, the Shen family would immediately crumble apart. For years the Shen family had fretted over having no worthy successor. To see such a genius emerge unexpectedly, it was truly a sign that heaven never seals off all exits. Upon hearing the elder's words, Master Fong remained completely unmoved and replied calmly, "The young girl you mentioned, she was just here." The elder's heart sank. With his vast experience, he instantly sensed that Master Fong had no interest in Shen Qinghua. Before leaving, the Supreme Elder had told him not to entertain any hopes. Initially, he hadn't believed it. Who wouldn't want to take on such talent? Yet reality had proven his predecessor's words prophetic. Master Fong said no more, returning to his recliner for tea and sunlight. "In that case, I won't disturb you further." The elder managed a bitter smile, no longer pressing the matter. He bowed respectfully and departed the scripture pavilion. On the return journey, Shen Yun and Shen Qinghua chatted merrily. But upon reaching their doorstep, they found a white-haired elder standing alone, evidently having waited some time. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he bowed deeply. "Greetings, elder." The visitor was indeed Shen Linfeng. Having been refused when he proposed Shen Qinghua's study under Master Fong, he now intended to train her himself. This visit was to take Shen Qinghua back to the main lineage. "It's you. I can't believe how much time has passed." The elder recognized Shen Yun. Years ago, the younger man's composure had left a profound impression, but his talent was merely average, so he had been forgotten. Shen Yun nodded inwardly. "The eldest elder has come personally. It seems Qinghua is highly valued by the Feng lineage. In that case, I am at ease." Shen Qinghua bit her lower lip, anxiety visible on her face. The elder looked at her kindly and said, "Come with me to the main lineage for your cultivation." Shen Qinghua turned to look at Shen Yun, her delicate hands clutching the edge of her garment, her expression full of hesitation. Seeing this, the elder's brows furrowed slightly, his tone deepening. "Now is the time to lay your Tao foundation. You cannot afford to delay any longer." Shen Yun stepped forward, gently ruffling Shen Qinghua's hair, and said warmly, "I met Uncle In yesterday. I had planned to persuade you later, but now is a good time to discuss it. Everyone has their own path. Even if you hesitate and stall, you will ultimately find your way back to it." Seeing Shen Qinghua still had her head bowed, Shen Yun encouraged her, "In my heart, you have always been a strong girl. Go and walk your own path." There was a long silence before Shen Qinghua finally lifted her head, her expression resolute. "I understand." Shen Yun breathed a long sigh of relief. Seeing Shen Qinghua staring at him intently, her luminous eyes filled with reluctance, he offered her a reassuring smile of encouragement. The worry between the elder's brows finally dissolved. With a sweep of his broad sleeve, he seemed to transform into a gentle breeze, carrying Shen Qinghua away gracefully. Gazing at the distant snow-white clouds, Shen Yun stood motionless for a long time, lost in thought, until Shen Pingxing found him and pulled him back to reality. Patting his shoulder, Shen Pingxing spoke gently. "Parting is but for a better reunion. Relax, my son." Shen Yun glanced at him and said calmly, "When did you return, father?" "Just now. I happened to see the elder taking Qinghua away." Shen Pingxing studied Shen Yun for a moment and secretly sighed at his own needless effort. The lad's mental maturity was frightening. No comfort from him was needed. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate." Shen Yun withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Seeing this, Shen Pingxing hurriedly called out, "Next month your cousin Qianluo will be visiting. Don't forget to go down the mountain to meet her." Shen Yun paused, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and continued on his way. "That boy remains as aloof as ever." Shen Pingxing snorted to himself. "Qinghua is fine, but unfortunately our family isn't worthy of her." Thinking of how many days he had spent running about, finally finding a distant relative who showed interest, Shen Pingxing felt his hard work had paid off. He decided to find Shen Yun for a drink to celebrate. Unaware of the pit his father had dug, Shen Yun returned to his room and threw himself into cultivation. Unknowingly, 10 days slipped by in silence. The atmosphere within the clan grew solemn, as the assessment drew near. The youths of the Shen family cultivated with ever-increasing diligence. It was not just the newcomers of this generation. Everyone under the age of 15 had to undergo the cultivation assessment, which was designed to weed out and select promising seeds for cultivation. While talent in cultivation was undoubtedly important, it was ultimately mere potential. Only by converting talent into actual cultivation strength could one become the talent that the Shen family truly required. Those who performed exceptionally in the assessment would not only receive a wealth of resources, but the outstanding ones among them would also have an olive branch extended by the main branch, marking them for focused cultivation. The lecture hall was now packed to the brim, teeming with numerous Shen family youths engaged in animated discussions. This batch is truly a gathering of elites. 10 people have already broken through to the qi refining realm. Indeed impressive, but the strongest is still Shen Xiao. It is said he has already touched upon the bottleneck of the second stage. Is that true? It's only been a single month. The disparity between individuals is truly disheartening. Do you see those senior disciples over there? They finished their assessments long ago. They are staying here just to catch a glimpse of Shen Xiao's brilliance. Only then did the crowd notice several tall youths in the distance, their gazes fixed upon Shen Xiao in the midst of the crowd. At the very front stood a youth with a jade-like countenance and long hair. His name was Shen Qingshu. Having just reached the summit with a cultivation of the 4th stage of qi refining, he had received personal commendation from the 5th elder. Standing opposite him at a distance was a short-haired young woman. Her face was filled with heroic spirit, and her aura was on par with Shen Qingshu's. This was Shen Fian, also at the 4th stage of qi refining. She had fallen slightly short in their recent clash, placing second. Quite a few people crowded around Shen Qingshu, whereas Shen Fian stood alone, appearing somewhat isolated and helpless. The Wind lineage is indeed suffering from a dearth of talent. Other than Shen Fian, the rest are utterly mediocre. I believe Shen Qiu will make a wise choice. Our Thunder lineage is the true path to a glorious future. The Shen family was divided into 2 major factions: the Thunder lineage led by clan head Shen Liyuan and the Wind lineage led by Grand Elder Shen Linfeng. Even within a single family, conflicts would inevitably arise when it came to the distribution of benefits, let alone the Shen family, which boasted a population of 100,000. With everyone harboring different aspirations, this division had gradually formed over time. Fortunately, the 2 factions merely differed in their philosophies. Both strove for the betterment of the Shen family. Thus the Supreme Elder tacitly permitted such competition. These youths belonged to the Thunder lineage, and they had remained here precisely to recruit Shen Qiu. With a grand wave of his hand, Shen Qingshu said in a deep voice, "In the year-end Grand Clan competition, Big Brother Shen Feng will surely claim the top spot. At that time, the Thunder lineage will secure even more resources. What we must do now is recruit genuine geniuses." Brother Qingshu is right. The Wind lineage has always revered bloodlines, utterly disregarding branch disciples. For the growth of our clan, we must do our part. I have long been sick of this distinction between direct and branch lineages. Only an open-minded leader like the clan head can guide the Shen family toward the future. I heard the Wind lineage produced a genius named Shen Qingrua, who was immediately given vigorous cultivation by the clan. What supreme injustice! We must show those who revere bloodlines that heroes are not defined by their origin. The youths of the Thunder lineage were high-spirited, swearing to achieve greatness in the future. Even the newcomers present were swept up by their fervor, feeling a sudden urge to join the Thunder lineage. His face flushed with excitement. Shen Kuangtao could not help but urge, "Lady Qingrua has already gone to the main branch to cultivate. Why should you, Brother Shen Qiu, remain entangled in factional divides? Why not join the Thunder lineage and meet her at the summit in the future? That would make for a splendid tale." Shen Qiu hesitated. He had witnessed the sincerity of the Thunder lineage, and with Shen Qingrua's departure the scales in his heart had already begun to tilt. Seeing this, Shen Kuangtao immediately added fuel to the fire. "Lady Qingrua's background is transcendent. Only absolute strength is worthy of such a favored daughter of heaven." Shen Qiu clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Once the assessment is over, I will join the Thunder lineage." Hearing these words, Shen Kuangtao's face lit up with joy. Shen Fan had personally promised him that if he could bring Shen Qiu into the Thunder lineage, he too would secure a coveted spot. "Once I join the Thunder lineage, Shen Yun, I will repay the humiliation you inflicted on me 100-fold. Shen Kuangtao roared inwardly. Ever since he awakened his triple spiritual roots and hitched his wagon to Shen Qiu, he had been respected wherever he went, living a life of smooth sailing. Until he met Shen Yun. That single blow had utterly stripped him of his dignity and shattered his self-esteem into pieces. That gaze which looked upon him as if he were a pitiful insect deeply stung his fragile pride. As the 5th elder paced forward, the noisy square finally quieted down. Almost at the exact same moment, Shen Yun arrived, just in the nick of time, causing barely a ripple of attention. The 5th elder scanned the surroundings, and then said in an orderly manner, "Step forward in sequence. The spirit testing formation will display your cultivation." As his voice fell, a brilliant light flashed at the very front of the square. A formation shaped like a hexagram manifested, and from the center of the array core a white pillar emerged, marked with various gradations. The numerous Shen family youths stepped forward in an orderly fashion, entering the formation one by one. The testing proceeded rapidly. Everyone noticed that only when someone close to the qi refining realm appeared would the 5th elder look down to record their name. He did not spare so much as a second glance for the rest. The senior disciples understood this perfectly. These rejected youths were already eliminated, never again to receive the clan's attention. Over 3 years there would be 3 such screenings in total. Those who remained were like gold panned from the sand, regarded as seeds for foundation establishment. Shen Kuangtao walked back with a smug expression. His cultivation at the first stage of qi refining placed him among the top, drawing considerable attention. However, when he turned to look at the senior disciples, he found their expressions indifferent, showing no interest whatsoever. Had I not been injured by Shen Yun, I could have taken another step forward. How detestable! Shen Kuangtao felt deeply unwilling, his resentment toward Shen Yun escalating to a whole new level. When Shen Qiu stepped onto the stage, he instantly became the center of attention. Even the habitually taciturn Shen Fian looked over. Exuding an imposing aura, Shen Qiu first glanced back at Shen Yun with a look of haughty arrogance before stepping into the formation. Whoosh! The graduation instantly surpassed the first stage of qi refining and continued to climb. Under countless expectant gazes, the blue pillar of light halted just beneath the second stage mark, a mere 3 inches short. As expected of Shen Qiu, he is but a single step away from the second stage of qi refining. He will likely break through before long. To achieve such results in just 1 month. This is what a true genius is. A commotion erupted across the venue. The newcomers looked at Shen Qiu with envy, their faces filled with deep admiration. The senior disciples were no longer calm and collected, murmuring with sighing emotion, as expected of a dual spiritual root genius. Even Brother Qingshu. At this point the voice came to an abrupt halt. Shen Qingshu took over the conversation. There is nothing that cannot be said. I am far inferior to him. He then stepped forward, stopping in front of Shen Qiu. On behalf of the Thunder lineage, I extend an invitation to you once more, Brother Qiu. I hope you will consider it carefully. Shen Fian also approached, saying solemnly, would you be willing to join the Wind lineage? We are willing to cultivate you with resources equal to those of the Direct lineage. Facing both invitations simultaneously, Shen Qiu replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. I prefer to join the Thunder lineage. My apologies, Lady Fian. Seeing this, Shen Qingshu laughed heartily. Excellent. A wise bird chooses its branch. Brother Qiu, you will certainly not regret this. Shen Fian's face stiffened. She pursed her lips and walked away, looking somewhat despondent. This scene came as no surprise to the crowd. Today the influence of the Thunder lineage grew stronger by the day. Not only did they possess Shen Feng, the foremost figure of the younger generation, but a steady stream of geniuses continued to emerge from their ranks. In contrast, the Wind lineage was weakening by the day. Even a fool would know which path to choose. Shen Qingshu took a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shen Qiu, then spoke. To celebrate this joyous occasion, I have prepared a modest banquet at the Tianxiang restaurant. You must come, Brother Qiu. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Shen Qiu replied, Brother Qingshu, please wait a moment. I wish to see the assessment results of a certain individual. Shen Qingshu grew curious. Oh, what kind of person could command such attention from you, Brother Qiu? Shen Kuangtao jumped out and said coldly, it is that Shen Yun. He envies Brother Shen Qiu's talent, and we had some conflicts with him previously. With a sinister look in his eyes, he acted as a lackey standing behind Shen Qiu to borrow his authority. Shen Qingshu looked down from the stage and said calmly, is it that Shen Yun who is acclaimed as a young genius? It seems he is wallowing in the past and cannot face reality. If the opportunity arises, I shall help you vent this grievance, Brother Qiu. Thank you, Brother Qingshu, but I still wish to settle this matter myself. Shen Qiu clenched his fists. He wanted to shatter Shen Yun's pride with his own hands, letting the world know who the true genius was. Under numerous hostile gazes, Shen Yun paced forward and stepped into the formation. Not only did you skip classes for a month, but you also dared to provoke Qinghua. Let us see what you are truly made of. The fifth elder stared at the formation, but the scene that unfolded next left him completely frozen in shock. The spiritual light surged wildly, passing the first and second stages without any resistance whatsoever. The second stage of qi refining. The third stage of qi refining. And it is still climbing. The fifth elder was filled with astonishment. The pillar of light did not halt its ascent until it was on the verge of touching the fourth stage. In an instant, the entire square fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the formation in dumbfounded shock, the waves of shock in their hearts unable to settle for a long time. A sudden thunderclap erupted on the level ground, leaving everyone as if plunged into a dream. They could not help but gaze at the stone pillar repeatedly, yet reality remained unaltered. Shen Yun stepped out from the formation array. Having made yet another breakthrough during this period, he had now reached the sixth layer of the qi refining realm. Revealing just a major portion of my cultivation is enough. He had no intention of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Being overly secretive would only embolden the clowns to become more egregious. Appropriately revealing his edge would save him from a multitude of troublesome matters. I clearly possess superior talent, and have cultivated day and night, spilling countless drops of sweat. Why is it that I still cannot catch up to him? Shen Qiu's face turned ashen. He felt like an absolute laughingstock, especially upon witnessing Shen Yun's indifferent gaze, which caused jealousy to relentlessly gnaw at his heart. Shen Kuangtao instantly ceased all hostility, his mouth agape like a fish out of water, struggling for breath, hiding behind the crowd for fear of drawing Shen Yun's attention. Shen Qingshu's expression stiffened. He desperately wanted to recruit Shen Yun, yet having just uttered boastful words, taking action now would undoubtedly be a slap to his own face. He was now caught in a dilemma, riding a tiger with no way to dismount. As for the others, it took them a long while to recover their senses, their faces filled with awe, as though they were gazing upon a living legend. The third layer of qi refining in just a single month. How on earth did Shen Yun achieve this? I heard that even Shen Feng was only at the second layer of qi refining during his first test. Could the spirit testing array be broken? There are always geniuses in this world who defy imagination. Shen Yun was already extraordinary in the past, so this level of performance is not entirely unexpected. As if returning to the past, Shen Yun had once again established his absolute prestige, while Shen Qiu was no longer even mentioned. It was akin to a rustic wealthy landlord encountering a hereditary noble heir, Comparing them side by side would only invite public ridicule. Shen Yun had already prepared herself to return empty-handed, yet she never expected a sudden turn of events to bring such hope. She hurriedly stepped forward and invited him. Would you be willing to join the Wind Branch? We will do our utmost to satisfy your demands. Shen Yun glanced at her and said calmly, I have no conditions. If I must name one, then help me look after Shen Qingrua. He had absolutely no interest in these factional struggles. Having a protective umbrella was more than sufficient. Accepting favors makes one beholden. With his talisman crafting skills, why would he ever worry about lacking spirit stones? There was no need to incur heavy karmic debts. Shen Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to be so easygoing. She immediately promised, Lady Qingrua is a key figure of cultivation within our Wind Branch. Please rest assured. This condition caught everyone completely off guard. By the time they recovered their senses, Shen Yun had already drifted away, departing quietly once the matter is settled. This is truly Shen Yun's style. Perhaps he is indeed the one with the most supreme talent. If it were me, I would have definitely seized the opportunity to make demands. Given his performance, the resources invested in him would certainly not be small. I reckon he didn't care about it at all. I heard he and Lady Qingrua are childhood sweethearts. Joining the Wind Branch is probably solely for that reason. Shen Xiu stared intently at his departing back, roaring in his heart. Is the very thing I fought with my life to obtain something you dismiss so disdainfully. He had still been smug about joining the Thunder Branch, yet the other party did not care in the slightest. Jealousy twisted his soul further and further. No one noticed that a wisp of black smoke silently drifted into his body. Let us return as well. Shen Qingshu's face was as dark as water. Although he had achieved his goal of recruiting Shen Xiu, he could not summon even a shred of joy. Upon returning home, Shen Yun was immediately met with the curious gaze of Shen Pingxing. Why are you looking at me like that? Shen Yun was somewhat speechless. Noticing Shen and drinking tea nearby, he greeted him. Uncle, and you are here. Seeing his calm and unruffled demeanor, Shen Pingxing sighed with emotion. I knew you were extraordinary, brat, but to silently cause such a massive commotion. Seated at the dining table, Shen and raised his cup and said, I must thank you, worthy nephew, for speaking up on Qingrua's behalf. Your uncle and toasts you. Shen Yun raised his teacup. Uncle and is too polite. Qingrua is just like a younger sister to me. There is no need for such words. Shen Yun drained the spiritual wine in his cup in one gulp, looking at Shen Yun with immense appreciation. He then spoke up. With your aptitude, cultivating in the main lineage would not be difficult either. Your uncle and can go speak on your behalf. Shen Yun shook his head and said calmly, Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lin, but I still prefer my days on Luoyuan Peak. There is no need to trouble yourself. Going to the main lineage was nothing more than enjoying abundant spiritual energy and receiving guidance from better mentors, yet these were utterly useless to him. Shen nodded and said, You have been independent since childhood, so I shall not persuade you otherwise. Shen Pingxing waved his hand and said casually, Forget about this brat. Brother, and today we shall drink until we are thoroughly drunk. Seeing the two of them starting to drink and chat, Shen Yun shook his head and returned to his room to cultivate. Piaomiao Peak, the residence of the Shun family's main lineage. The towering peak pierced straight into the clouds, with mist and clouds from the horizon swirling around its waist, making the summit invisible at a single glance. A silver waterfall cascaded straight down. Cranes soared, spiritual herons roamed, and dense spiritual energy enveloped the mountain forests. Looking out, it resembled a soaring dragon rising into the heavens. This was the spirit vein of Piaomiao Peak, more than 10 times larger than that of Luoxia Peak. Deep within the obscure clouds, a magnificent bronze palace stood. Inside the hall, all the prominent figures of the Shen family were gathered together, holding a family assembly. The second elder Shen Hong was a middle-aged man with a tall, broad build and a spine as straight as a spear, exuding an aura capable of dominating the 8 wildernesses. Without rules, there can be no order. I can understand your desire to nurture Shen Qingrua with all your might, but the family must act according to the rules. The second elder's expression was indifferent, yet his words carried a weight as solid as a bronze tripod. The third elder frowned slightly, for true geniuses exceptions are worth making. Is Shen Qingrua's talent still not enough to warrant our utmost cultivation? The fourth elder was a woman with salt and pepper hair. Her weathered face still bore traces of her youthful beauty. Tapping her fingers gently on the armrest, she said unhurriedly, Even so, she must prove she possesses that potential. Geniuses who perish are countless, ultimately strength must speak for itself. The fifth elder remained silent. Since Shen Qingrua was his maternal granddaughter, he chose to recuse himself at this moment. The great elder raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, What is the patriarch's opinion? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the tall man seated upon the main throne. The latter did not reply immediately, his resolute face devoid of any emotion, resembling an ancient Taoist statue in a temple. After a long silence, Shen Leiyuan finally spoke. Let it be decided by the family grand competition. As long as Shen Qingrua can secure a place in the top 5, she shall henceforth belong to the first sequence of the Shen family. The third elder's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but speak up. By the time of the next grand competition, Shen Qingru will have only cultivated for a single year. How is she to compete with the others? Anyone under the age of 30 could participate in the grand competition, which included no shortage of experts at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining. For Shen Qingru to enter the top 5 was easier said than done. The second elder clenched his large hand and said in a deep voice, "Only by transcending ordinary perception and turning the impossible into reality can one be called a true peerless genius. If she cannot even achieve this, how is she worthy of the Shun family's full cultivation?" The fourth elder chimed in. Shun Feng broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining at the age of 17, yet even he does not belong to the top 5 sequences. How could the first sequence be attained so effortlessly? Over the centuries, the Shun family had produced countless remarkable figures. The difficulty of securing a place in the top 5 among them could easily be imagined. Only those with supreme talent, immense perseverance, great fortune, and extraordinary wisdom could accomplish such a feat. Let it be decided thus. The great elder delivered the final verdict, and the others fell silent one after another. Time flies in the realm of cultivation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivation is indeed like climbing a celestial ladder step by step. I have finally stabilized my cultivation at the peak of the 6th layer. Shen Yun awoke from his meditative state and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. During this period, he had kept a low profile, doing nothing but cultivating and contemplating the black jade slip. As time passed, he gradually came to understand the true meaning behind Mr. Feng's words. The 5 elements are not only a path of mutual generation, but also one of mutual overcoming. Only through this cycle of generation and overcoming can there be endless progression. With another attempt, the 2 spiritual energies of fire and wood intertwined in a wondrous manner. They merged seamlessly into one another, possessing both the fierce intensity of fire and the vibrant vitality of wood, manifesting an incredibly profound state. To think that 2 different spiritual energies can briefly fuse together is truly terrifying. Shen Yun took a deep breath, holding this nameless technique in even higher regard. After numerous attempts, he discovered that the 2 spiritual energies could stack upon each other. However, the difficulty was immense. Even with his high comprehension, he could only fuse 30% of the total amount. Even so, the power of his Taoist arts had increased by 50%. Even though his cultivation journey had been short, he knew how terrifying this was. I should buy some gifts before visiting Mr. Feng at the scripture pavilion again. Shen Yun pulled back his wandering thoughts as something suddenly occurred to him. Right, today is the day Sister Qianluo comes to visit. Shen Yun tidied his attire and rushed down the mountain without a moment's delay. Meanwhile, in the market town, a luxurious carriage had been parked by the roadside for quite some time. Passers-by looked over curiously, only to see an elegant and beautiful young woman gazing out of the carriage window. For tall, grim-faced sabersmiths surrounded the carriage. Warned by their cold glares, the pedestrians quickly averted their eyes. When Shen Yun finally arrived, the woman's eyes lit up and she stepped out of the carriage. Only then could the onlookers see her full appearance. Her brows seemed slightly knitted as if shrouded in mist, and her eyes held a subtle, affectionate gleam that was neither purely joyful nor sorrowful. Dressed in a court skirt and a cloud shoulder cape, she looked like she came from an elite noble household, possessing an elegant temperament that was unforgettable at first sight. Sister Qianluo, Shen Yun stepped forward quickly. Was your journey smooth? Lin Qianluo smiled beautifully. With the guards of the prince's mansion protecting me, what could possibly go wrong? As for you. She gently raised her fair hand to measure his height. We haven't seen each other for 2 years, and you've already grown into a fine young man. Lin Qianluo and Shen Yun's mother both hailed from noble families of the great Zhou dynasty located beyond the Songlong Mountains. Shen Yun grew up on Luoyan Peak. When he was young, he had accompanied Shen Pingxing to the great Zhou dynasty twice. On the other hand, Lin Qianluo would occasionally visit the Songlong Mountains for leisure, and the two had always gotten along quite harmoniously. Shen Yun reached out to help her down from the carriage, chuckling softly. Is Sister Qianluo here to enjoy the scenery this time? Lin Qianluo flicked his forehead and said in an annoyed tone, the family has thoughts of arranging an engagement between us. Be honest, is this your idea? Shen Yun was completely dazed. Recalling Shen Pingxing's meaningful smile, he couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose and smile wryly. It must have been cooked up by my unreliable old man. I have no idea what he's thinking. Please don't misunderstand Sister Qianluo. Seeing his troubled expression, Lin Qianluo burst into laughter. I figured as much. By the way, where is Qingruo? She loved following you around since she was a child. How come I don't see her this time? Shen Yun replied, Qingruo is currently cultivating in the main lineage, so we probably won't be able to see her for a while. So that's how it is. Lin Qianluo raised her eyelids and said cheerfully, let's not talk about that anymore. Show me around. I've been bored to death staying in the imperial capital. The two of them chatted and laughed. At the corner of the street, a young man dressed in bright yellow Taoist robes was gritting his teeth so hard they almost shattered as he watched this scene. Such intense resentment immediately caught Shen Yun's attention, and he looked over at once. Shen Yun asked in confusion, that person seems to be the third prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Why is he here too? Lin Qianluo glanced over and said helplessly, "He's like a piece of sticky candy. I just can't shake him off. Let's ignore him." Shen Yun smiled knowingly. "Sister Qianluo's charm is as great as ever. Your suitors have even chased you all the way to the Songlong Mountains." Lin Qianluo glanced at him and said huffily, "Don't you know I have no interest in romance? I am a woman destined to become a sword immortal." Shen Yun shook his head. When Lin Qianluo was a child, she loved reading legendary tales. She would mimic chivalrous heroes wielding a wooden sword to challenge people everywhere, leaving the children of her age black and blue. This traced back to the female sect master of the Guhong sword sect. With a single sword, she defeated the 3 great golden core experts of Songlong, enjoying unparalleled fame and being revered by the world as the Guhong sword venerable. Across the 3,000 miles of the Songlong Mountains, there were 3 great golden core clans: the Shun family, the Su family, and the Shangguan family, standing in a tripartite balance of power. Additionally, there were many smaller factions relying on these 3 clans to survive, creating an intricate web of relationships. In the cultivation world, strength is respected above all. The Guhong sword sect was the largest sect within a 10,000-mile radius, and all clans had to pay tribute to it. The Shen family was no exception, offering 10% of their profits as tribute every year. Though it seemed like exploitation, it was actually a form of protection for the clans. The cultivation world was not as peaceful as it appeared. Demonic sects and beast races were countless. Without the protection of a powerful force, they would only end up as meat on a chopping board at the mercy of others. The Guhong sword sect was already considered fair and upright. Foundation establishment clans paid 30% of their profits, and Qi refining clans paid 50%. If it were some of those ruthless factions, they might even take 80 to 90%, treating people purely as beasts of burden. The Shun family's hundreds of years of peaceful development were closely tied to the Guhong sword sect. Many in the Shen family regarded the Guhong sword venerable as their idol, dreaming of one day becoming a grand figure who ruled over an entire province. Lin Qianluo walked with a light step, like a joyful lark rushing into any spiritual shop that caught her interest to shop. Shen Yun followed leisurely behind. The third prince, who had been hiding in the corner, stepped forward and whispered, "You must be Qianluo's cousin. May we have a word in private?" Shen Yun glanced at him, stopped in his tracks, and asked, "Is there something you need?" The third prince rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed. "To tell you the truth, I have liked Qianluo for a long time. You see, having heard that the Lin family intended to form a marriage alliance with the Shen family, he had abandoned his imperial duties and rushed over without stopping." Shen Yun gave him an amused look. "Rest assured, I have always regarded her as an older sister, and Sister Qianluo has no such intentions either." Upon hearing this, the third prince beamed with joy. "Today I finally understand what it means to feel like old friends at first sight. If Brother Shen ever needs anything in the future, I will never refuse." At this moment, Lin Qianluo walked out of the shop and gave him a warning look. "Don't you dare lead my brother astray." The third prince warmly patted Shen Yun's shoulder, smiling brightly. "How could I? Your brother is my brother. We were just having a wonderful chat." Lin Qianluo remained expressionless. Meeting her gaze, the third prince couldn't help but shrink his neck back, looking somewhat intimidated. Shen Yun found it highly amusing watching the third prince run around to serve her, rushing to pay with spirit stones and doing everything he could to please her. After wandering around for an hour, Lin Qianluo seemed to lose interest. Seeing this, Shen Yun suggested, "It's getting late. Why don't we go to my place for lunch first?" Lin Qianluo's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Great. I've been wanting to try Brother Yun's cooking. Let's head back quickly." Last time Shen Yun cooked, Lin Qianluo had been skeptical. It was only when she saw the feast, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, that she realized people are truly different. Recalling the burnt black lumps she used to make, she decided on the spot never to step into a kitchen again. The third prince naturally had no objections and eagerly followed behind. When they returned to the mountain gate, however, they noticed a tense atmosphere with guard patrols conducting thorough inspections everywhere. Shen Yun found it strange and used his divine sense to eavesdrop on others' conversations. To think a thief would dare to sneak into Piaomiao Peak to steal, what audacity. "I heard the thief is highly skilled in shear restraining techniques. If the second elder hadn't noticed in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The Songlong Mountains haven't been peaceful lately. It's highly likely to be a spy sent by other factions. We must remain on guard." Shen Yun pieced together the details. Recently, a rumor had been circulating in the Songlong Mountains that Shen Changkong's lifespan was nearing its end and his vitality was rapidly declining. Once this news got out, other factions began to stir, constantly testing the waters and causing numerous friction incidents. To think that spies have already reached Piaomiao Peak. It really is a turbulent time. Shen Yun's heart sank slightly. The Supreme Elder was undoubtedly the pillar of the Shen family. If he were gone, the family would immediately fall apart, with unimaginable consequences. Shen Kuangtao was currently on patrol. Ever since joining the Thunder lineage, he had successfully gotten into the guard squad, earning an extra 1,000 contribution points each month, making his life quite smooth sailing. At this moment, he noticed Shen Yun's group and immediately suggested to Shen Qingshu ahead, "Brother Qingshu, Shen Yun is bringing back 2 strangers. Shouldn't we conduct an inspection? Shen Qingshu's gaze narrowed slightly. He could easily tell that this kid wanted to seek personal revenge, but since it was indeed a routine check, he went along with it, and agreed. Shen Kuangtao leaped forward, putting on airs as he said, "Halt routine inspection." Shen Yun paused, and said calmly, "They are guests from the Great Zhou dynasty. Surely they don't need to be inspected." Meeting his calm gaze, Shen Kuangtao's heart skipped a beat, recalling the fear of being dominated. "I have the Thunder lineage backing me now, what is there to fear?" Shen Kuangtao raised his head defiantly, and said, "With thieves causing trouble lately, we must investigate strictly." Shen Qingshu took a step forward, and said slowly, "Indeed. We ask for Brother Shen Yun's cooperation." Shen Yun glanced back, and Lin Qianluo shook her head at him, so he said nothing more. Shen Kuangtao took out a detection magic treasure that resembled a compass containing a drop of fresh blood in the ladle seemingly belonging to the thief. He waved the compass back and forth to scan the two of them, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Seeing him drag his feet, Shen Yun frowned, and asked, "Can we leave now?" Shen Kuangtao looked unwilling, then said coldly, "Piao Miao Peak has lost items, so spatial magic treasures must also be inspected." With that, he reached out to grab the ring on Lin Qianluo's finger. Shen Yun's expression turned cold. Spiritual energy gathered in his palm, and he was about to rip off the other's groping hand. However, someone was even faster than him. The third prince roared in rage, "What do you think you're doing, you bastard?" He hadn't even managed to touch Lin Qianluo's hand after all these years, so the other man's action filled him with righteous indignation. The third prince threw a furious punch. His spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, slamming violently toward Shen Kuangtao, who was utterly unable to react, and could only watch helplessly as the fist landed on him. Crack! Like the sound of shattering glass, Shen Kuangtao was sent spinning into the air. Dozens of his bones snapped with loud cracks, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. His eyes rolled back, breathing faintly, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. "How dare you attack the guard squad? Kill!" Shen Qingshu's face darkened. He apparently hadn't expected anyone to commit violence right in front of him, and with a loud roar he charged forward fiercely. Unleashing his fourth-layer qi refining cultivation, Shen Qingshu formed a hand seal, with one hand condensing a massive fireball that hurtled forward aggressively. The third prince neither dodged nor avoided it. With a single punch, a golden light instantly tore the fireball apart. Under Shen Qingshu's disbelieving gaze, the punch shattered his protective spiritual energy. Crack! Before he could even react, he was sent flying backward, landing right next to Shen Kuangtao in a neat row. To dare cause trouble in the Shen family, what audacity! The sudden turn of events caused a massive uproar. The guards rushed forward one after another, surrounding the three of them. "Captain Shun Li is here." A young man dressed in purple Taoist robes appeared, carrying himself with an imposing and majestic air. The guards immediately parted to make way for him, their faces filled with respect. He was an expert who ranked in the top 5 in the previous Family Grand Tournament. As soon as he showed up, everyone immediately found their anchor. Seeing the miserable state of Shen Qingshu and the other, Shun Li stared intently at the third prince's gaze, incredibly cold. The two stood in confrontation, tremendous spiritual energy surging skyward, stirring up colossal winds and waves. The third prince, hearing his threat, scoffed coldly. To dare lay hands on Qianluo, the fact that I didn't kill him was already showing courtesy to the Shen family. Hearing such audacious words, the escort guard could restrain themselves no longer and reached for their swords to strike. Shun Li narrowed his eyes, the first to regain his composure, and carefully assessed the third prince. Judging by his attire, he must be a dignitary of great standing in the Great Zhou. To possess such cultivation at his age, there are only a few who come to mind. Thoughts flickering through Shun Li's mind in rapid succession, he employed the process of elimination and arrived at one person unable to resist probing. "Might your highness the third prince stand before us?" At these words, the expressions of the escort guard changed in unison, and they immediately withdrew their murderous aura. Clearly the turn of events had caught them entirely off guard. The strength of the Great Zhou imperial household was plain for all to see, surpassing even that of the Shen family. The resources provided by countless subjects amounted to an unimaginably astronomical figure. Moreover, the imperial ancestor was a legendary grand cultivator of the Golden Core realm, far beyond what the Shen family could ever hope to contend with. The later stage of each realm was also known as Grand Cultivator. A Golden Core Grand Cultivator was in existence with hope of reaching nascent Soul 1 that even the Lone Swan Sword sect had to treat with utmost caution. The third prince, Zhou Ziyou, possessed extraordinary talent and enjoyed the emperor's deep trust. No one was willing to offend such a prominent figure. Seeing Zhou Ziyou nod, Shun Li could not help but curse inwardly. These two fools don't even have eyes in their heads, daring to offend just anyone. He felt as though he had been handed a hot potato. Retreating would damage the Shun family's dignity, while pressing forward meant clashing with the third prince. It was truly a no-win situation from either side. Shen Kuangtao, who had just regained consciousness from shock upon hearing that he had offended the third prince of Great Zhou, convulsed throughout his entire body and fainted once more. It was Shen Yun who stepped forward, pointing at Shen Kuangtao to deflect the situation. This fellow has some past grievances with me, so I seized this opportunity to retaliate. Captain Shen Li may investigate the matter thoroughly. Oh, is there truly such a matter? Having been offered a way out, Shen Li's spirits lifted. Seeing Shen Kuangtao's utterly shameful state, he declared with utter disgust, "Who is this person? To dare act in such a manner is a grave violation of family rules and demands severe punishment." A quick-witted member of the escort reported promptly, "This man is called Shen Kuangtao. He only has cultivation at the first layer of qi refining and only joined the escort through connections. We've long found him an eyesore." Shen Qingshu took a long while to pick himself up from the ground, his face bitter as he said, "It was I who recruited Shen Kuangtao into our ranks. I asked the captain to mete out punishment accordingly." He now regretted his decision to the bone. Not only was Shen Yun extraordinarily gifted, he also knew prominent figures like the third prince. One would have to be insane to wade into such treacherous waters. "From now on I'll keep my distance from Shinxiu." Shen Qingshu sighed inwardly, finding his previous acts of opportunism utterly laughable. Shen Li crossed his arms over his chest and declared in a low voice, "For your failure to judge character, your salary shall be docked for 1 year as a warning to others. As for this black sheep, Shen Kuangtao, have him sent to the mines. It just so happens that the Gung metal mine has been short-handed lately. Release him after 3 years." Upon hearing this punishment, the crowd could not help but shudder. The Gung metal ore was incomparably hard, requiring spiritual power throughout the entire excavation process. Even those made of iron could not endure a single day of it. In the long run, one's cultivation would even regress. It was the cruelest punishment within the Shen family. After having the half-dead Shen Kuangtao carried away, Shen Li laughed aloud. "The guilty has been judged. Is the third prince satisfied with this resolution?" Zhou Ziyou did not answer, but instead turned his head gently and asked, "Qianluo, what do you think?" Lin Qianluo raised her eyelids and replied calmly, "Let it be. Let's not cause Brother Yun any more trouble." Only then did Zhou Ziyou nod and say, "I never wished for conflict. It was that man who was so aggressively overbearing. Please convey my intentions on my behalf, Captain Shen Li." Shen Li breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. "The third prince is too courteous. The fault lay with us from the start. We ask for your generous forbearance." The storm thus came to an end. Shen Kuangtao, who had just dully regained consciousness, heard that he was to be exiled to the mines and was utterly devastated, wailing and lamenting as though in deepest mourning. Shen Li, being closest to him, had his eardrums ringing from the noise and simply slapped him unconscious with one blow. Peace was once again restored to the world. Only now did the crowd realize that Shen Yun was not only extraordinarily talented, but also possessed an extraordinarily deep background. In their hearts, they immediately classified him as someone absolutely not to be provoked. At Piaomiao Peak, Xinxiu learned of this news. Not a trace of expression crossed his face, his entire being remained as calm as still water, as though cataclysmic changes had just occurred. At this moment, he was cultivating within a private villa. Judging by his aura, he had already broken through to the second layer of qi refining, with the third layer merely a step away. Before him hovered a mass of pitch-black mist, profound, dark, and mysterious, as though originating from the 9 nether depths. Within it, the faint outline of a woman's visage could be discerned. "This, Shen Yun, is your opponent." The woman's voice was ethereal, as though echoing from 10,000 ages past, reverberating throughout the courtyard. Xinxiu nodded. Since the day of his spirit root examination, this mysterious entity, calling herself Biluo the Venerable, had appeared and had since taken up residence within his qi. Biluo the Venerable claimed she could provide him assistance, though each intervention came at the price of a karmic debt. Xinxiu did not fully understand her meaning, but guessed that she was likely a remnant soul from antiquity. In his heart, he was both wary of her and intent on exploiting her. Biluo the Venerable seemed to perceive his thoughts and said in an eerie voice, "Based on your account, he should possess a spirit body." Upon hearing the term spirit body, Xinxiu immediately asked, "What is a spirit body? Is it a special type of constitution?" "Precisely. The body is akin to a treasure vault, and cultivation is the process of continuously unlocking it. A spirit body is like possessing the key to that vault from birth. A powerful spirit body allows cultivation to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Shen Yun you speak of must possess a spirit body, otherwise someone with only 3 spiritual roots could never have reached the third layer of qi refining in a single month." Upon hearing Biluo the Venerable's explanation, Xinxiu could not help but mutter, "So this is what you've been relying on. No wonder you always appear so composed and confident. In your eyes, I'm probably nothing more than a pitiful buffoon, aren't I?" Xinxiu clenched his fists tightly. He had once believed he had already surpassed that figure, only to realize it had all been a fool's fantasy. Biluo the Venerable took in everything and said in a remote voice, "Your aptitude far surpasses his. You need not think so poorly of yourself." Xinxiu's expression shifted drastically as he urgently asked, "What do you mean by this?" For ordinary cultivators, letting their Tao heart fall into darkness is no different from seeking death. But you are different. Negative emotions will instead unleash your true potential. You possess the 9 nether spirit body, which is precisely why I have appeared. After a brief pause, her tone grew incomparably solemn. I can help you walk the legendary path. Biluo the Venerable's words carried a wealth of information. Shen Xiu's countenance shifted again and again. So I too possess a spirit body. Shen Yun, I am not inferior to you. Shen Xiu said, his fists clenched tight. He asked, what exactly is this legendary path the Venerable speaks of? Biluo the Venerable's voice grew ever more ethereal as she recounted the secrets of antiquity. The reason the heaven-chosen prodigies of the primordial era were invincible among their peers, unrivaled in all directions, was because they could fuse multiple types of spiritual power within a single furnace, achieving ultimate sublimation. You barely possess the qualification to walk this path. Shen Xiu drew a deep breath, catching certain clues from between her words. So spiritual power can actually be fused together. Wouldn't that mean its power would multiply directly? Biluo the Venerable affirmed, precisely. You possess the 9 nether spirit body. Though your spiritual root aptitude leaves something to be desired, you are barely capable of cultivating twofold spiritual power. Shen Xiu's face brightened with joy. Once I cultivate twofold spiritual power, can I defeat Shen Yun? Hearing this, Biluo the Venerable let out a contemptuous laugh. Such beings were exceedingly rare, even in antiquity, those with the qualification to ascend to the polar realm of heaven's chosen. Should you possess twofold spiritual power, you could defeat him in the span of a single breath. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiu declared with iron resolve, I beg the Venerable for guidance. The woman within the black mist regarded him with an ambiguous smile and said in a remote voice, rest assured. With this seat taking action, Shen Yun is nothing but chickens and dogs and clay. The price is merely one karmic debt. Quite the bargain, isn't it? Her words were laden with temptation, seemingly capable of stirring the deepest desires buried within the heart. Shen Xiu became slightly dazed. Recalling Shen Qingruo's radiant beauty, he declared in a low voice, I accept your terms. Then let us begin. As Biluo the Venerable's voice fell, the black mist enveloped Shen Xiu. His form grew eerily quiet, undergoing a transformation of aura. Shen Yun, I will defeat you at the family grand competition. At Luoyan Peak inside Shen Yun's residence, Zhou Ziyou poured a cup of tea, slowly adding ice cubes into it, and did not set it on the table until the water temperature was just right. The temperature is just right. Qianlua, you should drink first. Zhou Ziyou had a pleasing look on his face, showing none of the overbearing aura he had just possessed when looking down upon the world. Lin Qianluo took the tea, raising her brows, as she said, Junior brother Yun is cooking for us all by himself, yet you aren't going to help him. Understood. Zhou Ziyou immediately rushed into the kitchen, thoroughly enjoying himself as he picked, washed, and chopped the vegetables. Shen Yun could not help but admire her silently, as expected of Sister Qianluo. This man is the 3rd prince of the great Zhou after all. Without a shred of imperial arrogance, Zhou Ziyou assisted in the kitchen, and with his help the dishes were soon served. As the 3 of them sat down, Lin Qianluo's eyes lit up, realizing that every dish was one of her favorites. It is still this very taste, only the dishes cooked by Junior brother Yun are the most authentic. Lin Qianluo ate quickly, yet preserved her etiquette, appearing exceedingly elegant. Zhou Ziyou beamed with smiles, rarely picking up his chopsticks, instead gazing at Lin Qianluo frequently, as if her beauty alone could satisfy his appetite. Shen Yun smiled without a word, watching them as a warm and cozy atmosphere filled the room. After the meal, they chatted about cultivation. Hearing that Shen Yun had already reached the 3rd layer of qi refining, Lin Qianluo said, in surprise, Junior brother Yun, you are as outstanding as ever. You have already caught up to me. Zhou Ziyou was secretly astonished. With such a rapid cultivation speed, could he possess a heavenly spiritual root? Upon hearing that Shen Yun only had a 3-element spiritual root aptitude, Zhou Ziyou understood, Brother Shen must possess a spiritual physique. At this thought, Zhou Ziyou said, Brother Shen, have you ever heard of the Dragon Blood Pool? Shen Yun was taken aback, not understanding his intention, and shook his head. The Dragon Blood Pool is a supreme treasure passed down by the founding ancestor of the great Zhou, possessing the wondrous effects of strengthening the physical body and cleansing the spirit. Zhou Ziyou took a deep breath and said solemnly, Brother Shen, you can visit the great Zhou next year. I will petition my royal father to grant you a slot. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun's expression turned to one of shock, and he hastily replied, this is far too precious, there is no need for such a gesture. Lin Qianluo's gaze softened immensely as she said softly, if it is too much trouble, then forget it. I thank you on behalf of Junior brother Yun for your kindness. Zhou Ziyou shook his head and said lightheartedly, there are 10 slots in total every year, so it is no grand matter. Seeing that Shen Yun still wished to decline, he waved his hand, saying, you are Qianluo's brother, so we are family. Let us not speak of such formalities. Lin Qianluo's face flushed slightly, and she could not help but strike him with a playful fist. If you dare talk nonsense again, you won't get to eat dinner tonight. Seeing them flirting, Shen Yun also caught on, and said, in that case, I offer my gratitude to Brother Zhou. The 2 of them enjoyed their stay at Qixia Mountain for 5 days, before preparing to return to the Great Zhou. Before their departure, Shen Yun presented them with 50 high-grade talismans. Lin Qianluo chided gently, are you still being so polite with your sister Qianluo? Shen Yun smiled, and said, these are crafted by my own hands, and are of little value. They are just for you to keep for self-defense. Zhou Ziyou raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying Brother Shun is actually a spiritual talisman master. This brother is truly impressed. Of course, look whose brother he is. Lin Qianluo smiled beautifully as she took out a jade box to carefully store the talismans, leaving Shen Yun with a wry smile in his heart. Junior brother Yun, if you get the chance, come to the Great Zhou. Your sister Qianluo will show you all around the imperial capital. Lin Qianluo helped Shen Yun adjust his clothes, bidding farewell with a face full of reluctance. Zhou Ziyou laughed heartily. Brother Shen, you must come next year. I shall keep a seat reserved for you. Meeting, knowing each other, parting, and reuniting. Such indeed seemed to be the main melody of life. Shen Yun waved his hand, watching them depart from Luoyun Peak. After they left, Shen Yun found himself at leisure. I should pay a visit to Mr. Fong at the library pavilion. Having prepared his gifts, he made his way to Tianwei Mountain. In the early morning, the mountain forest was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Bright sunlight filtered down, the air was crisp, and the trees were lush green, brimming with the essence of nature. Shen Yun walked with brisk steps, taking in the beautiful mountain scenery with a relaxed and happy mind. Halfway up, his brow furrowed slightly as he caught the scent of blood, yet he continued forward without showing any sign. Swoosh! The sound of tearing air rang out as a glinting silver dagger was pressed against his neck, followed by a low voice, "Do not move." Shen Yun stopped in his tracks, seemingly startled by the sudden turn of events. The person behind him had just breathed a sigh of relief when they suddenly felt as though their mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. In the next instant, they lost consciousness and collapsed limply to the ground. Where did this petty thief come from, daring to sneak into Tianwei Mountain? Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Shen Yun turned around to look. Lying on the ground was a slender figure clad in black clothes and trousers, wearing a black veil, dressed like a cat burglar. Her chest was stained red with blood, indicating she was severely wounded. Shen Yun stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Is this the thief? She doesn't seem very bright." Grabbing her by the collar, he hoisted the burglar up and continued up the mountain, intending to hand her over to the guard patrol along the way. After walking for a while, he spotted a familiar figure in white, strolling leisurely. Shen Yun stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Mr. Fong." Mr. Fong looked over, sizing him up carefully for a moment, and then said in surprise, "I did not expect you to truly reach this step. Follow me." With a wave of his wide sleeve, Shen Yun felt the world spin around him. In the next instant, he appeared upon a Taoist platform. Once he took in his surroundings, Shen Yun was secretly astonished to bring me to the summit in a mere instant. What kind of divine ability is this? The summit of Tianwei Peak was shrouded in mist and clouds. The rising morning sun shone through the clouds, casting a golden border upon the yin-yang fish diagram beneath their feet. I never expected that a person of heavenly attunement like you would exist in the northern desolation. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Mr. Fong's voice echoed across the mountaintop. With a flick of his finger, the white clouds slowly shifted, ultimately transforming into a table and chairs. Seating himself, Mr. Fong pointed to a cloud chair and said, "Sit." Shen Yun sat at the table and asked, "What is a person of heavenly attunement?" Mr. Fong raised his eyelids and said calmly, "That is a legend left behind from ancient times. I only know that a person of heavenly attunement possesses heavenly wisdom capable of piercing through the mysteries of all things in the world." Shen Yun was momentarily dazed, as such a description was indeed extremely fitting. Mr. Fong tapped his fingers on the cloud table, and after a long silence he pondered, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Shen Yun was stunned for a moment and did not agree immediately, even though he knew the person before him was undoubtedly an earth-shaking figure. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yun asked solemnly, "What can I learn from you, sir?" A teacher is one who propagates the Tao, imparts knowledge, and resolves doubts. What he needed was not a protective umbrella, but a guide. Mr. Fong's eyes flashed with brilliant light as he said solemnly, "The jade slip I gave you is merely the key to the path of the eternal ultimate realm. Is that enough?" Shen Yun was startled. The black jade slip was profound and vast, encompassing the transformations of the 5 elements, yet there was an even more powerful continuation. He instantly realized that this was a hard-come-by opportunity. Falling to his knees to perform the formal apprenticeship, Shen Yun said solemnly, "Greetings, master. Remember my name, Fong Tianyi." Mr. Fong raised his hand slightly, and Shen Yun was immediately lifted by an invisible force. Heavenly 1 generates water, earthly 6 completes it. Shen Yun recalled this ancient adage and felt it was exceedingly fitting. Now that you have initially fused the powers of fire and wood, you are not far from the 3rd type of spiritual power. However, this is not your limit. Fong Tianyi flicked his finger, and a burst of golden light erupted from his fingertip, flying into Shen Yun's sea of consciousness. A mysterious cultivation method manifested, every word a gem expounding the ultimate truths of the 5 elements Taoist arts. 5 elements transcendent art, this is. Shen Yun scanned through it briefly. Countless flashes of inspiration erupted in his mind, and the 3 types of spiritual energy in his sea of qi surged silently, as if a brand new power was being nurtured. Fong Tianyi said solemnly, "With your talent, you are fully capable of cultivating all 5 elemental spiritual powers simultaneously. However, you only have a 3-element spiritual root. Even if you can cultivate the other 2 elemental powers, their strength would be hard to match. The 5 elements transcendent art can resolve this issue. Shen Yun listened intently, feeling as though a door to a whole new world had been opened. Those who eat grass are swift, but foolish. Those who eat meat are brave and fierce. Those who eat grain are wise and clever. Those who eat qi are divine and long-lived. The earliest cultivators were also known as qi refiners. The way of qi harbors the true essence of cultivation. If you can govern the 5 elemental spiritual powers and forge a peerless foundation of endless creation and destruction, you might have a slight chance in the future to glimpse the legendary realm of the 5 qi converging at the origin. Hearing Feng Tiany's words, Shen Yun instantly gained clarity on his path ahead. To cultivate the 5 elemental spiritual energies to an equal level and then fuse them into one indeed shares a subtle similarity with returning from the postnatal to the prenatal state. I wonder what kind of spectacle it will be when the 5 elements gather together. As he was lost in thought, Feng Tiany looked at the female thief lying on the ground and teased, "I have said all that needs to be said. This little girl is about to wake up. You can handle the rest yourself." The moment his voice fell, his figure vanished into thin air without a trace. Shen Yun composed himself, looking down to see the female thief's fingers twitching slightly and her eyelids starting to flutter as if she would wake up in the next second. "I can't be bothered with such troublesome matters." Shen Yun flicked his finger, sending a burst of spiritual power to strike the back of the female thief's head, causing her to instantly pass out again. Once again grabbing her by the collar, he carried her like a piece of trash and strolled down the mountain. At the foot of Mount Tianwei, the patrol guards paced back and forth. The thief vanished right after reaching this place. Could she have hidden on the mountain? The second elder strictly forbade anyone from disturbing Mount Tianwei. "Captain, what should we do now?" Hearing the guard's inquiry, Shun Li's face darkened like still water. He said solemnly, "Surround the foot of the mountain for me. I will personally go up to capture her." Just as he was about to act, he saw Shen Yun strolling over carrying a familiar figure in his hand. Upon seeing the patrol squad, Shen Yun tossed the female thief onto the ground and said casually, "I found this fellow on the mountain just now. She was acting suspiciously, so I knocked her out. See if she is the one you are looking for." Shun Li recognized the female thief at a glance and immediately laughed heartily. "It is indeed her. The patrol squad has been searching for her for days. This time we truly owe it to you, Brother Yun." His heart was filled with astonishment. The female thief possessed extraordinary skills. Even when severely wounded, she was not someone an ordinary person could contend with. He had not expected Shen Yun to capture her single-handedly. To the side, Shen Qingshu marveled in his heart. The female thief has a cultivation of at least the 5th layer of qi refining, yet she was captured by Shen Yun. What terrifying talent! I must never make an enemy of him. Shen Kuangtao served as a warning example. He immediately decided to find an opportunity to present a gift of apology and turn their swords into plowshares. "All right, I'll leave her to you. I'm taking my leave." Shen Yun could not be bothered with such matters and promptly departed. As Shun Li watched his retreating figure, he mused in his heart. To think Shen Yun was hiding his strength so deeply. The Grand Clan competition has just gained another opponent. Pulling back his thoughts, Shun Li instructed, "Bring the female thief to Piaomiao Peak. Do not keep the second elder waiting." "Yes." Obeying the order, the crowd closely followed Shun Li to Piaomiao Peak. Upon entering the main hall, they discovered that several grand elders had gathered together. Furthermore, a majestic-looking stranger was seated upon the main throne. Yu'er. At the sight of the female thief, the majestic man stood up immediately, his powerful spiritual pressure instantly forcing the patrol guards back. The expressions of the crowd shifted, but seeing that the grand elders made no move, they had no choice but to stand down. Atop the high platform, Shun Leiyuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Su Yu dotes on his daughter, as if she were his very life. I hope to heavens nothing has happened to her. The elders were also utterly helpless. Initially, when the patriarch of the Su family came to them, they were filled with confusion. But upon hearing that the female thief was actually his daughter, everyone was instantly left speechless. The cause of this was rather bizarre. Somehow news of Shen Qingrua's talent had leaked. Once the rumor of her suspected spiritual physique spread, it caused a massive stir throughout Mount Songlong. The power of a spiritual physique was unquestionable. Moreover, Shen Qingrua's spiritual root talent was also highly outstanding. Consequently, busybodies immediately hailed her as the #1 genius of Mount Songlong. Su Yuner's talent was unmatched within the Su family. As the patriarch's daughter, she had been pampered since childhood, enjoying smooth sailing in all her endeavors. Unwilling to accept the rumors, she had sneaked over alone to investigate, and the outcome spoke for itself. Su Yu truly lived up to his name as the patriarch of the Su family. His exquisite healing Taoist arts were admirable, and after a brief moment, Su Yuer woke up. Seeing her father, all the grievances in Su Yuer's heart erupted. Weeping like rain on pear blossoms, she sobbed, "Father, you finally come to save me." Su Yu had originally intended to reprimand her, but seeing her state, his heart melted completely. He comforted her. "Yuer has suffered." The onlookers kept their heads down and remained silent, not daring to disturb the touching scene of the father-daughter reunion. Once the atmosphere eased, the second elder spoke awkwardly. This old man accidentally injured your esteemed daughter this time. I hope Patriarch Su can forgive me. The second elder felt extremely aggrieved. It was clearly the other party's fault, yet forced by the current circumstances he had no choice but to swallow his pride and apologize. Currently the Su family was powerful, especially since the Shen family and the Shangwan family had frequent frictions. Offending them at this juncture would yield more harm than good. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Su Yu immediately waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, there is no need for this. It was merely a misunderstanding." With the air cleared, the atmosphere grew much warmer, and Su Yu even expressed his willingness to deepen cooperation with the Shen family. Glowingly delighted, Shen Yuan had not expected a misfortune to turn into a blessing. He immediately invited Su Yu to attend the year-end Grand Clan competition as a guest. Su Yu was somewhat sullen. When she reached to touch the back of her head, she found that the large bump had not yet subsided. That despicable fellow actually knocked me unconscious twice. Gritting her silver teeth, Su Yu offered a fake smile to Shun Li beside her and asked, "Excuse me, brother, who was it that brought me down from the mountain?" Seeing her sweet smile, Shun Li was dazed for a brief moment. Flattered by the attention, he replied, "It was one of my clan brothers. His name is Shen Yun." "Shen Yun, very well. I have memorized your name." Su Yu's smile grew even more brilliant, causing Shun Li to fall into a slight illusion as he struck what he believed to be a dashing pose. Even after Su Yu departed with her, he remained on the spot, posing with feigned depth. Spring passed, and autumn arrived in the blink of an eye. More than half a year had slipped away. During this period, Shen Yun had learned 2 new techniques, the monolith art and the water element formula, finally gathering all 5 elemental forces. Perhaps because his spiritual roots lacked the corresponding attributes, his cultivation speed was indeed considerably slower. However, given his normal cultivation speed, this was a minor matter. Once the 5 elemental forces reached great mastery, he did indeed find that the other 2 elements were slightly weaker. Thus, Shen Yun began cultivating the 5 elements' transcendent law. It took him half a month to finally bring all 5 elemental forces to an equal level. The fire and wood spiritual energies have already fused by 50%. The progress is decent, but unfortunately, I cannot integrate a 3rd type of spiritual energy. He had attempted it several times, but whenever he introduced a new spiritual energy, the original balance would collapse. For this reason, he had specially consulted Fong Tianyi, learning that only by perfectly fusing the first 2 spiritual energies could he enter the next phase. Therefore, he stopped forcing the matter, redirecting his energy toward cultivating his realm. On this day, after Shen Yun restored his spiritual energy, his sea of qi expanded once more, and the bottleneck broke through as naturally as water flowing into a channel. Withdrawing his technique and standing up, Shen Yun exhaled a long breath. It took 4 months, but I have finally broken through to the 8th layer of qi refining. Upon reaching the late stage of qi refining, Shen Yun's cultivation speed had slowed down, yet compared to others, it was still astonishingly fast. Going from immortal to the 8th layer of qi refining in a single year would cause others to deem him a madman if it were spoken aloud. For those with ordinary 3 spiritual root aptitude, spending 30 to 40 years to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining was extremely common. Moreover, Shen Yun was cultivating 5 types of spiritual energy simultaneously, making the difficulty completely incomparable. Pushing open the door, Shen Yun stepped into the courtyard. Severe winter was approaching, and Mount Luoxiao was clad in a coat of silver. 1,000 miles locked in ice, 10,000 miles of swirling snow. It was as if he were situated in a world of pure ice and snow. Walking down the mountain, he saw a bustling crowd. Young disciples of the Shen family were everywhere, and the lively atmosphere made everyone feel much warmer. Hearing the discussions around him, Shen Yun murmured softly to himself, "How time flies. Today is already the day of the Grand Clan competition. Today is the family grand tournament, an occasion of unprecedented grandeur. It is said that even the patriarch of the Su family will come to witness the matches. This year's competition is far more fierce than ever before. Shun Li, Shen Hong, and Shen Kongqiu are all masters at the 6th layer of qi refining. A true clash of dragons and tigers. Have you forgotten about Shen Feng? He is the uncrowned king of the younger generation. Brother, your information is outdated. Shen Feng has already broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. First place is beyond question. Heavens! Shen Feng is only 23, yet he has already broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. That is aptitude worthy of a golden core. All were discussing the family grand tournament, evaluating the top talents of the younger generation. Among them, Shen Feng drew the most attention. Other geniuses might also shine brightly, but compared to him, they were worlds apart. Aside from Shen Feng, the 3 experts at the 6th layer of qi refining were also frequently mentioned. Shen Li and Shen Hong were both captains of the guard team. They were adept at swordsmanship and skilled in the art of slaughter, belonging to the same lightning lineage as Shen Feng. Shen Kongqiu, on the other hand, specialized in arcane arts. It was said that he had already achieved partial mastery of the earth wall technique and the wood spear technique, balancing offense and defense. His combat power was said to surpass that of the other 2. However, the Wind lineage had only him as its pillar, making him appear somewhat isolated. Beyond these well-known figures, a few dark horses were also under close observation. I hear Shen Qingrua will also compete. Entering the tournament after merely a year of cultivation seems rather hasty. What do you know? Miss Qingrua has already broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining. Her talent is beyond your imagination. It seems Miss Qingrua truly possesses the legendary spiritual physique. She might even rank among the top 10. Shen Qingrua's fame had risen sharply, and many claimed she was the Shun family's #1 genius. Even Shen Feng had not objected. A voice suddenly rang out. Do not forget Shen Yun. He is a monster who reached the 3rd layer of qi refining in just 1 month. Who is Shen Yun? I have never heard of him. Many people looked bewildered. Shen Yun had only revealed his cultivation during the family assessment, and his reputation had only circulated among newcomers. As his deeds spread, some knowledgeable onlookers could not help but exchange uneasy glances. A youthful genius praised by the Grand Elder, who performed poorly in the spiritual root test, yet rose again to surpass a dual spirit root prodigy and stand unrivaled. Each detail recounted sounded like tales from a street vendor's stall, leaving the crowd exchanging bewildered looks. Surely you are not making this up. It is too fantastical. Someone raised a doubt, and the speaker immediately pointed into the crowd and shouted loudly, that is Shen Qiu, the one completely overshadowed by Shen Yun. Every word I say is true. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and beheld Shen Qiu standing out like a crane among chickens. Cloaked in black robes with a stoic expression, he exuded the enigmatic aura of a true genius. Indeed, it is Shen Qiu. It is said he possesses a dual spiritual root and is the top genius of the lightning lineage. To surpass Shen Qiu, Shen Yun is truly extraordinary. He may well achieve remarkable results in the grand tournament. Shen Qiu stood with his arms crossed, his expression defiant. Ignorant fools. Today I will prove who is truly superior. During this time, he had kept a low profile and devoted himself to honing his cultivation on Miaofeng Mountain, all to avenge his humiliation at the grand tournament. To fuse spiritual energy at the qi refining stage, one must cultivate multiple techniques to perfection and comprehend the great 5 elements Tao. This is a realm only peerless geniuses can tread upon. However, you possess the 9-yin spiritual body capable of containing all negative forces. As long as you allow your spiritual energy to carry a hint of demonic nature, you can master and fuse it. Under the guidance of Venerable Biluo, Shen Qiu finally succeeded in cultivating Metal Fire's spiritual energy at the final moment. Though he had only managed a superficial fusion, his combat power underwent a revolutionary transformation. The grand tournament venue was selected at the martial arts arena at the foot of the mountain. By the time Shen Yun arrived, the vast stone platform was already surrounded by layers upon layers of spectators. Countless young geniuses gathered together, poised and ready to compete. Shen Feng is here. Such an overwhelming aura. He has truly broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Clad in black robes as dark as ink, Shen Feng strode forward. His every gesture radiated grandeur, and all were captivated by his majestic bearing. Shun Li and Shun Hong have also appeared. Having served in the guard team for years, their combat experience is immense. They are formidable contenders for the top 3 spots. The 2 tall youths stood at the front row, appearing almost like brothers. Yet their appearances were starkly different. Shun Li's features were sharper and more rugged, while Shun Hong possessed delicate eyebrows and eyes, lending him a slightly androgynous quality. However, their demeanors were so similar, both carrying a deadly austerity tempered by blood and battle, that it was hard to distinguish between them. Shen Kongqiu is still as low-key as ever. I nearly failed to notice him. In the corner of the front row stood a slender youth with light eyebrows, large eyes, and thin lips. Handsome, yet almost imperceptible, much like sunlight. So close, yet one instinctively forgets its presence. With 4 great experts competing on the same stage, the audience's anticipation surged to its peak. A sudden cry of surprise erupted from the crowd. Look, Miss Qingrua is here. Shen Yun looked ahead, and in that instant his gaze met a pair of bright, luminous eyes. Her brows and eyes were like a painted landscape, her face as beautiful as peach blossoms. Over the past year, Shen Qingrua had changed considerably. Her slightly more mature features were even more enchanting, elegant, and vibrant like a snow lotus upon a heavenly mountain, unforgettable at first sight. Shen Yun walked to her side and stopped. So many words lingered in his heart, but in the end they condensed into a single sentence. I am fine. Shen Qingrua spoke the same words almost simultaneously. Perhaps sensing what the other wished to ask, their hearts seemed to resonate, and they spoke in perfect unison. The 2 could not help but exchange a smile. As the patriarch and the 5 elders took their places, the atmosphere at the venue instantly ignited. At the same time, Su Yu arrived alongside Su Yuer. Shen Liyuan, his face beaming with delight, invited them to sit together. The rumors were true after all. The Su family patriarch has come to watch the matches. That must be Su Yuer. I hear she is the Su family's #1 genius, having reached the 6th layer of qi refining at 16. I wonder if it is true. Shen Liyuan waved his hand, and the noisy crowd gradually fell silent. All eyes converged upon the high platform. Today is the day of the Shen family grand tournament. All present are the future of our clan. I hope you will showcase your abilities and achieve excellent results in the competition. Shen Yun delivered his opening remarks, and when he spoke of the rewards, everyone held their breath. Ranks 4 through 10 shall receive 30,000 contribution points, and 1 high-grade first-rank magical artifact. Ranks 2 and 3 shall receive 100,000 contribution points, 1 second-rank magical artifact, and a bottle of high-grade chi recovery pills. The champion shall receive 200,000 contribution points, and 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The richness of these rewards exceeded everyone's wildest expectations. Let us begin at once. I can hardly wait. The numerous competitors rubbed their hands in anticipation, ready to display their prowess. The competition begins. As the competition commenced, the fifth elder emerged upon the martial arena. The first round shall adopt an open selection format. Any contestant capable of withstanding the spiritual pressure for 300 breaths will advance to the next stage. Present yourselves, all participants. Hardly had the fifth elder finished his words when hundreds of figures surged onto the raised platform, all displaying cultivation, at least at the third layer of chi refining. Those daring to enter the competition naturally possessed some skill. Every person present was a clansman, and none wished to suffer public humiliation. The fifth elder surveyed the surroundings solemnly and declared, "Since everyone is prepared, I shall begin." In the same instant, terrifying spiritual pressure swept across the arena, instantly summoning fierce winds across the martial grounds. The competitors felt an overwhelming weight descend upon their shoulders, as though 1,000 caddies of stone pressed down on them. Some with weaker cultivation staggered on the spot, nearly collapsing to the ground. How can this pressure be so overwhelming? I don't think I can endure even 100 breaths. Hold fast. No matter what, I must advance to the second round. Golden body art, channel your power. After 3 years of body refinement, I cannot fall here. Before 100 breaths had passed, nearly a third of the competitors had already collapsed, and many of the rest began to waver precariously. Upon the raised platform, Suyu remarked in admiration, "Judging by the fifth elder's aura, his cultivation must be at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. The Shen clan truly brims with talented individuals." Shen Yun offered a composed smile and replied, "You flatter me, Brother Su. I've heard another member of the noble family has broken through to the void core stage. The Shen clan falls far short in comparison." Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and studied the other man for a moment before speaking slowly. "Brother Shen has long since entered the void core realm and stands poised to form a golden core. There's no need for such excessive humility." Shen Yun shook his head and sighed. "Forming a golden core is exceedingly difficult. In this lifetime, I fear I shall only ever reach the false core stage. But you, Lord Su, still retain a sliver of hope." Hearing their exchange, several elders couldn't help but sigh deeply. Below the golden core lies nothing but ants. Such words are far from empty boasts. More than 7 out of 10 foundation establishment cultivators, constrained by their aptitude and lifespan, can never break through to the 9th layer before their lives end. Only those at the 9th layer of foundation establishment with profoundly solid roots and vibrant vital energy can take that crucial next step, condensing the embryonic form of a golden core. This is the void core realm. Thereafter, one must continually refine and temper spiritual energy through countless trials until the final leap propels them to achieve the immortal golden core. This gap proves as impassable as a celestial chasm, blocking more than 8 out of 10 void core experts. Consequently, many pursue alternative paths, harnessing external forces to compress their mana and ultimately condense the golden core that constitutes the false core realm. Swallowing a single golden core into the abdomen, one seizes control of their own fate rather than submitting to heaven's decree. This captures the essence of the golden core stage perfectly. While foundation establishment cultivators rarely surpass 300 years of lifespan, those who achieve the golden core can enjoy 800 springs and autumns, earning the title of superior person. A superior person stands above all humanity, transcending the mortal realm and rising above worldly desires. That is the majestic aura of a golden core expert. The scene had now reached its climax. 2 minutes had passed, and fewer than 20% of the original competitors remained, the majority being those whose names were already well known. Shen Yun. They truly passed the first round. Wait, is that Shen Xiao? Looking out, they saw Shen Xiao standing upright in black robes with a relaxed expression, seemingly entirely unaffected by the spiritual pressure. I didn't expect another dark horse to emerge. This generation truly boasts remarkable talent. With such effortless ease, it seems Shen Xiao has already broken through to the 4th layer of chi refining. Truly impressive. At the long-awaited praise, the corners of Shen Xiao's mouth rose into a smug smile. But when he looked ahead, his expression shifted instantly, like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. His dark face appeared ready to drip with resentment. Shen Yun and Shen Qingrua stood side by side, discussing amusing incidents from the past year and occasionally sharing laughter. I've invested so much effort and sweat into this. Why does she still refuse to spare me even a single glance? Shen Xiu clenched his fists tightly, desperately suppressing the jealousy burning within him as his gaze grew increasingly venomous. The fifth elder glanced around, and when he spotted Shen Yun chatting and laughing with Shen Qingruo, an inexplicable rage surged within him. This young man dares to exchange coy glances with Qingruo right before my eyes. The fifth elder's expression darkened as he intensified his pressure toward Shen Yun, but the youth remained utterly unfazed as though a gentle breeze were passing by. He clearly has some real skill. I'll see just how capable he truly is. The fifth elder grew increasingly agitated. For an entire year Shen Qingruo had never laughed so genuinely, and this upset his sense of balance. He continued amplifying his pressure, escalating from 50% of his full strength all the way to 90%, yet Shen Yun remained completely unmoved. Shen Yun cast a sideways glance at him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Elder, we've only met twice before. Using your position to retaliate against me doesn't seem quite right. The fifth elder's pressure intensified further, and though it was primarily directed at Shen Yun alone, the excess inevitably spilled over. So much so that even Shen Qingruo began struggling to breathe. Shen Yun extended his hand, projecting his divine sense outward to shield Shen Qingruo, and she immediately felt the pressure lift. Recognizing that familiar presence, she smiled charmingly and said, "Thank you, brother Shen Yun." Shen Yun merely smiled and casually inquired about her recent circumstances. The fifth elder panted heavily from exertion. Watching the pair converse with such evident joy, his composure finally shattered, and he unleashed his full power in a fit of indignation. Rip! The spiritual pressure of a foundation establishment 8th layer cultivator swept through like a sudden gale, producing a cracking roar as it tore through the air. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and secretly channeled his fire, and with spiritual energy, two colored lights forming like a parasol to block the storm raging above. Others fared far less fortunate. Already weakened to their limits, the storm's blow caused them to collapse immediately. One person fell with a thud, triggering a domino effect that took down a whole section of competitors in utter chaos. What's happening? Shen Xiu's face underwent a drastic change. As the closest one to the pair, he bore the brunt of the pressure, and his spiritual energy barrier shattered on impact. When the storm struck, his hair crown exploded instantly, and his long hair was nearly severed by the wind blades, leaving him with disheveled locks and sideswept bangs. His clothes were riddled with tears, giving him an almost artistic appearance. Seems a bit excessive. The fifth elder's expression shifted, and he hastily withdrew his pressure. When the storm finally subsided, Shen Yun and his companion remained unscathed while the rest lay scattered across the ground, battered and disheveled. Spectators exchanged bewildered glances. This single outburst from the fifth elder had nearly wiped out all the competitors. In previous years, at least 60 or 70 would advance to the second round. This was unprecedented. The third elder couldn't help but cough repeatedly, glaring speechlessly at the fifth elder. Even if you harbor ill will toward that young man, you should at least consider the appropriateness of the occasion. Everyone on the platform quickly pieced together what had transpired. Shen Yuan spoke with visible embarrassment. There may have been some misunderstanding. Please forgive us, Lord Su. Su Yu wore an odd expression and coughed to cover himself. Unexpected weather can arise. It's understandable. Meanwhile, Su Yuer found the situation quite amusing and couldn't resist inquiring about Shen Yun's background from those nearby. Once she learned his name, Su Yuer's amusement vanished, instantly replaced by a dull ache at the back of her head. So it was you who knocked me unconscious twice? Just you wait. Su Yuer turned a hostile gaze toward Shen Yun, flames of indignation blazing in her eyes. With the situation spiraling this far, the fifth elder could only remain silent. If he didn't acknowledge the awkwardness, perhaps the competitors wouldn't notice either. Only 8 contestants remained in the arena. Suddenly an idea struck him. Qingruo could secure 5th place with another win. First sequence is within reach. An unexpected favor had turned out beneficial. The fifth elder found himself oddly grateful to Shen Yun. Among those who survived were the familiar faces plus a nimble young man in a plump frame. His eyes darted about before he approached Shen Yun and said, "Elder brother, might I make a request of you?" Shen Yun paused briefly, then asked curiously, "Go on, what is it?" The plump youth bowed his head respectfully and said, "Once you've claimed 1st place, could you sell me a foundation establishment pill?" Shen Yun observed him for a moment and replied pointedly, "How can you be so certain I'll take 1st place?" The plump youth puffed out his chest and declared confidently, "I won't hide it from you, elder brother. I'm quite confident in my own judgment." The plump youth kept addressing him as elder brother despite looking nearly a full generation older than Shen Yun. Shen Qingruo found this amusing and asked, "What's your name?" The plump youth cupped his fists and replied, "To answer Miss Qingruo's question, this humble one is named Shen Wuda." This is a concealment technique approaching perfection. Shen Yun, an expert in such arts, immediately recognized the method to counter it. Activating his divine sense and applying the illusion-revealing art, he instantly sensed the opponent's concealed, yet formidable presence. A jolt of surprise crossed his mind. Qi refining 7th layer, what extraordinary cultivation. Shen Yun studied him for a long moment before murmuring, let's discuss it later. Faced with an unknown master of uncertain origins, he resolved to observe quietly and see what intentions lay beneath. With the first round lineup announced, the crowd was somewhat listless. Shen Xiu has trained for only 1 year. How can he face Shen Hong, who the 6th layer of Qi refinement? The outcome of this match is a foregone conclusion. What does that look so peculiar? Is he performing a piece of behavioral art? Huh. I'm a professional, I rarely laugh unless I can't help it. Shen Xiu, you should go change your clothes, this really dishonors your demeanor. Overwhelmed by the taunts, Shen Xiu hurriedly pulled out a mirror, and upon looking he stood there dumbfounded. What kind of appearance is this? Beggar clothes, side-swept bangs, half-shaved head, face covered in dust. Even a circus clown could not imagine such a naturally flawless look. Shen Xiu's face drained to white, then flushed red, and finally darkened to black, a true chameleon with changing hues. As the instigator, the 5th elder kindly advised, why not tidy yourself up first? You are disqualified from entering the competition the way you are. Shen Xiu darted away like the wind, vanishing in an instant. The speed was lightning. When he returned, he had regained his original appearance. Only his hair had been shaved into a crew cut, gleaming under the sun. Shen Hong held a black greatsword, a gray cloak fluttering, and seeing Shen Xiu finally step up, spoke with calm ease. Our gap is as wide as a chasm. Step back, I fear I might accidentally wound you. Shen Xiu had long suppressed his anger. Upon seeing the other's disdain, he roared, spare the nonsense, and let the blade speak. Shen Hong had meant well to counsel, but he didn't expect the other to be so blind to the times. His anger flared. It seems I must teach you what respect for your elders means. Shen Hong's face darkened. He strode forward, the massive greatsword like a limb, slashing down, with ruthless momentum, a force that knew no retreat. Trifling tricks dare to display themselves before the master. Shen Xiu smiled coldly. Using a refined stepping technique, his movements were as agile as a cheetah, his figure rising and falling, dodging the greatsword strikes several times. Good lad, you really have some skill. No wonder you're so rampant. Shen Hong's expression flickered with surprise, then he no longer held back. As golden spiritual energy flowed through the blade, the black greatsword gleamed brighter, and his swift sword moves grew even faster. Gungjin sword Qi. With a loud shout, Shen Hong sprang like a hungry tiger. Golden sword Qi swept across the sky, its edge aimed straight at Shen Xiu, so fast it dazzled the eyes. This is the early stage of the Jin-type sword technique. Shen Xiu is in danger. Onlookers watched intently, fixed on the scene. Facing the killer move, Shen Xiu sneered. So what if you are at the 6th layer? I can defeat you by crossing 2 realms. Inside his heart, Shen Xiu encouraged himself. Fusion of spiritual energy will not fail. Break through. Gold and fire spiritual energies intertwined. Shen Xiu's body trembled, pain shooting through every bone and joint. This was the price of forcibly merging the 9 nether spirit body with spiritual energy. Rui 100-form fist. Shen Xiu endured the agony and unleashed 2 layers of spiritual energy, a fist technique that combined the sharpness of metal with the heat of fire, radiant and dazzling, colliding with the Gungjin sword Qi. Boom. Like thunderclaps, the impact sent waves of wind and water erupting from the center of the collision. Dust and debris flew, and spiritual energy overflowed. How could a 4th layer of Qi refinement be this strong? Shen Hong's face changed. Overwhelming force roared from the greatsword, forcing him to spit blood from the corner of his mouth, and he could only rely on battlefield experience to dodge and weave, expending energy constantly. Shen Xiu fared much worse. He accidentally brushed against the Gungjin sword Qi. A bloody wound opened in his left kidney, and blood gushed out instantly. Let me defeat you. Shen Xiu's face turned feral. He pressed forward like a mad dog, tearing at Shen Hong. Clutching hands, leg sweeps, throatlock techniques. Shen Xiu spared no means, behaving more like a common martial fighter than a peer of immortals. All kinds of vicious moves flew one after another, and the audience felt a chill on their backs, their eyes almost bulging. Is this really necessary in a match between kin? So insidious and ruthless, it is true demon path style. Shen Xiu's eagerness to win is understandable. In the end, the victor takes all, the rest are doomed. The crowd offered mixed praise and condemnation, but all began to keep their guard up. Shen Hong felt profoundly aggrieved. His opponent's dirty moves were indeed effective, and he could only respond with fatigue. But the gap in cultivation could not be closed as Shen Xiu gradually wore down, danger looming repeatedly. Stop this nonsense, you are not my match. See the reality. Shen Hong counterattacked, gold-type spiritual energy ramming forth, leaving Shen Xiu bleeding heavily. I must not fall here. Shen Xiu fought back with fierce determination, clinging like glue. Gold fire spiritual energy struck at his opponent's vital points, abandoning all defense and trading life for life in a reckless assault. Such a lack of chivalry was something Shen Hong had never faced before. Seeing Shen Xiu's pale face, life hanging in the balance, he hesitated. When Shen Xiu bared his teeth and fought on, Shen Hong could no longer bear it, and roared, "Stop. I concede." He felt utterly aggrieved. Shen Xiu was famed as a genius of the thunder vein. If he had truly slain the opponent, the blame would fall on him. Shen Xiu panted, clutching his long-lost kidney. His voice was like a broken bellows. "In the end, I was one step ahead. You are far behind." Shen Hong's face darkened. Facing such a stubborn foe, he could only count himself unlucky. Such a dramatic result was not what anyone expected. Shen Xiu's unexpected victory stirred a great stir. Crossing 2 realms to defeat Shen Hong, his methods were somewhat unscrupulous, but his talent was undeniable. The Thunder Vein also took note of this young prodigy. The 4th elder personally stepped forward to treat his injuries. Her expression grew stern. She declared, "I have already treated your external injuries with water spirit energy, but you fought too fiercely. Your left kidney has suffered partial necrosis, and you may face some kidney deficiency in the future." Shen Xiu, still basking in victory, was struck like a thunderclap. His head throbbed. When he calmed down to examine himself, he felt as if the world had fallen apart. The kidney had already suffered a heavy blow, and the forced fusion with the 9 nether spirit bodies' energy overflow worsened the injury. Now his left kidney was black as charcoal. The root of the ailment had taken hold. Shen Xiu's hatred boiled, and he began to regard Shen Hong as his second foe. As the match ended, the 5th elder announced, "Second match, Shen Yun versus Shen Li." With the words spoken, the tall Shen Li stepped forward. His angular face looked relaxed, calm, as if nothing could disturb him. "My luck isn't bad. Advancing to the next round should be steady." Shen Li breathed a sigh of relief. He and Shen Hong often sparred within the guard's core, their cultivation on par. The other's defeat reminded him of the stakes, and only when he faced Shen Yun would he feel secure. Shen Hong patted his shoulder admiringly. "You really are lucky, not like me who ran into a reckless kid. Haha, those who love to laugh are never unlucky. Tonight, I'll treat you to a drink at Tianxiang Lu." Shen Li's face glowed with red. Spiritual energy erupted from his feet, and in a single leap, he crossed more than 10 meters to appear on the arena, exuding effortless charm. Shen Wuda's mouth twitched at the corner. "You're the unluckiest one. You should laugh while you can." The first round was too chaotic. Others were overwhelmed by the 5th elder's pressure. Only he noticed Shen Yun's exceptional presence. Watching the boy stride forward, Shen Wuda thought to himself, "Even I, Fatty, couldn't have hidden it better. I didn't expect the younger generation to hold such a monstrous talent." When Shen Yun stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere in the arena instantly ignited. The battle was about to erupt. On the elders' seats, several prominent figures were discussing the grand occasion of the tournament. The 2nd elder talked and laughed with ease, turning his gaze to his side and asking, "Shen Feng, what are your thoughts on this match?" At this moment, Shen Feng was seated in the spectator area. As the absolute favorite to win the championship, Shen Leiyuan had specially invited him onto the stage, demonstrating his deep appreciation for him. Facing the grand elders, Shen Feng spoke, neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. "Shen Li has accumulated his foundation at the 6th layer of Qi refining for 3 years and has already mastered the Lihua sword Qi to the stage of minor accomplishment. Coupled with his rich combat experience, he possesses the strength to contend for the top 3. Neither praising nor disparaging, his evaluation was extremely objective, winning the unanimous agreement of everyone present. Su Yuer suddenly asked, "Then what about Shen Yun?" Shen Feng frowned slightly. After a brief pause, he murmured reflectively, "Judging by his aura, he is at the peak of the 4th layer, which is quite a significant gap from Shen Li. However, Shen Yun is highly talented, and with the brilliant example of our clan brother Shen Xiu before him, I believe the odds of victory are about 30 to 70. Hearing his analysis, Su Yu clapped his hands and laughed, well-reasoned and grounded. Young friend Shen Feng is truly a man of both wisdom and valor. Several elders of the Shen family also nodded repeatedly. To receive praise from Su Yu brought them a shared sense of pride. Su Yuer rolled her eyes at him and grumbled under her breath, "What a terrible analysis. What kind of 4th layer Qi refining cultivator could knock me unconscious in a single move?" The 5th elder harbored the same thought in his heart. This kid is incredibly bizarre. Shen Li is likely going to have a hard time. With a single command, Shen Li struck first to gain the upper hand. Rapid, dense footsteps echoed as he moved like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, his flying sword was already brandished before Shen Yun. Too slow. Shen Yun stood with his hands hanging at his sides. Taking a slight step back, the flying sword slashed through empty air. Shen Li swung his sword once more, cleaving, piercing, tapping, collapsing, and striking. His sword techniques shifting rapidly, leaving the spectators with nothing but a blur of residual shadows. With an expression of utter ease, Shen Yun merely shifted his feet slightly to evade every single sword strike, as if measuring his movements with a caliper. Not a hair too many, not a hair too few. Such incredible speed, such formidable perception. Shen Li's expression grew solemn, his previous ease completely vanishing. His sword lunged like a dragon as sparks flew in all directions, weaving into a dense web of sword light to cut off all of his opponent's retreats. Confronted by the overwhelming barrage of sword light, Shen Yun advanced instead of retreating. His figure flashed repeatedly like a sudden burst of lightning, making the flying sword appear as slow as a crawling turtle before him. Opening his palm wide, a surge of spiritual energy erupted like the eye of a storm. A terrifying shockwave swept outward, sending Shen Li staggering off balance, but it took him immense effort just to stabilize his stance. The exchange of blows occurred in the blink of an eye, and within moments, Shen Li was driven into a disadvantage. The spectators let out a collective breath, Shen Yun's performance completely defying their expectations. What exquisite movement technique. I can't even make out his figure, and even Shen Li is being suppressed. It must be the wandering cloud steps at the stage of minor accomplishment. It is hard to believe Shen Yun has only been cultivating for a single year. It is truly breathtaking. Not only that, but to easily evade Shen Li's numerous sword strikes, his perception is also extraordinary. Shen Xiu's face was dark with gloom, his thoughts brooding, as expected of my greatest rival. Only by defeating someone like you will there be any value in it. Shen Qingrua smiled beautifully, her lovely eyes fixed on the youth's figure on the stage, as she called out loudly, "Go, brother Shen Yun." On the martial arena, Shen Li's brow furrowed tightly. The brief exchange had made him deeply realize how terrifying Shen Yun was. What terrifying talent, surpassing even Shen Xiu. A single misstep, and I will lose everything. Shen Li took a deep breath, concentrating his mind to the absolute limit, not daring to hold back in the slightest. Fiery spiritual energy surged from his body, wrapping around his silver flying sword and instantly vaporizing the surrounding moisture. The terrifying heat even caused the air to warp and distort. Is that the Lihua sword qi? Let me play along with you. Shen Yun glanced at him as a similar fiery spiritual energy swept forth. Though only at the intensity of the fourth layer of qi, refining, the crimson glow was far deeper and richer than his opponent's. He actually knows the Lihua sword qi as well. Is he planning to confront me head on? Shen Li was stunned. Before he could ponder further, the crimson sword qi was already upon him. Not good. Shen Li's face paled. He raised his flying sword and slashed downward furiously, unleashing an identical crimson sword qi that cleaved through the sky. Boom. Crash. A violent collision erupted, filling the sky with a brilliant fiery red light. With his left hand hanging at his side and his right hand forming a sword gesture, Shen Yun embodied the concept of the swordless, surpassing the sword. Despite possessing only the spiritual energy of a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator, he forced Shen Li into a continuous retreat. The tapping sword technique, the slashing sword technique, the drawing sword technique. No matter what kind of sword moves Shen Li executed, they were easily neutralized by Shen Yun, who countered with the exact same techniques. Only faster, more exquisite, and filled with greater spiritual vitality. Whoosh. Shen Yun merged his fingers into a sword, his sword qi following like a shadow. Unpredictable and traceless like a mythical beast, it pierced through the dense web of sword light. As if struck by lightning, Shen Li stood dazed. His flying sword had been knocked away at some unknown moment. His face was pale with shock, and the astonishment in his heart was beyond words. He knew deep down that Shen Yun had shown mercy. Since Shen Yun could disarm him so stealthily, he could have just as easily severed his arm. You win. Shen Li let out a long sigh, his face a complex mix of emotions as he said, Brother Yun's swordplay has reached the pinnacle of perfection. I am far inferior. He had thought he drew a favorable lot, but now he realized he had been blind to the bigger picture. His Lihua sword qi was nothing more than child's play before his opponent. This was a truly peerless genius, and he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. On the elders' seats, many prominent figures showed shifting expressions. With their keen vision, they knew exactly what this scene signified. This is the Lihua sword intent at the stage of grand accomplishment. This youth is far too extraordinary. So you took a deep breath. Looking around, he found that the others were equally astonished. He could not help but wonder to himself, could it be that even they were unaware of this boy's talent? Just as he suspected, everyone's impression of Shen Yun was still stuck on how he was a year ago. When his cultivation at the third layer of qi refining was revealed back, then it did indeed cause a minor stir. However, Shen Yun possessed only a 3-element spiritual root, and since there were many ways to quickly boost one's level during the early stages of qi refining, they had not paid it much attention. A sudden realization struck the Grand Elder. Wait, Shen Yun seems to belong to my Wind lineage, doesn't he? His heart was filled with a mixture of joy and bizarre irony. Someone he had completely neglected turned out to be a supreme genius. It was like spending a fortune on a treasure only to realize that the free gift included was the true masterpiece. The third elder praised. I recall that several years ago the Grand Elder already took note of Shen Yun's talent. You truly have an eye for genius. Having heard of this matter, the others could not help but turn their gaze toward the Grand Elder. Shen Liyuan's eyes flickered. The old man hid this so deeply. Could he be afraid that our Thunder lineage would snatch him away? How incredibly scheming. The second elder's gaze was dark and unreadable as he looked meaningfully at Shen Yun on the stage, his thoughts unknown. With the Grand Elder maintaining an inscrutable expression, everyone became even more convinced that this was his doing, praising his long-term foresight. Even he himself had not expected that his casual action back then would lead to such a narrative. Coughing twice he said, this old man simply could not bear to see his talent buried. I did not expect him to be so outstanding. The members of the Wind lineage were elated, praising his great foresight, while those of the Thunder lineage looked solemn, cursing him in their hearts as a cunning old fox. While the spectators were still savoring the brilliant match, the fifth elder announced the roster for the next round. Shen Feng versus Shen Wuda. As soon as the announcement fell, the crowd's interest waned. Who is Shen Wuda? I've never even heard of him. This match is completely devoid of suspense. I know him. He's a street vendor in the market. He scammed me out of 20 spirit stones for a bottle of low-grade cheer-covering pills. Now that you mention it, I remember too. The fireball talisman he sold me was a dud and almost cost me my life. It seems you all are still poorly informed. The unscrupulous fatty is notoriously famous in the market with countless victims to his name. Hearing the murmurs around him, Shen Wuda muttered indignantly, slander. Absolute slander. I, Shen Wuda, have always treated young and old alike with honesty. People call me the little gentleman of integrity. No one paid any attention to his words. As more and more victims spoke up, they began to denounce him publicly. Silence. Do not disrupt the progress of the tournament. Only when the fifth elder spoke did the commotion finally subside. Shen Feng leaped down from the high platform, his posture elegant like a soaring dragon, as he landed gracefully upon the martial arena. Please, brother Shen Feng, teach this fellow a good lesson and avenge us all. Hearing the crowd's clamor, Shen Feng's expression turned serious, seemingly intent on giving his opponent a proper lesson. With a light smile, Shen Qingrua said cheerfully, I could tell he didn't look like a good person earlier. He really is a big fraud. He is in trouble now. Shen Yun shook his head and said slowly, it is not that simple. I fear even Shen Feng might not be able to do anything to him. Shen Qingrua showed a look of confusion, but the scene that followed would soon resolve her doubts. The sun hung high in the sky and the blue-green tiles of the arena shone brightly under the light. Shen Feng swept his sleeves, and the fiery spiritual energy formed a giant hand like an eagle diving for a hare, suddenly closing in on Shen Wuda. Good heavens, you came out swinging hard. Shen Wuda cried out as his plump figure moved with astonishing speed, bouncing on the ground like a ball, the fiery giant hand brushing past him time and again. There's a method to this. That seems he's not just a swindler. Shen Feng said, somewhat surprised. At his 7th level chi, a casual strike would not be inferior to Shun Li's best effort. Though Shen Wuda looked perilous, he was not actually harmed. His expression grew serious as he formed seals with his hands, the 5 fingers of the fiery giant hand coalescing into 5 fireballs that roared toward Shen Wuda. Boom, boom. The successive explosions rang out. The solid granite ground blasted into several craters, fire waves sweeping in all directions, and the heat feeling as if it had reached a lava field. This guy, is he dead, or what? The crowd looked on as the dust cleared, revealing the plump figure of Shen Wuda stepping out from the blast center, cursing under his breath. It's scorching hot, you fatso. Are you trying to kill someone, eh? Shen Wuda dusted off his old robe. Aside from a bit of soot, he looked no different than before. Seeing Shen Feng still ready to move, he shouted, You're formidable, I concede. When the 5 elders announced the result, Shen Wuda whistled and stepped down from the stage, leaving the spectators gnashing their teeth. This guy is truly lucky he wasn't blown to bits, someone muttered. You're still too naive. Selling so many fake goods and still alive, the life-saving skill of the Wuda fatty is not to be underestimated. A calamity that lasts for ages. From now on, we should keep our distance from him. Shen Feng watched his back with a heavy heart, thinking his strength is far more than this. Why would he choose to concede? The exchange was brief, yet Shen Wuda left a deep impression with his wind-like speed and calm composure under the barrage of fireballs. Clearly, he possessed the ability to face him in a duel. Shen Wuda walked to Shen Yun's side, shaking his head. Fatty Lord's luck really ran out. Draw Shen Feng first, so the top 5 prize is gone for me. Wind. Shen Yun glanced at him, then softly spoke. Shen Wuda's figure paused, the smile faded from his face as he said, Brother, you have good eyes. He bears the breath of the wind spirit energy. Shen Yun whispered to Shen Qingrua after she looked at him quizzically. Hearing this, Shen Qingrua's eyes flashed, and she finally understood why Shen Yun said Shen Wuda was not simple. Besides the 5 elemental roots, the cultivator world holds other attribute roots such as wind, thunder, light, and dark. These uncommon roots are collectively called unusual spirit roots, bearing many unfathomable mysteries, and often rarer than the heaven spirit root. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Wuda's heart trembled deeper still. This man is truly profound. His sealing technique had reached the great completion, and even Sudan experts would be hard-pressed to see through the flaw. Yet he did not know that Shen Yun had cultivated hundreds of techniques, including perceptive arts, under the blessing of his spiritual sense he could discern the clue. Is this a warning to me? Shen Wuda steadied his mind, understanding the other's implicit meaning. If he plotted mischief, the secret of the wind spirit root would not stay hidden. In the final match, Shen Qingkong faced Shen Qingrua, 2 wind lineage youths both familiar with one another. If Shen Qingrua could reach the top 5 in the grand contest, she would become the Shun family's foremost, while Shen Qingkong's eyes glittered with a plan to let the match be thrown. Shen Qingrua's small face grew serious as she said, Senior brother Qingkong, please do not hold back. I do not wish to win by tricks. What a thing to hide from me, Sister Qinghua, I will give my all, Shen Qingkong replied, meeting her bright gaze with a hint of emotion. Without a sky-high ambition, how can one reach the peak? Shen Yun agreed with Shen Qinghua's decision, adding, without an unwavering Tao heart, even the finest talent is but an illusion. The fight took a sudden turn as both were masters of the arts. The contest tested understanding and command of the spellcraft rather than sheer power. Shen Qingkong rose to stand tall. Woodlands techniques, unleashed with fluidity and ferocity. The ground would frequently sprout a wooden spear, leaving opponents with little chance to defend. Shen Qinghua moved with grace. Water spiritual power, becoming dozens of arrows lashed forth. With spiritual power formed a lotus platform, emitting a blue-green radiance that shielded against the wooden spears. Using two kinds of spiritual power, at once both destructive and transformative, they demonstrated a deep comprehension of the arts. Qinghua, you study water and wood powers together, complementing each other. If you could fuse the two into one, you would rise even higher. Shen Yun's gaze was piercing, taking in every change on the field. In comparison, Shen Qingkong's spell work appeared somewhat stiff, when he defended with Earth Wall, he could not also launch a wood lance attack. Had his cultivation not been higher, the outcome would already have been decided. Shen Xiu's eyes burned as he watched Shen Qinghua, so engrossed that even the necrosis in his left kidney was forgotten. Within his qi, the esteemed Bai Luo Zun's smile was deep. Emotion is the best catalyst for the nine nether spirit body, grow swiftly. The contest gradually became a tug of war. Shen Qingkong shifted from offense to defense. A tall earth wall sealed off all airflow, and only then did Shen Qinghua seize the moment to switch her energy and strike with the wood spear. Fortunately, his reaction was quick, and he summoned a wooden shield, or else he might have fallen. Shen Qinghua grew more at ease, and as time passed, her control of the arts became sharper, her battle experience advanced steadily. The crowd was astonished to discover that her cultivation stood at the 5th level of qi refining, and with the recovery speed of the Emu spirit body, she maintained the upper hand in the exchange. Half an hour had passed, and Shen Qingkong's form flickered. He admitted defeat, saying, I've lost. His energy was exhausted, and he could not continue. Shen Qinghua's pretty face turned pale as she bowed. Senior brother Qingkong, I concede. The match was decided. Shen Yun stepped onto the stage and handed Shen Qinghua a recovery pill, asking with concern, Are you all right? Shen Qinghua swallowed the recovery pill, then smiled. It's only quite taxing, nothing major. The 5th elder coughed repeatedly at the side. Shen Qinghua asked, Grandfather, what's wrong? Are you hurt? It's nothing, you should head down. The next round is soon. The 5th elder almost choked, inwardly vexed. At last it has come. I have waited for this day for so long. Shen Xiu's face glowed with excitement as he strode toward the arena, each step heavy with a result-bearing weight. There was a time when he could only look up at Shen Yun's figure from the shadows. Today, they stood on the same stage. The two faced each other across the arena. The wind rose from a single blade of grass and halted at the center of the platform. Shen Xiu stood with the predatory gaze of a hawk, eyeing its prey, his battle intent climbing ever higher. Shen Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as still water. Finally, it's our turn, Shen Xiu declared with furious indignation, his voice sharp and commanding. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west. Today I shall show the world who the true sovereign truly is. Shen Yun was rendered speechless, feeling that his opponent's mind was somewhat lacking, inexplicably launching into theatrics without cause. Can we begin now? He couldn't be bothered to entertain such foolishness and resolved to end this swiftly. Shen Xiu's countenance darkened, his gaze growing increasingly sinister, for that look of utter indifference in his opponent's eyes had wounded his pride once more. The air crackled with gunpowder from the very start, and the spectators immediately sat up in rapt attention. They say that in the past Shen Xiu was nothing but Shen Yun's lackey, and the two parted ways after the spirit awakening ceremony. Could this be another tale of do not look down on the poor youth? Shen Xiu is clearly trying to prove himself. Both are peerless geniuses of this generation. It looks like we're in for an epic clash of dragons and tigers. Under countless gazes brimming with anticipation, the match officially commenced. Whoosh! Shen Yun struck like lightning, his single step seeming to shrink the very earth beneath him, and he instantly materialized before Shen Xiu. The cloud-stepping technique at its perfect realm, the supreme spiritual energy, fusing fire and wood, and the sword intent of departing fire at the pinnacle of mastery. Sword chi descended as though from beyond the heavens, erupting in resplendent brilliance. Time itself seemed to freeze, and all movements stretched into infinite slow motion. Shen Xiu's cold smirk still hung upon his face when the blood-red sword chi had already descended upon him. Oh! The blood-curdling scream shattered the air. In less than a fifth of a single breath, Shen Xiu was beaten like a tattered sack, his entire body launched violently skyward, tracing a parabolic arc, before crashing heavily beyond the arena. Shhhh. Shen Xiu skidded across the ground, sliding over 10 meters, before finally coming to a halt. His clothes were torn to shreds, fresh blood flowed freely, and he looked no better than a stray dog driven from its home. This can't be real. Shen Xiu's consciousness faded into a haze, his breath hanging by a thread. Yet the agony racking his body was nothing compared to the wound inflicted upon his soul. In a single move, he hadn't even managed to discern his opponent's technique before defeat claimed him. It was no different from swatting away some mongrel cat or cur dog. Shen Yun gazed down at the fallen Shen Xiu, his placid eyes like a heavenly blade that sent chills coursing through all who beheld them. Were it not for the fact that we still share the Shen family name, I would have sent you to your grave on the spot. The other's hostility burned so fiercely, and he had repeatedly come forward to cause trouble. Naturally, Shen Yun would show no mercy whatsoever. The entire arena fell deathly silent in an instant. Everyone stared at Shen Yun with slack jaws and wide eyes, their hearts stirring with towering waves of astonishment. Even the several grand elders could not help but rise to their feet. The third elder nearly lost himself in frenzy as he roared, "Cultivation at the 5th layer of Qi, refining with sword Qi and movement techniques at the Great Perfection realm. How is this possible?" He had never witnessed Taoist techniques at the perfect realm and had assumed Shen Yun's arts merely reached great perfection. Even so, the young man's display left him utterly incredulous, so much so that he suspected he might be trapped within a dream. The Grand Elder was first stunned, then doubtful, and finally overcome with ecstatic joy. He gazed at Shen Yun as though beholding a legendary immortal treasure, unable to tear his eyes away for the longest time. Shen Yun gripped the armrest tightly, his face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "What magnificent talent! What remarkable cultivation! He is the Qilin son of our Shen family." Shen Yun's extraordinary excellence had caused him to abandon all factional prejudice. Whether Wind Vein or Thunder Vein, they were all one family. If Shen Yun were to ascend to the Golden Core realm, he could uphold the Shen family's prosperity for centuries to come. Even if it meant surrendering his position as family head, he would gladly do so. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged, but the veins on the back of his hands bulged prominently, betraying the turmoil within. "I never expected the Shen family to harbor such a rare prodigy. It seems this step was indeed the right one to take." His intention to ally with the Shen family had taken root long ago. The Shangguan clan's power had been growing steadily, already shattering the delicate balance of Songlong Mountain. Recently, news had emerged that the Shangguan family had produced a legendary heavenly spiritual root. This prompted Su Yu to immediately make up his mind to forge an alliance with the Shen family. With Shen Yun's talent, if he joins the Guhong sword sect, he will surely be able to stand against Shangguan Dongjun as an equal, preventing that family from dominating unchallenged. Su Yu's scheming mind worked ceaselessly. The Guhong sword sect was the hegemon of tens of thousands of li in all directions, possessing the finest resources and the most powerful techniques. If the family's genius could enter its ranks, the benefits would be boundless beyond measure. The Su family's ancestor had once been an elder of the Guhong sword sect. That was the most flourishing era in Su family history, when they boasted 3 golden core powerhouses simultaneously and dominated the entire region. Su Yu had originally set his sights on Shun Qingrua, hoping she and Su Yuer might enter the Guhong sword sect together to support and spur each other forward. He never anticipated a far superior alternative would appear. The 5th elder no longer wore a sour expression, his face beaming like spring breeze as he declared, "I've known since you were small that you had a promising future. Indeed, you've not disappointed this old man's expectations." Shen Yun was caught between laughter and tears. Had it not been for all the targeting moments ago, he might actually have believed it. The 5th elder felt no embarrassment whatsoever. A wise man knew when to adapt, and he displayed the composed poise of a seasoned veteran. Joy for some, sorrow for others. Shen Xiu summoned every ounce of strength to drag himself up from the ground, his steps faltering and weaving, resembling an old man on the verge of returning to dust. Those who had once flocked to fawn upon him swiftly shifted like a weather vane, becoming the most familiar of strangers. Now anyone with eyes could see that Shen Yun's future knew no bounds. Who would dare help Shen Xiu at the risk of offending him? Just at that moment, Shen Wuda happened to stride over. He had just gone to fetch some food. A great battle had hollowed out his round belly. Those he had previously swindled were nursing grudges, and one of them suddenly extended a foot to trip him. Who dares to plot against Lord Fatty? Shen Wuda lost his balance, and his eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting Shen Xiu. He seized the opportunity and threw himself forward with abandon. Thwack! His massive posterior landed directly upon Shen Xiu, the weight of over 200 jin pressing down like Mount Tai, forcing a spray of blood to fountain into the air. Oh! Shen Xiu let out a hysterical shriek as he endured an unbearable burden. 7 or 8 of his ribs were snapped in two by the impact. His eyes rolled back, and he plunged completely into a state of shock. Shen Wuda wiggled twice, then leisurely rose from his fleshy cushion. He glanced back and was startled by Shen Xiu's wretched state. "Holy crap! Don't you dare try to scam me. Everyone here can testify for me." Shen Wuda greased the soles of his feet and fled the scene of the crime with alacrity that put even rabbits to shame. After a brief intermission, the discussions at the scene grew increasingly fervent. The once #1 genius versus the current #1 genius. How truly thrilling this will be. My friend, you're behind the times. Miss Qingrua is indeed a heavenly maiden, but compared to Shen Yun, she might still fall a fraction short. I can't fathom how Shen Yun cultivates. Even Shen Feng might not be his match. Under the gaze of 10,000 spectators, the next round of the competition officially commenced. Shen Feng ascended the martial arena with measured steps, his former composure utterly abandoned, each footfall weighted with an unfamiliar heaviness. If it were me, could I truly prevail against Shen Yun? He posed the question to his own heart, and the answer had already crystallized within. As the signal to commence rang out, Shen Feng remained lost in contemplation. The mere thought of defeat's consequences shattered whatever equanimity he possessed. Damn it! Only when a skyful of water arrows came hurtling toward him did he finally return to his senses. In desperate haste, he summoned a wall of flame to defend himself. Shen Qingrua pressed her palms together in ritual seal azure and verdant radiance illuminating the entire arena. Like 10,000 arrows unleashed in unison, her water arrow art and wood spear art intertwined in devastating harmony, pressing Shen Feng into a defensive struggle. His heart has fallen into chaos. In such a state, he cannot possibly manifest the fullness of his strength. Shen Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and through the perception of his divine sense, every nuance of the battle laid bare before him. Shen Wuda remarked with a knowing smile, Shen Feng has dwelt beneath the halo of glory for far too long. His honor has become his very obsession. As the two had foreseen, Shen Feng had plunged into the quagmire of self-doubt. Though his flame Dao techniques far surpassed Shen Qingrua's in raw might, his strikes emerged hesitant, his resolve shaken. He could not bring her down. Shen Qingrua, by contrast, appeared as serene as still water, gliding like a fish through the billowing inferno with effortless grace. Her wood spirit body had begun to manifest its true power, not only restoring her spiritual energy at a staggering rate, but also blessing her wood attribute techniques with augmentation. Against Shen Feng's assault, she yielded not a single inch. Am I truly nothing but a mediocre talent? Since childhood, Shen Feng's path had been one of unbroken triumph, his dual spiritual root aptitude and cultivation advancing far beyond his peers. Within his breast burned a natural pride befitting such fortune. He had regarded the championship of the grand competition as a prize already secured in his grasp. Yet Shen Yun's meteoric rise had dealt him a thunderous blow, and now even Shen Qingrua could stand against him as an equal. These reversals conspired to plunge him into an abyss of self-doubt. Shen Feng's spirit grew ever more fractured, his Dao techniques no longer flowing with their former fluency. The once impenetrable wall of flame began to splinter, gaps appearing in its scorching facade. Now's my chance. Shen Qingrua's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. Under her masterful command, her water arrows traced impossible arcs through the air, striking true against Shen Feng's form. Boom! His limb was pierced through by a water arrow, leaving him unable to sustain his technique. In an instant, the wall of flame crumbled into ash. No! Shen Feng hastily counterattacked, summoning a colossal palm of flame, but it was already too late. The wood spear art arrived in the span of a breath, halting a mere inch from his heart. His complexion stiffened, and his hand fell in helpless resignation. Shen Feng has been defeated. The outcome confounded all expectations. Only moments ago, voices had dared to question Shen Qingkong of showing favoritism. Now the truth stood undeniable before their eyes. Shen Qingrua had prevailed over the stronger Shen Feng, and not a soul dared voice further objection. Shun Li and Shun Hong wore expressions of undisguised displeasure. With even Shen Feng falling in defeat, not a single cultivator of the Thunder Vein had advanced to the finals. The several Grand Elders, equally caught off guard, regarded Shen Feng's performance with profound disappointment. Such a fragile disposition of heart. Such peerless talent wasted in vain. Shen Lian's countenance had grown exceedingly awkward. Shen Feng had been for all intents and purposes his own creation. To see him vanquished by an inferior cultivator was nothing less than an indictment of his own teachings. They discerned that Shen Feng had not deployed even half his true strength. The spiritual energy of a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator was more than double that of the 5th layer. How then could he have fallen so effortlessly? The disciples of the Thunder Vein hung their heads in collective dejection. Only the 2nd elder regarded the proceedings with profound depth, in his gaze a trace of cryptic amusement playing at the corner of his lips. As the grand competition advanced to the finals, one would have expected the most spectacular of battles. Yet many among the spectators found their eyelids growing impossibly heavy. To nourish all living things is the essence of the water Dao, while the wood Dao should above all emphasize boundless vitality and renewal. Shen Yun held purely to defense, offering instruction upon the inadequacies of Shen Qingrua's technique. With the depth of his current cultivation, his guidance came from an immeasurably elevated vantage, striking directly at the very heart of Dao truth. Shen Qingrua inclined her ear in attentive listening, her earnest mien rendering her all the more captivating. Beneath the illumination of her azure and verdant radiance, she resembled nothing less than a celestial maiden descended from an immortal painting. The finals had devolved into a tutorial match. Fortunate indeed that no entry fee was collected, otherwise one suspects the crowd would have demanded their spirit stones returned. That is quite enough. If you wish to discourse, kindly find another venue. The 5th elder could restrain himself no longer and called out in exasperation, He could bear to watch no more. The grand competition drew to its close amid an atmosphere of absurdity. Though the results left many speechless, the proceedings themselves had been nothing short of spectacular. It was not until dusk that the clamor gradually subsided into stillness. Shen Feng wandered alone beneath the moon, a wine goblet cradled in his hand. He raised his cup in invitation to the luminous orb above his entire bearing, radiating an air of profound desolation. What genius am I, the so-called foremost? Now I am defeated, stripped of my place in the course sequence. I am nothing but mediocrity personified. Shen Feng, his eyes blurred with wine, laughed until tears streamed forth. Suddenly a fierce gust arose from within the mountain forest, rustling the leaves into a whispering cacophony and sending dust spiraling across the ground. Who goes there? Shen Feng narrowed his eyes as a towering figure emerged from the darkness. He could not help but raise his guard to its highest. Only upon clearly discerning the newcomer's face did he release a breath of relief. Greetings, second elder. Shen Hung approached and halted before him, his words laden with pointed implication. Had the family elevated you to the core sequence sooner, today's outcome would have been altogether different. Shen Feng's smile carried a bitter edge. Perhaps. Yet such words now come too late. Shen Hung regarded him in silence for a long moment, then suddenly intoned with cryptic profundity, you require a broader stage upon which to spread your wings, and I am capable of providing precisely that opportunity. The mountain winds of evening carried a biting chill, and Shen Feng shivered faintly. The wine's haze was scattered by the cold breeze. What does the second elder mean by such words? Shen Heng's gaze blazed with fierce intensity. Is it not your desire to restore your father's good name? Would the Lonely Swan Sword sect prove sufficient a stage for your ambitions to unfold? Shen Feng's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. He stared at the other with undisguised disbelief, his heart stirring into towering waves of shock. Shen Hung appeared not to notice his wariness and spoke as if to himself. What a heroic figure Shen Lang was in his day. Yet he perished at the hands of his own clansmen's treacherous machinations. It is little wonder your composure has been so thoroughly shaken. Shen Feng's fists clenched until the knuckles whitened. In a voice heavy as iron he demanded, what does the second elder wish me to do? His every aspiration had been to claim a place in the core sequence to avenge his father's name. Had it not been for this obsession, why else would he have become so consumed by fear of success and failure alike, ultimately falling to Shun Qingrua's hands? The second elder's lips curved into a knowing smile, and he replied unhurriedly, the Shun and Su clans have already formed an alliance, preparing to dispatch their younger generation into the Lonely Swan Sword sect. I require you to serve as my hidden agent, conveying to me intelligence of their movements. Shen Feng's brows drew tight together. He sensed he had stumbled into a trap meticulously laid, and a shadow of hesitation crossed his features. Upon witnessing this, the second elder smiled with cold knowing. Have you forgotten how Shun Lang perished? What crime of treason? It was nothing more than certain parties fearing for their own positions. Shen Feng's face twisted into something savage. These words cemented his resolve beyond all wavering. Very well. I accept your terms. The second elder appeared unsurprised and produced a black talisman from his robes. This is a transmission talisman. I shall contact you through it when matters arise. Shen Feng accepted the talisman, and observing that the second elder seemed disinclined toward further discourse, he turned and made his way down the mountain. A moment later, a hoarse voice rose from the shadows. If you were to learn that Shun Lang perished at your own hands, I wonder what expression that visage might wear. Shen Heng's countenance hardened into cruel indifference. Shun Lang was too exceptional by far. His existence had already begun to threaten the grand designs of the Shangwan clan. His death was inevitable. The figure concealed within shadow was silent for a span, then spoke with deliberate gravity. You have lain hidden within the Shun family for 60 years. What in truth is the secret concealed within Mount Tianwei? Shun Heng's eyelids lowered and he spoke with measured weight. I know only that it pertains to an ancient void immortal. To uncover the true circumstances, one must consult that gentleman known as Master Fong. Master Fong. The visitor emerged from the concealment of shadow. A diminutive old crone draped in gray robes, her withered hand clutching a skull-headed staff. Her visage, aged as ancient tree bark, was etched with unmistakable wariness. Should we wish to uncover the secrets of Mount Tianwei, the Lonely Swan Sword sect must be employed against Master Fong. Shun Heng's expression hardened into something ruthless, and he spoke with frigid resolve. Therefore the Shun clan must perish. How else shall the Shangwan clan pluck the chestnut from the flames? Upon hearing his words, the old crone nodded in fervent accord, her voice dripping with venomous certainty. The Shangwan clan has shed boundless blood and treasure for the secrets of Mount Tianwei. Now that Shun Changkong's lifespan draws toward its end, we cannot permit a second golden core cultivator to emerge within the Shen family. Else all our years of sacrifice shall have been rendered for naught. Shen Hung raised his hand in a grand gesture, the very picture of one whose schemes had all fallen perfectly into place. With Shangwan Dongjun presiding over the Lonely Swan Sword sect, the younger generation of the Shun clan shall stir no meaningful trouble. And with Shen Feng serving as our hidden agent, we may even employ him to relay false intelligence to our enemies. The old crone struck the earth with her skull-headed staff, exclaiming in unbridled admiration, "Fellow Taoist, you are truly the embodiment of cunning. This old woman shall await the glorious tidings." Shen Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the myriad lantern lights of the Shen family compound below. The hatred smoldering in the depths of his eyes seemed on the verge of taking physical form. The Shen clan is destined to turn to dust and ashes within my grasp. After the family clan's grand tournament, the 5 elders repeatedly yearned to train at Piamiao Peak. The main lineage cannot be entered or left at will, and staying there would deprive him of freedom, so Luo Yun Peak would suit him better. Yun refused outright, angering the 5 elders who glared at him. The Grand Elder personally sought him out. Seeing Shen Yun's firm stance, he compromised and promised abundant resources. From that day, Shen Yun would have his monthly resources tripled, and he could freely browse the first 3 floors of the scripture repository. Shen Yun thanked the Grand Elder. This time no one objected. Shen Yun's performance had won unanimous approval. Only the 3rd elder remained a little uneasy. Such a fine seed left to grow freely might go astray. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder spoke gravely. Shen Yun is a true genius. Giving him too many directives would only restrain him. All they could do was give him full support. Hearing this, they finally understood how highly the Grand Elder valued Shen Yun. No one spoke again. The rain persisted, spring slipped away, and only when the sky cleared did the heat of summer deepen. In the blink of an eye, March had passed. Shen Yun rested in the bamboo grove at the family gate to cool off. A gentle breeze drifted, bamboo leaves rustled. At a go table, Shen Yun and Shen Wuda played. The latter pretended to stretch with a lazy motion. With a crack, the chess box toppled, and the pieces scattered across the board. Shen Wuda apologized repeatedly, smiling, thinking he had narrowly avoided losing 30 spirit stones again. Shen Yun glanced at him, then produced a recording stone as if by magic, and smiled at his fine eye. Happened to keep a record. Shen Wuda's mouth drew into a line. Watching the board restore itself, he muttered that he had lost this round. He reluctantly produced 30 spirit stones and handed them to Shen Yun, his heart bleeding. Shen Yun accepted with a carefree smile and asked if they should continue. Shen Wuda shook his head like a rattle, secretly vowing never to clash with Shen Yun again. Go had become their 10th contest, whether chess, pai gao, or dice in the early rounds. Shen Yun seemed like a novice, letting him taste a bit of victory. Yet after at most 3 rounds, he had no defenses left, completely wiped out. He mused that Shen Yun might be baiting him. The fatty lord who had roamed the Jianghu for 20 years today admitted defeat. Shen Wuda was completely convinced, his spirit numb from defeat, and he prepared to return to the market to resume his old trade. Shen Yun stood and said, "Let us go together. I also want to sell some talismans." Shen Wuda's eyes brightened. Rubbing his hands, he exclaimed that as a Ling Fu master, Shen Yun should simply sell to him directly, and the price would be fair for everyone. Recently, he had conned a few rich fools, and he planned to replenish his stock. Shen Yun did not mind. He casually handed over a bundle of talismans, only to notice the other man's face darken with disdain. "Why are they all premium talismans? Do you have something cheaper?" Shen Wuda tried a few, finally frowning, and returned the talismans. Shen Yun twitched his lips. It seemed the kid only planned to buy junk to fool people, having no intention of conducting proper business. They reached the town market at the foot of the mountain, and Shen Wuda was immediately surrounded as soon as they entered the city gate. "That brat again. The chi recovery pill he sold me was like a laxative. I spent the whole day crouching, and my legs still feel numb. Don't say it. The flying sword I bought from him was glued together, and I was chased by a wolf demon for 50 li. I'm worse off. The spirit wine I bought, who knows what was in it, made my father-in-law's hair fall out after he drank it, and now my Dao partner wants to break up with me." A mob of victims closed in, eager to drag Shen Wuda off to be punished by the sky lantern. Their anger rose like a tide. Whoosh! Shen Wuda slid away with astonishing speed for someone of over 200 gene, sparks and flashes trailing as he dodged the pursuing crowd. "That guy has already become a public enemy. Next time, keep your distance from him." Shen Yun shook his head and did not want to bother with these troubles. Unhurried, he walked into the Ling Fu building, discovering the staff gathered around as if a distinguished guest had arrived. The VIP seat held a calm, blue-robed woman about 28 with an air of excellence, apparently a Ling Fu master selling talismans. The old manager did not drink tea as usual. He personally valued her wares. Shen Yun looked and saw that all the talismans were premium and valuable. "Shen Yun is here. Come in and sit." Shen Zhong ran over his robe, fluttering the embroidery on his chest, an ancient talisman. Shen Yun felt a stir in his heart and congratulated, saying that Shen Zhong had finally achieved his wish to become a Ling Fu master. It was a joyous event. Shen Zhong smiled shyly, saying thanks to Wang Lao for guidance, and noting the examination had gone smoothly. Becoming a Ling Fu master, he was now a formal employee of the Ling Fu building, and no one would dare to bully him anymore. It seemed the saying was true: when you rise, good people gather around you. Shen Yun placed a talisman on the desk. Shen Zhong was not surprised and began pricing. Turning to a plain talisman, he stopped and exclaimed that it was a top-tier water shield talisman. As soon as the words finished, everyone crowded around. The old shopkeeper stared in astonishment at the talismans, murmuring that the return to simplicity and the lack of glory made this craftsmanship appear flawless and wondrous. Shangguan Yin's autumn water eyes fixed on the talisman, her lips opened, asking if the water shield talisman belonged to Shen Yun. Shen Yun regarded her and nodded. The blue-robed woman spoke with utmost seriousness, introducing herself as Shangguan Yin and requesting something from Shen Yun. Hearing the surname Shangguan, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and replied for her to proceed. Shangguan Yin produced a blue-green talisman and handed it to Shen Yun, explaining that it was a revival charm she refined too. She had tried many times, but never crafted a top-tier revival talisman. Many around looked at the revival talisman, noting its pristine runes and the unceasing vitality of the wood attribute. It was truly a premium among premium. Several who knew what to look for examined for a moment, and the old steward spoke slowly. The runes were flawless, the spiritual power controlled to perfection, 3 parts stronger than an ordinary top-grade revival talisman. His assessment drew general approval, but Shangguan Yin stayed unmoved, waiting for Shen Yun's verdict, and she noted that the craftsmanship was too showy. With those words, the scene paused. Many people's thoughts churned, astonished by Shen Yun's audacious claim. Do you see Miss Nian? Her master is Lingkong Shangren, a senior elder of Tianlan Prefecture's Lingfu Association. This boy must have boldness to speak so. Tianlan Prefecture is vast, spanning tens of thousands of leagues. Songlong Mountain is but a small piece of Tianlan's map. To become an elder in Tianlan Prefecture's Lingfu Association, one's power is beyond ordinary imagination. As Shangguan Yin's direct disciple, her status is on par with the young master of a Golden Core family. Who would dare to judge her so? Yet Shangguan Yin remained unfazed, speaking earnestly. My master also regards me this way. Oh, please, sir, help me understand. Shen Yun's eyes flickered as rumors about this woman flashed through his mind. Oh, perhaps she could be the breakthrough to investigate the Shangguan family. In a flash of intuition, he plucked a revival talisman. As the talisman unfolded, a powerful vitality blossomed. Shangguan Yin immediately lowered her head to look, her eyes shining with wonder. Compared with Shangguan Yin's own disciplined runes, Shen Yun's drawings looked like they flew beyond the heavens. Her carefully carved talismans paled in comparison to his transcendence. If you only imitate, you will always belong to others. The real path must be discovered by oneself. Shen Yun's voice rang out like a great bell in Shangguan Yin's heart. I am always pursuing perfection, hoping to replicate the exact methods of perhaps. That is why my master sent me out to travel. After a long moment, Shangguan Yin recovered and bowed slightly. Thank you, sir, you have resolved my long-standing doubts. Shen Yun waved a hand and looked toward the counter, signaling them to continue pricing. The old steward's guarded heart trembled at such a direct remark, wondering whether these talismans might really be crafted by this boy. He had long harbored suspicion. The signs of progress in these talismans were too obvious. This time, there were more than a dozen top-tier talismans, far stronger than the initial batch. This boy is not simple after all. The old steward glanced at Shen Yun, thinking Shen Zhong was lucky to meet such a genius. Top-tier talismans commanded steep prices. One could fetch 200 spirit stones, and Shen Yun's Qinkuan bag swelled with wealth. When asked if there were higher-grade talismans or jade slips, Shen Zhong shook his head. Second rank and above were rare. Most were passed down through master and apprentice. Shen Yun felt a twinge of regret. If he could craft a second-rank talisman, it would defend him and earn more spirit stones. I have not even a decent magical implement yet. Indeed, it is rather shabby. A top-tier magical implement would greatly aid a cultivator, but common goods cannot compare with going empty-handed. Good things are expensive, and Shen Yun's obsession with earning spirit stones grew deeper. Shangguan Yin spoke softly. If young Master Shen wishes to buy talismans, why not come with me to the Lingfu Masters Association? Shen Yun's expression changed. Do I see? Then please, Miss Shangguan. If you wish to buy talismans, perhaps we should visit the Lingfu Masters Association together, Shangguan Yin said quietly. Shen Yun's face changed. In that case, I would be honored by your company, Miss Shangguan. Deep within the market city stood an ancient courtyard with 3 successive entryways. Hanging upon the vermilion lacquer gates were 5 gilded characters reading Spiritual Talisman Guild. Ascending 9 flights of white jade steps, a brightly lit grand hall came into view. Surrounded by 32 bronze tall lamps, the jade platform in the center was illuminated with brilliant clarity. A middle-aged talisman master was bent over a desk writing. His eyes flashed with sharp intensity as they blinked, and in mere moments a Gungjin sword talisman was complete. Shangguan Yin waited to the side. Seeing him set down his brush, she bowed and said, I have arrived uninvited. Forgive me for disturbing you presently. The middle-aged talisman master put down his talisman brush, his peripheral vision drifting towards Shen Yun, who stood nearby. Why so polite with your Uncle Lin Yin'er? Is there something you need? Shangguan Yin nodded. Indeed, there is a matter I require Uncle Li's assistance with. Talisman Master Li's gaze shifted as he smiled and said, it must be on behalf of this young friend here. Why not introduce him? Shen Yun took a step forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Greetings, President Li. I am Shen Yun. I have come on this journey to purchase Tier 2 talisman arts. Shangguan Yin introduced the situation. The middle-aged talisman master before them was named Li Tong, the vice president of the Songlong Mountain Spiritual Talisman Guild. Li Tong tapped his fingers lightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "A trivial matter. He only needs to register his name with the guild." Any spiritual talisman master could register with the Spiritual Talisman Guild. The binding terms were extremely weak, effectively making them external members. Normally, only core members were permitted to purchase Tier 2 talisman arts. Such preferential treatment was granted solely out of respect for Shangwan Yin. "Thank you, Uncle Li. Young Master Shen, which talisman arts do you require?" Shangwan Yin turned her gaze back only to find Shen Yun looking somewhat conflicted, causing a trace of doubt to rise in her mind. Shen Yun hesitated for a moment before asking, "Am I permitted to take the Spiritual Talisman Master examination right now?" Hearing this, Li Tong was slightly taken aback and cast a surprised glance at him. "Naturally. If you can refine 3 mid-grade talismans within 2 hours, you will pass the examination." Shen Yun nodded. "I must trouble you then, President Li. I am ready to begin the examination now." Li Tong made a welcoming gesture with his right hand, indicating that he could perform at his leisure. Shangwan Yin was filled with curiosity. Young Master Shen is actually not a registered spiritual talisman master. Could his talisman arts be self-taught? Her mind was perceptive. If Shen Yun had been taught by a renowned master, there would be no need for him to purchase these basic arts. When Shen Yun produced his talisman-making tools, Li Tong's expression shifted slightly, and he looked as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. The talisman paper was of the most ordinary common grade, and the ink was no different. Most absurd of all was the talisman brush. Not only was it the cheapest variety, but its bristles had already yellowed, looking as though it were on the verge of breaking. Where did this rogue practitioner come from? I suppose I should go easy on him later. Li Tong felt rather helpless, having absolutely no confidence in the youth. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he is to do his work well. Usually whoever took the examination would come fully equipped with the finest tools, terrified of hindering their performance. He had not seen such scrap metal and rubbish in decades. Yet the moment Shen Yun set his brush to paper, all of Li Tong's doubts vanished into thin air. Swift. Without a single shred of hesitation, he put brush to paper as if guided by pure instinct. Steady. His right hand did not tremble in the slightest, the strokes piercing deep into the paper. Exquisite. The brush flowed with effortless freedom, his control over spiritual energy responding perfectly to his will. In a mere 5 minutes, Shen Yun lifted his brush and stood straight. The spiritual talisman glowed with flecks of red light shimmering like stardust. The exquisite runes were seamlessly integrated, and the blazing intensity of fire seemed ready to burst forth. A supreme fireball talisman. Li Tong practically shouted these words, frozen in place, as his entire worldview suffered a profound shock. Shangwan Yin's mouth parted slightly, her bright eyes staring blankly at the spiritual talisman, the shock in her heart beyond words. She had seen many grandmasters refine talismans, and had been captivated by their skills, yet Shen Yun's talisman arts gave her an entirely different sensation. It was seamlessly natural, flowing freely, as if heaven and earth themselves were borrowing his hand to write. Seeing that Shen Yun intended to continue refining talismans, Li Tong let out a long sigh, and said, "There is no need to continue. You have already passed the examination." Such highly tempered skill was far superior even to that of a rank 2 talisman master. He even suspected whether the youth had come simply to show off. Afterward, Shen Yun received a set of spiritual talisman master robes and the emblem of the Spiritual Talisman Guild. Li Tong, beaming with a warm smile, made subtle inquiries to probe into Shen Yun's lineage. Shen Yun casually replied, "My master does not wish to reveal his name. The world simply refers to him as Mr. Fong." "Mr. Fong? I have never heard of a grandmaster with this surname. Could it be some reclusive powerhouse of the Tao of Talismans?" As thoughts swirled through his mind, Li Tong calmly brought out the talisman art jade slip. Shen Yun expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am deeply indebted to Miss Shangwan this time." Shangwan Yin shook her head, her expression earnest. "It is I who should be grateful. Young Master Shen's guidance has benefited me immensely." Li Tong looked at the two of them and could not help but praise. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Before long, 2 more grandmasters of the Tao of Talismans will emerge in Tianlan province. While they were conversing in high spirits, an uninvited guest arrived. Reporting to the president, Granny Huangmu has arrived for a visit. Following the announcement, a gray-robed old woman paced in with a hunched back. Her skull-headed cane tapped against the floor tiles, producing a sharp, grating sound that stirred discomfort in everyone. A haughty youth followed closely behind her with his head held high, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the room with a domineering, self-important air. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shangwan Yin said politely, "Granny Huangmu, brother Mo, what brings you here?" "Hearing that you were here, this old woman came to fetch you on the way," Granny Huangmu said, her eyes cloudy and her voice raspy. "The entrance examination for the Guhong sword sect is drawing near. The family head commands you to return to the clan immediately." The arrogant youth immediately added, "Brother Dongjun has already arranged everything. Sister Nyin, do not waste any more time on the Tao of Talismans." Shangwan Yin's brow furrowed slightly. If she joined the Guhong sword sect, she would have to obey Shangwan Dongjuan's commands, engaging in scheming and power struggles, something she deeply loathed. My heart is set solely on the Tao of Talismans. The Guhong sword sect should send someone else. Shangwan Yin refused. She had traveled abroad precisely to escape these conflicts, yet she had still been tracked down. Granny Huangmu's face darkened, her tone turning cold. This is the command of the family head. Do you dare to defy it? Shangwan Yin did not answer, her delicate face filled with resolve, presenting a silent protest. Sensing the tense, hostile atmosphere, Li Tong stepped in to smooth things over. For the sake of the upcoming Talisman Master Tournament, Reverend Ling Kong sent Niner out to travel and gain experience. I ask that you both understand. Shangwan Mo snorted coldly. What Talisman Master Tournament? Joining the Guhong sword sect is the matter of utmost importance. Sister Nian, do you truly refuse to return? I refuse. Shangwan Nian said firmly. The Tao of Talismans is my lifelong pursuit. Please convey my apologies to Brother Dongjun. Her Tao heart was as unyielding as iron, refusing to be drawn into these disputes. Fine. Your wings have truly grown strong. Granny Huangmu's expression grew colder. Had Shangwan Nian not been the disciple of Reverend Lincoln, she would have seized her on the spot. Shangwan Dongjun had already established a firm foothold within the Guhong sword sect, and now was precisely the time he required talented allies. Shangwan Yin possessed outstanding talent and extraordinary intelligence, making her the perfect choice to become his right-hand assistant to plot great things within the sword sect. She had not expected the girl to refuse repeatedly, which infuriated Granny Huangmu. The conversation ended on a sour note. Granny Huangmu departed with Shangwan Mo, her withered bark-like face growing increasingly twisted. Upon leaving the Spiritual Talisman Guild, their expressions were so grim and icy, resembling a procession of underworld soldiers that passers-by hurriedly steered clear of them. Granny Huangmu said in a sinister tone, "Go and watch Shangwan Yin. That little girl harbors a rebellious heart. Act as circumstances dictate when the time comes, and do not let her ruin the clan's grand plans." Shangwan Mo smiled savagely. "Rest assured, great aunt. I will keep a close eye on her every move." Granny Huangmu nodded. "I trust your work. If anything arises, drop a transmission insect into the Shun family territory, and someone will contact you then." As the Shangwan family was at a critical juncture, Granny Huangmu departed first. Shangwan Mo looked back at the guild building and sneered in a low voice. "Everyone must obey the family's commands. Sister Nian, you cannot escape this fate either." Back in the reception hall of the Talisman Guild, Shangwan Yin forced a strained smile. "I have caused trouble for Uncle Li." Li Tong shook his head, deeply understanding her plight. It was then that he noticed Shen Yun beside them, wondering in his heart, this kid's presence is truly faint. I thought he had already left. Shen Yun was circulating his chi concealment art with full force, causing ordinary people to subconsciously ignore his presence. He had quietly listened to the entire conversation without drawing the slightest attention. Shangwan Dongjuan Guhong sword sect. Shen Yun stroked his chin, thinking thoughtfully. Granny Huangmu is the second elder of the Shangwan family. Why would such a figure appear in the territory of the Shen family? When things are out of the ordinary, there must be mischief afoot, so he became more vigilant. After parting ways with Shangwan Yin, Shen Yun was preparing to leave when his divine sense captured Shangwan Mo's aura. Staring at his retreating figure, Shen Yun muttered in a low voice, "Why is this kid still here? Big brother, what are you doing?" Shen Wuda suddenly popped up, his face covered in sweat, as if he had just run a marathon. "This fat lord is exhausted. I had to run 8 laps around the market to shake those guys off." Shen Wuda fanned himself with a gold-painted folding fan, following Shen Yun's gaze. "Who is that kid? Walking so arrogantly. He clearly looks like some second-generation cultivator. Let me go teach him a good lesson." His eyes darted around, clearly tempted to return to his old tricks. Shen Yun glanced at him, a thought striking his mind. He is from the Shangwan family, and he has come to the Shun family territory with ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shen Wuda instantly understood. "Big brother, do you mean we should follow him?" Shen Yun nodded. "Move quickly. His cultivation is not weak. Do not let him discover us." "Leave it to me, big brother. I am a professional at knocking people out from behind." Shen Wuda chuckled slyly, and together with Shen Yun, they quietly tailed Shangwan Mo. The setting sun descended toward the west as the sky gradually darkened. The clamor of the ancient city slowly faded away while lamplight illuminated the streets below. Travelers wandered in pairs and small groups into taverns, raising cups and toasts amid laughter and merriment. On the 3rd floor of Tianxiang restaurant, Shen Yun and his companion sat by the window, leisurely partaking in their evening meal. The grand hall exuded an air of antiquated elegance. Landscape paintings and calligraphy adorned the walls, while the beams and pillars were carved with cloud motifs and auspicious beasts. At the center stood an expansive stage where several fair-featured maidens played the qin and sang their melodies, lingering as if suspended in the rafters. Shen Wuda gnawed on a sizable pig's trotter as he spoke between bites, grumbling, "This kid certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Picking out a private room just for a meal." Shen Yun twirled a teacup between his fingertips and glanced toward the corner where Shangwan Mo sat, drinking wine and listening to the music. Without haste, he remarked, He must be watching over Shangguan Yin. Having tracked her for an entire afternoon, Shangguan Mo had followed Shangguan Yin from a distance at every turn. His purpose was not difficult to deduce. Shen Wuda remarked with amusement. Who would have thought the Shangguan clan would turn upon itself? Their methods are indeed quite repulsive. Having opened the floodgates of conversation, he began to speak freely. The Shangguan clan will stop at nothing in pursuit of profit, and they cling to their doctrine of self-sacrifice. Yet I must admit they have some real skill. Shangguan Xian reached the Golden Core realm in just 3 60-year cycles, and now an even more formidable Shangguan Dongjun has emerged. Shen Yun listened in quiet contemplation before posing a question. Do you know the entrance examination of Guhong's sword sect? Upon hearing the inquiry, Shen Wuda responded without hesitation. As the supreme power of Tianlan Prefecture, Guhong's sword sect holds an entrance examination every 3 years to replenish its ranks with fresh blood. The next one should be held at the beginning of next year. Pausing at this, he smacked his lips and added, I hear Shangguan Dongjun is already an inner disciple and quite a notable figure within the sword sect. It seems the Shangguan clan intends to invest heavily in nurturing him to become a true disciple. What constitutes a true disciple? One who receives the sect's true legacy and is regarded as its future heir. If Shangguan Dongjun were to become a true disciple, the Shangguan clan would be granted wings to their tiger, and the domination of Canlong would no longer be empty talk. Shangguan Mo drank his wine and listened to the music, appearing every bit at ease, yet his heart remained vigilant. Once we leave the clan, we are nothing more than rootless duckweed. Since you fail to understand, I can only resort to extraordinary measures. Shangguan Mo resolved himself in silence. The moment Shangguan Yin left the city, he would strike without delay and bring her back to the clan first. He harbored absolute confidence in the clan head. Once Shangguan Yin was brought home, she would have no choice but to comply. Songlong Mountain shall one day belong to the Shangguan clan. None can stand in our way. Flush with ambition, Shangguan Mo turned his gaze toward the window, and before long his target appeared. He rose abruptly to his feet, casually tossing down 3 mid-grade spirit stones before striding swiftly downstairs. Observing this, Shen Yun and his companion rose unhurriedly from their seats, trailing behind him with ghost-like silence. The moon set amid the caws of crows, the night was dark, and the wind howled fierce. Shangguan Yin's heart churned with turmoil. Having refused Grandmother Huangmu's orders today was tantamount to defying the authority of the clan itself. Best to depart at once and rendezvous with senior brother in the Great Zhou. Suppressing the vexation in her heart, Shangguan Yin set out for the relay station beyond Tianwei Mountain, where the Shangguan clan's transmission array stood. Moonlight scattered across the cobblestone path as trees along the roadside swayed gently. Shangguan Yin activated her lightness art, her footwork swift, yet gracefully ethereal. Having distanced herself considerably from the market town, no travelers could be seen along the road, and the tranquil mountain forest took on an eerie stillness. Suddenly Shangguan Yin halted her steps and turned to glance behind her, her voice grave. You've been following me all this while. Show yourself. Thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out as Shangguan Mo strolled into view from the horizon, his bearing arrogant and unrestrained. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shangguan Yin gave a faint start of surprise. It's so late. What business do you have following me? Shangguan Mo clapped his hands with leisurely composure and smiled with playful intent. No one can defy the clan's will. Surely you know this, Sister Yin. Shangguan Yin made no reply. The cool breeze stirred the dark locks across her forehead, revealing a countenance of delicate serenity. Her autumn water eyes, however, burned with unwavering resolve. Shangguan Mo extended his palm before suddenly clenching it into a fist. Since you remain so obstinately stubborn, don't blame me for disregarding the bond between brother and sister. With a single tremor of his fists, a dark monolith flew forth from his person. Rising swiftly into the wind, it transformed in an instant into a mountain peak 2 zhang tall, crashing down directly atop Shangguan Yin. Whoosh! A piercing shriek tore through the night sky. Shangguan Yin's form retreated in a flash as she chanted incantations, and 4 talismans at her fingertips blazed with light simultaneously. Woodvine talisman. Whoosh! Coiling vines as thick as dragons surged skyward, transforming into pillars that buttressed the heavens themselves, desperately holding back the descending might of the mountain. Feudal. Earth Spirit Peak. Crush her. Shangguan Mo clapped his palms together as earthen spiritual power surged forth, encircling the mountain peak like flowing ribbons. Crack. The downward force of the mountain intensified dramatically, snapping the vines inch by inch. Seizing the momentary gap, Shangguan Yin widened the distance between them. Her slender form spiraled like a nimble swallow, 4 azure talismans pinched between her fingertips. Wood Prison Talisman. At Shangguan Yin's crystalline cry, dozens of massive timbers plummeted from the sky, locking the Earth Spirit Peak within their grasp. With spiritual power radiated an azure brilliance, freezing the colossal mountain body in place. What overcomes Earth? A clever notion indeed. But your cultivation falls short. Mere saplings cannot hope to withstand a mountain of heaven-shattering magnitude. Shangguan Mo stamped the earth violently with his right foot, unleashing a burst of aura far more ferocious than before. The earth spirit peak began to spin with terrifying velocity, a colossal top, demolishing the towering timbers. Splinters of wood scattered in all directions as fragments flew through the air. The mountain rolled forward, gouging the ground into pits and furrows, leaving nothing but barren desolation in its wake. Shangguan Yin could only struggle defensively as her talismans depleted rapidly, unable to gain any meaningful advantage. So this is your limit. What a waste of such extraordinary dual spiritual roots. Shangguan Mo surveyed the field with hawkish vigilance, pressing his relentless assault to seize the upper hand. If you could see the light and come with me to serve elder brother Dongjuan, you'd have hope of reaching the golden core realm in the future, a path far superior to this trivial pursuit of talisman arts. Shangguan Yin offered no response, enduring the storm-like barrage of attacks with grim determination. Deep within the forest, Shen Wuda's face twisted with displeasure, letting that punk play the hero. But he does have real skill. Combining Qi refining layer 7 cultivation with a second-tier arcane weapon makes him no easy opponent. Shen Yun leaned against a large tree and drawled casually, "Didn't you just break through? Taking him down would be perfect for you." Shen Wuda's expression stiffened, and he responded sheepishly, "Big brother must be joking. With you present, how could I possibly overstep with my meager abilities?" He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yun, grumbling inwardly, "No wonder he saw through my disguise. Such a fearsome Qi concealment technique. Could it be the legendary realm of perfection?" Shen Yun paid no heed to his flattery, his gaze fixed upon the battle. By now Shangguan Yin's strength was failing, her defeat was merely a matter of time. Shangguan Mo brimmed with exuberant confidence, showing no mercy whatsoever as he wielded his earth attribute Dao techniques with consummate mastery. "Surrender now. Struggling is pointless." Shangguan Mo's gaze burned with predatory aggression. He employed the quicksand art to restrict her movement, while the earth spirit peak launched its attacks, sweeping, overwhelmingly domineering. Shangguan Yin bit down hard on her crimson lips. Her talismans now exhausted, she could only mount a desperate last stand. Is it truly wrong to pursue what one loves? Despite her wounds mounting, her gaze remained resolute as she searched for an opening to break free. "Stubborn to the end, then don't blame me for unleashing my full hand." Shangguan Mo's countenance chilled as the earth spirit peak swelled several sizes once more. A demonic might erupted skyward as he struck Shangguan Yin, sending her blood arcing across the heavens. Her slender form collapsed helplessly to the ground like a leaf drifting on the wind. Shangguan Mo smiled coldly as a massive hand of spiritual energy reached out to seize her. In the next instant, a figure materialized, moving at a speed the naked eye could scarcely track. Shangguan Mo's cruel grin remained frozen on his face, but before he could register any reaction, a heavy staff came crashing down on the back of his skull. Thud! The sound rang out like wood striking a bell. Stars burst before Shangguan Mo's eyes as the impact surged through him like an electric current, convulsing his entire body. "Who? Is it a—" His eyes rolled back. Through his dimming vision, he glimpsed two figures wielding wooden staves. Then consciousness deserted him entirely. Shen Yun swung the black club, twice admiring it. "This thing is quite handy." Shen Wuda produced a thickened steel chain and bound Shangguan Mo tightly, then grinned broadly. "This is the intimidation club I specially acquired, big brother. Your actions were far too swift. I barely had time to fetch the sack." His movements were extremely practiced, revealing him as a seasoned offender. Within 10 seconds, he had hung Shangguan Mo from a tree. "You can still make up for it now?" Saves him from waking up and seeing us like this. Shen Yun smiled wryly, casually forming the hand seal for the revival technique. What elemental spiritual energy flowed like moonlight, enveloping Shangguan Yin, and her gruesome wounds faded at a visibly rapid rate. Shangguan Yin steadied herself, took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you, young Master Shen, for coming to my aid." She slowly rose to her feet, her expression still calm and composed. After glancing at Shangguan Mo, she pleaded, "He is my clansman. Please spare his life." Shen Yun studied her for a moment, thinking to himself, "What a clever woman. She must have guessed we came specifically for Shangguan Mo." Shen Wuda puffed out his chest and declared, "This fat lord only seeks wealth, never takes lives. My professional conduct is renowned far and wide." Shangguan Yin wore a peculiar expression and casually glanced at Shen Yun. The latter's face darkened. Knowing she had surely misunderstood, he kicked the fatty and said, "Cut the nonsense. Get to work." Shen Wuda rubbed his hands together, fetched a large basin of cold water, and splashed it directly onto Shangguan Mo's head. However, the latter merely trembled slightly and remained unconscious. "Big brother, your blunt weapon strikes are too forceful. There's room for improvement." Shen Wuda took out a handful of chili powder, stirred it into a bucket of water, and splashed the mixture onto Shangguan Mo's face again. This time it finally took effect. Shangguan Mo felt his entire face burning. As he slowly opened his eyes, tears and snot immediately streamed down his face from the sting. Ugh. Oh! Shangguan Mo screamed, continuously struggling relentlessly throughout his body. But bound by the thickened steel chains, he could not break free at all. Instead, the chains pressed into him until his whole body turned red. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on a member of the Shangwan family? You have sealed your own fate. Shangwan Mo roared repeatedly, a sack over his head swinging left and right, looking exceedingly comical. Shen Wuda slapped him across the face and threatened, "Stop howling. Keep whining, and I'll throw you into the privy." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Mo immediately shut his mouth, finally realizing he had encountered ruthless people. Shen Wuda said proudly, "This kid has finally become obedient. Big brother, you can interrogate him now. The wicked must be subdued by the more wicked. This fellow truly has his methods." Shen Yun sighed and asked directly, "What did Granny Huangmu come here for?" Shangwan Mo had rehearsed a dozen responses, but Shen Yun's question caught him off guard. He stammered incoherently. Shen Wuda caught a snake from the undergrowth and stuffed it into his pant leg, growling menacingly, "Still not cooperating, huh? Looks like I need to give you a lesson you'll never forget." A chilling sensation crept over him. Shangwan Mo felt the snake constantly climbing upward. Seeing it about to reach his vital area, he frantically bellowed, "I'll tell you everything. Make it stop quickly." "Oh woo!" Shangwan Mo suddenly let out a howl. The snake had bitten his thigh, and he was terrified out of his wits. Only then did Shen Wuda retrieve the snake, speaking leisurely, "Wouldn't it have been better to just confess earlier? We're not bad people. A truthful confession can still spare your life." Having been struck without warning, Shangwan Mo was genuinely cowed this time. Fearing further brutality, he hastily confessed. Auntie came to the Shen family to contact someone. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Perceiving through his divine sense that the other was not lying, he immediately said deeply, "Who is that person? Tell me everything you know." Shangwan Mo hesitated for a moment, then heard Shen Wuda's cold snort. He immediately shouted, "I really don't know anything. You have to believe me." The lamenting voice echoed through the mountain forest, truly moving listeners to tears. Shen Yun opened his eyes. Through divine sense perception, he detected unnatural fluctuations in the other's mental state. He then said coldly, "Daring to lie in front of me. Twist his head off." Shen Wuda clenched his fists together, producing sharp cracking sounds. "You really are bold, kid. My big brother sees through all deceptions. The last person who dared lie before him. His grave is already 3 meters tall with grass. I'll send you on your way now." He took a rusty steel knife and held it against Shangwan Mo's neck, moving it back and forth as if searching for the right angle to strike. Shangwan Mo looked as though he had seen a ghost. He could not understand how he had been exposed. Hurriedly, he begged humbly, "I was too nervous just now and remembered incorrectly. Give me another chance, both of you." Shen Wuda patted his shoulder and said leisurely, "I preferred your rebellious attitude. Why did you stop?" "Haha, big brother is joking." Shangwan Mo gave an awkward laugh and began confessing rapidly like spitting beans. "That person should be a high-ranking member of the Shen family. I don't know his identity either." Shen Yun's eyes brightened. Without showing emotion, he said, "Don't know this, don't know that. What use are you? Just chop him down." Before the words had finished echoing, Shangwan Mo was drenched in cold sweat. "I have a voice-transmitting bug. As long as you place it within the Shen family territory, that person will come out to meet you." Shen Yun and the other exchanged a glance. Shen Wuda again resorted to intimidation, listing various tortures. Terrified out of his wits, Shangwan Mo immediately erased the imprint on his spatial ring. Thud! The black club struck his head once more. Shangwan Mo's eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Shen Yun telekinetically retrieved the spatial ring, and after a moment located a black spirit insect. Sensing the burning gaze, Shen Yun turned to see Shen Wuda watching eagerly. He threw the ring over and teased, "Take it. Look at you." Shen Wuda grabbed the ring and beamed with joy. "Big brother is indeed righteous." Shen Yun shook his head, ignoring the buffoon, then turned to Shangwan Yin with a serious expression. "Though this may be somewhat imposing, it concerns the safety of the Shen family. I request that Miss Shangwan establish a blood pact to keep this matter secret." A blood pact carried extremely binding power for cultivators. Even great masters of the immortal path would not lightly violate one. Violation meant either the complete destruction of one's Tao foundation, or in severe cases the total dissolution of one's soul. Shangwan Yin smiled gracefully. With a light raising of her slender hand, she had already drawn blood from her fingertip. A drop of essence blood suspended in midair, transforming into a crimson rainbow that merged into the void. I, Shangwan Yin, will never reveal today's affairs. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. Before the words had finished, a bloody thunderbolt suddenly struck from the 9 heavens above. Full of karmic power, it raced straight into Shangwan Yin's forehead. Shen Yun gained a deeper understanding of her. No wonder the Shangwan family goes to such lengths. So resolute and determined. Truly a talent fit to assist a sovereign. Seeing her bright gaze, Shen Yun said slowly, "Once I investigate and determine that person's identity, I will naturally release Shangwan Mo." That said, what kind of release Shangwan Mo would receive was entirely up to him. Shangwan Yin breathed out a long sigh of relief, bowed gracefully, and said, "In that case, this humble one takes her leave. I wish young Master Shen all his wishes come true." Shen Yun returned the courtesy. "I also wish Miss Shangwan a smooth journey." Waiting until Shangguan Nian's figure disappeared at the end of the road, Shen Yun withdrew his gaze. Let's return to the Shen family. I want to see who that mole is. The bright moon startles the nesting birds upon the branches, while a gentle midnight breeze carries the song of cicadas. As the second watch of the night arrived, all was silent, and every lamp extinguished, leaving only the pure bright moonlight to illuminate the mountain forests. The dark clouds dispersed, and the ground shimmered with a silvery sheen under the moon's glow. Unnoticed, an elderly figure silently materialized, casting a long drawn-out shadow. Shen Hung stared silently at the black, crawling insect beneath his feet, acutely aware that he had fallen into a trap. After sweeping his spiritual sense through the mountains 1,000 times, Shen Hung paced forward slowly. Halting before an inconspicuous pile of rocks, he bent down and picked up a silvery pebble. A shadow recording stone. What a cautious fellow. Shen Hung crushed the silver pebble in his palm. Shortly after, he located 2 more shadow recording stones and ground them to dust as well. Only after erasing every trace of his presence did he drift away. Far off outside the scripture pavilion, 2 figures sat before a stone table playing chess beneath the moonlight. Fang Tianyi lifted a black chess piece and said with deep meaning, Shen Hung. Shen Yun's hand holding a white piece paused mid-air as he murmured, I never expected it to be him. Upon receiving the messenger bug, he had already devised a plan. The shadow recording stones were merely a ruse to make the adversary believe they remained undetected. The true masterstroke was, of course, summoning reinforcements. With such a powerful master at his back, he would never be foolish enough to wage a desperate struggle against a spy. The 2 continued to place their pieces, and the 19x19 grid of the chessboard was now nearly full. As the game entered its endgame phase, the situation grew clear. Shen Yun played slowly, frequently placing pieces in unexpected positions, displaying a penchant for unorthodox high-risk maneuvers. Fang Tianyi, on the other hand, appeared completely unperturbed. He made every move without a second thought, holding the grand sweeping momentum firmly in his grasp. One orthodox, the other unconventional. Each possessed his own unique brilliance. Action is inferior to stillness. As the saying goes, the heavens hold unpredictable storms, and no one can calculate every variable in the world. Fang Tianyi ceased playing. With his chess mastery, he had long foreseen his victory by a mere half-point, and indeed it was precise to the letter. Shen Yun's brow eased as he said calmly, since we now know Shen Hung is a mole, we shall wait for the Shangguan family to make the first move. He understood Fang Tianyi's underlying message. Rather than startling the snake by beating the grass, it was better to adapt to circumstances as they unfolded. He then bowed with cupped hands and said, I have troubled you tonight, master. Fang Tianyi waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, I despise such useless pleasantries. Take your spiritual wine back with you, and remember to bring tea next time instead. With that, he rose to his feet, leaving behind only a fleeting, elegant silhouette. A week later at the bamboo cottage, Shen Yun concluded his cultivation. The spiritual energy of the 5 elements resonated in harmony so dense that it had nearly liquefied, prompting his sea of qi to expand once more. A crisp chime like pearls, large and small, cascading onto a jade plate, heralded the breaking of the bottleneck. Taking a year and a half, Shen Yun had finally broken through to the 9th layer of qi condensation, with his next milestone being the Foundation Establishment Realm. A towering pagoda arises from the ground. The Foundation Establishment Realm largely determines a cultivator's ultimate achievement. Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment, Earthly Tao Foundation Establishment, Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Shen Yun murmured, his gaze deep as he recalled Fang Tianyi's teachings. Those with mediocre foundations and unremarkable talent can only rely on foundation establishment pills to condense their Tao foundation, which is known as the Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment. Only when one's spiritual energy is tempered 1,000 times, and one's will remains as unshakable as a mountain, can they forge an earthly Tao foundation establishment without relying on external aids. When the spirit condenses into divine sense, vitality burns like pure yang, and spiritual power liquefies, uniting essence, qi, and spirit into a trinity to transcend the Tao foundation tribulation. That is the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. The journey is arduous, but the path of cultivation is infinitely harder. Cultivators in this world are as numerous as crucian carps crossing a river, yet the vast majority remain part of the ordinary masses. For over 90% of cultivators, the Foundation Establishment Realm is their ultimate destination. In many small and medium-sized clans, a Foundation Establishment cultivator is revered as an esteemed ancestor. Any grand cultivator of the Foundation Establishment Realm is a distinguished figure among their peers. As for the Earthly Tao Foundation Establishment, it is an unattainable dream, something even Golden Core clans can only hope to nurture once every few generations. The Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment is a matter of legend. Throughout the entire Tianlan province, it is a rare occurrence seen, but once in a millennium, achievable only by peerless geniuses whose innate talents eclipse the mortal world, and whose wisdom ignites the spark of creation. Having lived 2 lives, Shen Yun desired only to scale the highest peaks and behold the most distant horizons. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was but the first step of his 10,000-mile journey. My greatest shortcoming now lies in my vitality, Shen Yun murmured to himself. He had practiced several body tempering techniques, but the results were barely satisfactory, only slightly strengthening his physical constitution. To attain a vitality of pure yang, both a divine body tempering technique and heavenly treasures are indispensable. In the cultivation world, body cultivators were not uncommon, yet those who achieved greatness were exceedingly rare. Divine body tempering techniques were the closely guarded secrets of major sects, making them virtually impossible to find. The quantity of spiritual materials required for body tempering was astronomical, akin to feeding a gold-consuming beast. Coupled with the agonizing pain of physical transformation, top-tier body cultivators had practically become a relic of the past. When in doubt, Shen Yun sought counsel from Feng Tianyi. I do indeed possess a body-forging treasure art, but initiating its practice requires a drop of Qilin essence blood. Do you still want it? Feng Tianyi stretched lazily on his reclining chair, sipping the cloud-top spiritual tea that Shen Yun had recently gifted him, thoroughly at ease. Shen Yun's lips twitched, and he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Upon returning to Luoyan Peak, he found Shen Wuda enjoying the cool breeze in the bamboo forest. "You're back, big brother," Shen Wuda greeted him, producing a cosmos bag. "That brat was filthy rich. Selling all his belongings fetched 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and your share is inside." Shen Yun accepted the cosmos bag and asked casually, "How is Shangguan Mo?" Shen Wuda patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, I fed him 2 stalks of soul-dispersing grass. I guarantee he won't remember a single thing afterwards." Shen Yun nodded, then inquired, "Do you know of any powerful body-tempering cultivation methods?" Hearing the question, Shen Wuda pondered for a moment before replying. "There is the purple mist sword body of the Guhong sword sect, the wind thunder indestructible body of the Tantai family, and the 5 elements primordial chaos art of the Great Zhou." At this, Shen Yun's eyes flashed with interest. "Tell me more about the 5 elements primordial chaos art." Shen Wuda answered without hesitation. "It is said that the 5 elements primordial chaos art was created by the founding ancestor of the imperial family. Since many imperial descendants possess poor spiritual roots, they cultivate multiple types of spiritual energy simultaneously, using the chi of the 5 elements to forge their dharma bodies. The founding ancestor of the Great Zhou was a visionary. Knowing that even a dragon's offspring differ from one another, he created the 5 elements primordial chaos art with the hope that every member of the imperial family would rise like a dragon, securing their legacy for countless generations. This kid really is a know-it-all, Shen Yun praised silently. He then asked, "Where can one obtain this 5 elements primordial chaos art?" Shen Wuda scratched his head and said casually, "Just 50 mid-grade spirit stones." Shen Yun was utterly bewildered. How could such a top-tier cultivation method be priced as cheaply as common cabbage? Sensing his confusion, Shen Wuda explained, "The 5 elements primordial chaos art was stolen several hundred years ago. Later the thief leaked the news that this technique can only be practiced by those possessing the imperial bloodline. Since the manual was already lost, the Great Zhou imperial family simply gave up. They carved the technique onto the walls of the imperial temple and charged a viewing fee of 50 mid-grade spirit stones. At first, stubborn fools flocked to see it, but over the years no one falls for it anymore." Having heard the whole story, Shen Yun was thoroughly impressed by their ingenuity. This is truly turning trash into treasure. The spirit stones the Great Zhou has earned from this must have long surpassed the value of the technique itself. Shen Yun sighed inwardly. This was practically a tourist trap of the cultivation world where not a single visitor left with a smile. "Tell me about it." "Lately I've been researching how to replicate this scheme, and I've already made some initial progress," Shen Wuda said. Shen Wuda's face was filled with yearning, as if he had seen a guiding light. Shen Yun did not disturb his daydream, thinking to himself, "It just so happens that Sister Qianluo invited me to the Great Zhou. I should go take a look in a couple of days." He recalled that Zhou Ziyou had reserved a spot for him in the Dragon Blood Pool, and the date was drawing near. It was the perfect coincidence. Shen Yun hesitated no longer and made his decision on the spot. In the Bamboo Grove courtyard, Shen Yun drew out a transmission talisman and listened to the incoming messages. "Qingrua grandfather says I must not go out before reaching the 7th tier of Qi refinement. Staying on Piamiao Peak every day is so dull. Shen Yun Gij, what has Shen Yun been up to lately? Shen Pingxing, Uncle Lin, and I went to Shen Yun Lake to fish. Take good care of yourself these days. Lin Qianluo, the Dragon Blood Pool, is opening soon. Yun D, you mustn't miss it." After reading them, Shen Yun received an anonymous letter. "A light wind and frost cannot press me down. Oh wait, and see Shen Yun, I will come back." These floored words are clearly Shun Qiu's handiwork. That brat is really annoying. We'll find a chance to send him on his way. Shen Qiu, like a grasshopper after autumn, kept popping up to cause trouble, and Shen Yun began plotting how to crush him. After replying to each transmission, he packed his things and departed. As soon as he stepped out of the mountain gate, a booming voice called out, "Brother, wait for me." Shen Wuda arrived, panting, his worn robe soaked with sweat. Shen Yun paused, puzzled. "What brings you to me?" Shen Wuda steadied his breath and said grandly, Big brother, are you planning to go to Dezhou? Seeing Shen Yun nod, he continued, recently Dezhou is in a swirl of upheavals, a gathering of cultivators. I'm planning to go sell some goods. Recently he's been shunned in the markets. It's been days since his shop opened, and he plans to relocate to a more auspicious spot. Shen Yun shook his head, unwilling to argue, while Shun Wuda, grinning, followed along. At the mountain's outskirts lies a station that feels like a terrestrial port. On the wide marble platform, there are more than a dozen transmission platforms with cultivators coming and going. The guards clad in black battle armor stood by the transmission platforms, their bearing formidable, and their gazes bright with power. Please submit spirit stones in order, do not crowd. When 10 travelers had gathered, the guards embedded spirit stones into the formation plates, and soon the formation dispatched the passengers. The transmission platforms were built at great cost by the Shun family to connect to key destinations in Tianlanzhou. Shen Yun and Shen Wuda paid the spirit stones. As the formation activated, a fierce sense of weightlessness washed over them. Whoosh! It felt like entering a spatial corridor, wind rushing by, and the scenery continually changing, as if in a dreamlike world. 2 quarters later, the sensation of weightlessness abruptly faded. The scene shifted to a vast transmission plaza 3 times larger than the Shun families, yet crowded with countless figures. Having finally squeezed through the throng, Shen Yun sighed. Truly the Dezhou imperial clan. What a fearsome crowd. Shen Wuda brushed dust from his clothes, shaking his head. I've heard that Dezhou is hosting the Talisman Way tournament. That must have something to do with it. Every year the Lingfu Guild holds the Talisman Way tournament, both to broaden the influence of talisman craftsmanship and to sift out outstanding rising talents. This time the venue was chosen in Dezhou, a perfectly timely coincidence. The transmission platforms were built on the outskirts, and after arriving in the capital, night had fallen. Dezhou's capital, also known as Shuntian City, is named for conforming to the heavenly mandate. The grand ancient city is veiled by an invisible floating array capable of withstanding a golden core cultivator's full strength. The core of the array was a water blue orb, 9 spirit channels forming chi dragons that circled the orb. Passing through the gates, the sight before them was a bustling world of prosperity, broad streets, and brilliant towers. The Shun family's markets could hardly compare. Seeing that dusk had fallen, Shen Yun planned to visit Lin Qianluo's home tomorrow. After a moment, the two found a tavern within the city. The spirit food at Yeshian tastes good. Oh, let's eat here. Shen Yun had come here twice in his childhood. He walked through the gate with ease, only to find the place rather deserted with only a few scattered tables. The loft's layout was strange. Winding water flowed around the dining tables, blue-green lotus leaves floated on the surface, and goldfish swam around the leaf veins. They found an open seat. Shen Yun began ordering casually, placing the dish slips on the lotus leaves. The leaves wrapped the slips as the curved water began to flow. Shen Wuda looked around the surroundings, puzzled. The environment here is nice. Why are there so few people? Shen Yun shook his head. When I came here before it was packed. This is indeed strange. A youth in a hemp robe brought the dishes over. 2 guests, please enjoy. After serving, he hurried away. Shen Yun studied for a moment, murmuring, even the attendants are at Qi Refinement 6 level. This is not ordinary. Shen Wuda paid no mind to such details and declared, in this vast world, eating is the greatest thing. He lifted a chopful of spirit fish and swallowed. Shen Wuda's eyes lit up. Delicious. Fresh and tender, this steamed spirit fish is superb. Feeling the world open up to him, Shen Yun began to enjoy the food as well. After a quarter of an hour, the two had nearly finished their meal. Just as they were about to settle the bill, several officials in flying fish uniforms barged into the hall. The leader with a square face and muscular arms stomped his boots with swagger. He scanned the room with a predatory gaze and slapped the embroidered blade onto the table with a sharp crack. Order the dishes. Where did everyone go? He roared, his tone harsh. The gray-robed waiter hurried over, his face changed, and he spoke in a stern voice. We take orders with Lingi here. The leading official glared and sneered. I just want to order directly. Do you have a problem with that? The hemp-robed waiter clenched his fists as the other official snickered. I thought you were the commander's son. Who are you flashing that insolent face to? Brother, you're mistaken. If the 9th princess herself pleads for mercy, Yi Chen's abilities are greater than you think. What are you waiting for? Speak up. One of them flashed a feral grin and shoved Yi Chen. He staggered, then steadied himself and fired a cold glare. Don't cross the line too far by me. These men had come to make trouble more than once, especially the ringleader Huang Xian, who had targeted him time and again, and he could bear no more. Too far. Huang Xian sneered disdainfully. What can you do if I push it too far? The quarrel's noise grew loud. Hearing the commotion, a red-haired girl with braids rushed over upper body, wrapped in an apron, her small face filled with anger. Yi Xian does not welcome you. Get out. The red-clad girl stepped in front of Yi Chen, scowling defiantly at the officials. Huang Xian flashed a smile, feigning courtesy. Yi family clearly murdered the second prince. Yi Chen must be involved. Mu Qiao, a beauty, why endure for a criminal? Nonsense. Mu Qiao snapped the knife in her hand, flaring with crimson spirit fire. Dare to slander brother Yi Chen again, and don't blame me for not being polite. The atmosphere in the hall instantly tightened. Several guards pressed the hilts of their swords in Yi Chen's sleeve. A blade as thin as a cicada wing slid into his palm. Huang Xian looked around and declared loudly, "Let everyone know Yi Chun is one of the killers who assassinated the second prince. Even dining at Xian requires caution." After speaking, he glared back, "Yi Chun, in this life you'll only hide behind women. Let's go." Huang Xian waved his hand and led the officials away. The other diners, seeing the scene, paid and hurriedly left. Yi Chun clenched his jaw, his body trembling, seeming to have reached his limit. Mu Qiao held his large hand and whispered, "They're just talking nonsense, brother. Yi Chun must rise again." "Thank you." Yi Chun inhaled deeply, mustering his spirit. Shen Yun, having witnessed the uproar, paid and left. Leaving Xian, the two found a guest house to stay the night. In the evening, the moon hung over the willows, the wind was brisk, and the summer night bright. After his cultivation, Shen Yun prepared for sleep when Shen Wuda appeared at the door. "I went to ask around, and guess what? This second prince is tied to the Shangwan family." Shen Wuda spoke with rising and falling intonation, building suspense. "Don't tease me, but speak plainly." Shen Yun poured 2 cups of tea. He wondered where the youngster had gone and learned that he had gone off to be a by Shaoxing again, gathering information. Shen Wuda drained his cup and said, "Rumors say the second prince provides resources for the Shangwan family, who help him vie for the throne of the Eastern Palace. As for Yi Chun, his father is the commander of the Xianjing division, who knows what caused him to lash out and assassinate the second prince, and the whole family paid the price. As for Yi Chun, he is also something of a romantic. The 9th princess herself pleaded with the human emperor to spare him, and that saved him from death." In Shen Wuda's words there was envy. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "I with mighty bearing and rare gifts, why has no celestial maiden taken notice of me?" Thinking of Yi Chun, the fallen man who had won the 9th princess, and Mu Qiao, he grew so furious that his midnight meal turned cold in his stomach. Shen Yun stroked his chin and mused, a blood-dead goddess by his side. Extraordinary talent. What a talent this is indeed. But what does that have to do with me? Shen Yun yawned, sending Shen Wuda away, and then fell into a deep sleep. As the morning mist dispersed, the sun climbed atop the branches. Shen Yun slowly awoke, stretched, and rose to tidy his attire. Although meditation could substitute for sleep, he made no deliberate effort to alter his habits. The way of cultivation lies in alternating tension with relaxation. To him, cultivation was about following one's heart. Rushing for success was an exercise in futility. Leaving the inn, Shen Yun purchased several gift boxes and selected a few premium talismans to place inside. "Today I will visit Sister Qianluo. I wonder if the Yong Marquis mansion has changed." Shen Yun walked toward the center of Tianshan City, the estates along the way growing increasingly grand and luxurious. Being adjacent to the imperial palace, those residing here were either wealthy or noble, predominantly royalty and aristocrats. Following his memory, he arrived at the Yong Marquis mansion, where a squad of black armored guards stood watch before the gates, their eyes instantly locking onto Shen Yun. "Who goes there?" The guards blocked the entrance, hands gripping their sword hilts, their gazes sharp and piercing with faint traces of spiritual energy circulating with their breath. Shen Yun remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "I am from the Songlong Shun clan, visiting upon invitation." Hardly had his voice faded when a guard went inside to report. A moment later, Lin Qianluo, dressed in elegant, luxurious attire, walked out gracefully. "If you had delayed any longer, Brother Yun, I would have gone to the Shun family to fetch you myself," Lin Qianluo said with a radiant smile, pulling Shen Yun into the Marquis mansion. "Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" Shen Yun shook his head and said gently, "It has been a year since we last met, Sister Qianluo, and you look more radiant than ever." Lin Qianluo's eyes curved with delight. "You always have the sweetest words, Brother Yun. If that fool had even half your charm, I wouldn't dislike him so much." Shen Yun smiled, knowing she was referring to Zhou Zio, and asked, "What has Brother Zhou been up to lately?" "Him? He is probably still receiving guests from all over. It must be quite an ordeal for him," Lin Qianluo said with a mischievous, gloating laugh. "Enough about him. My father and mother have been waiting for you for a long time." Shen Yun followed her into the main hall. Upon seeing 2 familiar figures, he immediately bowed and greeted them, "Uncle, Aunt." The Yong Marquis possessed a youthful countenance with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and sharp, well-defined features, exuding the calm and composed demeanor of a scholarly general. The Marchioness was exceptionally elegant and dignified, dressed in a light red palace gown adorned with white bird patterns. A warm, gentle smile graced her beautiful flower-like face. "Yunner is here. Quick, have a seat." The Yong Marquis spoke in a warm tone, his bright eyes filled with admiration. "I have heard all about it. You took first place in the Shun family's grand competition. Your father has a fine son to show for his life." The Marchioness pulled Shen Yun to sit beside her and said gently, "In the blink of an eye, little Yun has grown so big. You must stay at your aunt's house for a few more days this time." After a brief, smiling exchange of pleasantries, Shen Yun presented the gifts he had prepared. The Marchioness feigned displeasure and said, "Why bring gifts to your aunt's home? If you do this again, I shall have to scold you." Lin Qianluo blinked and said cheerfully, "Mother, you probably don't know yet, but Brother Yun is a talisman master. These talismans were all crafted by him personally. The Eong Marquis's eyes brightened slightly, and he inquired, could it be that nephew Yun intends to participate in the Talisman Grand Tournament? Shen Yun shook his head. I shall not go and make a fool of myself. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble, just as fattening brings slaughter. He had absolutely no interest in such fruitless endeavors. The Marchioness smiled and said, it has been a long time since your last visit. Qianluo should take you out to look around. Lin Qianluo stood up and said in a lively tone, come brother Yun, let's go. It just so happens that the Talisman Grand Tournament is today. Let's go watch it together. Then uncle and aunt, please excuse me. Shen Yun originally intended to search for the 5 elements primordial chaos method first, but there was no immediate rush. The tournament venue was located at Xuanwu Square in the northern part of the city. Even from afar, the clamor of the crowd could be heard. Passing through a long glass walkway, a massive circular open-air arena presented itself before them. The spectator stands rose 49 tiers high. To the naked eye, there were no fewer than 10,000 people present, yet it did not feel crowded in the slightest. Lin Qianluo produced a golden card, and a staff member immediately stepped forward to lead the way. They walked up to the second-tier platform, which housed spacious VIP seating. The view was exceptionally broad, with the tournament grounds right before their eyes. Just as they took their seats, attendants served tea and pastries. The tournament had just begun, and with a single glance Shen Yun spotted Shangguan Yin up ahead. She is indeed here as well, Shen Yun observed for a moment and nodded in approval. A first-grade Thunderfall talisman. Her talisman arts have improved once again. 5 elements talismans were the most common. Because they shared the same elemental attributes as a cultivator's spiritual energy, they were relatively easy to craft. In contrast, talismans of wind, thunder, and light were far more difficult to craft. Only those with absolute confidence in their talisman arts would dare to refine a Thunderfall talisman during a competition. As Shen Yun watched the competition, he caught sight of Shen Wuda nearby out of the corner of his eye, who happened to look over at the same time. So eldest brother is here too. Shen Wuda walked over as swiftly as the wind, his signature smile plastered across his face. There are truly plenty of wealthy fools in the capital. I managed to sell out all my goods in just one morning. Lin Qianluo observed him with great interest and asked curiously, is this a clansman of yours, brother Yun? How should I address him? Hearing her words, Shen Wuda beamed with a genial smile. So you are eldest brother's sister? An absolute honor to meet you. My humble name is Wuda, but you can just call me Fatty. Amused by his comical expression, Lin Qianluo burst into laughter and ordered someone to arrange a seat for him. Shen Wuda looked highly pleased, pouring out a stream of effortless compliments that left Lin Qianluo feeling a bit embarrassed. Shen Yun cast a warning glance at him, which finally made him quiet down, not daring to sweet-talk any further. Shen Yun then looked back toward the arena, noticing Yi Chun dressed in hemp robes, and felt a pang of surprise. Why is he here too? Noticing his gaze, Shen Wuda chuckled and said, this Yi Chun is quite the dark horse. Right now his odds of winning the championship have reached 20-1. At this, he suddenly lowered his voice. It is said that the champion of the tournament can join the Tianlan Talisman Master Guild. I reckon Yi Chun wants to make a splash and turn his life around. Shen Yun felt this was just right, so he spoke up, place a bet of 500 mid-grade spirit stones for me, wagering on his victory. Wait, eldest brother, you're actually betting like this? Shen Wuda was slightly bewildered and quickly advised, but there are 2 top-tier masters competing this time. Shangguan Yin goes without saying, and the second prince is rumored to have successfully crafted supreme-grade talismans. How could Yi Chun possibly be his match? Shen Yun remained unmoved, replying calmly, it matters not. Just do as I say. Finding this highly amusing, Lin Qianluo said with interest, place a bet for me too, the same as brother Yun's. Taking the spirit stones, Shen Wuda remained skeptical, unable to fathom where Shen Yun's confidence originated. I must see what is going on here. Shen Wuda widened his eyes like a goldfish in a water jar, trying to discern the secret behind it. At the center of the arena stood a tall, handsome man of striking elegance. Dressed in a golden python robe with a dragon-patterned jade pendant hanging from his waist, his disdainful gaze carried the weight of imperial majesty. He was none other than Zhou Xingyu, the second prince of the Great Zhou. His expression was extremely calm, exuding an air of unhurried composure. His brush strokes did not falter for even a fraction of a second, as if guided by divine assistance. Within the span of a single cup of tea, he had already completed over half of the writing. Even looking at just a portion of the runes, one could tell this talisman was by no means ordinary. Thinking you can join the Talisman Master Guild to clear the Yi family's name. What wishful thinking. I will crush your hopes with my own hands. Zhou Xingyu smiled playfully, his gaze filled with mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. The entire Yi family had been obliterated by his hands. How could a single fish that escaped the net turn the heavens upside down? If you must blame anyone, blame yourself for offending brother Dongjun. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Zhou Xingyu's gaze grew deep and dark. Had Yi Chun not intervened, the 9th princess would have already been betrothed to Shangguan Dongjun. Now that the Yi family was gone, it was naturally impossible for the 9th princess to marry Yi Chun, and everything had returned to its proper track. Brother Dongjun will become a true disciple sooner or later. With his full support when the time comes, the position of the crown prince will surely fall into my hands. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Zhou Xingyu's mind as he divided his attention. As the final stroke fell, the talisman paper flashed with golden light, its sharp aura seeming as though it would tear through the sky. A supreme-grade golden needle talisman. Not bad. Zhou Xingyu stood with his hands withdrawn, his gaze becoming even sharper, striking awe into the surrounding competitors. Shangwan Nian slowly lifted her brush. Thunderous light flickered upon the talisman paper, carrying an aura of absolute yang and immense majesty, though there was a slight stiffness to it, lacking the seamless natural flow of absolute perfection. A high-grade Thunderfall talisman. Still a bit short. Exhaling a long breath, she reflected that after receiving guidance from Shen Yun, her talisman arts had made significant strides, leaving her just one step away from crafting a supreme-grade talisman. The spectators feasted their eyes, and a heated discussion broke out. As expected of His Highness the Second Prince, it seems the rumors of him refining supreme-grade talismans were not unfounded. His Highness is not even 30 yet. It is hard to imagine what heights he will reach in the future. It's a pity for Shangwan Nian. A high-grade Thunderfall talisman is outstanding enough, and would have easily won in previous years, but there is always a higher mountain. Once the supreme-grade golden needle talisman appeared, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Shen Wuda let out a long sigh. The matter is settled. The spirit stones have gone down the drain this time. Though his face was grim, he was secretly rejoicing inside. He had already wagered all the spirit stones he swindled today on Zhou Xingyu, and victory now seemed securely within his grasp. Lin Qianluo felt a bit dejected, whispering softly, "I never expected that even Brother Yun could misjudge someone." Shen Yun's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, his gaze quietly scrutinizing Yi Chun. Half an incense stick remains before the end of the tournament. An announcement echoed through the venue. Zhou Xingyu looked at Yi Chun, who was buried in his drawing, and sneered inwardly. How could Ninth Sister have fallen for such a piece of trash? It is truly baffling. He closed his eyes to rest his mind, quietly waiting for the tournament to conclude. Suddenly, a massive wave of sound erupted from the crowd. My goodness, that is a supreme-grade Swift Wind talisman. Zhou Xingyu snapped his eyes open, staring at Yi Chun in utter disbelief. He saw a simple, unadorned talisman hovering in midair with azure spiritual energy, swirling around the paper, brimming with an ethereal, agile aura. This is impossible. Beneath Zhou Xingyu's incredulous gaze, Yi Chun slowly raised his head, offering him the smile of a victor. Wash your neck and wait. I will not spare a single person who framed the Yi family. Yi Chun stood with his hands behind his back, his mocking gaze piercing right through Zhou Xingyu's nerves. In an instant, cheers drowned Xuanwu Square. What a dramatic turn of events. It's actually Yi Chun who won. Unbelievable. He is 5 years younger than the second prince. What a terrifying talent. Climax after climax. This is the most thrilling talisman grand tournament I have ever witnessed. In the VIP seats, Shen Wuda suddenly began to wail, "It's over, all over. Why did I bet on the second prince? I regret it so much." A fat man weighing over 200 pounds was weeping loudly. The sight was truly painful to look at. Lin Qianluo was still in a daze, but once she came to her senses, she cheered, "Brother Yun, we won." Shen Yun smiled and cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chun. It seems there truly is such a thing as destiny and luck in the cultivation world. This is getting more and more interesting. Yi Chun won the championship under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his momentary glory unmatched. Zhou Xingyu immediately swept away his sleeve and departed, not even sparing a glance at the second-place reward. Such a dramatic scene became the talk of Shuntian City at tea time and after meals. The fallen young master of the Yi family staged a stunning counterattack, overpowering the second prince of Dezhou and joining the Tianlan Talisman Guild. Yi Chun's name instantly spread throughout the world. After witnessing the spectacle, Shen Yun tucked away the 10,000 spirit stones he had just received and strolled leisurely out of Xuanwu Square. "Brother, it's rather hot today. I just bought some iced tea. Would you like to try it and see how it tastes? The sun is too harsh today. Let me go buy a parasol. Which style does Sister Lin prefer?" Shen Wuda scurried about in eager service, doing everything he could to curry favor, hoping they would tip him to make up for his losses. "You go ahead to Yaexuan and order the dishes," Shen Yun said, casually handing him 10 medium-grade spirit stones. "Keep the change." "Understood. I'll make sure to arrange a fine feast for you, boss." Shen Wuda accepted the spirit stones and hurried without pause toward Yaexuan. By the time Shen Yun reached the entrance of the hall, the restaurant that had been deserted just the day before was now packed to capacity. News that Yi Chun was working at Yaexuan spread quickly, immediately drawing a large crowd of guests eager to catch a glimpse of the newly minted champion of the Talisman Assembly. Today no one dared to cause trouble. Previously, Yi Chun had been nothing more than an impoverished outcast whom anyone could trample upon. But times had changed. Now protected by the Tianlan Talisman Guild, he had become a prominent figure, and no one dared to provoke him. After their meal, Shen Yun prepared to visit the 5 Elements mixed primordial art, which Lin Qianluo readily agreed to accompany him for. Having received his reward, Shen Wuda became utterly obedient. following close behind them like a devoted shadow transforming into a professional attendant. It's actually my second visit to Longquan Temple, Shen Yun remarked. I wonder if anything has changed. Lin Qianluo guided the way from beside him, and soon they arrived at the western outskirts of the capital, where the silhouette of distant mountains began to emerge on the horizon. The dense woods and crystal-clear waters framed Longquan Temple as it rested against the emerald hills like a painting rendered in ink wash. Its once vivid vermilion gates had faded to a dull umber, the bronze door knockers mottled with verdigris, and the sparsity of passers-by lent the place an air of desolation. Beyond the main gate, two ancient locust trees stood facing each other in the courtyard, their bark fissured like dragon scales, while their canopies spread overhead like living green pavilions. In front of the great hero hall, a massive bronze tripod incense burner sent swirling tendrils of sandalwood smoke upward, and the chanting of Buddhist monks echoed through the hall. After wandering through most of the temple grounds without encountering many visitors, Shen Wu clicked his tongue. After all these years, it seems no one's falling for this anymore. Lin Qianluo shook her head and sighed softly. They say they're about to abolish the admission fee. Longquan Temple was meant to be a place of pure Buddhist cultivation, yet it has been brought to disrepute. Let's go see the 5 elements primordial body first. Shen Yun made no further comment and turned past the great hero hall only to suddenly encounter a towering cliff face piercing the clouds. Tens of thousands of massive characters covered the gray rock face, carved with the sweeping elegance of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes sunk deep into the stone, and despite centuries of weathering, not a single one had lost its vividness. 7 or 8 people stood before the stone wall, each scratching their heads in confusion, their expressions uncertain. A middle-aged man seemed to have smoke rising from his head as though his mind had been worked to the point of exhaustion. With blood and chi so fragile, how can one withstand the 5 elements' spiritual energy flushing through? What's the difference from self-mutilation? The royal bloodline flows like a dragon, inheriting the Tao fruit of Emperor Taizu of Dezhou. It possesses extraordinary affinity with the 5 elements, which is why only they can cultivate the 5 elements primordial body. You get what you pay for. Shinla Workshop is running a promotion today. Deposit 50 spirit stones and get 50 free. I'm going to find some arbitrage. Just then someone spotted a figure in coarse hemp clothing ahead and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Yi Chen, the talisman assembly champion? What's he doing here?" Following the voice, they saw Yi Chen standing with arms folded, his delicate features concentrated with seriousness, nodding deliberately, as though he had truly grasped some profound insight. My Yi family's divine art can strengthen my bloodline. If I can undergo tempering in the dragon blood pool, I will surely be able to cultivate the 5 elements primordial art. Yi Chen was filled with confidence and resolved to secure a place in the dragon blood pool. Before his death, his father had passed down an unnamed cultivation technique purportedly inherited from the Yi family ancestors. No one had ever been able to practice it. Yet after witnessing his entire family slaughtered, Yi Chen's spiritual world had shattered and been reborn, and through sheer coincidence, he had managed to comprehend it. All treasures related to the dragon lineage can strengthen my bloodline. One day I will forge an invincible talent and restore the glory of the Yi family. Recalling the brilliant future ahead, Yi Chen's lips curved into a smile. He memorized the 5 elements primordial body and then departed. Shen Yun cast a glance at him, then returned to studying the techniques on the stone wall. His transcendent comprehension allowed him to grasp the essence quickly. The spiritual energy refines blood and chi in the sequence of the 5 elements generating each other until all 5 converge and generate endlessly. What ingenious design! Shen Yun appeared to have realized something and murmured to himself, "Each additional spiritual element places tremendous strain on the body. No wonder only the royal bloodline can cultivate it." In recent years, many have attempted to cultivate the 5 elements primordial art, barely enduring the assault of 1 or 2 spiritual elements through sheer cultivation base. But when the 3rd and 4th arrive, it is like a mountain crushing down upon them. No small number have perished from their bodies bursting apart. What if all 5 spiritual elements were used simultaneously to temper the body? Shen Yun's mind suddenly cleared. With all 5 elements of spiritual energy now gathered within him, combined with the 5 elements art beyond the art, the power of the 5 elements was in perfect balance. Perhaps he could solve this very problem. I'll try using the spiritual power intensity of the chi refining first layer first. Having organized his thoughts, he began his attempt right there. Lin Qianluo, seeing his focused expression, immediately alerted herself to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Shen Wu yawned repeatedly beside them, thoroughly bored. What's there to see in this junk? The Great Zhou wouldn't dare to put this out unless they were certain no one could master it. If someone actually succeeds in cultivating it, I'll write my name backwards. The next moment he was struck by a strange fluctuation, lush and vibrant, endlessly renewing itself. That was the 5 elements in cyclic flow. Holy, this actually works. Shen Wu's mouth hung wide open, gasping for air like a fish thrown onto dry land. Staring blankly at Shen Yun, he confirmed this was indeed the power of the 5 elements generating each other, and hastily retracted his earlier words. Now I understand why he's the boss. I'm sticking with him no matter what. Shen Wude made a silent vow never again to doubt Shen Yun. Lin Qianluo, with her shallow cultivation, could not perceive the power of the 5 elements. She simply found Shen Yun even more handsome than before, radiating an ethereal aura that seemed otherworldly. After the duration of one incense stick, Shen Yun ceased his cultivation, and a smile graced his handsome features. This path is viable. It does place certain strain on the physical body, but it remains within acceptable limits. The power of the 5 elements proves highly effective at tempering the physique, yet the transformation of blood and qi inevitably inflicts wounds. While recovery is not difficult, attempting to fully temper the body would certainly prove unfeasible. Without relying on external aids, reaching minor success in the 5 elements primordial body would require at least 2 years. Shen Yun calculated the results and formed a plan in his mind. The dragon blood pool possesses remarkable regenerative properties for the flesh. It should accelerate my cultivation. It seems I must make the journey after all. After leaving Longquan Temple, Shen Yun reserved a private room at Linlangjai. Linlangjai was among the most renowned upscale restaurants in Shuntian City, celebrated not only for its distinctive and poetically romantic decor, but also for serving only the freshest spiritual delicacies that made one's mouth water at the mere thought. Zhou Jiao arrived fashionably late. He had spent the entire day hosting foreign dignitaries at the Imperial Palace and could only slip away now. These past few days have been overwhelmingly busy. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality, Brother Yun. After offering his apologies, Zhou Jiao promptly produced a resplendent phoenix hairpin and urged her to try it on. I happened to come across this jade hairpin. Qianluo, take it and see how it looks. Shen Wude glanced at it and muttered, judging by the craftsmanship, this must be the work of Master Feng Li. His pieces command at least 5 high-grade spirit stones apiece. Lin Qianluo gave him an exasperated look. There's no need to spend so much next time. You've been busy all day, just sit down already. Zhou Jiao flashed a broad smile and hurriedly took his seat beside her, after which everyone began to eat. Amidst the laughter and clinking cups shared with friends, joy filled the air. After the meal, Zhou Jiao remarked with a sigh, leaders from all major powers have gathered at Great Zhou. The hospitality alone has nearly overwhelmed me. To cultivate alliances with heroes across the realm, Great Zhou hosts an annual grand gathering offering 5 dragon blood pool quotas as prizes. Shangguan Imo of the Shangguan clan, Su Yuer of the Su family, Tantai Jing of the Tantai household, and even Morong Shui from the Lone Swan Sword sect have all arrived. Zhou Jiao sighed with emotion. Everyone coming this time is a formidable figure. Fortunately, I've already secured 1 quota from the Emperor. Shen Yun clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for the trouble, Elder Zhou. Zhou Jiao waved his hand and smiled gently. No need for such formality between us. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the grand gathering. Come with me to the Imperial Palace, Brother Yun. Glazed golden tiles reflect the morning sun, and palace walls rise majestically over hundreds of miles of spiritual soil. The halls stand in perfect order, the pavilions grand and imposing. The imperial city is enveloped in a spiritual glow, magnificent and resplendent, fully displaying the supreme majesty of the royal house. Today, the Great Zhou dynasty celebrates a grand occasion, receiving guests from all directions at Yuxiao Hall. Those invited are exclusively major powers of Tianlan State. Mere foundation establishment clans cannot even pass through the palace gates, utterly lacking the qualifications to attend this grand gathering. The arriving guests are all heavyweight figures guided by several palace maids to their seats in Yuxiao Hall. At this moment, several people have already taken their seats, all of whom are young talents in the prime of their youth. The dragon blood pool possesses numerous wondrous benefits, cleansing the physical body, condensing spiritual energy, and forging a formidable foundation, making it of immense value to young cultivators. Shen Yun and Lin Qianluo arrived side by side, drawing a great deal of attention. Su Yuer was the first to notice him. Her pretty face darkened as she secretly gnashed her teeth, thinking, I didn't expect you to come as well. What a God-given opportunity. This time I will definitely knock 2 massive bumps on your head. During this period, she had devoted herself entirely to secluded cultivation, breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refining, and had finally found her chance for revenge. Nearby, Shangguan Mo bore a wild, untamed expression, his arrogance soaring to the heavens, seemingly unchanged. Through a series of manipulations, Shen Wude had directly caused him to lose his memory and suffer from amnesia, to the point where he would sometimes forget what he had just said a moment prior. Fortunately, this did not disrupt their plans, and he was merely given a warning upon returning to the clan. Thus he prepared himself once more, determined to display his grand ambitions at the gathering. Zhou Xingyu stood by his side, his gaze fixed on Yichun not far away, as he said coldly, find a way to cripple him for me. Shangguan Mo looked on disdainfully, replying nonchalantly, rest assured, Your Highness. Today that kid will only leave this place carried out on a stretcher. Zhou Xingyu nodded, then looked up toward the outside of the hall, saying solemnly, my eldest brother and Tantai Jing have arrived. Just as the words left his mouth, a tall young man approached. He was as swift as the wind and moved like thunder, his powerful aura drawing sidelong glances from everyone. The eldest prince walked side by side with him, his bright yellow four-clawed dragon robe fluttering in the wind. With a handsome face and refined features, he wore a faint smile that exuded an inexplicable sense of warmth. The moment he appeared, the imperial guards and palace maids all fell to their knees. "We welcome your highness the crown prince." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the eldest prince took the seat of honor without hesitation, saying in a gentle tone, "Please wait a moment, the others will arrive shortly." Shen Yun gazed at his figure and thought to himself, "I heard that the eldest prince possesses the highest talent among the princes. Seeing him today, it is indeed true. He must have already reached the foundation establishment realm." He then began to observe Tantai Jing. The man's physical body was exceptionally powerful, faintly carrying the momentum of wind and thunder. This was indeed the Tantai family's closely guarded secret, the wind-thunder indestructible physique. Tianlan State is vast and boundless, with no fewer than thousands of cultivation clans and 50 to 60 golden core level forces. Among them, the Tantai clan is widely recognized as one of the strongest golden core families, holding a resounding reputation. After the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, Zhou Ziyou finally made his appearance. Numerous gazes shifted to the elegant, beautiful woman behind him, filled with varying mixtures of admiration, adoration, and awe. The eldest prince raised his brow and called out warmly, "Fairy Murong has arrived, please take a seat." Murong Xue nodded in acknowledgement, her delicate petite face devoid of expression, exuding a sense of aloof and isolated pride. Despite such an aloof attitude, the eldest prince did not mind in the least. Her status was well worth his utmost respect. Zhou Ziyou hurried over to sit beside Shen Yun, letting out a long sigh of relief. Lin Xianluo raised her eyes, saying with a knowing look, "Hosting such a stunning beauty, you must be quite pleased, aren't you?" Zhou Ziyou's expression shifted, and he quickly explained, "Absolutely not. You have no idea. She is ice cold all day long, and I have absolutely no clue what is on her mind. It is worrying me to death." Shen Yun chuckled and changed the subject. "I heard she is a disciple of the Guhong sword sect. Can Brother Zhou tell us more about her?" Zhou Ziyou let out a breath of relief and slowly explained, "This Murong Xue is by no means ordinary. Although she only possesses 3-element spiritual roots, hers is the legendary mutated spiritual root." Hearing of the mutated spiritual root, Shen Yun's interest was piqued. It is said that her spiritual root attributes are water, ice, and mist, 3 attributes of a single lineage, which is exceptionally rare. Zhou Ziyou sighed in admiration. Among the 3,000 outer disciples of the sword sect, she ranks second. It is only a matter of time before she becomes an inner disciple. After hearing his description, Shen Yun gained a general understanding of Murong Xue. Water, ice, and mist are the 3 states of water. In a sense, her aptitude is comparable to a heavenly spiritual root. Although her cultivation speed is slightly slower, her abilities possess far more variation. For such a genius to still be merely an outer disciple, the formidable strength of the Guhong sword sect is clearly evident. Subsequently, the crowd moved to the Yuxiao Terrace. The spacious platform was crafted from Tianshan white jade, open yet grand, surrounded by 36 coiled dragon jade pillars that formed a powerful defensive array. The grand gathering was hosted by the eldest prince. Once the guests had gathered, he began his address. Each person has 2 opportunities to challenge. If the defender remains unchallenged after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they will directly secure a spot. The purpose of this gathering is the exchange of insights on the immortal Tao. Since everyone present is a young talent, please keep the matches friendly and stop before causing serious harm. After explaining the rules, the eldest prince slowly asked, "Which fellow Taoist is willing to take the stage first?" No sooner had the words fallen than Tantai Jing took a step forward. As if shrinking the earth to inches, he ascended the Yuxiao Terrace in the blink of an eye. Tantai Jing stood with arms crossed, his posture upright, as tall as an iron tower, wind and thunder aura swirling around him like tassels. Many were about to make their move, but upon seeing him, they immediately stopped, seemingly choosing to avoid provoking him. Tantai Jing has cultivated to the 8th layer of qi condensation, and with the small success of his wind-thunder imperishable body, who dares to oppose him? Even at the sword sect assessment, he would be a top contender for the championship. Securing a spot would be as easy as plucking something from a bag. Tantai Jing was a prominent figure among the younger generation, his strength on full display for all to see. No one wished to waste a challenge opportunity on him. Zhou Xingyu gazed at Tantai Jing, his expression exceedingly solemn. If Big Brother is going to such lengths to win him over, Tantai Jing is certainly no ordinary opponent. Shangguan Mo's arrogance dimmed somewhat as he said heavily, "Tantai Jing's strength is formidable. He is by no means someone who has earned a reputation without substance." A bronze tripod stood at the very center of the Jade Peak Terrace, with a single sandalwood incense stick burning within. Just as the incense was about to expire, a black-clad young man with a resolute face stepped onto the platform. This man was named He Guang from the He family of Songlong Mountain. The strongest in his clan was a void core expert, barely granting them the qualification to attend this grand gathering. "The golden core families look down on us as if we are nothing. Today I will make them realize that even minor clans have their geniuses." Feeling the contemptuous glances from around him, He Guang's heart sank like lead, yet he remained utterly focused. Gung Metal Sword Art. He Guang held his long sword aloft, condensing his metal element spiritual power into a singular concentrated strike, instantly unleashing several blades of Gung Metal Qi. Tantai Jing neither dodged nor avoided, his iron tower physique merely trembled slightly, and the sword Qi shattered into fragments in an instant. How is this possible? He Guang's pupils contracted, disbelief washing across his face. Whoosh! Wind and thunder erupted, and in the next instant Tantai Jing was upon him. His massive hand swept down toward He Guang, who desperately raised his sword to block. The long sword met the great palm, and cracked with a sharp sound, shattering into pieces. Tantai Jing's expression remained unchanged as a terrifying wave of palm pressure descended upon him. He Guang let out a blood-curdling scream as his protective spiritual energy exploded one after another. His great hand was like a heaven-flipping seal, sending him flying through the air horizontally. He entered the arena vertically and left horizontally. He Guang crashed to the ground, blood streaming from his body, completely unable to continue fighting. Tantai Jing brushed the dust from his clothes and said coldly, "Overestimating yourself." The outcome was by no means unexpected. It was a complete one-sided crushing. Although everyone knew Tantai Jing's strength, such overwhelming dominance still sent shivers through the crowd. As expected of the peerless genius of the Tantai family, he is unmatched below the foundation establishment stage. Within the span of one incense stick's burning, Tantai Jing secured his spot without question. The Jade Peak terrace emptied, and Murong Shui stepped forward with light, graceful movements. Her slender figure rose into the air, resembling a drifting snowflake as she slowly descended onto the platform. An instant silence fell over the venue. No one dared to test fate this time. Murong Shui's strength surpasses even Tantai Jing's. Let us not go up there and embarrass ourselves. She is a top genius of the Guhong Sword sect. It's only natural no one challenges her. I only pity that I won't get to witness her strength firsthand. After one incense stick's time had passed, the second qualification was decided. Only 3 spots remained, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense. 20 contestants had signed up. A case of too many monks and too little porridge. So many began to stir restlessly. Su Yu'er could no longer contain herself. With delicate lotus steps, she floated onto the platform like a butterfly dancing through flowers. I will fight you. The challenger who stepped forward was a black-clad swordsman radiating the cultivation realm of Qi condensation 6th layer. His blade techniques were broad and unrestrained, fierce as raging fire and swift as thunder, carrying an indomitable momentum. Water roll technique. Su Yu'er formed a Dao seal with her hands, and a silver-white ribbon flew from her waist, curling once to unleash multiple, surging waves of water. The long sword slashes struck the water like an ox slipping into mud, incapable of raising so much as a ripple. Every attack was dissolved, and instead Su Yu'er found herself sinking deeper, wrapped in water waves stirred by the silk ribbon, barely able to move. After struggling for a full minute, the swordsman ran out of stamina and chose to concede defeat. Su Yu'er is using a second-rate high-grade magical artifact, isn't she? How can anyone compete against that? It is rather unfair. Even if she cannot fully unleash its power, no one at the Qi condensation stage can withstand it. Who can blame others for it? She is the cherished daughter of the Su family patriarch. The magical artifact is also part of one's strength. Afterwards, Su Yu'er faced several more rounds of challenges, one of which was a fire tribute cultivator who gave her considerable trouble. The collision of water and fire produced a breathtaking spectacle. Both were at the Qi condensation 7th layer, making them fairly matched opponents. However, with the illusory silver gauze at her disposal, Su Yu'er delivered something akin to a dimensional strike, gaining the upper hand quickly and sending her opponent falling from the platform. Su Yu'er, like a proud little phoenix, called out to the crowd below, "Shen Yun, do you dare step onto the platform and fight me?" Hearing her voice, everyone turned their gaze toward Shen Yun, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Lin Qianluo caught the scent of drama and covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Brother Yun, look, they're calling for you." Zhou Zio clapped his hands, interested. Could this young lady be Brother Yun's romantic interest? Shen Yun paused for a moment, puzzled. "Miss, did you call the wrong person? I don't believe we've ever met." Hearing this, Su Yu'er froze for a second, then her face turned crimson with anger. "I'm calling you. Or do you fear me?" Her anger deepened within her heart. She never expected Shen Yun to have forgotten her so completely. Resolutely, Su Yu'er made up her mind. He would pay, and she would leave 2 bumps on his head. Shen Yun was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom when he had offended this young miss. Lin Qianluo nudged his arm and smiled gently. "The young lady has invited you directly. Brother Yun should not be rude." Shen Yun was pushed onto the platform. Seeing Su Yu'er's resentful expression, he spoke. "Miss, have we met before?" "Think about it slowly." Su Yu'er flipped her hand and unleashed the water roll technique. The illusory silver gauze was surrounded by flowing water, cascading like a waterfall, crashing down, engulfing Shen Yun's figure. What a peculiar person. Shen Yun shook his head, flicked his fingers, and released a surge of earth attribute spiritual power. Boom. A A massive mountain wall rose from the ground, blocking the furious waves. When the illusory silver gauze struck the cliff face, only a few stones broke loose. Su Yuer's expression shifted slightly. Immense resistance surged from the illusory silver gauze, and she immediately understood that Shen Yun was on an entirely different level from her previous opponents. Flying Cascade Technique. Su Yuer clenched her teeth, and the rushing tides swelled before the wind. Savage gales raged, and colossal waves roared like turbulent seas on the ocean's surface, ready to swallow everything. Shen Yun stood motionless, extending a single finger once more, and the mountain wall grew taller still. For every foot the waves rose, the mountain gained 10. No matter how ferociously the sea raged, it could never breach the barrier. Su Yuer refused to admit defeat, continuously pouring more spiritual power into her techniques. A fine sheen of sweat covered her delicate face, her lips bitten raw from tension. In stark contrast, Shen Yun looked entirely carefree, calmly watching the tides rise and fall, as though feeling absolutely no pressure. Such a staggering gap in strength was something no one had anticipated. Zhou Xingyu's eyes narrowed. So this is the person my third brother values so highly. Indeed, he is far from an ordinary character. Even Shangwan Mo's arrogance subsided somewhat as he said solemnly, he is a rising genius from the Shen family. Rumor has it his talent even surpasses Shen Feng's. He truly has something remarkable about him. Tantai Jing gazed at Shen Yun's back and murmured softly, excellent cultivation, excellent Dao arts. At the sword sect assessment, he will be one of my greatest enemies. How can this wretched guy be so powerful? She repeatedly launched water element techniques, yet they were like mayflies attempting to shake a towering tree, unable to affect him in the slightest. Step down. You are no match for me. Shen Yun stood with his hands behind his back, immovable as an ancient boulder battered by the sea for millennia. Su Yuer gritted her teeth and shouted stubbornly, don't underestimate me. Seeing her still refuse to yield, Shen Yun shook his head, then stepped forward, walking through the surging waves as casually as strolling in a courtyard. With a wave of his sleeve, Earth attribute spiritual power shot forth like a golden thread, curving around the flood of water from an impossible angle. Su Yuer's face changed, and she controlled a water wall to block in front of her. The golden thread pierced through like it was slicing through nothing, instantly breaking through several water walls before striking squarely on her forehead. Woo! Su Yuer let out a cry of pain as her whole body went numb, and a gentle force sent her flying out of the arena. That voice! It sounds like the person I knocked unconscious at Tianwei Mountain. Shen Yun touched his chin, and something suddenly clicked. Understanding dawned on him. A large bump was already forming on Su Yuer's forehead. Her big eyes shimmered with tears as she glared hatefully at Shen Yun. It was clear this grievance would not be easily forgotten. Having defeated Su Yuer with ease, Shen Yun's strength was unanimously recognized, and no foolish souls dared to challenge him. Only Yichen hesitated for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately chose to give up. Thus, Shen Yun secured the third qualification. Seeing this, Zhou Ziyou laughed loudly. Brother is truly hiding your light. My attempt to claim a spot seems like adding legs to a snake now. Shen Yun smiled. Regardless of the outcome, he would remember Zhou Ziyou's kindness. Only 2 matches remained, and those waiting for the right moment could no longer hold back. Contestants flocked onto the platform, fighting fiercely, each displaying their unique prowess like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Su Yuer rubbed her forehead when a white-clad figure suddenly appeared before her eyes. Once she recognized him, her face immediately fell. Are you here to mock me? Shen Yun offered a gentle smile and waved his hand, casting the revival technique. A faint cyan light flickered across her body, and as a cooling sensation washed over her, the bump visibly receded before her eyes. Su Yuer paused for a moment, then muttered softly, even if you try to curry favor with me now, I still won't forgive you. Shen Yun glanced at her and said with a half-smile, keep dawdling like this, and you'll lose your qualification. Su Yuer's eyes widened. She hurriedly stepped onto the platform, then suddenly realized that the spiritual power she had just expended had been replenished. This wretched guy is truly unfathomable. Su Yuer pouted, then threw herself earnestly into the match. As soon as Shen Yun walked back, he noticed the teasing look in Lin Qianluo's eyes. Lin Qianluo said in a manner far beyond her years, that girl is quite lovely, and her family background is decent. She might just barely be worthy of you, Brother Yun. Shen Yun shook his head calmly. I have no interest in her. The Su family is an ally of the Shen family, and it was only a small favor to help along the way. A stronger family benefits everyone, and he would not decline to assist when it was within his means. Without a powerful opponent like Shen Yun, Su Yuer flourished like a fish in water, ultimately securing one of the remaining qualifications. Only 2 people had never stepped onto the platform the entire time. Shangwan Mo's gaze was dark and piercing as he fixed his stare on Yichun. Is this kid a turtle? How can he endure this long? If he had to sabotage Yichun, he would have acted long ago. Who wouldn't want such a treasure as the dragon blood pool? Under Shangwan Mo's increasingly restless glare, Yichun finally rose to his feet and quickly walked onto the platform. You've finally shown up. I can hardly contain myself from crippling you. Shangwan Mo gave a sinister smile and eagerly stepped onto the Jade Peak terrace. If there is a single figure who has dominated Shuntian City's recent scene, it is Yi Chun. First, the ninth princess pleaded for him and saved his life. Then he returned in triumph, defeating the second prince at the Talisman Assembly. Now he is to take the stage for a match, and his aura reveals the sixth stage of Qi refinement, seemingly aiming to carve out another dazzling feat. This Yi Chun is truly a remarkable figure. Not only are his talisman arts outstanding, his cultivation is not far behind. The ninth princess is said to be Daizhou's top beauty, and even Shangwan Dongjun is smitten. I would say Yi Chun's romantic luck is even stronger than his talent. Dueling in magic is not the same as talisman arts. Even if Yi Chun's talent is supreme, he cannot hope to defeat Shangwan Mo, who stands a tier higher. Hearing the whispers, Yi Chun's expression remained utterly calm, his resolute face carrying a strange allure. Shangwan Mo stood with arms crossed, a haughty smile on his lips. A seven-tier pagoda shimmered above his head, signaling his prodigious bearing. You little brat are impressive, but alas, you have met me. Shangwan Mo's tone was deep and powerful. I didn't expect this man to be an old hand. Shen Yun's gaze grew peculiar, recalling how he had once knelt and begged for mercy. Yi Chun paid no heed to Shangwan Mo's words. His figure flashed like a fleeting light as he lunged at him with ruthless force. Boy, you dare to strike first. What boldness! Shangwan Mo shouted coldly. The seven-tier pagoda array shone, and layer upon layer of earth attribute spiritual power surged forth. Shuji Tower, suppress it for me. At his command, a 10-meter radius seemed to crystallize. The jade bricks on the ground emitted a crisp creak of compression. Yi Chun's movements were as if jammed, his speed slowed by many times, every step costing enormous energy. Shuji Tower can marshal the power of the earth veins, condensing a five-fold gravity space. Today is this boy's death knell. Shangwan Mo appeared aloof, but he never fights unprepared. He had long studied Yi Chun's formidable flesh and his prowess in close quarters. Shuji Tower is precisely counter to such body cultivators. Stone Spear Art Kill. Shangwan Mo's two fingers pointed at the ground. With every step Yi Chun took, he was beset by several stone spears. Swish, swish, swish. Stone spears pierced. Yi Chun was scarred in an instant, his black robe torn open to reveal bronze skin marked by fur-crossing bloodstains deep to the bone. Shangwan Mo revealed a bloodthirsty smile, unleashing Dao arts with even greater ferocity, like a fierce wind and rain aiming to cut Yi Chun down. Zhou Xingyu's lips curved with a smile, as if he already saw Yi Chun being crippled. The gap is simply too large. There is absolute suppression in the realm, and Shangwan Mo is a peerless seven-layer Qi refinement master. The spectators shook their heads, already certain Yi Chun would lose. Zhou Ziyou withdrew his gaze, sighing. What a pity Shangwan Mo's moves are too counter. Yi Chun, the outcome is decided. Many things Zhou Ziyou has heard. Yi Chun's plight indeed earns sympathy, yet the Yi family lacks power, and defeat and extinction are the trend. Strength is king. This is the rule of the cultivation world. It seems to be a match with no suspense, yet Shen Yun's spirit is more focused than ever. The art of perceiving aura was pushed to the extreme, almost breaking the shackles of the consummation realm, entering a whole new domain. Zhou Ziyou was about to speak, but suddenly noticed Shen Yun's state, his mind trembling. Unmoved by joy or sorrow, the six senses pure, his gaze calm and deep, like an ancient deity, discerning the changes of the mortal world. Brother Yun, is this enlightenment? Zhou Ziyou exhaled slowly, gaining a deeper understanding of Shen Yun's talent. Shen Yun's world changed, all things vanished, heaven and earth dimmed, and all that remained was a hazy mist. At this moment Yi Chun found himself in a corner of despair, seemingly unable to turn the tide, but in Shen Yun's gaze a strange golden glow began to flicker on his body. Is this fortune? Shen Yun thought, stepping out of the enlightenment state. When his mind settled, his divine sense surged greatly, and the world in his eyes grew clearer. The battlefield's winds and clouds shifted. Yi Chun, like a spring compressed to the limit, shot upward with a mighty leap. He pressed his hands together and unleashed a mystic incantation to disrupt his opponent's artifacts. Boom! Shuji Tower instantly lost its luster, the suppressive power dissolving into nothing. How could this be? What demon art did you use? Shangwan Mo's vision blurred as Yi Chun's great hand shot forward in an instant. The sharp tearing of air made his scalp go numb. A frog at the bottom of a well does not know the vast sea. Yi Chun lay drenched in blood, ribs shattered. Such injuries would have rendered others lifeless. Yet he grew ever braver, his agile figure like a giant rock spreading its wings, iron claws plunging toward Shangwan Mo's Qi Si. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing filled the air. Shangwan Mo's body crouched, his lower dantian blown out, and he deflated like a punctured tire, his breath crashing to the bottom. No! Shangwan Mo's face turned ashen, as if his very soul had been drawn away, leaving no vitality behind. The Qi Si is a cultivator's lifeline. Once broken, the future is ruined. Even if one finds heavenly treasures to repair it, future potential will be greatly diminished. Sure, Shangwan Mo is already a ruined man. Future breakthroughs to foundation establishment are a mere dream. This upheaval jolts the balance, and the previously dominant Shangguan Imo collapses in an instant. The truth is undeniable. Yi Chun can fight across tiers and has created another miracle. I've heard those of immense fortune often turn danger into safety reversal after reversal. I think Yi Chun is such a being. It's hard to imagine how far he will go, but one thing is certain: Yi Chun is a latent dragon waiting for the right moment to soar. Yi Chun has won countless praises. His performance has earned universal recognition. Killing intent in Zhou Xingyu's eyes was as tangible as a blade. This time the outcome is a steal of victory. Shangguan Imo becomes a waste, while Yi Chun's prestige soars. Sadly, a gaze cannot kill, otherwise Yi Chun would have been shredded. When the Grand Assembly ends, those who earned a place are invited to the Dragon Blood Pool. Passing through 99 layers of white jade steps, a vast secret realm unfolds before the eyes. The Dragon Blood Pool, though named a pool, resembles a lake whose broad surface stretches beyond sight. The water is as blue as the sky, glowing with 5-colored treasure light, shrouded by mist like spiritual energy, serene and mysterious. The Blood Dragon Pool is the great Zhou Taizu's natal artifact. It is said Taizu became nascent soul, true monarch, and this treasure has a deep connection to him. The Crown Prince speaks of secrets hinting at the pool's preciousness. This is his brilliance. He acts without conspicuous displays, yet makes de Zhou's goodwill felt. If Zhou Xingyu were present, he would understand that his deficiency lies not only in vision, but in a refined, grand way of handling affairs. The Crown Prince nods at a point and produces a 9-dragon jade seal. 5 rainbow bridges immediately appear along the shore, leading directly into the Dragon Blood Pool. Friends, you may enter now. With the Crown Prince's words, the 5 of them move at once, guided by the rainbow bridges, into the Dragon Blood Pool. As soon as they enter, Shen Yun instantly feels the pool's pervasive pressure, nearly equal to the full power strike of a Chi refinement first-layer cultivator. So he begins to mobilize the 5 elements fusion body. After the 5 elements spiritual power is refined, his flesh bears fine wounds. Swish! Like the sound of clear springs, the pool ripples rise, and in an instant the wounds are repaired. It really speeds up the cultivation of the 5 elements fusion body. Shen Yun's eyes light up. He proceeds toward the pool's depths. The deeper one goes, the greater the pressure, and the tearing pains nearly become unbearable, causing everyone's steps to slow. Tantai Jing, who has trained in the wind thunder not broken body, leads the charge. His flesh is as sturdy as a tier 1 artifact. Murong Shui follows closely, brows furrowed, pale face covered in sweat as she strains against the pain. Yi Chun and Su Yuer lag far behind, but the former's pace rapidly increases, and as time passes he surprisingly moves to the front. This place seems tailor-made for me. Yi Chun, full of ambition, finds the Dragon Blood Pool, intensifying his bloodline with no side effects. He gradually discovers that an unknown martial art is undergoing strange changes. Several different powers are being drawn in. This is the power of wind and thunder, and ice and mist spirit energy. The unknown martial art unexpectedly yields such miraculous effects. Yi Chun's eyes widen. After a moment, he understands the cause and effect. He can plunder others' bloodlines through the Dragon Blood Pool. To reach the highest point, any means will do. It's only some wind and frost after all. Yi Chun's expression hardens. He fully unleashes the unknown martial art, and instantly his blood energy surges rapidly, as if he had ingested a celestial elixir. Shen Yun's steps remain measured. He gradually adapts to the Dragon Blood Pool's pressure, and the 5 elements fusion body makes rapid progress. The rate at which his blood energy rises suddenly slows a great deal. He halts, and his formidable sense immediately detects a strange aura. Mysterious, vast, bearing a ghostly aura. It actually devours his bloodline. This aura he had just sensed before. Yi Chun. Shen Yun narrows his eyes, whispering, "We both keep to our own. We could be at peace, but since you mean to strike, I will reciprocate." With that thought, Shen Yun surges toward Yi Chun, unafraid of any fortune teller. This journey will teach the other the price of action. To take without asking is theft. To plunder another's bloodline is no different from blocking one's Tao. With killing intent ignited, Shen Yun struck with thunderous swiftness. Spiritual energy swirled across the pool's surface, visibility reduced to less than 100 meters. Like a soundless phantom, he rushed toward Yi Chun's position. Su Yuer continued her cultivation in blissful ignorance, entirely unaware that her bloodline was being siphoned away. "Shen Yun helped me just now, so we're even. Once this grandmother achieves her Tao body, I'll only knock 2 bumps on his head." A faint smile curved her lips as she envisioned the glorious moment of defeating Shen Yun, and even the pain of body tempering seemed to lessen. Why has my wind thunder indestructible body become sluggish in its circulation? Could there be a flaw in my cultivation? Doubt flickered across Dantai Jing's countenance. After a thorough examination, finding nothing amiss, he gradually dismissed his suspicions. Murong Shui's willow brows knitted together, light glinting within her aloof eyes. Something is amiss with this Dragon Blood Pool. Her tone brooked no argument, and a second investigation only confirmed her judgment. Then her body slowly ascended as though lifted by some invisible force above the water's surface. Sky blue droplets fell gently rippling outward in concentric circles upon the still water and distorting its mirror-like reflection. As expected, this sensation vanishes once I leave the dragon blood pool. Murong Shui gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, "There are no traces whatsoever. Who could have struck?" Yi Chen stood amid the pool waters as endless streams of bloodline essence merged into his mortal flesh. Radiating outward from his position, an overwhelming aura swept across all directions, majestic, boundless, invincible, as though a sovereign had descended. Jialong bloodline, I have finally reached this realm. Yi Chen's heart swelled with triumph. These recent days had been remarkably auspicious, his gains beyond measure. As the old saying goes, when fortune smiles, all of heaven and earth conspire in one's favor. When fortune fades, even heroes find themselves bound. Since the day the Yi clan was reduced to ashes and smoke, his fortunes had flowed without cease. This journey to the dragon blood pool had not only catalyzed the Jialong bloodline, but also elevated his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refining, truly a double blessing. The ice mist power within the bloodline essence has suddenly diminished. Could Murong Shui discovered me? Yi Chen was mildly taken aback, yet his movements did not cease. The nameless art plunders the creations of heaven and earth. Even Golden Core experts failed to detect me before, so Murong Shui likely only sensed some anomaly. Nothing to fear. Speculation stirred within Yi Chen's mind, kindling a faint sense of urgency. Dantai Jing's wind thunder power is immensely beneficial to the Jialong bloodline. I absolutely cannot let slip such a heaven-sent opportunity. Steeled in his heart, he began burning spiritual energy to accelerate his absorption, unleashing his full might, vowing to drain every last drop of Dantai Jing's worth. Shen Yun had witnessed this entire scene. Employing his qi concealment art, he hid himself within the spiritual mist, completely imperceptible to Yi Chen. Ruthless toward others and ruthless toward himself as well. Truly a formidable character. Shen Yun's gaze fixed upon Yi Chen as he suppressed his aura, waiting until Yi Chen descended into deep meditation. But alas, you have offended me. A terrifying divine sense materialized as a heavenly blade, erupting with blinding radiance in an instant. Fast. The naked eye could hardly track it. The thought had barely risen when the blade's edge had already arrived to kill. Precise. Like an unparalleled assassin lying in ambush for 3 days, he struck his earth-shattering blow the moment his prey grew careless. Ruthless. Without reserve, as though determined to achieve victory in a single decisive battle, holding nothing back. Shen Yun's divine sense had once again broken through. This strike had transcended the qi refining realm, reaching an entirely new dimension. Why does my heart suddenly grow uneasy? Could some upheaval be unfolding? Without warning, alarm bells rang thunderously within Yi Chen's heart. This sixth sense had delivered him from peril on numerous occasions before, even allowing him to turn the tables and slay his opponents. Yet this time his adversary was Shen Yun, whose heavenly blade of divine sense outpaced even his very thoughts. Whoosh! Yi Chen's linked eye was like butter meeting a hot blade. Instantly melted, his pain receptors utterly unable to keep pace with such blinding speed. Before his scream could escape, another blade had already cleaved into his heart. Boom! The divine sense rampaged through his blood vessels like a wrecking ball, and in but a single moment the Jialong bloodline he had painstakingly cultivated was utterly severed. His newly achieved 7th layer of qi refining likewise crumbled in an instant, his foundation too unstable to hold. Spirit bloodline and cultivation realm all suffered grievous wounds simultaneously. His entire being was reduced to a half-crippled wreck, his injuries several times worse than Shangwan Mo's. Who are you, destroyer of my Tao? I shall never share the same sky with you. Yi Chen released a hysterical roar, his fury seemingly taking tangible form as flames blazed furiously above his head. Such a tremendous commotion drew the attention of others. An elderly man with hair and beard entirely white materialized from thin air, his overwhelming aura instantly quelling the disturbance. Who dares be so audacious as to strike within the dragon blood pool? Do they wish to make an enemy of our great Zhou? The elder's stellar ceremonial robes billowed without any breeze as his formidable divine sense radiated outward. Yet after half a minute he still detected not a single anomaly. Shen Yun vanished into the distance the moment his strike landed, harboring no intention of entangling further in battle, his merits concealed alongside his name. Throughout he had employed his qi concealment art to veil his aura, and his divine sense assassination was formless and incorporeal, more professional than even the most elite assassin. 2 days slipped by in silence. At last I have cultivated the 5-element primordial body to the minor accomplishment realm, all because of the dragon blood pool. Shen Yun exhaled a long breath. Without Yi Chen's interference, his cultivation progress had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even the founding ancestor of Great Zhou could scarcely have imagined that one might simultaneously temper the mortal flesh with the spiritual power of all 5 elements. Only Shen Yun's transcendent comprehension combined with Feng Tiany's peerless Tao technique could have wrought such a miracle. He departed the dragon blood pool unhurriedly, unaware that chaos had erupted beyond its borders. The shoreline was ringed by Imperial guards clad in golden armor, their cultivation no less than the late stage of chi refining. They wielded finely forged second-grade flying swords, their solemn murderous aura enough to strike terror into any heart. The elder in stellar ceremonial robes fixed Shen Yun with a penetrating gaze, scrutinized him for a moment, then declared, "It's not him." At these words the crowd shifted their attention away, continuing to watch the entrance to the dragon blood pool. Shen Yun showed no surprise as he approached Zhou Ziyou and inquired, "What has happened?" Zhou Ziyou replied with a solemn expression, "An assassination occurred within the dragon blood pool. Even second Uncle Imperial has been alarmed." The elder's status was anything but ordinary. He was the current human emperor's elder brother who had long withdrawn from worldly affairs and remained at the dragon blood pool to comprehend the supreme Tao. Shen Yun's brow arched in apparent astonishment as he asked with grave solemnity, "Who was assassinated?" "It was Yichun," Zhou Ziyou answered slowly. "That assassin's strike was truly vicious. Their lingtai was shattered and the bloodline completely ruined. From now on they will likely never advance beyond the chi refining realm." What a terrifying assassin! What grudge could have warranted this? Shen Yun's complexion shifted subtly, as though frightened, though inwardly he sighed, as expected of one burdened with tremendous fortune, truly difficult to kill. Second Uncle Imperial appeared placid on the surface, but had been covertly observing Shen Yun the entire time. Seeing this performance, every last trace of suspicion was dispelled. All four have emerged without issue. It seems the assassin infiltrated the dragon blood pool from outside. Second Uncle Imperial rendered his verdict, yet a chill ran through his heart. To infiltrate the dragon blood pool without a soul noticing. Such cultivation must be earth-shattering and heaven-crying, posing a threat to great Zhou, too grave to measure. Henceforth the entire city of Shuntian was placed under lockdown. Even a single fly's passage was subject to rigorous investigation. Yichun had spent 3 days in holy medical workshop, undergoing emergency treatment, and at last all his external injuries had been repaired. Your bloodline has already been crippled, and there are 4 penetrating fissures upon your lingtai. Even a supreme immortal Tao expert would be helpless. You shall progress no further than the 9th layer of chi refining in this lifetime. Find some place and spend your remaining years in peace. Upon hearing the physician's words, Yichun stood as though struck by a thunderbolt from a clear sky, utterly motionless for an age. Only when a woman of matchless elegance and beauty arrived did the focus finally return to his pupils. "Forgive me, 9th Princess, for letting you witness me in such a wretched condition." A strange smile tugged at his lips. The once vibrant and unstoppable Yichun was nowhere to be seen. The 9th Princess's gaze was profoundly deep as she spoke to Yichun with gentle warmth. "Go to the Lone Swan Sword sect. There may yet be help for you there." Seeing the shadowed expression that crept across Yichun's face, her tone grew stern. "In my heart you are the indomitable genius who never admits defeat and repeatedly works miracles. Could it be that this tribulation has finally broken you?" Yichun drew a deep breath and spoke with solemn resolve. "I shall not abandon the sword sect examination." Once more he gathered his spirit, gazing toward the rising sun, the direction of the Lone Swan Sword sect. The 9th Princess studied him intently, her thoughts a flurry of tangled threads. Whoever this is, they have managed to disrupt even the latent dragon's fortune. It seems the peaceful days of Tianlan province shall not endure much longer. When the 6-petaled blossoms drifted through the doorway, he sat watching the green bamboos transform into jade-like branches. In the blink of an eye, half a year had quietly slipped away. Since returning from the dragon blood pool, Shen Yun had devoted himself to cultivation within the bamboo grove cottage, turning a deaf ear to the worldly disputes beyond. At the 9th layer of chi refining, the threshold of foundation establishment was but a breath away. Ordinarily one would seek out a foundation establishment pill at this juncture, waiting for spiritual energy to be honed to its peak before attempting the breakthrough. Shen Yun had no intention of relying on a foundation establishment pill to force his way through. With his current cultivation base, establishing an earthly foundation would be an effortless endeavor. Yet as for how to achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment, he remained entirely without clue. Outside the scripture pavilion on Tianwei Mountain, Fong Tianyi studied Shen Yun for a moment before speaking calmly. "With your foundation, there is a 50% chance you could achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment." Shen Yun's expression remained unchanged, a glimmer of understanding crossing his features. "I can sense that a path lies ahead, yet I cannot see where it leads." The 5 elements primal body had reached its initial stage of completion, and his blood and chi were purely yang. His divine sense had been tempered through 1,000 trials, transforming from the ethereal into the tangible. The 5 elements' spiritual energy cycled endlessly, condensing from vapor into liquid. Any single one of these achievements would allow him to dominate the chi refining realm, and establishing an earthly foundation would pose no difficulty. Yet attaining heavenly Tao foundation remained only a 50-50 prospect. To attempt such a heavenly ascent is like building a tower in the void. Your foundation is already profoundly deep. Fong Tianyi gazed up at the heavens, murmuring with a touch of melancholy. Throughout all of history, only a handful have achieved heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Their cultivation bases were not even as solid as yours. It was merely fate that favored them. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered. Does the Qi refining realm have its own ceiling? Must we then leave everything to the whims of fate? Feng Tianyi shook his head. The Tao has no boundaries. What we call limits is merely a construct imposed by mortals. However, to advance beyond the pinnacle, secluded cultivation alone will no longer suffice. One must witness 1,000 swords before learning to discern a fine blade. You must see the broader world before you can perceive the path ahead. Feng Tianyi suddenly added, there is a place that should prove beneficial to you. Hearing this, Shen Yun asked directly where. Feng Tianyi replied in a distant tone, Guhong Sword Sect, the Seven Mysteries Tower. Shen Yun paused for a moment before asking, does Master mean I should take the Sword Sect's examination? Feng Tianyi considered this for a while, then shook his head. With your innate gifts, there is no need to waste time on such trials. I will take you there myself. Before Shen Yun could fully grasp what was happening, Feng Tianyi's body erupted with boundless radiant light, surging upward toward the heavens. A profound shockwave rippled outward, engulfing the entirety of Tianwei Mountain. The clear light seemed to pierce through the fabric of space itself, reshaping into a portal leading toward the unknown. The entire Shen clan felt the terrifying disturbance, their gazes turning toward Tianwei Mountain in unison. This fluctuation, it is Master Feng. From within the secret realm at the deepest reaches of Piaomiao, Peak Xinchang extended his perception. Shen Yun was shrouded in the radiant light as he followed Feng Tianyi through the phantom portal. One step, two steps, until after 100 paces the light gradually dissipated and everything before his eyes transformed entirely. Stretching before him were countless immortal palaces, rising majestically, exuding an aura of grandeur as though perched above the clouds and wreathed in celestial mists. Countless spiritual veins cascaded downward like waterfalls from the vast heavens, resembling pristine jade dragons gleaming with ethereal brilliance. The sky stretched out in crystalline azure, occasionally pierced by figures soaring through the air and leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. Far beyond the horizon, 100 zhang sword of pure silver white hovered suspended above the void, drifting like a solitary wild goose adrift in emptiness. Is this Guhong Sword Sect? A wave of astonishment swept through Shen Yun. The celestial splendor before him seemed far removed from the mortal world. Compared to such grandeur, the Shen family and the great Zhou imperial clan seemed nothing more than provincial backwaters. Feng Tianyi regarded the towering pagoda rising 100 zhang in the distance with an impassive expression, remarking casually, this is the Seven Mysteries Tower. Their sudden appearance sent ripples of shock through the gathering like a stone cast into still waters. Sword Sect disciples surrounding the Seven Mysteries Tower immediately closed in their sword intent, crashing like tidal waves. Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the Sword Sect? Dozens of spiritual pressures descended upon them, their sword qi so fierce it seemed to thin the very air. Stand down. A man clad in black materialized in an instant, his voice arriving only after his presence, a speed beyond mortal perception. He appeared to be in his middle years, with sharp features like drawn swords, broad shoulders, and a spine as unyielding as divine steel, his aura alone overwhelming all the gathered disciples. We greet the enforcement elder. The disciples knelt in unison, their reverence uncontainable. Shen Yun shot Feng Tianyi a puzzled glance. Was it truly prudent to cause such a spectacle on another sect's territory? Yet what unfolded next defied every expectation. The black-clad man clasped his fists and bowed deeply, speaking with visible respect. Lord Feng graces our sword sect. What brings you here? The disciples gaped in astonishment, straining to discern the newcomer's features, but a pale luminescence shrouded his form, rendering him indistinct. What manner of magnate could command such deference from the enforcement elder? Glances passed between them, but none possessed answers. Not even the enforcement elder could pierce through the radiance to make out the figure within. He had felt this transcendent aura before, and even after a century, it remained vividly etched in his memory. Feng Tianyi spoke calmly. I wish to borrow your Seven Mysteries Tower. Speaking as though issuing a mere notification, the enforcement elder showed no offense, laughing heartily. A trivial matter. Lord Feng is most welcome to use it as he sees fit. Feng Tianyi turned to Shen Yun with quiet composure. Enter. I shall await you here. Shen Yun nodded and stepped forward into the Seven Mysteries Tower. Hearing this, the enforcement elder's expression tightened. To be taken as a disciple by Lord Feng, this person must be a peerless prodigy. The Sword Sect disciples did not disperse, their attention fixed on the Seven Mysteries Tower as murmured speculations swirled about them. Each level of the Seven Mysteries Tower represents a step toward the heavens, and opponents vary according to one's cultivation realm. The tower steel currently glows red, indicating this individual is a Qi refining cultivator. Seems like a young prodigy. Curious how many layers he will ascend. If the enforcement elder takes such interest, his aptitude must be extraordinary. He should reach at least the 4th tier. 4 layers. That seems unlikely. Even Morong Shui, the top Qi refining cultivator in the Sword Sect, managed only 3. Each level of the Seven Mysteries Tower contains illusion formations laid down by array masters indistinguishable from reality. Those present had all entered the tower before. The first tier requires defeating 3 beasts of equal cultivation, which speaks to the difficulty involved. Reaching the second tier demands remarkable talent, yet breaching the third requires not only defeating 5 rivals at one's own level, but also withstanding a master 1 realm above for the duration of an incense stick. Those who reach the third tier are few and far between, already legendary figures within the sword sect. As for the fourth tier, it is barely a whisper, reserved only for those spoken of in myth. The enforcement elder's gaze grew unfathomable as he contemplated the Seven Mysteries Tower looming before him. Given that Lord Fong has accepted this disciple, he should manage at least 5 layers, and perhaps even the 6th. The thought died within him. In his centuries among the sword sect, he had witnessed only a single individual ascend to that level. That person now blazed across the heavens like a sovereign sun commanding authority over the entire northern wasteland. Shen Yun stepped into the Seven Mysteries Tower, and before him, the light suddenly dimmed. Within the tower stretched a dark starry sky where the radiant glow of countless stars cascaded like flowing water upon a verdant grassy expanse. The night was still and tranquil as water with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. I never imagined the tower's interior would be so vast. Could this be the legendary mustard seed space? Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings only to find no end in sight. Just as he was admiring the scenery, a hidden presence drew near in absolute silence. Whoosh! The sound was like a predator darting through the grass. A lithe black shadow suddenly lunged forward, its massive iron claws blending seamlessly with the night, striking toward Shen Yun's heart like a bolt of lightning. Though the attack came without warning, Shen Yun seemed to have anticipated it. With a nimble sidestep, he evaded the ferocious pounce. He countered with a palm strike, as if acting first despite striking last. The blow connected with the shadow as the power of his 5 elements primordial body erupted forth, producing crisp cracks of splintering bone. With a thunderous crash, the shadow crashed into the ground, carving out a massive crater. As the dust settled, the ambusher's full form was revealed. A first-tier shadow leopard. The enormous black leopard lay in a pool of blood, its fierce gaze brimming with killing intent. Among first-tier demon beasts, the shadow leopard was considered quite formidable, blindingly swift and adept at concealing its aura. In pitch darkness it grew even deadlier, and countless cultivators had met their end beneath its ambushes. However, it possessed a weakness. Its defenses were rather poor. This shadow leopard, comparable to a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator, had been grievously wounded by a single casual strike from Shen Yun. Roar! The shadow leopard rolled to its feet. Its wounds only inflamed its ferocity. Demonic energy coiled around its 4 thick, powerful legs, and with a tremendous stomp it burst forth at even greater speed. Watching the shadow leopard charge, Shen Yun's form flickered and vanished, leaving the colossal beast lunging at empty air. Just as the leopard struggled to regain its bearings for another strike, a point of golden light arrived, first piercing straight through its heart in an instant. The shadow leopard's demonic form shuddered, then gradually faded into nothingness. The demon beasts were projections conjured by the Seven Mysteries Tower's illusion formation, vanishing entirely upon death. Should a cultivator perish within the tower, they would not die in reality. Only their spirit would suffer damage, which would recover within a few days. Shen Yun strolled across the grassland, leisurely taking in the scenery around him. This illusion formation is nearly indistinguishable from reality, as expected of the trial realm belonging to the Lone Swan Sword sect. It was said that grandmasters of array formations could even replace truth with falsehood, rendering people unable to distinguish the real from the illusory. A breeze swept across the grassland. Shen Yun's steps slowed momentarily when suddenly the earth beneath him trembled. In the next instant, 2 enormous bear demons charged toward him. Their brown demonic forms were layered with iron-like muscles. Standing on all 4s, they towered half a head above Shen Yun, their aura far surpassing that of the shadow leopard. Brown bear demons. It said that even arcane artifacts cannot breach their hide. Their defensive power is utterly terrifying. A sinister gust rushed forth, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Yet Shen Yun remained utterly composed as the force of his divine sense hacked viciously toward the bear demons' skulls. Crack! The sound was akin to porcelain shattering. The 2 brown bear demons froze mid-motion, the ferocity in their eyes crystallizing in place. Their demonic forms collapsed lifelessly, kicking up clouds of dust upon impact. Such a pity. Their spiritual strength is far too weak. Without so much as lifting a finger, the 2 brown bear demons were slain by his divine sense. It was as effortless as drinking water or eating a meal. As the demonic forms dissolved into specks of light, a spiraling staircase emerged, stretching upward into the starry sky. Shen Yun ascended to the 2nd floor. Outside the Seven Mysteries Tower, the ruins of the 2nd floor blazed to life, clearly indicating that Shen Yun had cleared the 1st floor. A ripple of gasps swept through the crowd. Some even rubbed their eyes, convinced they must be seeing things. Less than a single incense stick's worth of time has passed. Just who in the world is this person? I have languished at the 9th layer of Qi refining for 8 full years, mastering all my Dao techniques to the minor accomplishment stage. Yet even so I cannot breach the brown bear demon's defenses. How on earth did he accomplish this? At the pace this person is going, he should be able to reach the 4th floor. This trip was truly worthwhile. The law enforcement elder showed no particular astonishment, maintaining the composure of a master. It seemed he had foreseen all of this long ago. Shen Yun had traversed the staircase. The 2nd floor was a flourishing forest. Towering trees reached toward the heavens, flowers and grasses grew luxuriantly, and all things teemed with vibrant life. 2 illusory figures materialized, emanating rich with spiritual energy, as though they were one with the forest itself. Qi refining 9th layer wood element cultivators. Not bad at all. Shen Yun took a single step forward, moving with the speed of a shooting star, and instantly appeared before the 2 wood element cultivators. Gung metal sword Qi. The instant the words fell, 6 golden sword energies cleaved through the air. 3 energies formed a character-shaped array, subtly embodying the principle of the 3 talents. The 2 cultivators immediately deployed wood element Dao techniques, and enormous wooden palms burst forth from the ground to grasp at the golden sword energies. Flash! The Gung metal sword Qi pierced straight through the wooden palms, advancing with unstoppable momentum as though encountering no resistance whatsoever. In the cycle of the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood. The Gung metal sword Qi honed to the perfection realm swept through with devastating force, perforating the 2 wood element cultivators into sieves. Azure light flickered erratically as the 2 cultivators activated healing techniques, using the vitality of wood's spiritual energy to restore their bodies. Yet how could Shen Yun possibly give them such an opportunity? The sword energies pivoted, striking with the untraceable elegance of an antelope hanging its horns, severing the 2 cultivators' spiritual platforms and instantly cutting off their vitality. As their forms dissolved into specks of light, 3 towering figures emerged from the forest. All 3 were at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi, refining their spiritual power, refined, and their aura fluid, seemingly ready to charge into the foundation establishment realm at any moment. The trio moved in unison, forming a converging killing array. Overwhelming spiritual power enveloped the area, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Shen Yun's face. To him, numbers held no meaning whatsoever. Even 100 ants could not bring down an elephant. His form flowed like the wind, weaving effortlessly through the dense barrage of wooden spears, as though taking a leisurely stroll through a courtyard. The 3 wood element cultivators could not even track his figure. Like headless flies, they unleashed their Dao techniques, each and every one landing on empty air. Shen Yun, by contrast, advanced and retreated with measured grace, reaping rewards with every deployment of his Gung metal sword Qi. Let this conclude. With a casual flick of his hand, sword energy slashed forth from a blind spot, piercing straight through one of them and ending his life in an instant. The remaining 2 cultivators found the pressure upon them surging as they could no longer withstand the edge of his sword energy. In less than a moment, they had suffered utter defeat. Shen Yun stood with his hands at his sides, his breathing perfectly steady. Defeating 5 cultivators of the same realm had been as effortless as reaching into a bag to retrieve an item. Suddenly a figure was seen soaring through the air from afar. Only then did a hint of seriousness surface in Shen Yun's expression. Foundation establishment realm. Hovering flight was the hallmark of the Foundation establishment realm, treading upon emptiness, subsisting upon Qi, free from the need for mortal sustenance. Such cultivators could truly be called immortal cultivators of the Tao, transcending the masses of mortals and wielding unfathomable miraculous powers. The newcomer traversed the void. Wood element spiritual energy materialized into a ring of light, pulsating rhythmically above his head, while his overwhelming aura caused even the winds across the prairie to fall silent. In the world of cultivation, those who could battle across minor realms were not uncommon. Dao techniques, arcane artifacts, talismans. The factors capable of swaying victory and defeat were too numerous to count. But those who could fight across major realms were without exception absolute prodigies. This was a disparity of tiers, like a wolf king struggling to defeat even a gaunt, emaciated tiger. I hope you won't disappoint me, Shen Yun murmured softly. The previous battles had barely served as a warm-up. Whoosh. Facing the Foundation establishment, Grand Cultivator Shen Yun chose to strike first. His form moved like lightning, his strikes swift as the wind, and his aura surged higher and higher, nearly rivaling his opponents. The Foundation establishment cultivator seemed to sense the threat. With a single hand, he summoned raging winds. Wood's spiritual energy shifted unceasingly, transforming into weapons of every kind. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, all howling forth as they came. Faster, fiercer, more unforeseen. The previous 5 cultivators seemed utterly childish in comparison. Shen Yun's eyes blazed with brilliant light as he finally sensed that long-missed pressure. The battle intent within his heart began to surge. Li Hua sword Qi. With a shift in technique, the golden radiance transformed into a sea of blazing flames. Fire and with spiritual energy intertwined, surging like a mighty river flowing endlessly. Boom. The two masters' forms clashed and interweaved, sweeping through like a tempest and shattering the great trees in the vicinity into pieces. In the span of a breath, dozens of exchanges had already occurred. Shen Yun's aura grew increasingly condensed, his blood energy blazing like the rising sun as the divine might of his 5 elements primordial body began to erupt. It seems he's only just broken through to foundation establishment, no more than that. As long as the attacks didn't strike vital points, Shen Yun paid them no heed, allowing wooden spears and sabers to land upon his body. Wounds covered his frame, yet not a single one was fatal. The 5 elements primordial body art circulated, and as his wounds healed, his physical form grew increasingly formidable. Shen Yun fought almost purely on the offensive, growing ever more at ease. The foundation establishment cultivator, by contrast, was steadily forced into retreat. When Shen Yun took a hit, he suffered only a minor wound, but when the cultivator took one, it nearly cost him half his life. Under the onslaught of wind and rain, he finally could endure no longer and was struck by a fist that blew apart half his body. Perish! Shen Yun stood like an invincible war god, his great hand pressing downward as though he were the one of the higher realm. The terrifying power of his physical body actually blew his opponent apart entirely. Outside the tower, the crowd was still buzzing with discussion when the formation array of the 3rd floor blazed to life. Instantly, the scene fell deathly silent, and an eerie atmosphere began to spread. The law enforcement elder had also lost his composure. His gaze fixed intently upon the 7 Mysteries Tower as though desperate to know what had transpired within. The 3rd floor already. And it hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. Just what did he do? It had long been anticipated that Shen Yun would ascend to the 3rd floor, yet such unprecedented speed was entirely unexpected. To breach the 2nd round in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Does that not mean he vanquished all the chi condensation cultivators in a mere instance's time? This is simply terrifying. He is a veritable monster, perhaps even capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Wuxian. Were it anyone else, I would scoff in disdain, but this man indeed possesses the right. The crowd's assessment of Shen Yun was surprisingly unanimous. Those capable of entering the Guhong sword sect were certainly no fools, and they quickly grasped the situation. Yet at the mention of the name, Zhu Wuxian, everyone's tone involuntarily grew solemn. As to who reigned supreme among the younger generation, a consensus had long been reached within the sword sect, none other than the first legacy disciple Zhu Wuxian. His talent required no elaboration and could be summarized in a single sentence: the Guhong sword sovereign regarded him as his sole successor. Within the sword sect, Zhu Wuxian stood like an immortal monument. Drawing a comparison to him was the ultimate testament of respect toward Shen Yun. At this moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Murong Shui approached with light, graceful steps, her white robes and silver hair fluttering in the wind, like a fleeting swan arriving with ethereal elegance. Why are there so many people at the 7 Mysteries Pagoda today? Murong Shui frowned slightly. Since her return from the Dragon Blood Pool, she had been in secluded cultivation. Having recently achieved a major breakthrough, she was preparing to test her limits at the 7 Mysteries Pagoda. Noticing her confusion, someone immediately stepped forward to explain. Murong Shui was slightly startled and instantly looked toward Feng Tianyi, only to behold a hazy pure light. I did not even notice his presence. Could this be the legendary unity of heaven and man? Feng Tianyi seemed like the cool breeze over the river or the bright moon over the mountains, perfectly harmonized with nature. While Murong Shui was still lost in thought, a disciple of the sword sect asked, "Senior sister, could you tell us about the situation on the 3rd floor?" Ever since Shangguan Dongjun became an inner disciple, the title of the #1 figure in the outer sect had fallen upon Murong Shui. She undoubtedly held the greatest authority on what lay within the 3rd floor. Pulling her thoughts back, Murong Shui resumed her icy demeanor and replied indifferently, "To ascend to the 4th floor, one must defeat a foundation establishment cultivator above their own realm." The crowd gasped in shock. To endure for the time of an incense stick under a foundation establishment master was an entirely different concept from actually defeating one. The former required only defensive capability or even running and evading the entire time, leaving ample room for opportunism. The latter demanded genuine, unadulterated strength, requiring one to vanquish their opponent head-on, an achievement that spanned an entire major realm. No wonder even senior sister Murong met her defeat there. The difficulty of the 3rd floor is truly immense. The last person to pass the 3rd floor was Shangguan Dongjun. I was fortunate enough to witness that grand event with my own eyes. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 30, the rumors of his heavenly spiritual root are by no means groundless. Fighting above his realm is indeed understandable. Within the sword sect, there was a long-standing saying, "He who ascends the 4th floor possesses the potential of a legacy disciple." As the hegemon of Tianlan province, the sword sect was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons where none of the 3,000 outer disciples were weaklings. To become an inner disciple, one had to stand out in fierce, brutal competition. Every single one of them was true gold refined in fire. As for legacy disciples, they numbered only a handful. They were existences high above the clouds, representing the absolute peak of talent in Tianlan province, looking down upon all living beings. With Murong Shue's aptitude, she could have broken through to the foundation establishment stage long ago. She chose to continue refining her foundation solely because she wished to soar like a dragon and ascend to the rank of a legacy disciple. With the assistance of the Dragon Blood Pool, it took me 5 years to finally break through to the minor achievement stage of the Purple Aurora Sword Body. This time I must ascend to the 4th floor. The Purple Aurora Sword Body was the supreme heritage art of the Guhong Sword Sect, renowned as one of the strongest body tempering techniques in Tianlan province. Only a select few disciples of extraordinary talent were qualified to cultivate it. During the previous Outer Sect tournament, Murong Shui secured 2nd place and was awarded the Qi Condensation chapter of the Purple Aurora Sword Body. To obtain the Foundation Establishment chapter, unless one made immense contributions to the sect, the only other way was to ascend to the 4th floor of the 7 Mysteries Pagoda to prove that their talent was worthy of the sect's full-scale nurturing. Defeating the Guardian of the 3rd floor. With my current strength, I have a 70% chance of success. Murong Shue's gaze grew deep, her resolve as unyielding as iron, swearing to break through her limits in a single bound. Just as the crowd was in the midst of their heated discussion, ding, dong, the swaying sound of wind chimes echoed across the plaza as the 4th floor erupted with brilliant light. In an instant, countless shocked gazes swept over as waves of astonished exclamations rose and fell, refusing to subside for a long time. Even simpler than the 2nd floor. How exactly is this 7 Mysteries Pagoda designed? Shen Yun ascended to the 4th floor with ease, finding it somewhat peculiar. He had assumed that defeating his opponent was required to pass the 2nd floor, yet he had simply repeated the same task, a process he was already thoroughly familiar with. The 4th floor was a vast, boundless ocean. As far as the eye could see, there were only azure waves. A salty sea breeze blew past, causing Shen Yun's hair to flutter wildly and his white robes to rustle loudly in the wind. Retrieving a green jade hairpin, he bound his hair, revealing his handsome and refined face. Having cultivated for 2 years, Shen Yun had gradually shed his youthful naivety. His features were delicate, yet masculine, carrying a serene composure that remained unshaken even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Stepping toward the sea, his water attribute spiritual energy obeyed his will, seamlessly freezing the seawater beneath his feet, so that he walked upon the ocean's surface as if on solid ground. Thud! A massive brown tiger shark leapt out of the water, its colossal body completely blocking out the sunlight, before crashing back down, raising tempestuous waves. It circled Shen Yun beneath the surface, its streamlined body darting dozens of meters, with a mere flick of its tail moving too fast for the naked eye to track. A Tier 2 tiger shark. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed, his body tensing slightly. The intelligence of a Tier 2 demonic beast underwent a massive leap, and combined with a physical body comparable to a magical treasure, they were far stronger than cultivators of the same realm. This was especially true for marine beasts, who possessed the geographical advantage, making them even more ferocious. It's coming. Alarm bells rang in Shen Yun's mind as the water beneath his feet darkened rapidly and the ocean surface began to surge with layer upon layer of waves. Beneath the surface, the tiger shark opened its bloody maw, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The seawater flowed backward as the swirling vortex threatened to swallow everything in its path. Shen Yun retreated rapidly, his wandering cloud steps bursting with extreme speed. Like an eagle skimming the ground, he narrowly evaded the fatal strike. Stone Spear Art. As his voice fell, a colossal stone spear descended from the heavens, slamming heavily against the tiger shark's head. Shen Yun struck like lightning, his grasp of combat timing growing ever more exquisite as he unleashed consecutive stone spears, just as the beast's momentum faltered, and before it could recover. Boom, boom. Like the sound of cannons battering a fortress wall, the tiger shark was forced back down into the water by the stone spears, kicking up waves several zhang high. Yet the moment it returned to the water, it resumed its high-speed swimming, seemingly unaffected. Its defensive power far surpassed that of the brown bear demon. What a powerful beast body. It might even surpass my 5 elements primordial chaos body. Truly a troublesome fellow. Through this brief exchange, Shen Yun estimated the tiger shark's strength. Even 2 ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators combined would fall far short. I cannot rashly engage in close combat. A single hit would likely leave me severely wounded. At the Qi condensation stage, his 5 elements primordial chaos body was clearly unable to clash head-on with such an ocean overlord. The best choice was to maintain a safe distance. With a clear and focused mind, Shen Yun maneuvered with his wandering cloud steps, occasionally using spells to disrupt the tiger shark as he steadily gathered combat experience. The stronger the opponent, the more it stimulated his latent potential. Unable to land a blow for so long, the tiger shark grew increasingly frenzied, its deep blue demonic energy soaring into the sky. The seawater swirled around this energy, forming 4 rapidly spinning water tornadoes. Roar! With a wild roar like a sudden clap of thunder, the water tornadoes swept in simultaneously from 4 directions, sealing off Shen Yun's retreat like an impending natural disaster. The tiger shark breached the surface, once more spitting out water bombs several meters wide that closed in alongside the water tornadoes. Shen Yun's eyes remained crystal clear, reflecting the shadows of the water tornadoes as he took in every single change. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, instead of retreating, he lunged forward, charging toward the colossal body of the tiger shark, as if embracing death itself. Fire and with spiritual energies converged within his chi ocean. Under the suffocating and terrifying pressure, his spiritual energy, previously only 50% fused, sublimated once more, taking a massive leap forward. Lihua Sword Chi. Shen Yun unleashed a fierce sword strike. With the resolve of finding life within death, he channeled the fused fire, and with spiritual energy with matchless will unleashing double his usual combat power. Swish! At the same time, Shen Yun seized the perfect moment. Releasing his divine sense, he transformed it into a mental shockwave that pierced straight into the tiger shark's mind. The massive beast's body shuddered as its sea of consciousness was rocked by the unexpected strike. The spat-out water ball veered off course, brushing past Shen Yun. The Lihua Sword Chi followed closely behind, surging into the tiger shark's wide-open mouth and ravaging its interior, burning its internal organs to ashes. Screech! The tiger shark let out a painful wail as its brown body sank beneath the waves like a shipwrecked vessel. With the caster gone, the water tornadoes lost their control, kicking up 1,000 layers of waves before gradually dispersing into nothingness. It is over. Shen Yun stood upon the sea, reflecting on the details of the battle. A moment later, golden light beamed down from the clear sky, and Shen Yun slowly rose into the air, guided upward to the 5th floor. Outside, the 7 Mysteries Pagoda disciples of the Sword Sect were engaged in fervent discussion. With such a formidable display, do you think he might ascend to the 5th level? Zhou had achieved this feat before, perhaps he can recreate such a glory. Those who can reach the 5th level are legendary figures in the history of the Sword Sect. It seems we may witness a legend today. Amidst countless expectant gazes, the formation of the 5th level began to glow. This time the atmosphere in the crowd grew considerably quieter. The level of skill displayed had transcended their ability to judge. It was as if a student who had repeatedly failed the local examinations suddenly encountered an essay by a top-ranked genius. The brilliance of it was beyond comprehension. Murong Shui exhaled deeply, her usually ice-cold face displaying an unusual expression. Perhaps I can reach the 4th level, but the 5th. I will never attain that in my lifetime. Which prodigy lacks pride? Having stood out among 3,000 outer sect disciples, Murong Shui's excellence was beyond doubt. Yet as the saying goes, one mountain surpasses another, and Shen Yun had become someone she could only admire from afar. The last 10% of 100 steps is half the battle. Though it appeared to be only one level apart, the gap was like a vast chasm. On the path to perfection, every step required 100-fold effort. There was no systematic verification, only endless exploration. Without such aptitude, what good would 1,000 years or 10,000 years do? Nothing more than wasting one's days. The law enforcement elder's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. To have been taken on as a disciple by Mr. Fong, such talent was to be expected, yet he had a vague feeling that matters were not so simple. Recalling the legendary deeds of that sword sect prodigy, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be? He is preparing for Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Upon entering the 5th level, he found himself at the edge of an ancient battlefield. Both sun and moon were obscured, the wind howled with the cries of cranes, and a faint tinge of blood color painted the heavy sky. Broken walls and ruined structures lay scattered everywhere along with rusted weapons. The hard black stone ground was pockmarked, exuding desolation. At the center of the battlefield stood a lone figure, motionless in the gentle breeze, easily overlooked. His tall figure seemed to merge with the void, though close at hand. He gave the impression of being separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. His features were flawlessly perfect, as if carved by a master sculptor's painstaking work, so beautiful that even the term peerless would be fitting. This transcendent aura. This person is certainly no ordinary individual. Shen Yun stood alone, quietly observing the man before him, a sense of unprecedented reverence rising within. Even though his opponent was merely at the 9th layer of chi refining. 30 years have passed. Has someone finally come? The youth's voice was distant, echoing from far beyond memory. Challenger, I am Jian Wushuang. Shen Yun's gaze flickered slightly as a rumor resurfaced in his mind. The sword sect had once produced an unparalleled genius who had swept through his era with unmatched talent. It was said he later departed Tianlan province, leaving behind legends. His name was indeed Jian Wushuang. A match against a legendary genius from the sword sect's past. How intriguing. Shen Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. This opponent stirred something within him. Rather than facing mere Foundation establishment cultivators with raw combat power, he longed to witness the pinnacle of the chi refining realm. The Jian Wushuang before him was exactly what he sought. A fierce wind suddenly erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling across the desolate ancient battlefield. Their killing intent surged relentlessly, erupting in fierce clashes, as if young beasts of legend from primordial times beginning to reveal their sharp fangs and claws. Though not yet fully marked, the cub of a tiger or leopard already possesses the aura to devour an ox. It was this difference in life essence that made Shen Yun feel an unprecedented pressure. Excellent. This is the opponent I've been seeking. Shen Yun took a step forward. His initial movements were unhurried, but with each successive step, he grew faster until all that remained was a blurred afterimage. At the same moment, Jian Wushuang also moved. His speed was no less formidable, matching Shen Yun strike for strike. With both hands forming the sword finger seal, a wave of chilling sword energy erupted in an instant, surging like wind and thunder, striking directly at Shen Yun's vital points. A worthy attack. Shen Yun roared, unleashing a heaven-shaking sword chi with a single hand. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 distinct sword energies shifted endlessly, their rotation natural and complete. Dripping water sword art. Jian Wushuang's expression remained serene as his hands moved the sword chi, shifting in 10,000 forms. Dripping water sword bloom, dripping water sword wave, dripping water sword ring. Water took no fixed form, yet every strike embodied its true essence, like surging rivers in constant flow or the gentle persistence of endless rain. No matter how the 5 elements sword techniques transformed, he could always find the perfect response, showcasing profound mastery of the sword path. Anyone present would be immediately awestruck by the sword techniques displayed. This was far beyond a mere chi refining clash. One might even believe these were Su Dan level experts. The highest goodness is like water. It nourishes all things. Jian Wushuang's dripping water sword art had thoroughly grasped water's true essence. Shen Yun felt a tremor of excitement, not from fear, but from the thrill of finding an equal opponent. His sword chi no longer pursued perfection in isolation, but instead harmonized with the 5 elements' primordial body, complementing and enhancing each other to form an entirely new technique of sword and body. Sword techniques and martial strikes danced in concert, his profound comprehension driving him to adapt at blistering speeds. His offense was fierce as wildfire, his defense immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he overwhelmed Jian Wushuang's dripping water sword art, forcing him into relentless retreat. Exquisite sword art, superb body technique. Truly peerless. Though pressed back, Jian Wushuang remained composed, of faint purple radiance beginning to emanate from his body. Whoosh! A crimson bloom burst from Shen Yun's chest, a sword chi erupting unexpectedly from Jian Wushuang's shoulder, invisible and unguarded. If not for Shen Yun's transcendent spiritual perception, this strike would have pierced straight through his chest. Purple radiance, sword body. Shen Yun's eyes blazed as he recognized the technique behind the attack. Sword chi could erupt from any part of the body, granting ultimate regenerative and defensive capabilities. This was the peerless secret art of the Lone Swan Sword Sect, the Purple Radiance sword body. Jian Wushuang surged forward like a dragon ascending and a tiger, leaping, his sword body and sword techniques perfectly coordinated. Those second-stage tusk whales and foundation establishment cultivators paled in comparison, appearing as clumsy children wielding heavy hammers. Shen Yun's expression grew ever more calmer as his 5 elements primordial body rose to a new peak. Endlessly cycling, perpetually renewing 5-colored radiance flashed around him. The dripping water sword art, also rooted in the 5 elements, instantly lost 3 parts of its power upon encountering the 5-colored radiance. This is the profound secret of the 5 elements primordial body. In this ultimate confrontation, Shen Yun increasingly understood Fang Tian's purpose in bringing him here. Among 100 racing boats with 1,000 sails, competing only by clashing with the most powerful geniuses, could one awaken true potential and illuminate the path ahead. The two fought at the height of their prowess, perfectly matched opponents meeting brilliant adversaries. Like a sponge devouring water, Shen Yun frantically absorbed the profound truths of the Tao. His mind grew ever more tranquil as he entered a state of sudden enlightenment, once more continuing to transform with each exchange. The battle raged on for an extended period. 3/4 of an hour had passed, yet the 7 Mysteries Pagoda remained still. No one knew what was transpiring inside the tower, and only speculation could fill the void. The law enforcement elder, privy to considerable knowledge, felt turbulent emotions stirring within. Zhuwushan barely lasted 2/4 on the 5th level, yet this person's talent is truly terrifying. He looked up at the sky, where the sun hung at its zenith. New generations replaced the old. Perhaps he is the leading figure of Tianlan province's future. Such an intense duel would have drained any other cultivator in the Qi refining realm dry. Yet both of them remained at their peak, their battle intent rising ever higher instead of waning. Jian Wushuang's sword strikes grew increasingly fierce, matching his name, unrivaled under heaven. The dripping water sword art at the great perfection realm. Shen Yun no longer held back, fusing his fire and with spiritual energies to 70%, maintaining a state of nearly doubled combat power. No matter how myriad the changes, he needed only absolute force to shatter all techniques. With a sweeping strike, Shen Yun unleashed the Lihua sword chi, crushing the dripping water sword chi into fragments like decaying wood. In the 5 elements, water conquers fire. Yet how could a mere cup of water withstand a raging sea of flames? Having gained the upper hand, Shen Yun became even more unstoppable. Forced back several times and showing clear signs of defeat, Jian Wushuang finally unleashed his full power. Qi stacking method. He began to execute a secret technique as his spiritual energy surged like a rising tide, his aura climbing step by step. The dripping water sword Qi swept across the sky, bursting with an even more dazzling brilliance. With a thunderous crash, the sword Qi's clashed violently. The already ruined ancient battlefield could no longer bear the strain. The crumbling walls and debris were struck by the shock waves, instantly shattering to pieces. A wild wind swept through, filling the sky with yellow sand. Like diamond cutting diamond, the water and fire sword Qi's clashed dozens of times in a mere few breaths. Suddenly Shen Yun spun his body, lunging forward aggressively, as his Lihua sword Qi accelerated by another fraction. Your sword has grown weak. It was not that Shen Yun's sword had become faster, but rather that Jian Wushuang had slowed down. A secret technique, after all, could only provide a temporary burst. Once the peak passed, it would never return. With a resounding boom, a single strike shattered the dripping water sword Qi into a myriad of fragments. Jian Wushuang staggered, his aura instantly plummeting to rock bottom. Retreating rapidly, he stamped dozens of deep craters into the ground before finally neutralizing the impact. You win. Jian Wushuang lowered his hands, looking calmly at Shen Yun with eyes full of admiration. His elegant figure gradually dissolved into the void, leaving behind a single profound sentence. We shall meet again one day in the future. Shen Yun's tense body gradually relaxed. Jian Wushuang's strength was beyond doubt. Even after exhausting all his methods, Shen Yun had only won by a hair's breadth. The world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. One must never seek vainglory and act as a tyrant. A true master always harbors the heart of an apprentice. Shen Yun took a deep breath and ascended the stairs leading to the 6th floor. Meanwhile, the outside world was in utter uproar. Several elders of the sword sect had arrived upon hearing the news, gathering to witness the birth of a legend. 500 years have passed, and once again someone has ascended to the 6th floor. To think that even Lord Jian Wushuang would be defeated. What incredible talent. The victor will become the new guardian. I truly wonder who this sacred figure is. The elders of the sword sect, who were usually calm and detached, were now like ants on a hot pan, itching to rush into the tower to see for themselves. The law enforcement elder glanced at Fong Tiany's figure, sighing inwardly. With this person safeguarding him, the heavenly secrets have likely been shielded long ago. This person's identity is destined to remain a mystery. After the clamor subsided, a question arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. What exactly lies within the 6th floor? The law enforcement elder, holding the highest status among those present, pondered for a moment before murmuring, the Qishuan Tower was crafted by our patriarch, who invited the most powerful array masters of that era and expended countless rare treasures. Unless one passes the trials, no one can force their way inside. Pausing for a moment, he continued in a solemn tone, the ancient records of the sword sect state that the 6th floor is the path to transcending oneself, but the details are vague. The path to transcending oneself. Everyone pondered these words carefully, yet they remained utterly bewildered. Fong Tiany gazed at the Qishuan Tower, his deep eyes seemingly able to pierce through and see the situation inside. The first 5 floors were merely a formality, but for you the 6th floor is the true trial. Upon entering the 6th floor, Shen Yun felt as if he were looking into a mirror, or rather seeing another version of himself. To think my opponent this time is actually myself. Interesting. Shen Yun muttered to himself, admiring the ingenious design of the Qishuan Tower. Having climbed the highest mountains, one must ultimately face oneself. Only by conquering oneself can one take another step forward from the very peak. Shen Yun pointed with his right hand, and sword Qi blossomed like splashing water. Sword flowers bloomed in profusion, and sword rain fell pattering. The water attribute sword Qi struck straight at the heart of the enemy, sharing a wondrous similarity with Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship, vividly showcasing the formless and shapeless nature of water. The other, Shen Yun, stood as immovable as a mountain. Seeing the sword Qi charge toward him, he calmly and unhurriedly unleashed an earth attribute sword Qi. With a heavy thud, the water attribute sword Qi grew dim, like flowing water striking the earth, easily neutralized with an ingenious touch of redirecting 1,000 pounds with a feather. Using earth to block water. Then how about I switch to wood system Taoist arts? Shen Yun altered his stance, once more executing a form of the azure wood sword art, seamlessly blending it with the water attribute sword Qi. Water nourishes wood, and azure sword light erupted from the ground, brimming with unrestrained and brilliant imagination. The opponent followed suit, exactly utilizing the mutual generation of metal and earth. A Gungjin sword Qi shot out, slicing the azure sword light cleanly in two. The two traded blows back and forth, fully demonstrating the fluid transformations of the 5 elements. Shen Yun began to recall the 5 elements Taoist runes from the Black Jade slip, gaining new insights from the old, and applied his thoughts directly to the duel. His moves became increasingly unconventional, perfectly interpreting the principles of mutual generation and overcoming. Thrusting, slashing, tapping, collapsing, hanging. At the most opportune moments, he unleashed complementary sword Qis. The other, Shen Yun, remained completely unfazed, his sword techniques of the 5 attributes transforming in myriad ways without falling into the slightest disadvantage. Even more formidable was his ability to elevate his combat strength at will as fire and with spiritual energies moving in perfect harmony with his thoughts, leaving Shen Yun struggling to cope. Within just a brief clash, Shen Yun was pushed completely onto the defensive. His opponent seemed to possess infinite spiritual energy, utterly disregarding consumption and unleashing it with wild abandon. Unable to dodge in time, Shen Yun was grazed by the holy sword Qi, his flesh instantly torn open and bleeding profusely. Every single move of his opponent struck his weakest points like a precision instrument without a fraction of error. As the old saying goes, the one who knows your flaws best is yourself. Shen Yun faced an unprecedented impasse. No matter how he struck, his opponent countered with equal force. His aura had already begun to decline, yet his opponent remained like a tireless god of war, constantly maintaining his peak state. It was like an unsolvable riddle, enough to plunge anyone into deep despair. Shen Yun felt no frustration. Instead, he fought with growing valor, his resilience akin to a pine tree rooted deep within cracked rock, unyielding to whatever winds may blow. All I need to do is validate my path. Let him be strong. The gentle breeze still brushes the mountain. Like a devout seeker of the Tao, he had long forgotten about victory or defeat. Seeing his true nature and clarifying his faith, he took step after step forward. This battle raged on for a long time, yet the crowd's enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. Would Shen Yun be able to reach the summit? The suspense lingered in everyone's heart, and no one dared to voice a hasty opinion. As time went on, the reverence in their hearts grew even deeper. To endure for so long on the 6th floor, even if he ultimately fails to win, it is still a glorious defeat. I truly wonder what talent this person possesses. Could it be the legendary sacred physique? Perhaps he even possesses both a heavenly spiritual root and a sacred physique. You wouldn't find a second one in the entire Tianlan province. The disciples of the sword sect gossiped animatedly, their words filled with wild speculation. The law enforcement elder stood with his hands behind his back, sighing in admiration. Only an extraordinary figure like Mr. Fong could find such an unparalleled genius. He began to speculate about Shen Yun's background, perhaps the young master of a secluded immortal clan or the saint child of a super sect. Even if he racked his brains, he could never have imagined that Fong Tianyi had encountered such a genius simply while basking in the sun at the Shen family residence. By this time, Shen Yun had fallen into a desperate plight. His 5 elements primordial chaos body was covered in wounds, and his sea of qi was nearly dried up. He could suffer defeat at any moment. Yet through the tempering of blood and fire, the path ahead became clearer, even though his defeat seemed all but certain. The other, Shen Yun, remained at his absolute peak, sweeping through the 8 wildernesses with unstoppable might like an undefeated god of war. When the 5 elements sword qi slashed through the air, Shen Yun failed to dodge in time, stumbling heavily and nearly losing half his life. In the gap between life and death, Shen Yun's eyes flashed with brilliant light as enlightenment washed over him like a sudden epiphany. A silent transformation was taking place. This is the path ahead that I have been searching for. Only when the vast seas overflow do true heroes show their mettle. In the depths of despair, Shen Yun's mind became as clear as still water, gradually perceiving the path ahead, like parting the clouds to behold the blue sky. Facing an overwhelming onslaught, Shen Yun slowly unleashed a wave of sword qi. Its crimson glow was dim, devoid of any sharp edge, appearing far below his usual standard. Yet the opposing Shen Yun seemed frozen by a binding spell, his figure suddenly stiffening as the seemingly feeble sword qi pierced a hole right through him. As I thought. Shen Yun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed another wave of sword qi, this time vastly more swift and fierce. The opponent's face grew incredibly solemn, his intense wariness written all over his features. His divine sense surged outward to resist the bizarre power within the sword qi, immediately followed by casting the earth wall technique to protect himself. Boom. The earth wall blocked the sword qi, forcing its trajectory to veer, yet it still grazed his body, leaving several gruesome bloody gashes. It was clearly a weak sword qi, yet it had driven him to his wits' end, appearing extraordinarily bizarre. Using sword qi to stimulate divine sense, employing the physical body to govern spiritual energy, and fusing the 3 into 1. This is my path forward. Shen Yun clenched his fists, his essence, energy, and spirit becoming increasingly refined. Spiritual energy liquefying blood qi, reaching pure yang, and divine sense taking physical form. Though it seemed he had achieved results in all 3 aspects simultaneously, in truth, it was merely scratching the surface. The opponent opposite him was the perfect example. Attempting to divide his mind by simultaneously deploying Taoist arts and divine sense, he was ultimately beaten into utter ruin. Shen Yun's aura grew even more formidable. In the past, he had sat upon a treasure trove without realizing it, but now with his path growing clearer, his heaven-defying comprehension began to show its power. With brand new inspirations bursting forth almost every second, he threw another punch. Spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, and as the wind of his fist surged alongside a divine sense assault, the opponent's figure froze once more. Thud. The other, Shen Yun, was still putting up a desperate struggle, but it was merely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even his 5 elements Hunyuan body was shattered, his aura visibly plummeting. Shen Yun validated his path through combat. Though his lean body was stained with blood and covered in gruesome wounds, his aura became increasingly intimidating. Kill. Slaying gods if gods stood in his way, and Buddhas if Buddhas opposed him, he battered his opponent so fiercely that they had no power to retaliate. Shen Yun shook both fists, his energy piercing the heavens as he delivered his most powerful strike to date. Boom. With a sound like a falling meteor, matchless power erupted, shattering the opponent's entire body. He resembled cracked porcelain ready to fall apart at the slightest touch. It is over. Shen Yun withdrew his fist, a strange majesty gracing his handsome face. It was as if he had been tempered by blood and fire, transforming from a fledgling bird into a great rock soaring through the 9 heavens. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is within reach. Shen Yun clenched his right hand. Once his injuries healed, he possessed absolute confidence to break through this heavenly barrier. Whoosh. At the sound of rushing water, blue droplets rose from the ground, condensing into an incredibly profound gateway. The door frame was shrouded in distorted flows of light. From afar it resembled a shattered mirror reflecting thousands of stars leading to an unknown realm. I wonder what kind of trial awaits on the 7th floor. Shen Yun took a deep breath and stepped into the gateway. By this time the area outside the Qishuan Pagoda was nearly packed to the brim, with grand figures rarely seen on ordinary days making their appearances one after another. These elders, who were usually calm and composed, unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before them, now looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A group of old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years each, with burning gazes and high spirits, left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. This old man has calculated with his fingers that a master-disciple destiny lies right here today. The person inside the pagoda is destined to be my beloved disciple. Bah! You shameless old codger, this is clearly my future great-grandson-in-law. What are you bickering about? The Supreme Elder has worked tirelessly and made great contributions to the Sword Sect over the years, and he is precisely lacking a closed-door disciple. Do you have the nerve to compete with him? That is not the right way to put it. When it comes to contributions, who can compare to the sect master? I believe he should be the future successor of the Sword Sect. These grand figures bickered endlessly as if they were haggling at a bustling wet market. Their usual composure had long been thrown to the wind. For any other matter they might have maintained their poise, but this was a peerless genius who had reached the top of the Qishuan Pagoda. If they missed this chance, they would never get another. Cough, cough. The law enforcement elders suddenly began to cough loudly. Yet with everyone arguing so passionately, who had the mind to pay attention to what he was doing? These old geezers have completely disgraced the Sword Sect. The law enforcement elder's face darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. All of you quiet down. The young friend inside the pagoda is Mr. Fang's beloved disciple. What is the meaning of all this clamor? Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over their heads, and many began to sigh in disappointment. It felt exactly like going for a stroll and stumbling upon a peerless immortal artifact only to find out it already had an owner just as they were about to pocket it. Most importantly, the owner was someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. Though the analogy was not entirely precise, the regret in many people's hearts was far greater. When the disciples of the Sword Sect witnessed such a frenzied scene, the idealized image they held of these elders shattered instantly. Many began to fantasize on the spot about how wonderful it would be if they were the one inside the pagoda. Having brought the situation under control, the law enforcement elder cupped his hands to Fang Tianyi and said, I apologize for showing you such a laughable display, Mr. Fang. It is simply because your disciple is far too outstanding and they could not contain themselves. He finally understood why Fang Tianyi had made such a grand entrance. As the saying goes, returning home in wealth without showing it off is like walking in the dark wearing embroidered silk. If he had such a disciple, he would want the entire world to know. Since the establishment of the Qishuan Pagoda, there had been only one recorded individual to reach its summit. That person did not belong to the Sword Sect, but was said to be a friend of the founding ancestor, with their true identity remaining unknown to outsiders. Shen Yun was the second person to scale the pagoda's peak. His talent required no explanation. Everyone present was a shrewd old fox. If they could take him under their wing, it would surely leave a magnificent stroke in the history of the Sword Sect. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fang Tianyi said calmly, We have troubled the Sword Sect this time. The law enforcement elder waved his hand and spoke clearly. What are you saying, Mr. Fang? You are forever a friend of the Sword Sect. Besides, we have truly feasted our eyes today. Seeing his deeply respectful attitude, some of the younger elders were still bewildered, while the older generation had long since worn amiable smiles. As expected of Mr. Fang, who swept through Duanhuan Ridge with a single sword. Truly an outstanding master produces a brilliant disciple. Even to this day, they vividly remembered that peerless figure in clothes as white as snow. With casual banter, the Qingjiao king was driven back to the northern wilderness, and the Bingxi king met his demise. Decades of war were brought to an end, sparing Tianlan's state from the flames of conflict. He was already an immortal monument, and no one dared show him the slightest disrespect. Fang Tianyi gazed calmly at the Qishuan pagoda, murmuring softly to himself, since he has reached the top, he should be coming out soon. From his words, it seemed he knew exactly what lay inside the pagoda. Crossing through the spatial gateway, a silent canyon unfolded before him. The black rock walls were covered in moss, while rare flowers and exotic herbs bloomed in competition on the ground, with the faint rustling of insect chirps echoing in the distance. In the center of the canyon stood a towering ancient tree. Its massive trunk measured dozens of zhang in width, and its lush canopy formed a great umbrella that shielded the sky. Sparse sunlight filtered through the leaves, pooling upon a stone platform beneath the tree. Is this a ring? Shen Yun's gaze fell upon the stone platform, where a teal ring rested on the ink-black surface, reflecting a magnificent luster under the sunlight. The ring rested its blue-green light, flowing medicinal fragrance, faintly wafting. On the bezel lay a gourd relief, densely etched with delicate runes that gleamed with a pale gold under the sunlight, most wondrous. Shen Yun drew near the stone platform, and the medicinal stronger. Lifting the ring, he felt it as light as nothing, and a cool sensation spread through his body, his wounds mending considerably. Yao Xiangu, whose power is this? Staring at the three ancient characters on the Qingting ring, Shen Yun felt puzzled, wondering why the Jianzong would bear tokens from other sects. He circled the canyon, once more finding nothing else. He had expected the 7th level to pose a greater challenge, but it proved to be loud thunder with little impact. So this ring must be the reward for reaching the top. Shen Yun did not dwell on it. The Qinghu Jia suddenly glowed, and the scene before his eyes flickered, revealing a ruined landscape. Countless spiritual veins were severed, jade towers and exquisite palaces shattered. An ancient ring transformed into a green dragon that shot into the 9 skies, and a voice steeped in age spoke. There is no head among the dragons, and the world is at peace. There are no eternal beings. The era of Yao Xiangu has ended. This Qinghu Jia is the key to communicating with the Qi Yun Lingbao. If you truly are fated, may you carry forward the Yao Xian's legacy. As the words faded, the vision dissolved like smoke. Shen Yun gradually regained his senses, his right hand stroking the ring, many thoughts flashing through his mind. From what I gathered, Yao Xiangu is already extinct, and the ancient ring in the vision should be the Qi Yun Lingbao. The Qinghu Jia can not only heal wounds, but also connect with the Qi Yun Lingbao. This ascent has yielded a rich harvest. He harbored many questions, such as how the things of Yao Xiangu ended up in the Jianzong, and what exactly the Qi Yun Lingbao is. In any case, the Qi Yun Lingbao must be a godly treasure of earth-shaking significance. Shen Yun drew a steady breath. Just its name proclaimed its extraordinary nature, and possessing it would be an unimaginable fortune. After taking the Qinghu Jia, the stone platform slowly sank into the ground, green branches swaying with the breeze. A rainbow beam of light descended, and Shen Yun was transported out of the 7 Xian Tower. The moment he landed, countless gazes fixed upon him, reverence, envy, fever, desire. Eyes of various kinds converging, and even his steadiness trembled a little. What is happening? Shen Yun felt perplexed. Wherever he went, the line of sight followed him, all wanting to know who he was, but the hazy light hid him, as if flowers seen through mist. The law enforcement elder stepped forward and spoke loudly. Congratulations, young friend, on reaching the top of the 7 Xian Tower and on forging a new history. Please leave your name on the tower stele. As his words finished, Shen Yun looked toward the stone stele on the 9th tier of jade steps. The stele rose 3 zhang high. Its black surface was a smooth mirror reflecting a clear silhouette of him. The colossal stone was divided into 3 sections, recording nearly 100 names engraved with silver hooks and iron lines. Majestic and imposing, Jianzong disciples recognized these names by heart. In the lowest section, the number of names was most abundant, nearly 9/10, all the prodigies who had ascended to the 5th level. At the very end stood the name of Zhu Wushan. Moving to the middle region, only a few remained, all legendary figures in Jianzong's history. Shen Yun saw the 3 characters, Jian Wushuang. At the very top, there was only one name standing alone at the apex, a simple character, a stroke that could shake the heavens like a celestial being surveying all under the heavens. To this day, Jianzong did not know who he really was. They could only imagine his invincible grace. Shen Yun pondered a moment and left the character Yuan on the stele. Yuan also carries the meaning of first, but he saw it as a beginning. Having just stepped onto this life's starting line, Shen Yun wished to advance step by step toward the peak to savor the supreme view. The character Yuan was his vow for the future. Until Shen Yun departed toward the Fangtian region, the crowd still stared at the topmost Yuan on the stele. Tianlanzhou, a wind is rising. The law enforcement elder smoothed the fluttering robe, eyes full of expectation. The Guhong Jianzong sits in Tianlan. There are not only herbs and countless spiritual veins, but also the legendary spiritual energy cavern. To the Jianzhong's east lies a celestial mountain realm where spiritual cranes soar and immortal deer roam. At the valley's center flows a spring of spiritual energy nourishing all things. In this green mountains and clear waters mysterious dwellings are faintly visible, shrouded in spiritual energy and glimmering with a faint celestial light. The early morning sun spills over the grotto's glow, with violet mists displaying their marvel. This is Zixia Dao Tian, where only inner disciples and elders may cultivate. In a grotto by the stream, a youth of extraordinary bearing awakens from meditation. Gold-type spiritual energy swirls around his tall frame. The youth wears a blue robe, thick black hair, cascading over his shoulders, and a face with sharp edges, the picture of a cultured and handsome young noble. What is most peculiar is his pair of golden vertical pupils, eyes sharp as a celestial blade, making it hard to meet his gaze. This is Shengwan Dongjuan, the Kiran son of the Shengwan family reputed to possess Tianling Jin. Senior Shengwan, there is a visitor from your clan. Outside the grotto, a voice announced, and a disciple from the law enforcement hall stood at the door with a gray-robed old woman. Come in. With those words, grandmother Huangmu hobbled into the residence with a skull cane. After the law enforcement hall's disciples withdrew, her hoarse voice said, "Plan has changed. From now on, the Shengwan family must strive to ingratiate themselves with Mr. Feng." Shengwan Dongjuan's eyes lifted slightly, and he spoke calmly. "What has happened recently?" Grandmother Huangmu's weathered face moved. She spoke in a heavy tone, "That Mr. Feng has an astonishing origin. Even the Jianzhong must treat him with ceremony, and the Shengwan family cannot afford to offend him." Yesterday's affair spread. The Shengwan family broke into cold sweat. They hoped to seize Tianwei Mountain's treasure, but that did not mean they would courting death. The Shengwan family could dominate a region, and their leader would certainly not be a fool. After seeing the situation, they quickly altered their plan. It's not surprising that many Jianzhong elders had not heard of Mr. Feng's exploits. Heaven has its unpredictable winds. Grandmother Huangmu narrated yesterday's events. Shengwan Dongjun frowned and said, "Top of the 7 Xian Tower. Who is this hidden celestial genius?" He understood the difficulty of the 7 Xian Tower. Outsiders speculated that he possessed Tianling Jin, and that speculation was not groundless. With the gold-type Tianling Jin, his talent needed no further praise. Yet no matter how hard he fought, he could only reach the 4th level, and after clashing with the deep-sea tiger shark for 2/4 of an hour, he regrettably fell. Within Jianzhong, his talent was undoubtedly the leader. There was a great chance he would ascend to true inheritance. Yet compared to Shen Yun, he stood as heaven and earth apart, like a provincial nouveau riche meeting noble blood, entirely incomparable. Shengwan Dongjuan's finger tapped lightly, his expression calm, neither elated nor downcast, completely unfazed by bad news, exuding a strategist's aura. Grandmother Huangmu nodded inwardly. Such a man of wit and courage is worthy to be the Shengwan family's helmsman. Like Mr. Feng, the Shen family surely cannot climb high, so their involvement won't run deep. Shengwan Dongjuan, as if holding a pearl of wisdom, slowly said, "The Shen family must perish. Only then can the Shengwan family take root on Tianwei Mountain. Then we can cultivate a good relationship with Mr. Feng and share in the spoils." Grandmother Huangmu nodded, repeatedly praising. "You speak in accord with the master. We cannot allow the Shen family to rise within Jianzhong." Shengwan Dongjun then continued, "Lately Jianzhong will dispatch envoys to recruit outstanding talents. Among those headed to Songlong Mountain, there will be my people. The Jianzhong's evaluation system is like an imperial examination, opening wide to recruit talents from all over. Early recruitment is a form of internal intake where selected candidates bypass the assessment and become outer disciples. It sounds unfair and easy to manipulate, yet the major family's patronage is not given for nothing. Everyone has long known the unwritten rules." Grandmother Huangmu gave a sinister smile. Without inner recruitment quotas, even those who pass the entrance exam will likely start as errand disciples and then be at anyone's mercy. "Don't worry, with me in command of Jianzhong, no Shen family member will be able to rise." Yet another winter arrived, white snow pressing upon green branches. Recently news had swept across Tianlan province. A peerless genius named Yuan had scaled the 7 Mysteries Pagoda, sending ripples through the entire sword sect. My cousin is a disciple of the sword sect. She witnessed with her own eyes how the elders fought to take him as their student. It is said this person may possess both the sacred body and the heavenly spiritual root. His talent shakes the ages. Hardly a second like him can be found across the northern wasteland. Sigh. If only I had half his talent, Rian would never have left me. The storm came swiftly and passed just as quickly. The topic was far too lofty for most people to grasp its true value. Like frogs at the bottom of a well, they could only watch the spectacle without understanding. Even the great families found it beyond their comprehension. Something about one in a millennium in Tianlan province. Figures like him would never cross paths with them, so it was wiser to focus on how to join the sword sect instead. A banquet was set within the bamboo grove retreat. Shen Pingsheng had invited the Shun and family as guests. The sword sect assessment was approaching, and both Shen Yun and Shen Xingrua would participate. Since the latter had just returned from the main lineage, they gathered for one final reunion before parting. Shen Pingxing drank cup after cup, warmly welcoming his guests, his spirits high. His aptitude was fine, and as an array master he had built a thriving life within the Shen clan. Who would have thought that in midlife he could rise even higher? Ever since Shen Yun had shown brilliance at the clan tournament, even the clan elders treated him with warm smiles. Several old drinking companions would always jealously remark over wine, "Your greatest achievement is that you fathered a fine son." Each time Shen Pingxing felt as refreshing as iced water on a summer day. How blissful it was. Shen Yun was comparatively restrained, only growing animated when Shen Yun was mentioned. "I confess, Brother Pingxing, I have always worried about Qingrua going to the sword sect to cultivate. I must entrust her care to my worthy nephew Yun." Shen Pingxing waved his hand broadly and declared loudly, "Why so formal between us brothers? Drink. Tonight we drink until we fall." Shen Qingling smiled faintly, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Shen Yun, increasingly satisfied in her heart. Such an outstanding young man was hard to find even with a lantern. He was someone she had watched grow up, which made her feel all the more at ease. "Little Yun auntie has a favor to ask," Shen Qingling said gently, her eyes soft. "Qingrua is too innocent. Out there she may easily be deceived. Please keep an eye on her for me." Shen Qingrua pouted and huffed. "Am I really that foolish? Brother Shen Yun, do not believe what mother says." She secretly glanced at Shen Yun. They had not seen each other for a year, and she did not wish to leave a poor impression upon their reunion. Shen Yun smiled warmly. "Annie worries too much. Qingrua is a girl of refined mind and gentle heart. She is even more exceptional than we imagine." In just 1 year, Shen Qingrua had come within a single step of reaching the 7th layer of qi condensation. Even with her outstanding talent, she must have exerted unimaginable effort. Hearing his words, Shen Qingling paused slightly. Glancing at the gracefully smiling Shen Qingrua, she silently sighed. No wonder Qingrua had always liked staying by his side since childhood. She had once planned every step of her daughter's future, believing it was for her benefit. In contrast, Shen Yun showed nothing but trust toward Qingrua, offering patient guidance whenever difficulties arose, more like a capable elder. "Unexpectedly, I have been taught a lesson by a child." Shen Qingling smiled, inwardly feeling an inexplicable sense of peace. Shen Pingxing patted Shen Yun's shoulder heavily and laughed boisterously. "You have never given me a moment of worry. Father has only one rule: safety above all when you are away from home." The banquet ended amid laughter and merriment. Alone, Shen Yun made his way to Tianwei Mountain, where Feng Tianyi was already seated at a stone table wielding a wolf hair brush across parchment. Flowers and birds were rendered with delicate threads, landscapes surged like dragons and serpents. A winter view of Tianwei Mountain leaped vividly from the paper. Rolling up the scroll, Feng Tianyi handed it to Shen Yun and said, "Return to Tianwei Mountain before reaching Golden Core. Your master has left something for you." Shen Yun's expression shifted slightly, his voice growing low. "Master, are you planning to leave?" Feng Tianyi felt remarkably different today. The usual frivolity had fallen away, revealing an unprecedented transcendence. It reminded him of the legendary poem of enlightenment, "I possess a luminous pearl long shut away by worldly burdens. Today the dust is swept clean, and light is born, illuminating 10,000 peaks of mountains and rivers." Feng Tianyi glanced at the green gourd ring in Shen Yun's hand and spoke meaningfully. "I have waited 300 years here. Now that all karma is resolved, it is time for me to depart." Shen Yun fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. "When will you leave, master? Let your disciple see you off." Feng Tianyi was undoubtedly his mentor and closest friend. This hurried parting left him wondering when they might meet again. Today, Feng Tianyi looked at Shen Yun, his voice tranquil. "You have already forged your own path. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is within your grasp. Once you break through, I shall depart." Shen Yun drew a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "Please wait a moment, master. I will speak with you at length after I achieve Foundation establishment." His words carried weight, as though Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment were merely within easy reach. Since ancient times, none who dared the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment were anything less than extraordinary talents. Yet the outcome was cruel. Countless prodigies perished along this path, which was paved with bleached bones. "Begin." Feng Tianyi folded his hands behind his back, his terrifying divine sense enveloping all of Tianwei Mountain, ensuring no one could disturb them. Shen Yun opened his eyes, ceasing to suppress the spiritual power surging within him. The five-color sea blazed with radiance, and a celestial platform condensed before his eyes at a visible pace. Spiritual power poured in relentlessly. The Tao Foundation grew ever more solid, now resembling a cauldron, now a tower, and finally transforming into an incredibly profound Tao diagram. "Condense." Shen Yun's roar split the sky like thunder. The sea churned silently, merging with the mysterious immortal radiance, and the Tao diagram finally manifested. Like a kaleidoscopic world, yet upon closer inspection, it contained only five-colored heavenly light. The powers of the five elements revolved around the Tao diagram in endless cycles, encompassing the mysteries of heaven and earth. Rumble. Just as the Tao diagram was about to take shape, a mysterious presence descended suddenly. Oppressive and grim dark mist enshrouded the diagram, blocking the five-colored immortal radiance as its brilliance began to dim. The diagram grew ethereal once more, and with a crack, 3 horrifying fissures split open within it. Struck by the impact, blood trickled from Shen Yun's lips. He attempted to circulate his technique and absorb spiritual energy, but discovered his spiritual roots had lost connection, as if severed from heaven and earth entirely. So this is the foundation establishment tribulation. Unable to breathe in the energy of heaven and earth, he could only endure through sheer inner refinement. No wonder so many geniuses perished at this stage. Yet Shen Yun showed not a trace of panic. There was a calm certainty in him, as though he commanded victory from afar. It is nothing more than this. His entire body trembled. Spiritual power, vital essence, and divine sense erupted simultaneously in breathtaking radiance, like a blazing sun bursting into existence, tearing through the gray mist with irresistible force. Boom. Freed from obstruction, the Tao diagram blazed brilliantly and manifested perfectly in an instant. Shen Yun's body shuddered as he broke through to the foundation establishment realm as naturally as water finding its course. Like a dragon shedding its skin, a divine weapon undergoing quenching, he was entirely transformed. Whoosh. The 5 elements unleashed boundless light, illuminating all of Tianwei Mountain. Excellent. This is the finest gift you could have brought me before my departure. Feng Tianyi laughed heartily and drained a gourd of green bamboo spirit wine. This was the gift Shen Yun had brought upon their first meeting. Later learning that Feng Tianyi preferred tea, he had never offered spirit wine again. Yet how could such a joyous occasion proceed without wine? At this moment Feng Tianyi stood in flowing white robes, raising his cup toward the moon, a transcendent immortal severed from the mortal realm. Go now, go now. With those words Feng Tianyi rode the wind and departed, accompanied by the clear breeze and bright moon vanishing into the night sky. Shen Yun watched his master's departing figure and spoke deliberately. I see you off, master. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Shen Yun intended to learn some foundation establishment spells, so he made his way to the library pavilion. At this moment Elder Ming was tidying the bookshelves and saw him approaching. I could tell that Mr. Feng was trapped on Tianwei Mountain, and now he has finally laid down his burden. Elder Ming's face was filled with melancholy, even though he had long grown indifferent to the mortal world at his age. Mr. Feng's departure still stirred deep emotions within him. Shen Yun remained silent, acting as a patient listener. Elder Ming quickly regained his serene, unruffled composure and said calmly, Mr. Feng left a message for you. If you encounter any difficulties, take the jade token to see Sword Venerable Guhong. Hearing this, Shen Yun produced the jade token. Upon the white jade surface, 2 swimming dragons formed the character Feng. This was gifted to him by Feng Tianyi after he comprehended the fusion of the 5 elements. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Ming. Shen Yun bowed with cupped hands, and after taking his leave, he began searching for cultivation methods. There were far fewer jade slips on the 2nd floor. It took Shen Yun only half a day to memorize all the 5 elements Taoist techniques. Perhaps I can create a cultivation method that allows for the simultaneous cultivation of all 5 elements. As the saying goes, one must observe 1,000 swords to truly understand weaponry. As his comprehension of the 5 elements deepened, the idea of creating his own technique gradually took root in Shen Yun's mind. As the end of the year approached, the emissaries of the sword sect were about to arrive at Songlong Mountain. The Xianbing platform, located in the northernmost part of Songlong Mountain, was perpetually covered in ice and snow. Its environment was extremely harsh, often serving as a trial ground. Every 5 years the various clans would dispatch the elites of their younger generation to the Xianbing platform to undergo selection. None could say for certain how many clans resided within Songlong Mountain, but only the top 10 clans possessed the qualification for this selection. Led by the 3 Golden Core clans, even the weakest among the remaining 7 clans possessed a pseudo-core powerhouse. All of them vied fiercely for a mere 5 internal recruitment slots. The Guhong Sword sect valued quality over quantity. Their entrance examination admitted only 500 disciples, more than half of whom were merely miscellaneous chore disciples. Though called disciples, they were actually tasked with menial chores, receiving extremely limited resources and training. Even so, it was something countless people would fight desperately to obtain. Once inside the sword sect, opportunities could be found everywhere, and there have been plenty of instances in the past where chore disciples soared to greatness in a single bound. The importance of a superior platform was self-evident. The old adage of rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix barely held true in the world of cultivation. In truth, even the so-called heads of chickens would do everything to send their descendants to higher platforms. Combined with the backing of their background, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. This trip to the Xianbing platform was jointly led by the first elder and the second elder, which showed how highly the Shun clan valued it. Each clan was allotted only 5 slots for participants who had to be under 30 years of age. The Shun clan dispatched the top 4 contestants from the family tournament and held another selection for the final spot. The outcome caught many off guard. Shen Wuda ultimately emerged victorious. With a laugh and a joke, this fat master reduced all his opponents to ashes. Shen Wuda ran over, giggling, his large face beaming with a healthy flush. He seemed to have gained another round of weight, looking more jovial than ever. Standing to the side, Shen Xiu wore a sullen, lifeless expression, seemingly recalling the memory of being sat on and knocked unconscious by Shen Wuda. Even now, he would occasionally wake up in a cold sweat from nightmares of trauma that had nearly become an inner demon. Shen Yun, Shen Wuda, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Having been defeated by Shen Yun back, then his convictions had nearly crumbled. That visible, insurmountable gap had once stripped him of all confidence to pursue his path. Venerable Biluo had stepped forward to offer him earnest guidance. Many great figures of the immortal path have suffered setbacks. Take immortal Venerable Wangchuan, for instance. He was defeated several times in his youth, yet he ultimately ascended to the peak through his unyielding spirit. As if enlightened, Shen Xiu felt his vitality surge once more. My failure is only temporary. He who laughs last is the true king. Seeing that her manipulation had succeeded, Venerable Biluo struck while the iron was hot and produced an ancient tome, its old cover billowing with wisps of black smoke. There is a type of immortal bird in this world. It is unremarkable in appearance and never cries out, ignored by all. But once its wings are fully fledged, it will soar straight up into the clouds, roaming the 9 heavens. This nether demon art is exactly what you need. Hearing this, Shen Xiu was filled with wild excitement, feeling as though he truly were that immortal bird destined to shock the world. He accepted the manual without hesitation, entirely failing to notice Venerable Biluo's gaze, which looked upon him as if he were a pitiful creature. From then on, Shen Xiu began practicing the demonic art, making rapid progress of 1,000 miles a day. Now he had already reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Believing himself to be the undisputed leader of the younger generation, he began to grow restless once more. Truly useless. Seeking such quick success is nothing more than overdrawing his potential. Venerable Biluo observed everything, her disdain for Shen Xiu growing even stronger. Had he not possessed the 9 nether spiritual bodies, someone with such a temperament would have long been used as mere raw material by her. Shen Feng trailed at the very back of the group, remaining silent and taciturn throughout the journey. He seemed like a completely different person, having thoroughly concealed his sharp edges. He silently stared at Shun Heng's back, wondering, the second elder guaranteed that I would enter the sword sect. Where on earth does his confidence come from? Since the day of their deal, Shun Heng had kept a low profile, only suddenly approaching him 2 days ago to inform him that the plan would proceed as scheduled. Shen Yun was also keeping an eye on Shun Heng. He had not forgotten about this mole. However, trying to bring down the second elder based on mere rumors and shadows was undoubtedly a pipe dream. The other party was extremely cautious and never left any openings, giving him no leverage whatsoever. Shen Heng is closely associated with the Shangguan clan. He is highly likely to make his move during this sword sect examination. With keen insight, Shen Yun prepared to respond to all changes by remaining steadfast, determined to capture this venomous serpent that had been lying in wait for so long. The Xianbing platform was located in the northernmost part of Songlong Mountain, bordering the North Sea, which was perpetually frozen. Endless snow-capped mountains stretched out, rivers were frozen solid, and the sky was shrouded in a gray mist. The harsh environment made this place a desolate wasteland. On the boundless snowy plains, massive footprints could occasionally be seen, with a thick demonic qi lingering for a long time. The demonic beasts on the ice plains were incredibly powerful. Not only did they have to adapt to the brutal cold, but they also had to fight desperately for food, making every single one of them a most ferocious predator. At the very center of the ice plains, a powerful storm swept across heaven and earth. The ground was barren of any vegetation, and as far as the eye could see, there were only silvery white glaciers. The Shen clan, traveling by spiritual boat, was forced to land ahead of schedule. The astral winds in the high skies were extremely violent, capable of blowing away even those in the foundation establishment stage. The final stretch of the journey could only be completed on foot. The first elder took the lead, his steps steady and completely unaffected by the storm. There are still 20 miles to the Xianbing platform. This is a test for you all, but do not let any opportunity for tempering slip away. The ferocious North Sea gale carried a freezing moisture seeming to seep deep into one's bones. Shen Feng gritted his teeth, tightly swayed back and forth by the wind. Looking at the silhouettes of the others, a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. So my talent really is the weakest. He had once harbored a faint hope that his defeat in the family tournament was due to other factors, but now he realized how laughable that was, making his desire to join the sword sect grow even stronger. Shen Xiu moved as fast as the wind, his figure rising and falling in a strange rhythm that completely neutralized the gale. The number one genius of the past. What an empty reputation. Seeing Shen Feng struggling with every step, Shen Xiu wore a smug, self-satisfied smile. However, the moment he glanced at Shen Yun, his expression instantly collapsed like a performer changing masks. Shen Yun strolled leisurely, as if walking in a quiet courtyard, unhurriedly following behind the first elder. His sheer poise and appearance alone left Shen Xiu far behind. Shen Wuda fully utilized the advantage of his massive weight, keeping his stance exceptionally stable as he wobbled along behind Shen Yun. Shen Yun had the lowest cultivation base. Even with the support of her emu spiritual body, she still appeared to be struggling. Yun, let me help you. Shen Xiu's eyes lit up as if he had found the perfect opportunity to play the hero and save the beauty. He quickly rushed forward to show his attentiveness. Yet Shen Yun ignored him completely. When Shen Yun's gaze swept over Shen Xiu reacted like a startled animal, his movements instantly turning clumsy. A gust of freezing wind rushed into his wide-open mouth, causing him to choke instantly. No longer able to leap about, he fell to the very back alongside Shen Feng, the two becoming brothers in misfortune. Damn you, Shen Yun. Shen Xiu only dared to curse in his heart. Suddenly his foot slipped, and losing his balance he collided straight into Shen Feng. The two of them rolled over and over on the ground like a snowball, completely unable to break free. This commotion naturally drew the attention of the others. What is going on? Seeing the situation clearly, Shen Heng immediately rescued them. Frustrated by their lack of competence, he snapped, "Follow behind me." He was utterly speechless. Both of them were individuals he highly valued, yet each was more useless than the last, completely ruining his reputation. Ignoring this buffoonery, Shen Yun fixed his gaze on Shen Yun and murmured softly to himself, "It seems she is about to break through." Just as the words left his mouth, Shen Yun broke through her bottleneck. Her entire being radiated with a brilliant glow, looking even more radiant and beautiful, as if she had washed away all mortal dust. Her aura underwent an earth-shattering transformation. She had been just a step away from the 7th layer, tempered by the storm. Her breakthrough came naturally. The first elder nodded repeatedly in approval, thinking, "This is the true genius of our Shen clan. She will surely shine brightly in the sword sect." As for the fake genius, Shen Xiu and his partner followed closely behind, like frostbitten eggplants. Half an hour later, the view ahead suddenly widened as a massive platform of ice and snow slowly emerged from the raging storm. Stepping into the central area, the storm subsided, and sunlight peeked through the dark clouds, making it feel like two entirely different worlds. The platform hovered above a deep abyss surrounded by dense glaciers that resembled crouching beasts, refracting a deep blue light under the sun. The freezing air condensed into steps of ice marrow, completely transparent and filled with intricate ice patterns leading straight up to the ice platform. We have finally arrived at the Xianbing platform. Stepping across the icy stairs onto the profound ice platform, the vast expanse was lined with neatly arranged ice-carved seats, and many clans had already arrived. Upon seeing the arrival of the Shen clan, those with sharp eyes immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. "Fellow Taoist Linfeng has arrived. Please take your seat." The attitude of these people was exceedingly obsequious. Despite also being of the 10 great clans of Songlong, they appeared somewhat subservient. The great elder did not stand on ceremony, taking the seat of honor without hesitation, displaying the formidable prestige of a Golden Core clan. Throughout the entirety of Songlong Mountain, pseudo-core experts were indeed renowned figures, treated as honored guests wherever they went. Yet before a Golden Core powerhouse, they possessed not a shred of standing. All beneath the Golden Core are but ants. This was by no means an exaggeration. A clan without a Golden Core expert presiding over them was naturally deemed inferior. Many gazes were currently scrutinizing the members of the Shen clan. They belonged to a group of young talents from pseudo-core clans, each possessing an awe-inspiring aura and eyes flashing with brilliance. So what if they are a Golden Core clan? The selection relies on strength, and your background won't be of any use here. Their clan elders had repeatedly urged them to avoid conflict and show utmost forbearance when encountering members of Golden Core clans, which had long filled them with pent-up resentment. Normally, when encountering profligate young masters playing the tyrant and riding roughshod over others, they could only swallow their anger. Today they finally had a chance to wash away their past humiliation, leaving every one of them high-spirited and surging with vigor. Only a youth clad in black remained exceptionally calm, his resolute face bearing an unshakable composure. Brother Higuang, are the people from Golden Core clans truly that powerful? The youth in black was surrounded by the crowd like stars, orbiting the moon, his presence standing out like a crane among chickens, revealing his immense prestige. This person was none other than Higuang, who had once attended the grand gathering of the Great Zhou alone, and had crossed paths with Shen Yun once before. Ever since his crushing defeat at the hands of Tantai Jing, he had channeled his shame into courage, achieving yet another monumental breakthrough. Now he was a preeminent figure who stood head and shoulders above others among the pseudo-core clans. The Golden Core clans are indeed strong, but I, Higuang, am no pushover either. What is there to fear in snatching food from a tiger's mouth? This time I will secure a spot in the sword sect. Higuang's voice was not loud, yet it carried a convincing power that drew a chorus of cheers. A moment later, the Su clan arrived at the scene, personally led by Su Yu, causing quite a stir. Many immediately stepped forward to converse, hoping to seize the opportunity to forge a friendship with the Su clan. Among them, Su Yu was highly sought after. Everyone knew she was the apple of Su Yu's eye, and many wished to climb the social ladder through her to achieve rapid advancement. Many young talents cast aside their pride, doing their utmost to curry favor with Su Yu, showering her with extravagant praise and eagerly presenting all manner of precious gifts. Su Yu only found it incredibly annoying. She was no fool. How could she not see through the intentions of these people? Just then she spotted Shen Yun. Her eyes lit up, and she said mischievously, "Hey big villain, you haven't been slacking off lately, have you? This young lady has been cultivating diligently, so you better watch out." The crowd's gaze immediately shifted to Shen Yun, and a few clever individuals tactfully withdrew. Shen Yun sized her up for a moment, then replied with a half-smile, "Is that so? Then I shall wait and see." Seeing his indolent demeanor, Su Yu ground her pearly teeth and could not help but snort softly. "Just keep enjoying your leisure then. We'll see about that." Having said that, she skipped away, her black hair fluttering and her graceful figure drawing many admiring gazes. Shen Xingruo's gaze turned profound as she murmured softly, "Su Yu, is it?" Shen Yun felt a sudden chill on his back. Turning around, he saw only Shen Xingruo wearing a gentle faint smile. Strange, is it just my imagination, eh? He rubbed his chin, then quickly dismissed the thought. Shen Wuda kept his eyes on his nose and his nose to his heart, tactfully, taking 2 steps back with keen discernment. After the Su clan made their appearance, the Shangwan clan arrived in quick succession. Granny Huangmu paced forward, her dark, sinister face looking as though someone owed her tens of thousands of spirit stones. Shangwan Imo looked as though he were cast from the same mold as her, with eyes like an eagle and a gaze like a wolf, his fierce aura sending shivers down one's spine. Ever since he was crippled by Yi Chun, he had spared no effort to repair his Qi Si. However, his foundation could never be restored to its former state. The sword sect must possess a method of restoration. You must seize this opportunity. Granny Huangmu's tone was heavy. Since Shangwan Yin had refused to participate in the selection, she could only choose the best of a bad bunch, treating it as making use of discarded material. Shangwan Imo nodded heavily and said coldly, "Rest assured, great aunt, I will not fail the clan's trust." Granny Huangmu ignored him and turned to a beautiful woman, saying, "Shangwan Yin is already a sinner of the clan. I trust you will not repeat her mistakes." The woman in green nodded and replied solemnly, "Please rest assured, Granny. Niner is obstinate and is no longer fit to be a member of the Shangwan clan. I will certainly not follow in her footsteps." Her appearance bore a 70% resemblance to Shangwan Yin, being exceptionally elegant and beautiful, yet the coldness between her brows made her seem devoid of human warmth. Very well. This is the attitude a member of the Shangwan clan should possess. Granny Huangmu was highly satisfied. The woman before her was Shangwan Yi, the elder sister of Shangwan Yin. Her cultivation was among the very best of the younger generation, and more importantly, she was obedient. This was precisely the kind of talent the clan needed. Shangwan Yi's gaze was icy cold as she murmured in her heart, "Niner, by acting so recklessly, how are our parents supposed to hold their heads up? I will personally correct your mistake." The 10 great clans had all arrived, and they began to exchange information among themselves. "I heard that Elder Yaoguang will personally grace the Profound Eyes platform. The scale of this selection far exceeds those of the past. Elder Yaoguang is one of the 7 great elders of the outer sect with a fathomless cultivation. If one catches his eye, they will surely soar to greatness. What about the list of deputy emissaries? They also hold significant decision-making power and cannot be overlooked. I heard they are Murong Shui and Duan Mutong. Both are geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect, not to be underestimated." Listening to the various discussions, the clever ones had already begun analyzing the intelligence, intending to curry favor with the emissaries and cater to their preferences. All 3 emissaries held immense decision-making power, making underhanded tactics extremely important at this juncture. If 2 candidates were evenly matched, whoever found greater favor with the examiners would naturally stand out. This was an unspoken consensus among everyone present. Wherever there are people, there is a Jianghu. Shen Yun sighed with emotion, having long grown accustomed to such things. There was no absolute fairness in the world. At least the sword sect's entry examination was open and above board, which was already highly honorable and fair for ordinary cultivators. In this kind of internal selection, background was naturally a part of one's strength. One could only say that such was reality. Granny Huangmu glanced toward the Shun clan's area and smiled sinisterly. "Enjoy your happiness while you still can, for you won't be smiling later." Thinking of Shangwan Dongjuan's arrangements, she became increasingly composed and self-assured, as if victory were already within her grasp. Half an hour slipped by, and a gentle breeze suddenly swept across the Profound Eyes platform. Whoosh! The sound of tearing air resounded, causing everyone to instantly cease their chatter. In the distant void, an earth-shattering Dharma sword was flying toward them at extreme speed. Endless astral winds were cleaved open by the Dharma sword, its speed so immense that even Foundation establishment cultivators could not track it. So fast. Just as this thought crossed everyone's minds, the Dharma sword had already arrived in the airspace above the Profound Eyes platform. Bathed in the sunlight, 3 hazy figures stood upon the sword, exuding a lofty aura of the sword Tao that made everyone involuntarily hold their breath. The emissaries of the sword sect had arrived. A flash of sword light streaked across like the wind itself, and 3 figures materialized upon the Shenbing platform. Soundless waves of pressure rippled outward. Elder Yaowang stepped through the void, his moon-white robes billowing like a crane in flight. Those met by his gaze could not help but lower their heads. Greetings, Elder Yaowang. All present paid their respects with utmost solemnity, each gesture precise and reverent. Every elder of the sword sect stood at the golden core realm or above, and such deference was owed to the depth of his cultivation. There is no need for such formality, everyone. Elder Yaowang swept wide his sleeve, and the overwhelming aura about him drew entirely inward. In an instant the scene settled into perfect stillness. The crowd began observing the other two envoys. Morong Shue's fame preceded her. Nearly everyone knew her name. Yet her temperament was utterly immovable. Offering gifts to her would be like playing the lute to a cow. Thus their attention shifted toward the other envoy. Duan Mutong carried no great reputation save for his meteoric rise to prominence as a celebrated figure of the outer sect. His face was youthful with a narrow gaze, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips. There was an effortless, unrestrained grace to his every gesture, the bearing of a born strategist. I shall now explain the selection process to you all. Duan Mutong's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, effacing the weight of so many gazes. His expression betrayed not the slightest ripple of change. The crowd could not help but regard him with newfound respect. To be chosen to speak on behalf of the sword sect clearly indicated Elder Yaowang's trust in him. The sword sect examination consists of 3 trials: heart, insight, and cultivation, with a comprehensive assessment made at the end. The Xianbing platform harbors 3 great illusion realms. This first trial of heart shall be judged by the duration one endures within. He produced a decree token, neither holy metal nor jade, and with a sharp whoosh it shot skyward, dissolving into the void above. Cyan light surged toward the heavens as the sky suddenly darkened. Across the blackened night, the aurora shimmered and danced, its reflection mirrored upon the Xianbing platform below. Dong! A crystalline resonance rang out like a struck bell, and the Xianbing platform, bathed in the aurora's glow, slowly revealed 3 layered scenes within. The first lay close at hand, mountains clothed in birdsong and fragrant blossoms, ancient trees verdant and lush, a vision of perfect natural harmony. The second was water, rippling light upon its surface, waves surging ceaselessly, the current flowing on without end. In the distance mountains rose once more, identical to the first realm, yet bearing some indefinably different air about them. The 3 illusion realms seemed to echo the verses of the Buddhist masters. To see a mountain as a mountain. To see water, yet not as water. To see a mountain still as a mountain. The Grand Elder explained to them, the Xianbing platform was once the sacred ground of an ancient sect. With the passage of time it fell into ruin and became an ownerless place. Later the sword sect discovered it, restored it, and has used it as a trial ground ever since. Shen Yun listened attentively, gradually grasping the rules of the examination. The 3 illusion realms grow progressively more difficult, with final standing determined by endurance time. To enter even the second realm, even for a single heartbeat, would mark one as superior to those who remained in the first. A steady approach will surely extend one's time within, yet the result cannot rival that of the second realm. But to advance recklessly is to draw water with a bamboo basket. How fascinating this dilemma truly is. Shen Yun perceived the deeper intricacy at work. The very act of choosing was itself a trial of the heart. Duan Mutong swept his gaze across the assembly, lingering briefly upon the direction of the Shen family, before smiling faintly. Now that everyone understands the rules, let the examination begin. At his word, the cultivators stepped into the first illusion realm. Suddenly the realm convulsed as if struck by an earthquake. The vibrant springtime transformed into a winter of relentless driving snow. All present felt as though plunged into an endless ice plain. The terrifying cold seemed to freeze the very blood within their veins. A savage storm swept across the land, making every step a battle against the elements. This is clearly a trial of cultivation. What does it have to do with the heart? Someone voiced this protest, but no answer came. They exerted every ounce of strength only to be blown this way, and that stumbling through the snow with agonizing effort. The clever among them simply lay flat upon the ground, conserving their strength in the hope of enduring longer. By contrast, the disciples of the Golden Core families fared far better, advancing steadily through the wind and snow. Beyond the illusion realm, the clan elders watched with grave expressions, closely tracking every shift in the trial. The icy wastes are but illusion. The true test lies in one's resilience when faced with peril. The Grand Elder spoke softly, his gaze falling upon the Shen family's performance as he nodded in quiet approval. The second Elder, Shen Hung, gave a light laugh. Given the cultivation of these 5, their final results should hardly disappoint. Before his words had fully faded, Shen Feng had already fallen to the rear, his body swaying unsteadily on the verge of dropping out entirely. Shen Heng's aged face darkened. In his heart he raged, what a useless lump of mud that refuses to stick to the wall. Why doesn't he bring out the illusory heartstone already? Shen Feng's face twisted with bitterness as he watched the figures ahead grow ever smaller. The last remnant of his pride crumbled to nothing. I absolutely cannot lose. Shen Feng clutched a cyan jade stone, and his swaying form suddenly steadied. It was as if parched earth had at last received life-giving rain. An invisible power rose up around him, holding the storm at bay. Dong! Dong! He strode ahead with the vigor of one blessed by the gods, swiftly catching up to those in the lead, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Duan Mutong's gaze deepened as he silently monitored the situation in the arena, his bearing that of a master strategist surveying the board. With these 3 illusory heartstones the people's senior brother Dongjun arranged should have no difficulty passing the second realm. This Shen family does have some tricks up their sleeve. Perhaps someone truly can reach the second realm. It seems further measures will be required. Recalling Shangguan Dongjuan's instructions, a strategy quickly took shape in his mind, and a relaxed smile crossed his lips. The illusory heartstone greatly enhanced the cultivator's resistance to illusion arrays, an exceedingly rare third-grade material, all of it provided by Shangguan Dongjun himself. Before each examination, auxiliary treasures were normally subject to inspection, yet he had deliberately omitted this step, escaping the notice of the others. As time wore on, those at the rear gradually came to a halt, finally accepting reality. I never expected the first realm to be this difficult. The second realm is beyond my reach entirely. Continuing like this, I simply cannot endure much longer. Retreating in order to advance is its own form of wisdom. They still have half the journey remaining. Those people may not survive to the end. Perhaps we who laugh last will laugh best. Fewer than 10 cultivators still pressed forward, almost without exception drawn from the Golden Core families. He Guang struggled on valiantly, his sharply defined features half hidden by frost and wind. Every member of the He family held their breath for him. Shen Xiu charged ahead at the forefront, leaving all others far behind. He advanced with the majestic gait of a dragon and the composure of a tiger, radiating an inexplicable aura of kingly dominance. Who dares claim eternity undefeated? What does not kill me only makes me stronger. Shen Xiu recalled the words of the venerable Biluo, and ceaselessly steeled himself, his spirit carrying the flavor of one unbowed by 100 trials. Watching his retreating back, Shangguan Mo's expression soured. He had intended to use the illusory heartstone to claim unrivaled glory in the first round, yet instead found the gap between them ever widening. The jealousy within him churned in silent torment. I wonder what expression the Shen family will wear once I've crippled him. Shangguan Mo's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, the gaze of a hunter who had locked onto his prey. Shen Xiu's commanding performance drew countless gazes. He appears to be scarcely 20 years of age. Why have I never heard of this Shen Xiu before? He must be a secret weapon carefully cultivated by the Shen family, meant to astonish all at the sword sect examination. What a devious scheme indeed. His cultivation is no less formidable. Securing a quota should pose little difficulty for him. Murong Shue's countenance remained tranquil as she offered her assessment. His heart is remarkably steadfast, superior even to many outer sect disciples. Duan Mutong cast a meaningful glance towards Shen Xiu, marking him as a priority target for elimination. Elder Yaoguang opened his eyes, paying no heed to the solitary figure of Shen Xiu blazing ahead. Instead, his gaze turned toward a white-robed silhouette moving at a measured pace. A heart of crystalline clarity. What a rare talent. Across centuries he had witnessed too many prodigies of dazzling brilliance, and his heart had long since grown still as an ancient well. It was no exaggeration to say that Shen Xiu had only just crossed the threshold to merit his attention. He had expected this selection to be a mere formality, yet now an unexpected delight had appeared. At last Elder Yaoguang felt his interest genuinely kindled. Shen Xiu was the first to enter the second layer of the illusion realm. Glancing back, he discovered that no one could keep pace with him, and a triumphant smile curled across his lips. 10 years of sharpening a single blade. My sweat has never lied. He struck a dashing pose, but before 3 seconds of cool could pass, a colossal wave crashed into him, sending him stumbling. Cough, cough. Water flooded his airways, and it took Shen Xiu half a lifetime of coughing before he finally recovered. The second layer of the illusion realm was a raging river stretching beyond the horizon, its surging waves rendered in a deep shade of blue that battered him, mercilessly tossing him up and down. This is heavy water. Shen Xiu's expression shifted dramatically. Aware of its terrifying properties, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Heavy water was a first-grade spiritual material, nearly 10 times denser than ordinary water. It was frequently used to temper high-grade magical artifacts, and could even shatter those of lower quality. The entire river was composed of heavy water. One could only imagine the immense energy contained within. Each droplet was so profoundly dark it seemed capable of swallowing sunlight, and wherever the water struck flesh, welts of blood bloomed instantly. Shen Xiu swallowed the urge to howl, desperate to preserve the image of a genius he had so painstakingly built. His face flushed crimson. Nether demon art. Hold fast for me. He erupted with a burst of chi, his shoulder-length hair snapping upright strand by strand. With resolute, powerful strides, he charged boldly deeper into the torrent. Nearly a quarter of an hour passed before another finally crossed into the second layer of the illusion realm. Shangguan Mo strode in with his chin held high, but the moment his gaze landed on Shen Xiu's figure far in the distance, his countenance darkened instantly. The more brilliant your talent, the greater the supreme pleasure I shall savor when I destroy it. Shen Xiu had become a thorn in his flesh, a splinter in his eye. Ever since his own talent had been crippled by Yi Chen Shangguan Mo, had been unable to bear the sight of any prodigy, his heart twisting ever more grotesquely with resentment. Shangguanya followed closely behind. Feeling the terrifying impact of the heavy water river, her expression grew solemn. Even with the phantom heartstone, resisting this would be nigh impossible, yet he presses forward with steady steps. That boy must not be allowed to live. The two swiftly reached an accord. Shen Xiu had to be crippled before he could join the sword sect. Meanwhile, in the first layer of the illusion realm, the vanguard still had some distance to cover before reaching the terminus. Miss Yue, you should go on ahead. Don't let us hold you back. The disciples of the Su clan were of weaker cultivation, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of wind and snow, and their pace gradually ground to a halt. The cultivators of the Shangguan clan were also struggling to endure. Without treasures like the Phantom Heartstone, they had already reached their absolute limit at this point. Chengji, let's proceed according to plan. The two Shangguan clan disciples exchanged determined glances and activated their wood element Dao techniques. Azure radiance enveloped the man striding at the forefront. Whoosh! The bewitchingly handsome man, known as Shangguan Cheng, blazed with newfound brilliance in his gaze as he began absorbing the spiritual power transmitted from the two disciples, steadily returning to his peak condition. You've worked hard. Shangguan Cheng gave them a nod before striding toward the second layer of the illusion realm with the momentum of falling stars. Only then did the crowd awaken in shock to the realization that the Shangguan clan had deployed a strategy of sacrificing pawns to protect the king. What brilliant calculation! Sacrificing two Qi refining stage 6 disciples merely to elevate Shangguan Cheng's results. A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers, who could not help but feel awe at the Shangguan clan's deep scheming and far-reaching foresight. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it still summons its full strength. The Shangguan clan was not only the most powerful family present, but also excelled at exploiting every loophole in the rules. No wonder they had reigned supreme over Songlong Mountain for so long. The disciples of the Su clan seemed to have discovered a new continent, eager to copy the strategy. However, the results were negligible at best, and their predicament only grew more dire. Watching their wretched state, Shangguan Cheng let out a cold sneer. What a foolish attempt at imitation. My two clan brothers are both wood element cultivators, well versed in the art of power transmission. Do you truly believe that is something you can replicate? He leaped forward like a nimble monkey, crossing into the second layer of the illusion realm in a single bound. With four people now having entered, Shen Feng found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Fellow clan brothers and sisters, I'll be taking my leave first. The instant his words fell, he began striding forward at a great pace, a stark contrast to his earlier performance. Shen Qingrua's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she murmured, I never expected brother Shen Feng to have been holding back his strength. Shen Wuda stroked his chin thoughtfully. Something feels off. He doesn't seem like the type to behave this way. Having said that, he nudged Shen Yun with his elbow. Big brother, what's your take? Shen Yun slowly closed his eyes, his divine sense sweeping outward to completely envelop the surrounding 15 li. Not even a whisper of wind could escape his perception. Ever since breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his divine sense had undergone yet another transformation. According to the Tao scriptures, a divine sense range exceeding 10 li already fell within the domain of foundation establishment stage 9. The divine sense of golden core cultivators, it was said, could extend beyond 30 li. As for the even more formidable nascent soul stage, the Tao scriptures contained only a handful of brief mentions, far too abstruse for outsiders to comprehend. Shen Yun's divine sense was powerful enough to overwhelm even foundation establishment stage 9 cultivators. Observing from such close range, he immediately detected something amiss. The pressure he faces is considerably less than ours. Hearing this, the other two exchanged uncertain glances, sensing that Shen Feng had suddenly become enveloped in an aura of mystery. Shen Yun did not indulge in baseless speculation, merely committing this detail silently to memory. He then spoke, we have no idea what awaits us in the second layer of the illusion realm. Everyone stay on your guard. After roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the three of them quietly entered the second layer of the illusion realm without attracting much attention. Su Yue followed closely behind. The entire Su clan now had only her as its sole surviving representative, a circumstance that left Su Yue feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, out of reverence for his authority, no one dared discuss it openly to his face. Though behind closed doors it was an entirely different matter. Just then an eruption of excited voices broke out from within the crowd. Huguang actually did it. Even a false core family can produce outstanding talents. This man's will is as unyielding as iron. He is destined for great accomplishments in the future. A hero is not judged by his origins. I believe he is certain to join the sword sect. Su Yu's expression grew even more unsightly, and he resolved to give these youngsters proper discipline training once they returned. Rise at the hour of Chun, sleep at the first watch, with but a single day of rest per month. A chill wind swept through the area, and the Su clan disciples present shivered in unison. With Heguang's arrival, a total of 10 people had now entered the second layer of the illusion realm. Not a single member of the Shen clan had been left behind. Such a performance could only be described as dazzling. The Grand Elder's face beamed with vigor as he basked in the envious and jealous glances from those around him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Grandma Huangmu's expression had darkened to the point where it seemed water might drip from it. Despite employing so many underhanded tactics, she had been utterly crushed by the Shen clan, a result that left her deeply dissatisfied. Duan Mutong's gaze grew profound and distant, his hands loosely clasped as he felt matters taking a rather troublesome turn. When it came to the most dazzling figure on the field, none could compare to Shen Xiu, who stood unrivaled above all others. Great waves wash away the sand to reveal gold, wind scatters the clouds for the victor to reign. Defeat only makes me stronger. By now the waters had submerged him below the shoulders, yet he continued to forge ahead with relentless valor. The spirit of this desperate fighter drew ceaseless admiration from those watching. Shangguan Mo followed close behind, a slender black needle pinched between his fingers like the stinger of a venomous wasp, emanating an ominous and sinister aura. I refuse to believe you can truly defy the heavens. Don't let me catch you, or I'll let you have a taste of the black wasp needle. He moved like a venomous snake, trailing Shen Xiu closely and ever ready to deliver a fatal strike. The black wasp needle was an exceptionally insidious hidden weapon designed specifically to shred a cultivator's physical form and inflict grievous damage upon their foundation. Even more cunningly, it would dissolve into venom that lay dormant within the blood vessels, making it virtually impossible to detect. Now hidden within the illusion realm and further concealed by the heavy water river, this was the perfect moment to strike. The others were still struggling to resist the river's onslaught, and those with weaker wills already showed unmistakable signs of faltering. Shen Feng and Shangguan fared better. The support of their phantom heartstones meant they suffered no more than a slight pallor. As for Heguang and Shangguan Shang, they could barely remain upright, and were soon forced to concede defeat. Shen Xingrua's willow leaf eyebrows knit tightly together, as if she were enduring immense agony, her advance sustained purely by sheer tenacity. This fat master's dying. Who in the world devised such torture? Shen Wuda shrieked incessantly, leaping and bounding about in a manner so exaggerated it was almost unbearable to watch. Shen Yun paid no heed to this buffoon. Even if all the others were to be utterly defeated, he himself would remain unscathed. However, Shen Xingrua would likely be unable to hold on long enough to secure a place among the top 5. There's something peculiar about those two. He suddenly noticed a curious detail, a strange, indescribable rhythm about Shangguanya and Shen Feng against which the illusion realm seemed to have little effect. Just how are they accomplishing this? Shen Yun's divine sense silently unfurled, enveloping both of them completely. He soon discovered that they were both gripping something tightly in their hands, something capable of blocking his probe entirely. It was most irregular. He recalled the scene from moments ago, how Shen Feng had never once loosened his grip on his right hand from beginning to end. Those two, there's something wrong with them. Shen Yun's gaze deepened with thought as he quickly devised his next course of action. Having devised his strategy, Shen Yun acted with swift resolve, his divine sense delivering a sudden strike against Shangguanya's hand. Slap! Caught off guard by the ambush, Shangguanya instinctively released her grip, and the surging torrents instantly swept the bewildering heartstone into oblivion. What happened? Shangguanya's countenance drained of color as she frantically extended her perception to locate the bewildering heartstone. The endeavor was as futile as searching for a needle in the vast ocean, utterly impossible. Stripped of the bewildering heartstone, her plight grew dire. Her lithe form swayed unsteadily, perspiration tracing rivulets down her pallid visage. Shen Yun's right hand caressed the diamond-shaped stone as he observed her performance in tranquil silence. So it was the bewildering heartstone. It seems Shen Feng harbors his own secrets as well. Shen Feng and Shangguanya mirrored each other's conduct with uncanny precision. Such coincidences did not occur by mere happenstance. If Shen Heng could betray them, the existence of another traitor in Shen Feng would scarcely be unexpected. Better not to alert the enemy prematurely, and let us observe what machinations they have devised. Shen Yun resolved to hold his position. With the adversaries exposed and his own presence concealed, any revelation of his whereabouts for Shen Feng's sake would be a grievous miscalculation. There existed a proverb he wholeheartedly endorsed: to spare the tiger was to invite calamity upon oneself. Therefore, when striking, one must ensure the blow was fatal. As the hours waned, the number of contestants upon the field steadily diminished. Shen Xingrua's comely visage glistened with perspiration, her form teetering on the precipice of collapse. When it appeared she had reached her absolute limit, Shen Yun conveyed the bewildering heartstone into her grasp. Clasp it firmly and conceal it from view. Upon receiving his spiritual transmission, Shen Xingrua's luminous eyes glimmered with delight as her delicate fingers tightened around the bewildering heartstone. The heavy water river continued its tumultuous surge, yet against her form the currents now caressed with newfound gentleness. Have I once more become a burden upon brother Shen Yun? Shen Xingrua drew a measured breath, preparing to return the bewildering heartstone to Shen Yun. Keep it. Such an object holds no utility for me. Given Shen Yun's cultivation realm, enduring even a full week would pose no challenge whatsoever. The bewildering heartstone was entirely superfluous to his needs. Shen Qingrua gazed upon Shen Yun's composed demeanor and ceased her insistence. I have fallen far behind brother Shen Yun. Upon reaching the sword sect, I must redouble my efforts and stride forth to match his pace. Her gaze grew increasingly resolute, harboring the earnest hope that one day she might prove worthy of his cause. After the span of another incense sticks burning, Su Yuer and Shangwanya were successively eliminated, and the atmosphere upon the scene shifted into something altogether more delicate. Yuer performed admirably. Rest well, and prepare for the next trial. Su Yu beamed with gratification. Though the disciples of the Su family had proven disappointing, his daughter's performance offered solace. At the very least, she had spared him from utter disgrace. Huangmu grandmother's countenance darkened to a terrifying degree, as though she had swallowed a dead rat whole. Gazing upon Shangwanya with eyes that bespoke bitter disappointment, she declared, Shangwan Yin was a traitor, and you are not but a waste of breath. You have squandered every shred of my dignity. Observing the 5 Shen family members emerging unscathed, coupled with the smug grin of the Grand Elder, she felt her lungs sear with mounting fury. Shangwanya offered no protestations in her own defense, instead solemnly pledging a martial oath. Grant me one final opportunity, grandmother. Should I fail to secure a position in the sword sect, I shall proffer myself for grave punishment before the clan. Upon hearing her solemn assurance, Huangmu grandmother's simmering wrath subsided by a fraction. The Grand Elder glanced over with leisurely composure, remarking, the Shangwan clan claims 3 positions within the top 10. Such an exemplary achievement. Why then, my esteemed Taoist companion, do you harbor such displeasure? The fury that Huangmu grandmother had barely succeeded in quelling reignited with renewed ferocity, consuming her so completely that she nearly ascended to the heavens in rage, her hands twitching with the overwhelming urge to strike that smug visage with her cane. She cast a baleful glare upon the Shangwan disciples, her voice emerging with the timbre of a midnight owl. Rouse your spirits, one and all. Should any among you falter under my watch, you shall return to the clan to answer for your failures. The assembly hastened to acknowledge her command with fervent obeisance, none daring to invite her wrath during such perilous times. Huangmu grandmother directed her gaze toward the arena, where the foremost figure of Shen Qiu proved an insufferable eyesore. A silent howl echoed through her being. That boy must be utterly destroyed. I shall eagerly await the expression that shall grace the Shen family's faces. Whether by cosmic design or her summons answered, Shangwan Mo appeared infused with divine providence, the distance between himself and Shen Qiu rapidly diminishing. The second illusory trial tests the virtue of valor. Only those possessed of an indomitable resolve can traverse the heavy water river. Duan Mutong proclaimed at measured pace, his gaze betraying unmistakable surprise, for the performances of these 2 cultivators had exceeded all expectation. The river's waters had now submerged them up to their chins, rendering the scene exceedingly perilous. What is this trifling heavy water river compared to the sting of defeat? My Tao heart shall remain unyielding through any tribulation. Shen Qiu surged forward with valiant determination, his bearing imbued with such resolute disregard for life and death that even the Biluo Venerable regarded him with newfound esteem. I merely spoke those words in passing. I never imagined he would take them to heart with such fervor. The Biluo Venerable exhaled with quiet marvel, seemingly having stumbled upon a method for forcing growth. A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Shangwan Mo's visage contorted with savage intent. Witnessing Shen Qiu's remarkable performance, his murderous intent eclipsed all vestiges of fear as he buried his head and surged forth in relentless pursuit. Today I shall personally strangle a genius in his cradle. None shall stand in my way. One conducts himself through self-hypnosis, the other burns with homicidal fervor. Both had succeeded in banishing fear from their minds, entirely chasing each other through the heavy water river in a spectacle that left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Can they truly harbor intentions of breaching the second trial? The second illusory realm was designed for Foundation establishment cultivators. There had been prodigious geniuses of the 9th Qi refining stage who refused to accept this premise. Yet they too met their demise within these very waters. Throughout the ages, trial participants had competed upon the measure of time. Reckless madmen such as these 2 were a rarity unseen for centuries. Shen Wuda shook his head slowly. Truly men who fear not death, and utterly blind to the maelstrom lurking ahead. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Shen Qiu's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. The heavy waters exerted a formidable pull upon him, tossing his form this way and that. At some unobserved moment, several maelstrom had materialized ahead, gaping like abyssal maws poised to devour all creation within their vortex. Explode forth myriad phantom demonic art. Shen Qiu unleashed a desperate roar from the depths of his being. His spiritual power surged once more, gradually stabilizing his precarious form. Just as he prepared to exhale his relief, he discovered the spiritual energy within his qi draining away at an alarming velocity. He could not sustain this resurgence indefinitely. Within moments his spiritual reserves were utterly depleted and his entire being surrendered to the mercy of the currents. Shen Yun fared no better. Entirely immersed in his murderous intent, he had failed to perceive that he had ventured into a realm of mortal peril. That wretched fool is utterly insufferable. He has dragged me into the abyss alongside him. He railed against his fate in the depths of his heart, desperately clutching the bewildering heartstone in a final gambit to turn the tide. Yet the outcome proved merciless. He and Shen Yun were ensnared by the maelstrom simultaneously, like a pair of hapless companions in adversity ultimately churned together into an indistinguishable mass. The two collided with tremendous force and immediately engaged in a desperate struggle, the spectacle too harrowing to witness. "Get away from me!" Shen Yun's palm struck forth. Though devoid of spiritual power, the body tempered by demonic cultivation was not to be underestimated. Slap! A single blow sent stars cascading before Shen Yun's vision as fresh blood streamed forth. Compounding his misery, he involuntarily gulped down noxious volumes of heavy water, which now rampaged unchecked through his corporeal form. Crack! The recently mended Qi suffered yet another grievous breach, the injustice of it rendering him so furious that his eyes nearly split from their sockets. "You dare show such insolence, brat? You shall not escape unscathed." As though granted a final blaze of dying light, Shen Yun savagely drove the black wasp needle into his adversary's flank. At such agonizing proximity, defense was virtually impossible. The strike found its mark upon Shen Yun in an instant. Hiss! The black wasp needle entered his bloodstream and instantaneously dissolved into venom, commencing its work of destroying flesh and sinew. "Oh!" Shen Yun's anguished wails pierced the heavens as the relentless onslaught of waves battered him, and he swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. With Shen Yun's Qi similarly ruptured, he too had forfeited all capacity for resistance, left to drift upon the currents as the tide saw fit. Thus did the two resemble shipwrecked sailors adrift, rising and sinking within the maelstrom, their labored exhalations barely outnumbering their inhalations. Witnessing their wretched state, Elder Yaoguang shook his head with measured solemnity. Such pitiful spectacles within the illusory trial were quite unprecedented in his extensive experience. "Disperse." At his utterance, his voluminous sleeves unfurled with majestic flourish. His spiritual power coalesced into a colossal hand that extracted both cultivators from the illusory realm. With these two luminaries removed from the proceedings, the trial settled into tranquil waters. The remaining contestants claimed the top 4 positions as a matter of course, with Shen Yun securing first place with effortless subtlety. As for Shen Yun and Shen Yun, they could only share 5th place, a result that elicited collective sighs of lamentation from the witnesses. Even Duan Mutong found his customary composure thoroughly shaken, and through no fault of his own. To be paired with such imbecilic allies would have justified far harsher censure. That he refrained from invective bespoke a mastery of self-restraint. The second trial shall require more creative intervention. Duan Mutong drew a measured breath. The second trial shall test the cultivator's comprehension. Each participant shall randomly draw a cultivation technique with their performance measured by the duration required to achieve rudimentary mastery. Having elucidated the regulations, he retrieved a lottery cylinder from his chinquan pouch. "Now then, let the drawing commence." Duan Mutong wore a cryptic smile as he slowly set the lottery tube on the table, already having arranged things in the shadows. The lottery tube, forged of gold and jade, reflected a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. The crowd lined up and stepped forward. As their hands touched the tube, a stream of light shot forth, weaving into golden characters that hung in the air, revealing the draw results in a most wondrous fashion. The second round tested perception with 50 participants present, and the jade slips contained exactly 50 kinds of techniques. This was to prevent opportunists from cheating by pre-knowing the questions and skewing the outcome. In the past, those blessed with immense fortune drew upon techniques they had studied as if guided by a divine stroke, though such cases were rare. Luck is also a facet of strength. To achieve great mastery, fate and Qi are indispensable. Shen Yun came to his senses and learned he was only 5th, his face dark as charcoal. Ugh, why does it hurt so much? Black hornet needle poison began to take effect, sending searing pain through his limbs, as if millions of venomous ants crawled over his body, convulsing him. He grit his teeth and stepped forward to draw. The jade slip flew into the sky and transformed into 4 golden characters, Yuanshan's sword technique, causing a chorus of sighs from those nearby. Shen Yun is so unlucky. The Yuanshan sword technique has 12 forms, and to enter it one must discern the way of heaven's timing, more difficult than any foundation establishment technique. This is the will of fortune. His streak of bad luck continues, and he may even fail the exam. The crowd rejoiced in misfortune. Shen Yun's first round display had been so eye-catching that many regarded him as the greatest rival, and his misfortune was a source of quiet delight for them. Shen Yun forced a calm smile and said, "The heavens entrust a great mission to this man. It is only a test." Hearing this, many were startled and hid their casual smiles. Duan Mutong's gaze was grave. he grew more certain of his own celestial genius, resolved to press harder in the final round, muttering, putting on airs. Shangguan Mo snorted coldly. He drew a Qingfeng step. A basic footwork. Inwardly he nodded, not bad. It's only a basic technique. I won't believe I can't beat Shen Qiu this time. The drawing continued. When Shen Yun stepped forward, many eyes turned toward him. As the first in the first round, even if he kept a low profile, he attracted great attention. True form illusion art. Seeing his draw, the crowd collectively exhaled. The Shen family's luck is truly terrible. Both geniuses drew high difficulty techniques, fate, and time. True form illusion art is a golden core level Dao technique. Even if only in the refining Qi stage, its difficulty is formidable and not inferior to Yuanshan's sword technique. I've heard entering true form illusion art requires condensing an illusion identical to one's own breath. Our clan elder studied 10 days just to glimpse the doorway. It seems Shen Yun will be bottom this round. Shen Yun's expression remained unchanged, his step somewhat slow. People assumed he was brooding a little. Did they know he was thinking of something else? Last round someone cheated. Now this coincidence is too neat. Clearly someone is colluding with the Shangguan family. Shen Yun fixed his gaze on Duan Mutong. The trials had been almost entirely orchestrated by him, the odds of manipulation greatest there. Afterward Shen Qingrua and Shen Wuda also drew. Their techniques were mid to upper in difficulty, while Shen Feng drew a simple technique. Duan Mutong kept a composed look. He wouldn't be foolish enough to cheat everyone. Any fool would see through it. There was still a third round, and he planned to strike last to keep the Shen family from Jianzhong. If I help Brother Dongjun accomplish this, I will have a seat in the next internal disciple selection. Duan Mutong plotted, steering the overall tempo and rhythm of events. The draw results settled. Some people were happy, some worried. The Grand Elder's expression was grave. If Shen Yun were to finish last this round, no matter how well he performed in the third round, he would not rise into the top 5. In contrast, the Shangguan family surged with confidence, as if they had it all mapped out. Huangmu Popo's eyes glittered with mockery. Seeing the Grand Elder's worried expression, her own irritation suddenly released. Geniuses are nothing. Our Shangguan family specializes in crushing genius. Thinking that the Shen family would be wiped out, and the only ones to enter Jianzhong would be Shangguan's own agents, her bark-like old face smiled as sourly as a chrysanthemum. As for another slip-up, there is no such possibility. The Shen family's luck really has run out. Perhaps Shen Shankong's health problems are not without cause. The dynasty will perish, demons will rise. The Shen family has produced so many prodigies, perhaps it is a last return of light. The Shangguan family is rising with unmatched talents like Shangguan Dongjuan. In the future, Canglong Mountain may be dominated by a single family. People present pondered whether to seize the chance to pledge loyalty to latch onto the Shangguan family. Yaoguang Elder's gaze was eerie and thoughtful. Even if he cared little for these side topics, his cultivation let him sense something amiss. Normally others should take over, but he was interested in one matter. That boy hides his depths. This is a perfect chance to observe him. Yaoguang Elder studied Shen Yun intently. Regarding who would claim the nomination, he already had a plan. Duan Mutong did not realize his ruse had already been exposed. He handed out the jade slips, and then sat firm as a rock, exuding an unshakable calm. Yet before he could settle, a calm voice rang out. I have finished. His words instantly stirred 1,000 waves. Duan Mutong immediately looked toward the source and witnessed an incredible sight. Shen Yun stood alone. To his right hovered an illusory shadow, its face blurred, whose breath was identical to his. Clearly the beginner manifestation of the true form illusion art. In less than an instant's time, many hadn't even finished the technique, yet Shen Yun had already entered the opening. Duan Mutong rubbed his eyes, realizing it wasn't a hallucination. If Jianzhong disciples saw him now, they'd be astonished. Duan Mutong, who never showed anger, had the nickname Jiqiang, the wise spear. Never had he appeared like this. Huangmu Popo's previously vented anger surged back. Her eyes were wide like copper bells, her old face flushed, and with that sinister look, she could frighten a 3-year-old into silence. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder's excitement overflowed. His admiration for Shen Yun knew no bounds. Shen Yun must have trained in true form illusion art. What incredible luck. You're right. When you think about it, Shen Yun won first in the first round, as if aided by the gods. Compared with him, Shen Qiu was indeed unlucky. Shen Yun's slot should be as good as sealed now. The crowd sighed, praising Shen Yun's luck. It's not a denigration of his strength. On the contrary, their envy was ready to burst forth. The legendary bearer of immense luck does not merely possess unmatched opportunities. He can often turn misfortune into fortune, while those who oppose him are plagued by misfortune, with many meeting ruin or death. As for gaining insight into a technique in the time it takes to burn one incense stick, such a thing is impossible. No one even considers it. Shen Qiu, labeled the unlucky one, burned with anger to the point that smoke seemed to rise from his head. He bled and bled. In the end, he could only manage fifth, his mindset faltering. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, who had also drawn a high-difficulty technique, casually took first. Shen Qiu couldn't even grasp a lead, and his mind exploded. 2. The poisoned body could no longer endure. He spat a mouthful of old blood and nearly fainted on the spot. Bai Luo Zuns was at a loss for words and had to jump in as the rescuer again. The present hardship is only temporary. Once you stand atop the summit it will be but a footnote on the road to success. Hearing this, Shen Xiu's scattered gaze gradually focused, and Bai Luo Zuns seized the moment to press her argument. Shen Yun is only a moment's luck. The path of cultivation is filled with brambles. You take it step by step, and you will surely go farther than him. Bai Luo Zuns wrung her brains to craft a line. That's right, a luck will run out one day. Even if heaven does not favor you, I can still reach the summit by my own effort. Shen Xiu steadied himself again. Hearing him, Bai Luo Zuns nearly rolled her eyes. True masters of luck enjoy longevity. Do you think you are like them? Inwardly, she cursed, muttered a few more words, and suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. When did she need to utter such unscrupulous words? For a time, Bai Luo Zuns could not tell who was deceiving whom. The air of discussion faded. With Shen Yun's jade ahead, others' performances seemed dull by comparison. The second to comprehend the technique was Shangwan Yu, taking fully 2/4 of time, causing a significant stir, but compared to Shen Yun, it was like cloud and mud. The crowd could only marvel at his luck with envy. Has he really trained in true form illusion art? This time, even Yao Wang Elder trembled instinctively. It seemed not so, yet a single incense's worth cannot possibly grant mastery of true form illusion art. Perhaps it really was a coincidence. He gradually let go of his thoughts, though his curiosity about Shen Yun grew. 2 hours passed, and Shen Xiu finally managed to barely pull off a half-sword move. This is far from entry-level, yet he was the last. No one cared about such details. Duan Mutong's eyes twitched. Aside from Shen Xiu, the rest of the Shun family stood in the top 5, placing enormous pressure on him. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "The third round is actual combat. It is the most important part of the assessment. Senior Sister Murong and I will be your opponents. The longer you endure, the better your score." Duan Mutong's gaze sharpened. He already planned to snatch away Shen family's hope with his own hands. Upon hearing the details of the assessment, the crowd's racing hearts gradually settled back into their chests. To become disciples of the sword sect, their innate talent was naturally beyond question, not to mention that the two before them were outstanding elites even among their peers. Yet as fellow cultivators of the qi refining realm, even if they were ultimately outmatched, they still possessed the confidence to exchange a few blows. First up, Feng Zizai. As the voice resounded, a tall, yellow-clad youth leapt onto the stage. Treading upon a flying rainbow with his head held high and chest puffed out, a confident smile played upon his lips. It is him, Feng Zizai. It is said that this man has an exceptionally profound comprehension of movement techniques. He is but a single step away from reaching grand mastery in the Zizai Suishing step, and once managed to escape from the clutches of an evil cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining. When it comes to the art of fleeing, he is absolutely among the best. He is highly likely to rank in the top 5 in this round. Feng Zizai was in his 30s with an exceptionally erect stature. His hands were empty, and a gentle breeze swirled around his feet. His aura was ethereal, making it seem as though he could appear anywhere at any given moment. Holding a silver artifact sword, Murong Shui's gaze was indifferent, and her expression remained utterly serene, exuding a transcendent confidence. Let the match begin. At Duan Mutong's command, Feng Zizai was the first to move. His footwork was incredibly elegant and fluid. No matter where Murong Shui's sword pointed, he could always position himself at the most awkward angle to attack. My Zizai Suishing step has long reached grandmastery. Had I not invested so much effort into it, I would have broken through to a higher realm long ago. But all of this is worthwhile. Preserving one's life is the true essence of cultivating immortality. Feng Zizai's speed was astonishingly fast, like a gentle breeze coming and going at will, leaving the black ice stage covered in his afterimages. This man's skill in fleeing is not inferior to mine. Shen Wuda offered his professional commentary. Right at that moment, Murong Shui shifted the edge of her sword, and a raging blizzard instantly swept across the black ice stage. Swoosh! A powerful frost blanketed the black ice stage, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet by dozens of degrees, instantly freezing their exhaled breath into ice on the spot. With a casual swing of Murong Shui's sword, an icy blue sword qi shot forward at extreme speed, leaving a trail of biting frost in its wake, as if about to freeze space itself. What kind of sword technique is this to actually affect my movement technique? Feng Zizai's body stiffened as he was frozen solid by the ice and snow. Even his Zizai Suishing step ground to a halt, and the countless afterimages filling the air vanished instantly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light burst forth, and the silver longsword rested against his neck, too fast for the eye to follow. With this, Feng Zizai was defeated. Sigh! A clamor erupted from the crowd, as everyone stood dumbfounded, utterly shocked by Murong Shui's formidable display. In a mere 5 breaths of time, Feng Zizai, who excelled in movement techniques, was defeated. They finally understood the true caliber of a sword sect disciple. Like a puppet, Feng Zizai walked off the stage with stiff, halting steps, his Dao hard, suffering an unprecedented blow. Shen Xingrua said solemnly this was the grand mastery level of the Zizai Suishing step, yet he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Murong Shue's cultivation is truly terrifying. Shen Yun shook his head. I fear she only used half of her strength. What a formidable woman. As if hearing his voice, Murong Shue's indifferent gaze swept over. Shen Yun trembled all over, shrinking his neck like a quail, no longer daring to utter another disrespectful word. Ice attribute spiritual energy heavily counters movement techniques. Feng Zizai's defeat is well-deserved. Shen Yun commented. The atmosphere grew somewhat solemn, seeing Feng Zizai defeated so easily. Everyone held their breath in suspense. Duan Mutong broke the silence. Stepping forward with large strides, a snow-white silver spear appeared in his hand at some point as he took over Murong Shue's position. During the assessment, the two of them would take turns on the stage, allowing ample time to recover their spiritual energy, ensuring that later challengers would not gain an unfair advantage. The next to ascend the stage was a woman named Su Feng. She had a fair complexion, phoenix eyes, and willow leaf eyebrows, exuding the elegant air of a lady from a prestigious clan. Her aura was infinitely close to the 7th level of qi refining, placing her in the upper middle tier among the candidates. Fortunately, I didn't draw Murong Shue. I should be able to hold out a bit longer. While Su Feng was still lost in thought, Duan Mutong had already made the first move. A cold gleam flashed first, and then the spear lunged like a dragon. Holding the silver spear, Duan Mutong's movements were wide and powerful as he cleaved down towards Su Feng, exuding the imposing aura of a peerless general. How is he so fast? Su Feng's face paled drastically. Her reaction was timely enough as she gripped her sword with both hands to block the silver spear. An earthy brown wave of energy swirled upon her sword, blocking the impact at the critical moment of life and death, showcasing the poise of a descendant from a great family. This is the monolith sword art. With earth attribute spiritual energy reinforcing the artifact sword, it is as indestructible as solid rock, one of the strongest defensive sword techniques in the qi refining realm. Many contestants stared intently at the field, gathering intelligence on Duan Mutong. Too slow. Duan Mutong suddenly accelerated his tempo. His arms moved effortlessly, the silver spear following like a shadow, far surpassing his opponent in both speed and power. Su Feng was utterly powerless to resist, forced to retreat step by step. The terrifying pressure made her feel as though she were suffocating. Domineering. The same thought flashed through the minds of all the spectators. Suddenly Duan Mutong shook the spear with both hands. A golden spear qi capable of piercing anything shattered her long sword into scrap metal with a sharp crack. As if struck by lightning, Su Feng forced her spiritual energy to coalesce, launching several earthen spears to shift from defense to offense, seeking survival in the face of death. Seeing that his opponent was still desperately resisting, Duan Mutong executed a move like a divine dragon whipping its tail. A swift back thrust of his spear struck her squarely in the waist, sending her flying without the slightest hint of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Puff! Su Feng spat a mouthful of blood into the air, collapsing onto the black ice stage, her white robes stained crimson. Su Feng. The faces of the Su family members changed dramatically as they rushed forward to rescue her. Duan Mutong withdrew his long spear without a single drop of sweat on his face, speaking nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I held back 90% of my strength. She only suffered superficial injuries." Hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly looked toward the stage, only to see Su Feng slowly picking herself up, her complexion seemingly fine. To be able to hold back and release power so effortlessly in the midst of battle, what terrifying control. Those who had previously deemed him an easy target now dared not even breathe loudly, completely stripped of any lingering wishful thinking. Refining qi into silk, the peak of the 9th level. The great elder let out a long sigh, his expression solemn. You must never confront Duan Mutong head-on. He has already tempered his spiritual energy to be as condensed as fine silk, far surpassing the ordinary 9th level of qi refining. Upon hearing this, several people nodded in unison, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. As expected of a top 10 figure of the outer sect, he has the potential to strive for an Earth-grade foundation establishment. The second elder, Shen Heng, remarked with emotion. Exchanging a subtle glance with Granny Huangmu, the two of them felt victory was already within their grasp. With his arms crossed over his chest, Shin Xiu inquired of Venerable Biluo. I have already mastered the nether demon art, so why have I still not reached the state of refining qi into silk? Venerable Biluo replied in a flat tone, what do you think refining qi into silk is? Only when you reach the peak of qi refining and continuously compress and temper your spiritual energy can it be achieved. If you can cultivate the nether demon art to the minor completion stage, you might be able to comprehend it. Hearing this, Shen Xiu followed up, then what about condensing qi into liquid? There are records of such a state within the demon art. Venerable Biluo rolled her eyes, knowing he was indulging in wishful thinking again. She said testily, if you are on the 1st floor, refining qi into silk is on the 3rd floor. You can still reach it if you jump. As for condensing qi into liquid, it is roughly equivalent to the 30th floor. She withheld the rest of her mocking words, fearing she would demoralize Shin Xiu too much, leaving her to clean up the mess later. Only then did Shen Yun back down, secretly thinking to himself, I must break through to the state of refining qi into silk. When that time comes, even Shen Yun will be no match for me. The trials proceeded rapidly. In less than half an hour they were already halfway through. Most candidates could only hold out for 5 breaths of time, and even the slightly better ones only lasted 10 breaths. Among them, the best performer was Shang Wanya, who managed to hold her own under Duan Mutong for a full 30 breaths. Granny Huangmu sat leisurely, leaning her skeletal frame back against her throne, quietly waiting for the complete annihilation of the Shen family. Next up, Shen Xiao. Hearing this voice, she felt as if withered wood had met spring. Straightening her back, she looked toward the field with excitement. Standing with his spear, Duan Mutong watched the domineering Shen Xiao approach. He made up his mind, this person indeed has some skill. To ensure absolute success, I must strike with a heavier hand. Shen Xiao strode forward with a grand posture and a dignified air, carrying an aura of burning his bridges, seemingly determined to wipe away his past disgrace and seize the spot. The great wind rose, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Shen Xiao let out a long howl as 4 white jade pillars shot from his qi, landing with a thud around the edges of the Xian. The pillars rose to a height of 3 zhang 3 qi, their silver-white shafts carved with flying dragons' fangs, bared claws, extended eyes, blazing mouths, spitting golden divine fire. The sky suddenly dimmed, and the white jade pillars radiated light, as if absorbing the sun. The pillars rose in golden flames, and the Xianbing platform hissed with melting sounds. 4-sided fire dragon pillars. Who would have thought he possessed such a treasure? The seasoned onlookers' eyes brightened in awe. It is said that in ancient times humans treated stone pillars as totems to worship the sacred fire, and the earliest firepath treasures were stone pillars. The 4-sided fire dragon pillars were born in ancient times, able to draw on the sun's power and transmute it into a flame domain. Their power is unfathomable. The forging technique of this treasure has long been lost. Where did Shen Xiao obtain it? His 4-sided fire dragon pillars are crafted from the 9 yang spirit wall. If golden core cultivators labored on them day and night, they could surely become a 3rd-rank magic instrument. In any case, Shen Xiao's combat power should not be underestimated. This will surely be a dragon and tiger duel. Shen Xiao stood in the flame domain, his breath rising in waves, finally settling at the 8th pinnacle. This is the ace I kept to deal with, Shen Yun. I never expected I would have to bring it out now. In the second round, his score was last. This round, he must surge ahead, drawing Elder Yaowang's attention to gain a sliver of a chance. Kill! Duan Mutong hissed with no hesitation as he charged forward. His speed was terrifyingly fast, like a silver bolt of lightning, stirring fierce winds as great blocks of ice on the ground were swept up and whirled through the air. The silver spear shot out like a silver serpent from its lair, strands of golden spiritual energy roiling to the extreme, aimed straight at Shen Xiao's throat. What is this? Shen Xiao felt baffled, and as the killing intent surged, it was as if he had fallen into an ice pit, quickly unleashing a firewall to block. The 4-sided fire dragons simultaneously breathed fire, forming a firewall 3 meters thick. The surrounding ice blocks instantly melted into steam, and even 9th-level qi refinement spells were nothing. Break! Duan Mutong paid no heed, the silver spear turning golden energy swirling at its tip, like a gyroscope tearing through the firewall. Too fast. The towering figure flashed like lightning, instantly piercing through the firewall. The spear's power concentrated at a single point, exploding in brilliant gold light and rushing toward the opponent's vital point. Shen Xiao hadn't recovered yet. An even more ruthless slaughter arrived, and on the silver spear, he could smell the breath of death. Are you targeting me? He cursed inwardly, and with a torn body forced out fused spiritual power. Crackling. The 9 nether spirit body groaned under the strain as Shen Xiao hammered the silver spear with golden fire energy. Boom. He clashed with Duan Mutong again, and again the sound of clanging echoing, the Xianbing cracking gusts surging, and in a moment they had exchanged dozens of moves. Spectators stared in astonishment. Compared with the previous duel, this looked like a child's play. When did Shen Xiao offend Duan Mutong? Around them discussions swirled. Even Morong Shui's brows furrowed, thinking he had gone too far. Shen Yun was not surprised, and he looked up toward Elder Yaowang, their gazes meeting. Seeing the other's inscrutable smile, Shen Yun averted his gaze, knowing he had long seen through the whole situation. On the ice and fire battlefield, Duan Mutong could not hold on, and finally, he went all out. The silver spear's trajectory grew more elusive, feinting east, and striking west step by step, a calculated march. Indeed, it lives up to the name, wise spear. Shen Xiao was toyed with and finally exposed a huge flaw. A single spear swept him away, smashing a large ice block with a thud and burying him inside. The match ended there. Duan Mutong breathed a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his brow, and theatrically dragged Shen Xiao out. Then he walked to Elder Yaowang and boasted, "Encountering a genius like Shen Xiao, I was momentarily elated at the hunt. That is why I restrained myself. Please, Elder, mete out punishment." Yaowang Elder looked at him for a moment, said nothing, and the latter released a sigh of relief. After several rounds, Duan Mutong seemed to rein himself in, behaving in a measured manner. Until Shen Wuda took the stage, he again bared his fangs. The silver spear no longer opened and closed widely, but grew eerie and treacherous, its next strike unknown. Duan Mutong took the lesson to heart, gathering all power into a single point, moving with ease and exerting control to the extreme. The scene appeared calm, but danger lurked far more than before. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Shen Wuda's pursuers were a routine, and his ability to flee had been honed 1,000 times. No matter what Duan Mutong did, Shen Wuda remained at ease, far more slippery than a loach, as if a feather could not touch him. Watching it, Feng's eyes welled with tears, and his Dao heart was remolded. My path has not gone wrong. Shen Wuda shall be my master. Time kept slipping away. Duan Mutong grew anxious. The opponent opposite him was a master at escape, more troublesome than Shen Xiao. This kid keeps laughing during the duel with me. He was already growing irritable. These people were all sinister, and except for the undercover Shen Feng, who is a waste, the rest torment him. We can't go on like this. Duan Mutong grit his teeth, no longer holding back. The silver spear moved with wind and fire, smooth as flowing clouds, and water, matching or surpassing his duel with Shen Xiao. Ow! Shen Wuda couldn't dodge in time, his rear thudding hard as he was launched 3 zhang into the air. Seeing the murderous intent fill the arena, he cried out, "I surrender." Duan Mutong unleashed his full power, and upon hearing the surrender, could only forcibly pull back his force. The extreme tug left him uncomfortable, his face flushing red, as if suppressing a vented rage. Shen Wuda walked down the stage casually, having endured 30 breaths. What more life did he want? A few more points would be wasted. Just getting into the sword sect would suffice. Grandmother Huangmu, still reveling in Shen Xiao's defeat, immediately staged an extreme disguise. With such calculated machinations, the Shen family still entered the sword sect. A joke. Shen Wuda shook his head and spoke seriously. Duan Mutong must be targeting the Shen family. Don't look at him, who is always joking. He seems to play with life, yet his mind is extremely sharp, and he was the first to notice Shen Yun's unusualness. Shen Yun plucked a string, sensing the mood, and spoke in a calm tone. He will have no chance to strike again. Next is Shen Yun. With those words, Shen Yun rose to his full height and strode toward the stage. Shen Xingru watched his silhouette, fists clenched so tightly that her nails threatened to pierce the flesh. Have I caused him trouble again? She knew well that with Shen Yun's strength, passing the assessment would be effortless. There was no need to contend with Duan Mutong. Shen Wuda shook his head, saying seriously, "Big brother's strength is far beyond what you and I can imagine. A Duan Mutong is not worth a fraction of him." Watching Shen Yun approach, Duan Mutong remained focused. A few missteps had already unsettled him, and he resolved to strike with thunderous force to defeat him. Elder Yaowang slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on Shen Yun's figure, thinking to herself, snake or dragon, let me see. Many eyes fixed on the scene, quietly witnessing this duel. No one realized that Shen Yun did not view this as a mere duel, but as a true battle to the death. The cold wind ceased, the dark clouds hung low, and the vast Xianbing terrace lay silent, as if it were the calm before a storm. Shen Yun stood with his hands folded behind his back, his angular face expressionless. No one could read what he was thinking. I can't sense his aura at all. This man is no ordinary foe. An invisible pressure pressed in, and Duan Mutong suddenly realized that Shen Yun before him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The sensation was so intense that his heart pounded in his chest. It's him. This is the real Shen Yun. Shen Xiao murmured like a whisper, staring blankly at Shen Yun as the invincible silhouette in his mind merged with the man before him. Familiar, all welled up again. Shen Xiao lowered his head, noticing his hands trembling involuntarily. No matter how much Shen Xiao refused to admit it, the person he admired most from childhood was Shen Yun. It was only with time that he realized that truly seeing the other was but self-deception. Before cultivation, seeing him was like a frog in a well beholding the moon. After cultivation, seeing him was like a mayfly gazing at the blue sky. When the order to begin the duel rang out, the wind and clouds changed suddenly. Shen Yun moved with the moment, appearing before Duan Mutong in the blink of an eye, like a dragon swimming through water. He was the first today, and probably the only one, daring to strike at Duan Mutong. Shen Yun's fingers curved like a blade, unleashing a sword aura as broad as a door panel. Before one could discern his movement, the Gungjin's sword chi was less than 3 feet from Duan Mutong's heart. The sharpness of metal, the invisibility of water, the heat of fire, the vitality of wood, the heaviness of earth. In a single sword, all 5 elements' truths were contained, shifting ceaselessly and with unpredictable might. So fast. What sword technique is this? Duan Mutong barely had time to think before the sword chi stabbed straight at his heart, the murderous intent sending him tumbling into an icy chasm. At the brink of disaster, he burned his spiritual energy, the silver spear striking ahead of him and blocking before the heart. Crack! The Gungjin's sword chi blazed, and the silver-white spear was cleaved in two as if it were wood. What terrifying power! The impact knocked Duan Mutong off his feet, his hands bleeding as he clutched the spear. I hear you like to feint and mislead. Listen well, I will cut off your head. Before Duan Mutong could react, Shen Yun closed the distance in an instant, as if he could shrink the earth, and delivered another stroke aimed at the throat. The speed was even faster, the angle more vicious, leaving no place to defend. Facing the fear of death, Duan Mutong's head moved with unprecedented nimbleness. He dropped the silver spear without hesitation, and his raised arms were enveloped by a layer of black metal guarding his throat. "Hey Jin Ti, block it for me." Duan Mutong roared hoarsely, pulling out his trump card, the Hey Jin Ti. Zing! The sword chi cut into Hey Jin Ti, sparks flew, and a metallic tearing sound filled the air. Then Hey Jin Ti cracked, revealing deeply red arms, some parts looking like charcoal from the intense heat. With immense effort, Duan Mutong finally withstood the killing move. Both arms had lost sensation. In a fraction of a moment, Shen Yun's right shoulder trembled, and a fiery sword chi shot forth, revealing the essence of the Xia sword body. With his peerless comprehension, one glance was enough to master the unrivaled sword art, wielding it with transcendent mastery. Fainting and decapitation were merely feints. Now comes the fatal strike, leaving no time to react. Swish! Duan Mutong did not move. His energy sea was pierced through, and he collapsed on the ground like a torn cloth bag, powerless. His robe was ragged, blood smeared over his body. Duan Mutong lying face down, his eyes dim. Elder Yao Wang appeared, as if teleporting, flicking out a massive water sphere that enveloped Duan Mutong. Vitality surged like waves, layer after layer pouring into his scarred body. The grotesque wounds regressed at a visible speed. Such healing magic was exquisitely brilliant, yet the wound in the chi sea remained unmoved, the five elements circulating in reverse, bearing a sense of annihilation, devouring the water's vitality. The five elements restrain each other, truly a remarkable attainment. Yao Wang Elder narrowed his eyes. The five elements' magic turned in reverse from life to extinction, giving him much enlightenment. The Xianbing Terrace stood terrifyingly quiet. These clan elders had weathered countless storms, seen countless scenes, yet they had never witnessed anything like this. As for the younger generation, they were already petrified, their awe like a torrent that would never end. Old Madame Huangmu trembled all over, her eyes, brows, and nose wrinkled, as if struck by a strange illness. Her breathing sounded like a torn bellows, and others feared she would not catch her breath. Where did this brat come from? Such crucial intelligence, yet we know nothing. Shenheng, whose spy are you? Old Madame Huangmu erupted on the spot, directly signaling a telepathic question. Shenheng remained silent, his mind racing to recall Shen Yun's data, sighing inwardly. The sharp edge he exhibited was only to mask his talent. The situation sounds paradoxical, yet shares a similar charm with a hidden master in the world. Who would think a pinnacle genius hides his light? All attention shifted inward. Yao Wang Elder looked at Shen Yun and asked softly, why strike so hard? Duan Mutong's chi si was completely ruined, worse than Shangwan Mo's injuries. Even the power of the sword sect could not restore him to his former state. Facing a golden core expert, Shen Yun spoke calmly. The reason is the same as what he said. I was thrilled by the hunt, and could not help but unleash my full strength. Since he had chosen to strike, Shen Yun left no mercy. As for whether he would offend the sword sect, he did not care. If Yao Wang Elder refused to intervene, he would simply pull out Fang Tianyi. Hearing this, the Grand Elder broke into cold sweat, and rushed forward to shield Shen Yun. Shen Yun is young and impetuous. Please, Elder Yao Wang, judge fairly. The Shen family is willing to offer compensation. The Grand Elder had decided to protect Shen Yun at all costs, even if it meant offending the sword sect. Members of the Shangwan family secretly cursed, hoping Elder Yao Wang would punish Shen Yun. To everyone's surprise, Elder Yao Wang merely said, not to be repeated. Hearing these words, old Madame Huangmu's face twisted like a duck, with its neck squeezed, gasping for air. Duan Mutong had just woken from a coma, but the blow was too heavy. Unable to bear it, he fainted again. He finally understood the meaning of tiny losses leading to great losses. Sadly, the enlightenment was too painful. The Zhichang spear had shattered, and wisdom itself vanished as well. With Duan Mutong out of the way, Shen Qingruo achieved a decent result. They added to the performance in the previous rounds. His entry into the sword sect was secure. Shen Feng and Shangwan Mo became like brothers in misfortune. The former lacked strength and fell in 8 breaths. The latter's chi si ruptured, unable to unleash even half his power, and fell in 3 breaths. He Guang and Su Yuer fought fiercely. The contest nearly tied. In the end, Elder Yao Wang announced the outcome, and both were admitted into the sword sect. The trial concluded with 6 qualifiers. Besides the Shun family trio, Shangwan Ye was also selected. Shen Xiu clenched his fists, seeing Shen Yun's decisive performance and forgetting about his own exclusion. Yao Wang Elder watched and said softly, with your strength, passing the sword sect assessment is not difficult. I guarantee you will enter as an outer disciple. Shen Xiu nodded robotically, then rekindled his fighting spirit to seek a head-to-head with Shen Yun in the sword sect. Yao Wang Elder waved his huge hand, and a golden magical sword flew before everyone. Those who earned a spot come with me to the sword sect. Hearing this, everyone boarded the flying swords. Swish! The magical swords soared into the sky, the mountains and rivers sweeping by beneath, filling them with exalted passion. Shen Yun looked toward the east. As the radiant sun rose in the dawn, the silhouette of the sword sect gradually appeared. The Guhong sword sect within the Xia Dantian. Old Madame Huangmu's face twisted, her voice icy. That Shen Yun already has such power at 15. If we do not remove him, he will become a major threat to the Shangguan family. Shangguan Dongjuan's gaze was eerie. Being able to defeat Duanmu Tong, this man is indeed a formidable figure, but with me in the sword sect he cannot stir up much trouble. After a pause, his tone grew as cold as ice. Outer disciples must go on external missions. I will ask the Yin-Yang sect's 7 kill little true immortal to take action, and then it will be his death. Journeying through thin and light mists, watching the overlapping peaks unfold. Passing through the Canglong Mountains, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Wuling Valley. After traveling thousands of miles, a jade and alabaster pavilion finally came into view, floating amidst the drifting clouds and mist like a celestial palace atop the clouds. Celestial cranes soared into the sky, spiritual waterfalls cascaded in torrents, and immortal mountains towered into the clouds like upright sharp swords, adorned everywhere with exotic flowers and rare herbs. Gazing into the distance, the crowd felt as though they had stepped into the immortal realm, a profound sense of awe rising from the depths of their hearts. So this is the Guhong sword sect, the premier immortal sect of Tianlan province. He Guang's face flushed with excitement. Having finally beheld the sword sect of his dreams, his heart surged with boundless pride and ambition. The others, similarly immersed in the spectacle, nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. The Dharma sword slowly descended toward the mountain gate, where others were arriving one after another. Gourd celestial rocks, divine vessels, flying swords. A myriad of Dharma treasures and mythical beasts appeared in endless succession. These belonged to the high-ranking members of the sword sect who had traveled to various regions to recruit talents, now returning in triumph after completing their missions. Shen Yun swept his gaze across the crowd, noting a diverse array of young talents. Their cultivation bases were all above the 5th level of qi condensation, with a few even reaching the 8th level. Among them, one individual was a mere half-step away from the 9th level of qi condensation, Tantai Jing, who had cultivated the Wind Thunder indestructible body to the minor achievement stage. He stood there with an imposing and domineering posture, his gaze vast and empty, as if looking down upon the entire world. His towering figure was as straight as a spear, quiet as a tranquil lake, yet capable of unleashing tempestuous waves at the slightest movement. In addition, Shen Yun spotted Zhou Xingyu, the second prince of the Great Zhou, surrounded by a small entourage of followers who clearly deferred to his every whim. Not far from him stood a frail-looking man in green robes. His face was pale and his steps unsteady. It was Yi Chun, who had been crippled by Shen Yun in a single strike. At that moment, a blue-robed deacon approached and bowed to Elder Yao Guang, reporting, "Elder, all candidates for the trial have returned to the sect." Upon hearing this, Elder Yao Guang floated up into the air, instantly becoming the focal point of heaven and earth, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Everyone present has passed the selection. Following tomorrow's initiation ceremony, you will officially become disciples of the sword sect. Shortly someone will arrive to arrange your training grounds. As soon as the words fell, numerous high-ranking members of the sword sect transformed into streaks of rainbow light, soaring together into the mountain gate. Before the young disciples could react, several white specks darted across the distant sky like flying swords. As they drew closer, they were revealed to be a flock of majestic iron-winged rocks. Astride each rock sat a young disciple clad in Dharma robes. They possessed commanding auras and piercing gazes, their cultivations not a single bit inferior to Tantai Jing's. A powerful gust of wind swept across the plaza, whipped up by the flapping of the rock's wings. Several disciples leapt down, landing steadily upon the bluestone pavement. Then a slender and proud young woman stepped forward from among them. She held a flute in her delicate hand, her expression calm and composed, with a golden sword embroidered upon her white collar. "I am Dugu Li from the Jin Wutai Peak, and I am here to introduce the rules of the sword sect to you. The pursuit of the immortal path is like sailing against the current. To cease advancing is to fall back. Only by hacking through thorns can one forge ahead. Entering the sword sect does not mean you can rest easy. Anyone who fails to break through to the 9th level of qi condensation before the age of 50 will be expelled from the outer sect, without exception." Upon hearing her words, many felt a sudden chill in their hearts, a wake-up call ringing in their minds. Dugu Li continued, "The outer sect consists of 5 peaks corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, collectively known as the Wutai Peaks. The spiritual veins of each peak possess different elemental attributes, and you may choose one as your training ground." Tantai Jing suddenly took a step forward and asked, "I have long heard that our sect possesses 5 great sword arts. Could senior sister enlighten us?" Dugu Li paused, her sharp eyes flashing like heavenly swords, casting cold lightning through the air. The crowd quickly averted their gazes. The expressions of several senior disciples shifted as they sized Tantai Jing up, their eyes carrying a hint of schadenfreude. "When I am speaking, none of you have the right to interrupt. Considering you are a decent prospect, this will not happen again." Dugu Li's cold reprimand was like frost in midsummer, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Tantai Jing's heart tightened, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast feeling an immense sense of pressure. However, he was by no means an ordinary individual. Secretly circulating his wind-thunder indestructible body, he held his head high and chest out, his gaze unwavering, as if attempting to stand his ground against her. Seeing his expression, Dugu Li let out a cold sneer. You seem rather defiant. Do you think you possess extraordinary talent? Today let me tell you, in the sword sect, even if you are a dragon you must coil, even if you are a tiger you must crouch. As soon as she finished speaking, her body moved with a sharp whistle like a cold blade unsheathed so fast that even the wind could not keep pace. With a sweep of her jade flute, a golden sword chi burst forth, sweeping across heaven and earth, as if transcending the very distance of space, its blinding light making it impossible to open one's eyes. Flash! Before Tantai Jing could even move a finger, he was struck by the golden sword chi. His black martial robes were instantly shredded to pieces, leaving a deep wound on his wind-thunder indestructible body. Thud thud thud. Tantai Jing stumbled back 3 steps, his entire body numbed by the sheer force of the metal attribute astral chi. Yet compared to the physical pain, the blow to his pride was far more severe. How is this possible? My wind-thunder indestructible body was shattered in a single strike. His face was filled with utter disbelief as he stared blankly at the wound on his chest, which was a mere half-inch from his heart. This was merely a warning. Had Dugu Li struck with lethal intent, he would have been either dead or severely crippled. The faces of many new disciples paled at the sight. Tantai Jing's strength was obvious to all, securing him a firm spot in the top 5 among the newcomers. Yet he was severely wounded in a single move, instantly shattering their collective pride. The senior disciples, long accustomed to such scenes, watched with calm gazes tinged with a hint of amusement. Senior Sister Dugu's instant kill Shinjin sword art has already reached the 2nd stage. It strikes in an instant, piercing through all things. Had you been a scoundrel of the demonic path, you would already be dead. You are nothing but flowers in a greenhouse, living under the shelter of your clans, utterly ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. Today serves as your first lesson. The dignity of the strong is not to be offended. The new disciples looked grim, finally grasping the true nature of the cultivation world. The path of cultivating immortality is a struggle against heaven, against earth, and against fellow men. Everyone is fighting for survival on this boundless immortal path. To establish a foothold and defend one's dignity, only sheer strength would suffice. Tantai Jing composed himself and silently retreated into the crowd. Instead of feeling the humiliation of defeat, he began to contemplate the way of survival for a cultivator. Dugu Li's expression remained unchanged as she said indifferently, the sword sect possesses 5 great sword arts: instant kill Shinjin, sword chi; Tai spiritual wood sword art; dripping water myriad transformations, sword chi; sky burning myriad fires, sword technique; and virtuous middle earth sword art. These 5 sword techniques are collectively known as the Great 5 Elements sword arts, the supreme secret scriptures of the sword sect. Mastering just one will benefit you for a lifetime. The new disciples listened with rapt fascination, wishing they could learn these sword arts immediately and become as formidable as Dugu Li. Shen Yun recalled Jian Wushuang, whom he had encountered in the 7 Profound Tower, and thought to himself, formless and shapeless with myriad transformations, the name Dripping Water Myriad Transformations Sword Chi is indeed fitting. The senior disciples watched with amused gazes, seeing right through their thoughts and finding it laughable. They too once harbored such dreams, but reality had proven it to be nothing but an illusion. Those who could enter the sword sect were all outstanding geniuses among their peers. Even so, it would take 2 years of hard work just to grasp the basics. As for minor achievement, a natural genius might achieve it in 3 to 5 years, while it was perfectly normal for an ordinary disciple to fail to even touch the threshold after 10 years. To cultivate the instant kill Shinjin sword chi, to the 2nd stage, the prerequisite was to achieve grand mastery of the technique, something accomplished by no more than a handful of people in the entire outer sect. As for the stage of great perfection, that was an unreachable peak. It was rumored that Zhu Wuxin, the first true disciple, had once touched upon it, though the truth of the matter remained unknown. Having witnessed Dugu Li's power, many disciples with metal spiritual roots immediately chose the Jin Wutai peak. It was worth noting that Tantai Jing also joined the Jin Wutai peak, and by all appearances he held immense respect for Dugu Li. Shen Xingrua followed behind the senior sister of the Mu Wutai peak, her gaze exceptionally resolute. She was determined to cultivate diligently within the sword sect to keep pace with Shen Yun. I'll go wherever big brother goes. Shen Wuda chuckled lightheartedly. Since he primarily cultivated wind attribute spiritual energy, it made little difference to him where he went. The same was true for Shen Yun. A residence was just a residence. He planned to head to the Shui Wutai peak first to comprehend the dripping water myriad transformations sword chi. At that moment, Dugu Li was listening to a transmission talisman. Her proud, beautiful face suddenly shifted in expression, and she immediately walked toward the crowd, stopping right in front of Shen Yun. She scrutinized him for a long while before saying word by word, Elder Yao Wang has commanded me to invite you to the Jin Wutai peak, where you shall enjoy the treatment of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Are you willing? As soon as her voice fell, everyone's eyes turned toward Shen Yun, strange expressions flickering across their faces. Thunder rolled across the plain as many gazes fixed on Shen Yun, eager to see who he was. The old disciples, upon hearing the commotion, looked unsettled. Insiders know how high the stakes truly are. The last time someone received such treatment was Shangwan Dongjun. In a mere 10 years, he had risen to inner disciples now in existence they could only look up to. Even Dugu Li did not appear as calm as she seemed. As the rightful princess of the Datong dynasty endowed with phenomenal talent and abundant resources, it took her 15 years to join the outer 10 disciples. Shangwan Dongjun possessed a gold-type spiritual root. If she truly could not hope to rival him, yet why did Shen Yun receive such treatment? Her heart was filled with confusion. Under the searching gazes, Shen Yun thought for a moment and spoke calmly. Very well, I will accompany you to Jinwu Taifeng Peak. After that, all was peaceful again. Shen Yun was favored by Yao Guang Elder. With the warning lesson of Dantai Jing, no one would be fool enough to question him. Some new disciples were adept at socializing, winning over the elder disciples in a few words, hinting, "May I ask, senior brother, what exactly is the path of the top 10 outer disciples?" Everyone seemed surprised. Many immediately pricked up their ears. Curiosity could no longer be restrained. The elder took measured steps, and with a venerable air said, "Seeing you so eager for knowledge, I shall explain at length." He paused like a storyteller and spoke with cadence. Within the Jianzong, methods and resources must be bought with contribution points, which are earned by tasks in the Lingwu Hall. The top 10 outer disciples each receive 3,000 contribution points per month, equivalent to 5 or 6 major tasks. Lingwu Hall's tasks are by no means easy, and they have paid a heavy price for them. Tasks such as slaying demons of Qi refinement 6th layer, forging high-grade spirit talismans, and procuring spirit materials from perilous places. These high-difficulty tasks yield only 400 or 500 contribution points. Someone added, only by becoming one of the top 10 outer disciples can you qualify for the intersect selection. That is the real path to ascendancy. Hearing the envy in their tone, the new disciples grew crafty, wondering whether to curry favor with Shen Yun. Some female disciples, more quick-witted, stepped forward in fine dress to strike up conversations. Shen Yun remained silent. His calm face carried a strange majesty, and these opportunists fell back in defeat. The crowd chose their training grounds, Jinwu Taifeng Peak, housing the largest number. Dugu Li walked at the head of the column, the line vast and imposing, with Yichen also joining Jinwu Taifeng Peak, ending up at the back inconspicuous like an ordinary passerby. Shen Yun glanced at him, by chance his divine sense quietly enveloping him. A ruined bloodline, feeble spiritual power, a shattered spirit platform. Yet he can enter Jianzong. Indeed, he has real skill. He slowly withdrew his divine sense and made a new discovery. Since that day of awakening through the Qi viewing method, his sense of fortune had risen substantially. Yichen's Qi fortune seems no longer as intense as before. A fortune is not fixed after all. Shen Yun caressed the blue-green gourd ring on his finger, recalling that mysterious fortune treasure. A faint sense arose that obtaining it would alter his own fortune. Thus he set his mind to it, planning to investigate when the time was right. The Jianzong's vast territory stretched on. After a half an hour, he finally saw the silhouette of Jinwu Taifeng Peak. From afar, a peak 1,000 zhang tall pierced the clouds, surrounded by ancient pines and waterfalls more magnificent than any poet's fairyland. Approaching closer, he saw at the mountain's foot one building after another, majestic and grand, built by the Jianzong spirit builders. Every pavilion was surrounded by formations splendid and sturdy. Dense spiritual energy washed over him, carrying a sharp aura and the true meaning of gold. So rich in gold-type spiritual power. Jinwu Taifeng Peak harbors multiple gold-type spirit veins. Cultivating gold-type Dao techniques here yields great gains. When they reached the pavilions, Dugu Li produced nearly 100 gold spirit talismans and said in a gentle tone, "Disciples must use spirit talismans to activate the formations at entry. Now receive them in order." The crowd moved forward in an orderly fashion. When Shen Yun received his talisman, he found a large 3 on it. That is the junior brother's room. Dugu Li looked toward the hillside, her pale white fingers pointing at a majestic white palace. The dense spirit energy seemed tangible, and countless intricate array diagrams intertwined invisibly. The newly arrived disciples were initially delighted with the Jianzong's arrangements, but upon seeing Shen Yun's residence, they were immediately struck with disappointment. Not fearing lack of insight, but fearing comparison, many resolved to strive hard to become one of the top 10 outer disciples. Dugu Li looked at Shen Yun and smiled softly. "From now on we will be neighbors, junior brother. Please guide me well." Her smile blossomed like 100 flowers. Having seen Dugu Li's pride, one did not expect such a charming side from her. Attitude is the face of the heart. Only when meeting someone on the same level would she show genuine sincerity. The dragon does not dwell with the serpent, the rock does not roost with birds. This is not arrogance, but a hard objective reality. Facing Dugu Li's courtesy, Shen Yun cupped his hands. "Senior sister, you are too polite. I wish to ask where I might learn Shunsha Xinjin Jiangang." Hearing this, Dugu Li replied without hesitation, As long as you join Jinwu Taifeng Peak, you can receive the first layer of Shunsha Xinjin Jian Gang. As for the foundation establishment portion, you must exchange 10,000 contribution points. Thank you, senior sister, for the enlightenment. Shen Yun nodded in gratitude. Each person then received a jade slip. Shen Yun took his leave and headed back to his quarters to practice. Duguli watched his silhouette, quietly thinking to herself, this Shen Yun is truly inscrutable. Even I cannot read his cultivation. With the earth demons invading Datong, I need the demon lord's blood essence to refine the jade shao. Perhaps he can help. Shen Yun used the spirit talisman to open the formation and stepped into his quarters, where beauty greeted him: strange mountains, peculiar rocks, pavilions, and jade pools, spirit birds chirping on branches, and koi playing in the ponds. 3-story lofts stood within the courtyard. Shen Yun pushed open the wooden door, not bothering with the refined furnishings, and entered the quiet chamber to begin his cultivation. Gold is the sharpest of qi. When speed reaches its limit, even a blade of grass can sever tempered steel. From the pinnacle to the very tip, the pinnacle of brilliance concentrates the Xinjin sword gang, instant killing all things. This is the essence of Shunsha Xinjin Jian Gang. Shen Yun studied carefully, extracting the essence of each character, and his already keen comprehension surged again. His thoughts seemed to resonate with the creator of the technique, producing a strange harmony that left countless disciples scratching their heads. In less than half an hour, he had already begun to master the sword art. Truly the Jianzong's supreme art, its difficulty is indeed extraordinary. Shen Yun could not help but marvel. If Duguli heard this, she would likely be enraged. She had exhausted every resource to obtain private instruction from Jianzong Elder, and only after a full 6 months did she manage to enter. If Shen Yun's difficulty is extraordinary, what about hers? A full week passed, and Shen Yun almost never left his room, finally bringing Shunsha Xinjin Jian Gang to complete mastery. A golden sword chi suddenly appeared with a single finger, glowing with no light and no sound, without a hint of smoke. This was true instant kill, no trace arriving as he willed it, flowing freely. Truly formidable. Gungjin sword chi is a pale comparison to this, like a farmer's tool against a master craftsman. Shen Yun inwardly marveled. What a pity there is no foundation establishment technique, yet I must find a way to earn more contribution points. With that thought, he strode toward the courtyard gate and pushed it open. In the doorway stood Duguli in a golden dress, tall and elegant, her expression a touch hesitant, as if she had waited quite some time and had not knocked. Senior sister, did you come to see me about something? Shen Yun asked first. Duguli nodded, exchanged a brief greeting, and then spoke of the earth demon matter in detail. Junior brother, would you lend a hand? If we succeed, 10,000 contribution points will be offered. Duguli spoke with sincerity. Shen Yun also needed points, and the two quickly reached an agreement. There is no time to waste, we set out now. Not long after, Shangwan Dongjun learned that Shen Yun was heading for the Datong dynasty. He had managed Jinwu Taifeng Peak for many years, and soon he obtained information from his spies. Unfortunately, the family members are away. We must recruit others to act. Yes. Shangwanya accepted the order and departed at once. Upon reaching the mountain gate, someone had already been waiting for quite some time. Allow me to introduce. This is junior brother Wang Xingchuan of Fire Peak. Following Duguli's words, Shen Yun beheld a tall and broad-shouldered youth with short hair and a crimson robe. His angular features were stern, a heavy black sword strapped to his back, and his entire being was wreathed in an aura of blazing flames. This is junior brother Dantai Jing. He and I shall be acting alongside you. Dantai Jing's expression remained serene. He gave Shen Yun a slight nod, his face betraying not a trace of arrogance, as though all worldly vanities had long since been washed away. Upon hearing that Duguli required assistance, he had volunteered of his own accord. That single sword strike had not bred resentment within him. Rather, it had won his admiration, which left Shen Yun clicking his tongue in wonder. Wang Xingchuan studied Shen Yun for a moment, then said slowly, I have long heard of junior brother Shen's great reputation, and today I am finally blessed to meet you. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we might exchange a move or two. Issuing a challenge upon first meeting would ordinarily be perceived as provocation, yet he bore not the slightest hint of hostility, possessing instead a magnanimous, open-hearted grandeur. Duguli hastened to explain, junior brother Wang's greatest joy is to forge friendships through martial exchange. Junior brother Shen, please do not take offense. Shen Yun waved a hand dismissively and replied, evenly, senior brother Wang speaks with admirable candor. Should the chance present itself, I shall gladly keep him company. Excellent. The junior brother is truly forthright. Then I shall eagerly look forward to it. Wang Xingchuan clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his heroic spirit soaring to the heavens, displaying immense goodwill toward Shen Yun. Once they had acquainted themselves with one another, Duguli produced a spirit vessel from her spatial ring. Let us depart. We should arrive by noon. That is when the earth demons are at their weakest. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, the group boarded the spirit vessel and set course for the Datong imperial dynasty. Jiangbei Prefecture lay in the northern reaches of Datong, a region blessed with favorable weather and a temperate climate renowned for its prosperity, where the common folk lived and worked in peace. Once a land of emerald mountains and a brocade-adorned river city, it now appeared utterly ravaged, its inhabitants gripped by terror on every side. Recently, Jiangbei Prefecture had fallen victim to the rampage of earth demons. The city had been savaged and torn asunder, and countless innocent civilians had fallen prey to their atrocities. The earth demons possessed boundless strength and bodies as impervious as fortress walls. Feeding upon the vital essence and resentment of the human race, they were exceedingly vicious, often perpetrating the massacre of entire cities and clans, their crimes too heinous to be fully recounted. The weakest among the earth demons already possessed cultivation at the late Qi refining stage. Once they had refined sufficient vital essence, they would evolve into blood demons, beings against whom even foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to prevail. Legend had it that blood demons could undergo further metamorphosis, sprouting a pair of wings that granted them mastery over earth and sky. Their demonic might knew no bounds, earning them the title of sky-soaring demons. To encounter such creatures was to court death. Even golden core cultivators might perish beneath their claws. This time Datong had dispatched its most formidable experts to contend with the sky-soaring demons' assault. Jiangbei Prefecture, situated at the empire's frontier, harbored earth demons that were not particularly powerful. Yet even so, the region had been left in a state of utter devastation, its people plunged into unspeakable suffering. The wealthy merchants and landlords of the city had fled under cover of night, leaving only scattered cultivators and martial warriors to resist the demonic onslaught. The situation was far from encouraging. Upon the grandest painted pleasure boat in all of Jiangbei Prefecture, revelry still held sway. Slender fingers plucked at instruments, beauties swayed in graceful dance. The scene brimmed with opulent decadence. A youth in violet robes reclined lazily upon a cushioned couch, his fingertips tapping a rhythmic cadence upon the armrest. His fair complexion carried an uncanny, almost bewitching beauty, projecting an air of worldly detachment that belied the deeper arrogance of one who looked upon the entire world with disdain. Beside him sat Shangwanya, ramrod straight, her willow brows faintly furrowed. They should be arriving soon. Does the young immortal not wish to make some preparations? The moment her words faded, the young immortal Qisha's hand stilled. The atmospheric pressure upon the pleasure boat plummeted instantly, freezing every movement aboard as though encased in ice. A deathly silence descended upon all. Are you instructing me in what to do? The placid words reached her ears, and Shangwanya's figure stiffened, prey to the sensation of being watched by some ravenous beast. Her very soul was swallowed by an overwhelming tide of terror. Within that suffocating atmosphere, a sudden eruption of demonic energy surged skyward, its overwhelming force bearing down upon them. A thunderous, monstrous roar shook the pleasure boat, sending it lurching wildly from side to side. A towering earth demon burst forth from the waters. Its colossal claws glinted with a sinister light, shrouded in an aura of ghastly demonic energy, resembling nothing less than an axe that might cleave a mountain in twain. In the next instant, it seemed poised to split the pleasure boat clean in half. How tiresome! The young immortal Qisha uttered a soft reproof. The breath he exhaled transformed into a demonic blade radiating with blood-colored light, which shot forth toward the earth demon. Whoosh! In the span of a single blink, the earth demon was cleaved cleanly in two at the waist. The demonic blade had sliced through its body as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, encountering not the slightest resistance. Boom! The carcass plummeted into the water, raising towering waves 3 zhang high. Once more tranquility returned to the pleasure boat. The terrifying spectacle of an earth demon slain with a single hand etched itself permanently into the minds of all present. A chill coursed through Shangwanya's heart. At last she grasped that the young man before her was no genial gentleman, but a rising star of the demonic path, a being who slaughtered without so much as a blink. She lowered her once proud head and said with deference, "I have offended you grievously before, and I beg the immortal's forgiveness." The young immortal Qisha's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "Considering that you were sent by Brother Dongjuan, I shall let it pass. But let there be no next time." The court dancers were paralyzed with terror, their bodies trembling like sifted chaff, their music and dance growing clumsy and full of errors. The young immortal Qisha, too, had lost all interest. He spoke casually, "Come with me. A handful of Qi refining ants. Such vermin this immortal can exterminate with the flick of a finger." The spirit vessel descended slowly, and the party arrived at Jiangbei Prefecture. Before the city gates stretched a staggering queue, a dark, heaving mass of humanity preparing to flee their homeland. Witnessing the desolate scene before them, killing intent churned within Dugu Li's heart. The earth demons this time have wrought havoc on a tremendous scale, sweeping across an entire prefecture. Even the Datong imperial dynasty has been taxed beyond measure in its response. Wang Xingchuan drew a deep breath, his eyes grave with solemnity. Dantai Jing turned toward Dugu Li and asked with utmost seriousness, "What is our course of action now? Does senior sister have a plan?" In response to the inquiry, Dugu Li declared in a steady voice, "The earth demons entered Jiangbei City from the south. If we follow this direction, we should encounter their leader." With their plan finalized, the party marched southward. A boundless plain stretched to the limits of the horizon, carpeted in verdant grass, its scenery delightful and teeming with vibrant life. As they pressed onward, the grass grew ever more luxuriant, and faint rustling sounds drifted toward them, an undercurrent of murderous intent lurking just beneath the surface. Shen Yun flicked a finger. The blade light of an instant-kill sword chi flashed into existence and cleaved forward with a sharp whistle. When the grass parted, it revealed a black venomous scorpion sliced into countless fragments. Before the others could express their astonishment, fresh movements sounded from within the thicket once more. Duguli struck with lightning speed. Her instant-kill sword chi pursued its target like a shadow, pinning a venomous toad dead upon the ground. The remaining two found themselves utterly unable to contribute and could only stand by to witness the performance. Junior brother Shen has actually mastered the instant-kill sword chi. Duguli found the revelation difficult to accept, yet the truth was irrefutable. Facts left no room for doubt. Dan Taijing's countenance shifted in equal measure. His own cultivation had been arduous beyond measure. He had virtually forsaken sleep and meals in his study of the instant-kill Xian metal sword aura, and yet he had not even glimpsed its threshold. Shen Yun offered no explanation. Duguli, observing his expression of boundless composure, was seized by an inexplicable urge to compare herself against him. As they pressed deeper into the dense forest, the miasma grew ever thicker, and the number of venomous creatures began to multiply. Spiders, centipedes, venomous scorpions, each the size of a rat. Any mortal stung by them would perish beyond doubt. Alas, they had the misfortune of encountering Shen Yun and Duguli. Before these creatures could so much as show themselves, they were already corpses. Initially, Duguli harbored a faint sense of superiority, yet the deeper they ventured, the more her heart trembled with shock, until at last she had grown somewhat numb to it all. Shen Yun's strikes seemed to leave no trace at all. The moment his intent stirred, venomous creatures fell with heads parted from bodies, an execution so ethereal it seemed untouched by mortal dust. Duguli found herself utterly unable to match his pace, and began to suspect that what he wielded was not in fact the instant-kill sword chi. With these two serving as guardians along the way, no venomous creature could penetrate the perimeter of 10 meters around them. Roar! Roar! From the depths of the distant miasma came a sudden ferocious howl, a sound like the wails of hell itself, striking terror into the very soul. That's the voice of the earth demons, and there's more than one. Stay on your guard. Upon hearing the cry, Duguli banished all thoughts of rivalry. With undivided focus, she fixed her gaze upon the path ahead, her eyes weighted with solemn gravity. The moment her words fell, 5 or 6 colossal demonic silhouettes thrust aside the shrouding mist. Reeking of murderous intent, they charged toward the party. Dark shadows loomed, a fierce aura sweeping through and clearing the sky full of miasma. 6 adult earth demons. Looks like we found the right direction. Enemy ambush ahead. Wang Xingchuan was surprisingly calm and composed, showing no fear whatsoever. Attack. Duguli didn't say much. She raised her jade flute horizontally and unleashed 3 instant-kill sword chi attacks simultaneously, boldly choosing to fight 3 enemies alone, her edge unmistakable. Wang Xingchuan slowly drew his heavy sword. The black blade gradually turned crimson, with white smoke swirling around it, as if quenched in magma. Die, little demon brat. He leaped into the air, bringing the heavy sword down upon the giant demon with all his might. Roar! The earth demon let out a deafening roar, raising its massive arm to block the strike, creating an intense collision. The massive sword struck like a tornado through dry weeds. With a thunderous boom, the earth demon's feet sank into the ground, while its arms snapped with a sickening crack. Too weak. Wang Xingchuan continued his relentless assault with the heavy sword, driving the earth demon to roar in frustration as he dominated the fight. Dan Taijing was faring worse. Specializing in body cultivation, he met his match against the demon's brute strength, locked in a grueling stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Shen Yun observed the earth demon. A bipedal creature armored in crocodile-like scales, its maw wide enough to swallow a person whole, eyes clouded and lifeless, as though it crawled from the depths of hell itself. A fine specimen, pity it hasn't reached the 9th stage of chi condensation yet. As Shen Yun studied it, the earth demon roared and lunged forward, its heavy fist about to descend. For a moment, it felt strange that the human before it showed no reaction. In the next instant, the earth demon's vision blurred, and in a daze it seemed to see its own body before losing consciousness. Stepping over the decapitated demon, Shen Yun didn't break his stride, launching another instant-kill sword chi attack. Dan Taijing and the earth demon were evenly matched, likely to clash for hundreds more exchanges. What a formidable demonic physique, but I'm no pushover. With eyes wide in fury, he was about to fully activate his wind, thunder, indestructible body, when the earth demon suddenly halted, splitting cleanly in two before crashing to the ground. The earth demon just died like this. His mind went blank, then a chill shot up from his feet. If Shen Yun could kill an earth demon as easily as slaughtering a chicken, what would happen to him? Dan Taijing dared not think further. Previously, he'd harbored some resentment towards Shen Yun's privileged treatment, but now only reverence remained. Li scanned the battlefield with a piercing gaze, her instant kill, sword, chi striking in all directions, forcing the three earth demons to retreat step by step. Victory was merely a matter of time. Senior sister, we should end this quickly. I sensed the blood demon leader's presence. Shen Yun flicked his fingers and his sword chi split into three, silent, invisible, sweeping through everything. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly, kicking up clouds of dust. Before Li could even process what happened, the three earth demons were already dead. Such fast sword chi. She looked down to see a bloody hole in each demon's forehead. The terrifying sword technique left even her shaken. Is fighting earth demons just play to him? Her expression grew complicated. A figure from the past had once easily surpassed her in the same way, yet the Shen Yun before her seemed even more brilliant. Just then Wang Xingchuan also killed his earth demon in one strike and approached, asking, "What's next?" Li hesitated before responding slowly, "What are your thoughts, junior brother Shen?" Shen Yun's extraordinary display had made her value his opinion all the more, and she couldn't help but ask for his thoughts. Unnoticed, Shen Yun had become the leader of the group, and no one dared to question it. "Follow me." Without another word, Shen Yun moved like an arrow from a bow, heading straight into the heart of the miasma. The other three didn't dare be careless, quickly activating their movement techniques to follow closely behind. As time passed, everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim. They sensed an overwhelming demonic aura, one that even 6 earth demons combined could nowhere near match. Something feels wrong. Li's face darkened like still water, her sense of danger growing sharper with each passing moment. Cultivation geniuses possess clear awareness of their spiritual minds. They sense peril when danger approaches, often allowing them to avoid disaster and seek safety. In her perception, the presence ahead far exceeded even the earth demon commander, pressing down on her with unprecedented suffocating force. "It's fine. Just do your best to conceal your aura." His divine sense extended across 15 li, and Shen Yun had already detected a blood demon ahead. Its cultivation level comparable to the tiger whale at the 4th level of the 7 Mysteries Pagoda. He had defeated the tiger whale during his chi condensation stage, and now, having completed Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment killing, it would be effortless. Better finish this quickly and return to earn more contribution points. Shen Yun had clear goals. He wanted to complete the Great 5 Elements sword art as soon as possible and comprehend more of the 5 Elements transformations. He had a strong intuition that once he integrated his insights into the 5 Elements law beyond law, he could create an entirely new cultivation method. At that point, he'd be able to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, and his cultivation speed would see a dramatic leap. As for hunting another Earth Demon Commander, he didn't have time for that. Regardless, it would only take a few moves either way. I'll just consider the extra ones as a gift to senior sister Dugu. After all, she's my biggest client. Maybe I can squeeze a few more contribution points out of her in the future. Shen Yun shook his head, feeling as though he'd been infected by Shenwuda. Far away at the sword sect, Shenwuda was setting up his stall when he sneezed twice, muttering, "Strange, who's plotting against this fatty? How much for this spirit sword?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Shenwuda immediately snapped back to attention. Seeing the refurbished spirit sword purchased from the black market, he greeted them with a warm smile. 2,000 contribution points. You won't be cheated or taken advantage of. Meanwhile, Shen Yun and the others arrived before a natural sinkhole. At the edge of the grassland stretched a crack hundreds of zhang wide, and the pungent stench of blood hit their nostrils. The source of the demonic aura was here. They all suppressed their aura unconsciously. Upon reaching the sinkhole's edge, they immediately witnessed a horrifying sight. At the bottom of the valley lay a blood pool with a diameter of over 10 meters. Earth demons kept approaching one after another, throwing corpses into it, which dissolved rapidly. At the center of the blood pool stood a blood-red demonic creature, whose frame carried the silhouette of an earth demon, but appeared far more sinewy and imposing. A crimson cape billowed behind it, moving as though stirred by wind that wasn't there, and faint mournful wails seemed to emanate from within, as if it had refined countless wronged souls. Blood demon. Hatred surged in their hearts, but they forced it down. Eliminating demons was surely meritorious, but one had to assess their own capabilities first. Forcing action when one cannot succeed, that is the act of a reckless fool. The blood demon sat cross-legged in the blood pool, then spoke coldly. "Go to Jiangbei Commandery and capture 3,000 humans for me. This demon has reached the critical moment of transformation. The blood pool requires more energy." The voice was utterly merciless. It was clearly the mastermind behind the attack on Jiangbei Commandery. Upon hearing its command, the earth demons immediately set to work. "A bunch of foolish cultivators dare to oppose me, yet in the end they're nothing but bleached bones in the blood pool." The blood demon let out a sinister laugh, recalling the scene from just days prior when cultivators had come to exterminate it, only to be slaughtered en masse. "I hope you'll still be laughing in a moment." A chilling voice echoed through the valley floor, heavy with terrifying killing intent enveloping the blood demon's figure. Shen Yun leaped into the bottomless pit in a single bound. His instant kill sword chi flashed like a sudden gleam of cold light, slashing viciously toward the blood demon's skull. Another fool seeking death has arrived. Let this sovereign send you on your way. The blood demon rose to its full height, yet before it could make any move the instant kill sword chi had already reached its body, sending a bone-chilling cold through its entire form, as though even its very soul had been frozen. Not good. This is a top-tier human cultivator. It immediately understood the gravity of the situation. The blood pool churned violently, as it condensed a towering wall of blood to block the sword chi. At the same moment the blood demon spread its cape wide and launched itself from the ground, like a bolt of lightning fleeing at extreme speed toward the heavens beyond. Minions of mine, hold him back for me. When facing the weak it struck with overwhelming force. When facing the strong it greased the soles of its feet and fled. Truly a most flexible demonic style. Shen Yun's killing intent had been ignited. Even if he had to ascend to the heavens or descend into the earth, he would reduce this wretch to ashes. I'll go after it. You three find a way to hold off the earth demons. Activating the cloud-treading step to its absolute limit as though soaring upon the clouds themselves, Shen Yun locked onto the blood demon, without respite vowing to make it pay in blood for the blood it had shed. The three were still in a daze, unable to fully comprehend how a single strike from Shen Yun had driven the blood demon to retreat. When 2 to 3 dozen earth demons surged toward them in a single mass, the shock instantly snapped them to their senses, and they hurriedly mustered every ounce of their strength to resist. The blood demon spread its wings like a great rock, soaring through the void, weaving through the air at tremendous speed. Streams of air spiraled around its blood-colored cape, erupting with tremendous propulsive force, several degrees faster even than a flying sword. Yet no matter how fast it flew, it was never as fast as Shen Yun's sword. Swish! The instant kill sword chi, striking later, yet arriving first, came as though from beyond the heavens, catching up to the blood demon in the span of a single blink. How can it be this fast? Could this be the instant kill metal sword aura of the sword sect? The blood demon's voice pitched off-key as it raised its cape in a frantic attempt to block. This was a demonic artifact it had refined for a full 60-year cycle, one that had devoured the souls of hundreds of cultivators and once withstood the killing strikes of a third-layer foundation establishment cultivator without suffering the slightest damage. SSSHHH. Under its gaze of abject horror, the blood-colored cape was instantly torn apart by the sword chi. Countless vengeful souls burst forth from within, swirling through the skies, as the eerie crimson light gradually dimmed. Impossible. The blood demon stared at the cape that had become 2 strips of tattered cloth, shock eclipsing even its heartache. Without the augmentation of its demonic artifact, its speed plummeted drastically, and within a few breaths, it was overtaken. I am a battle general under the exalted flying heaven demon. You human cultivators can still stop and withdraw while there is yet time. The blood demon roared, fierce in outward appearance, but trembling within. Die. Shen Yun spoke only a single word. Fusing his divine sense into the instant kill sword chi, he could not be bothered to listen to its drivel. Such a mad and depraved fiend was a target for execution by every hand. His strike carried not the slightest restraint. You leave me no choice. The blood demon let out a thunderous roar as veins bulged along its body like coiled roots. Its immense blood chi ignited and burned at a furious pace, and its physique began to swell rapidly, only ceasing once it had grown to a towering height of 2 zhang. Great blood-shattering palm. A massive hand reached across the void, its surging demonic chi trembling the heavens. It openly disregarded the instant kill sword chi, preparing to clash head-on with the sheer might of its demonic flesh. You truly cannot believe I'm afraid of you. Today this sovereign shall ensure you have no place to be buried. The blood vessels on its face bulged grotesquely, twisting into a malevolent grin. It had used this very technique to slay numerous foundation establishment cultivators before. It had never known failure. Unfortunately, the one it faced this time was Shen Yun. Boom. The blood demon suddenly reeled as though something had exploded within its mind. Wounded by the divine sense contained within the sword chi, its massive demonic hand lost all control and collapsed of its own accord. Swish. The instant kill sword chi pierced straight through, opening a gaping hole in its chest. Despicable human. How dare you wound this sovereign so grievously? I will have your head. The blood demon let out a furious howl, its ferocity fully unleashed. Like a wounded tiger, it intended to devour any prey it could reach. You've come at the perfect moment. Shen Yun pressed his advantage mercilessly, boldly closing the distance and unleashing several streaks of instant kill sword chi within a single breath. The blood demon was completely unable to keep pace with such speed, riddled through with holes by the sword chi. Its demonic body shuddered and thrashed in midair as though subjected to the agony of 10,000 cuts, riddled with breaches across its entire form. It finally accepted reality, its ferocious visage now awash with terror. Spare me. I can renounce darkness for the light. I only beg you to raise your hand in mercy. The wounds across its body multiplied as its life hung by a thread. It began to babble incoherently and finally even uttered words like, I am willing to become your faithful hound. How remarkably adaptable. You truly do deserve your evolution into a blood demon. Shen Yun regarded his foe with an ambiguous half-smile. As the blood demons secretly rejoiced, plotting to feign compliance, while seeking an opportunity for a killing counterattack, a sword forged of divine sense blasted directly into its sea of consciousness. Boom. The blood demon's soul was blasted into fragments, and the luster instantly faded from its deep gray eyes. You should go become a hound in the underworld instead. Shen Yun casually waved his hand and severed the blood demon's heart. Had he not feared the creature resorting to a desperate self-detonation, he would have taken its head within 10 breaths. I hope they haven't encountered any trouble. With the prize secured, Shen Yun did not linger, setting off on his return journey. Beyond the abyss, the three companions of Dugu Li found themselves in dire straits. Faced with 30 earth demons, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would turn and flee. These creatures possessed boundless strength and extraordinary vitality. Once caught in their encirclement and drained of spiritual energy, death was inevitable. Dantai Jing was covered in wounds, walking a tightrope between life and death, barely holding on through sheer physical fortitude. Wang Xingchuan was in an equally sorry state. 7 or 8 earth demons assailed him like war machines, beating him into steady retreat. Dugu Li faced nearly half of the earth demons alone, bearing the heaviest pressure. Yet her combat prowess was remarkable. Deploying a set of profound footwork akin to a butterfly fluttering through blossoms, complemented by her piercing instant kill sword chi, she actually held her ground without ceding ground. We should retreat. Given Junior Brother Shen's abilities, he should not encounter any danger. Dugu Li made a decisive call. To prolong the battle any further would risk their very lives. At this point, they could only place their trust in Shen Yun. Agreed. The two did not hesitate further and immediately disengaged. With their opponents gone, the earth demons let out howls toward the heavens and charged madly in the direction of the blood demon, as if rushing to reinforce it. Whoosh. Before the earth demons could run far, a demonic blade soared skyward, carrying a murderous intent that blotted out the heavens and earth as it descended viciously upon the demonic horde. As easily as slicing melons and chopping vegetables, the earth demons became fish upon a chopping block, dismembered in the blink of an eye. A woo! The demonic horde descended into chaos, slaughtered relentlessly by the demonic blade in 7 furious advances and retreats, utterly powerless to retaliate, as waves of agonized cries rose and fell. The sudden turn of events was too abrupt. In the span of a single breath, all 30 earth demons had been utterly annihilated. It all felt like a dream. A youth in purple robes descended from the heavens, his exotic features bearing a faint smile, exuding the air of a noble scion, toying with the world. Behind him stretched a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, demonic chi surging to blot out the heavens, a sight that made even breathing feel impossible. Yin-Yang Sect 7 Killings Minor Perfected Being. An inexorable gravity settled over Dugu Li's face. Her delicate frame tensed, her right hand gripping her jade flute with white-knuckled intensity as she braced herself against the looming threat. How could he possibly be here? Wang Xingchuan's expression changed drastically, all of his earlier composure evaporating. Only Dantai Jing remained utterly bewildered and hurriedly turned to him for an explanation. Wang Xingchuan drew a deep breath and said gravely, "He is known as the 7 Killings Minor Perfected Being. He hails from the Yin-Yang Sect, the strongest demonic sect in Tianjin Province, a rising star of the demonic path who has recently shot to prominence like a comet." Upon hearing the explanation, Dantai Jing finally understood how fearsome their opponent was. A figure on par with the inner disciples of the Sword Sect, an adversary utterly beyond their capacity to oppose. The 7 Killings Minor Perfected Being hovered in the void, gazing down at the 3 below with an air of languid indifference. Where is Shen Yun? Summon him forth to meet his death. Seeing his ill intentions, Dugu Li narrowed her eyes and replied in solemn tones, "This is Tianlan Province. Since when has the Yin-Yang Sect reached so far with its tendrils?" Wang Xingchuan stepped forward and declared in a heavy voice, "To slay a disciple of the Sword Sect. Are you attempting to provoke a conflict between our two sects?" The Sword Sect and the Yin-Yang Sect both stood among the 10 great powers of the Northern Wastes. Their stances differed and friction between them was commonplace. In the past, they had even clashed in battles involving Golden Core level combatants. The 7 Killings Minor Perfected Being smiled faintly and replied unhurriedly, "The cultivators of the Sword Sect love to brand us as a demonic sect. A bit of friction hardly matters. And besides, if I were to kill you all, who would ever know?" Chilling dread crept through their very bones at his words. "Run!" Dugu Li commanded in a sharp voice. To engage him would be no different from striking a stone with an egg. Fleeing was their only slim hope of survival. Before the words had fully fallen, Wang Xingchuan and the other struck out in unison, hoping to buy precious time. Immediately afterward, they fled without looking back, pushing their movement techniques to their absolute limits as they made their escape. Overestimating yourselves. The 7 Killings Minor Perfected Being shifted, his form moving like a dragon ascending or a tiger leaping forth. His ghostly silhouette materialized before the two in the blink of an eye. Southern Dipper 6 sabers. The murderous aura churned like a blood-colored sea, condensing into two earth-shattering demonic blades that stretched across the void, relentless as shadows. The two had no time to react before the demonic blades descended upon them. With two sharp cracks, Wang Xingchuan's heavy sword was severed clean in two. The blade's momentum unabated, it punched a hole straight through his chest. Dan Tai Jing let out a scream of agony, nearly cut in two at the waist. The overflowing killing intent of the demonic blade ravaged the wind thunder imperishable body, leaving it riddled with grievous wounds. Both collapsed, grievously wounded, losing consciousness on the spot and hovering at death's door. Die. Dugu Li's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. The instant kill sword chi erupted with unprecedented brilliance, carrying with it the resolve to perish together with her foe as she launched herself ferociously forward. The 7 killings minor perfected being stood motionless, waiting until the sword chi reached him before sweeping his demonic blade into motion. Moving later, yet arriving first, his extraordinary perception allowed him to strike down each streak of instant kill sword chi in turn. The instant kill metal sword aura. How could it possibly compare to my sect's supreme ultimate technique, the Southern Dipper 6 sabers? The 7 killings minor perfected being struck out with a backhanded palm, as unstoppable as a demonic blade, without equal across the world. With a sharp swish, it tore through the protective spiritual energy surrounding Dugu Li. Thud! Dugu Li suffered a devastating blow. Like a kite with its strings severed, she collapsed to the ground in helplessness, the fresh blood blooming into scattered crimson droplets across her golden gown. Your talent is quite impressive. You have the qualifications to become this perfected being's attendant. Surrender now, and I shall spare your life. With his hands clasped behind his back, the 7 killings minor perfected being had grievously wounded 3 opponents with effortless ease, displaying an extraordinary demonic elegance. Dugu Li's gaze was glacial, refusing to acknowledge him in the slightest. She raised her jade flute, prepared to perish fighting alongside her enemies. A pity then, since that is your choice, you shall die. Seeing her refusal to yield, the 7 killings minor perfected being acted without hesitation, waving his hand to deliver the lethal blow. Swish! A flash of light streaked past, and the sound of tearing cloth rang out. The 7 killings minor perfected being was forced to retreat a step, traversing a distance of several zhang in an instant. His purple sleeve was severed cleanly in two, drifting silently to the ground. Gazing at the sword wound on his arm that cut to the very bone, the 7 killings minor perfected being's expression sobered. He looked toward the front and spoke each word deliberately. Instant kill sword chi. Had he been any later by a single heartbeat, his arm would surely have been severed. Quite the nimble dodger. Shen Yun materialized silently, walking forth step by step from the void. Like a celestial demon slayer descended from the heavens, truly a mortal incarnation of the god of calamity. With but one move, he shattered the arrogance of Qixia, little true person, whose insufferably haughty expression finally showed a hint of restraint. So you must be Shen Yun. Qixia, little true person's countenance hardened. His narrow eyes shimmered with spiritual radiance as they swept over Shen Yun's entire form, as though attempting to see through every facet of his true strength and deception. His gaze carried an intensely invasive quality, striking like cold lightning even through the empty air, teeming with demonic intent and possessed of piercing perceptiveness. Alas, Shen Yun had long cultivated his chi concealment technique to a realm of absolute mastery. After observing for quite some time, Qixia, little true person found his adversary to be naught but a flower in a mirror the moon reflected upon water, unable to discern the slightest clue of his true nature. Conversely, Shen Yun perceived his opponent's cultivation at a single glance, foundation establishment stage, for his foundation remarkably solid. Truly a man possessed of the capital to behave so brazenly. Dugu Li shouted loudly. This man is Qixia, little true person of the Yinyang sect. He has previously slaughtered numerous clans, his crimes boundless. His Southern Dipper 6 blades has already reached grand completion. He has transformed killing intent into blade intent. Junior brother, you absolutely must be careful. The Southern Dipper 6, also known as the Star of 7 Killings, is said to be the incarnation of a fearsome deity. In the mortal realm, those bearing the 7 Killings fate are almost invariably renowned generals, who having slain 1,000,000 earn the title of the mightiest among the mighty. Qixia, little true person, bears the 7 Killings fate upon his shoulders. Ferocious, vicious, his evil boundless, even surpassing the blood demon in cruelty. This alone enables him to master the demonic art known as the Southern Dipper 6 blades. A worthy adversary indeed, one who merits being hunted down personally. A murderous glint flashed within his gaze. His upright frame suddenly stirred as a black censer flew in reverse, hovering aloft above his head. Nether censer, unseal. At his command, the black censer trembled faintly, and 2 beams of nether light surged forth from within, striking the ground and conjuring billowing gray mist. Thud, thud. Footfalls echoed through the mist, and 2 figures soon emerged, one tall, one short. The shorter one was a gray-robed Taoist nun wielding a horsetail whisk, her expression steeped in anguish, 2 trails of blood tears streaking her face, while boundless hatred seemed to seethe within her eyes. The taller figure was a burly earth demon, his black scale armor laced with blood-colored patterns, appearing to be mid-metamorphosis requiring but a final step to evolve into a true blood demon. Both figures were utterly devoid of vitality, their movements somewhat stiff and mechanical, ensnared by tendrils of black miasma. They appeared to have perished long ago. Shen Yun turned his gaze toward the black sensor as his chi-observing technique quietly activated. He perceived countless thread-like black lines connecting to the corpses, appearing to be some sinister method of corpse manipulation. Were it not for being entangled with that earth demon leader for a while, these three meddlesome wretches would have been refined by me long ago. But it matters not. Soon you shall all become my puppets. Chisha, little true person, smiled with cold arrogance, his tone utterly contemptuous. Dugu Li fixed his gaze upon the gray-robed nun, seemingly recognizing her identity, and spoke in an icy tone. Even patriarchy has fallen to your poisoned hand. What have you done to the Li clan? Chisha, little true person, gave an indifferent clap of his hands, and replied casually, a family of course must remain whole together. Even the earthworms in the courtyard were split clean in half lengthwise. Surely this shall allow their entire family to reunite in the netherworld. Beast. Dugu Li's killing intent boiled over, thoroughly incited by Chisha, little true person's tone. The Li clan was a renowned and respected family of Datong. Charitable and benevolent, having rescued countless common folk from the lowest rungs of society, their reputation a matter of universal acclaim. This patriarchy in particular possessed extraordinary virtue and prestige, a man who strictly observed his precepts and sought to deliver all beings praised by the world. To lay hands upon such a person, you are less human than the earth demons themselves. The Yin-Yang sect truly is a blight upon the northern wastes. If gazes could kill, Chisha, little true person, would have perished hundreds of times over. Yet the latter remained wholly unperturbed, a bloodthirsty smile playing upon his lips, a pack of pretentious frauds. They dared to obstruct my cultivation of the Southern Dipper Six Blades. They died more than they deserved. The swiftest method to condense killing intent is naturally slaughter. The Li clan stood in the way of his cultivation of demonic arts, and thus they were exterminated. Chisha, little true person, radiated a murderous aura as dense as a forest. An Azura crawled forth from the very depths of hell. Why waste words upon such a mad and depraved villain? To speak of humanity with a demon, that is a task for the Buddha. What Shen Yun could do was simply send him westward to the heavens. Whoosh. With a long piercing cry, the instant kill sword chi arrived in an instant. The obstructing earth demon leader was cleaved by the radiance, his head and body separating in a heartbeat, and crashed heavily to the ground. Die. Shen Yun vaulted skyward as the instant kill sword chi swept forth like an overwhelming tide akin to 10,000 arrows loosed in unison, targeting every vital acupoint upon his adversary's body. Such speed. Chisha, little true person's pupils contracted, startled by Shen Yun's commanding display. Yet he was no ordinary man. Instantly, he condensed dozens of demonic blades that collided ferociously with the instant kill sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out in succession. Shen Yun swept both hands through the air, and the rate at which his sword chi erupted rose yet another notch, resembling a towering cyclone sweeping upward, battering his adversary until he could scarce lift his head. Chisha, little true person's gaze was that of a jackal, deflecting sword chi on one side, while commanding the nether sensor on the other. The gray-robed nun silently closed in upon Shen Yun, then suddenly swung her horsetail whisk. 3,000 fine filaments launched forth, simultaneously enveloped in the azure radiance of water's spiritual power, delivering a lethal strike from a blind spot. Watch out! Dugu Li struck with all his might, his wounded body exerting itself as he cleaved forth 7 streaks of sword chi in a single explosive burst. Swish! The sword chi collided with the whisk, intercepting only a fraction of it. The remaining filaments pressed forward undiminished, slamming ferociously toward Shen Yun's heart. Brat, you are still far too green. May you lament your opposition to me in the depths of hell. Chisha, little true person, cackled wickedly as though victory were already assured. Yet in the very next moment his smile froze upon his face. With Shen Yun's divine sense, how could he possibly fail to detect such a clumsy sneak attack? There was simply no need to evade it. Ding! When the whisk struck his body, it was as though colliding with immortal gold. The filaments instantly coiled and frayed, failing to so much as scratch his skin. Impossible. Unless this is the 5 elements primordial body. Chisha, little true person's pupils contracted sharply. Witnessing the 5-colored precious light shimmering upon Shen Yun's form, great ripples surged within his heart. Even from the distant Yin-Yang sect he had heard the grand reputation of the 5 elements primordial body. The strongest body refining art of Tianlan province was a matter of much debate. No definitive answer existed. Yet when it came to sheer resilience, the 5 elements primordial body stood unrivaled. It weakened all 5 element spells while possessing tremendous blood chi, harder than even a magical artifact. What troubled him went beyond this. Beholding the radiance of the 5 elements in circulation together with that vast and pure yang blood chi, his heart sank deeper with each passing moment. A 5 elements primordial body, nearing grand completion. What manner of monster has this boy emerged from? Chisha little true person's gaze grew icy cold, for he understood this adversary to be a supreme foe, permitting him not the slightest carelessness. Shen Yun's assault grew ever more ferocious. Braving several demonic blades head-on, he drove his fist into the gray-robed nun and sent her sprawling to the ground. The Southern Dipper demonic blades had merely scratched his skin, yet with the circulation of 5-element chi, he recovered completely in an instant. This terrifying physical form left Dugu Li utterly dumbfounded, his earlier worries revealed as baseless anxiety. Could he perhaps be the illegitimate son of some great figure in the great Zhou kingdom, concealing his identity to enter the sword sect, biding his time for a triumphant return as king? Dugu Li's imagination ran wild. Upon recovering his senses, he attempted to lend Shen Yun a hand, yet found he could not insert himself into the fight at all, reduced entirely to a mere spectator. I never imagined the day I would be the one holding others back. Dugu Li smiled bitterly within his heart. Without his ally, the pressure upon Chisha little true person mounted greater still. He had devolved into a target carved by sword chi, until his body bore wounds beyond count. The soaring confidence of moments ago had long since vanished without a trace. His gaze grew ever more sinister as the nether censer trembled lightly above his head, thread-like black lines descending to augment his form. A fierce blood-colored radiance blazed about Chisha little true person's entire being. With a single blade swung, it was as though a blood-colored waterfall plunged downwards, sweeping the sky, full of sword chi clean into emptiness. To force me to employ forbidden techniques, your death in battle shall be a source of pride unto you. Chisha little true person seemed to have transformed into an Azura incarnate, his killing intent vast as the sea surging in waves. When the earth demon's corpse met the sea of blood, it instantly dissolved, transforming into black chi that merged back into the nether censer. Shen Yun remained utterly unmoved, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Let alone forbidden techniques, even celestial arts could not save you today. As an endless stream of baleful aura surged in, the aura of young perfected Chisha rose rapidly, instantly breaking through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and only stopping once it reached the 6th. Sensing the surging tempestuous power within his body, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. A summer insect cannot comprehend ice. You have absolutely no idea of the chasm that lies between us. He closed the distance with lightning speed. Knowing full well that Shen Yun possessed the 5 elements Hunyuan physique, he chose to engage in close-quarters combat, pitting his own weakness against his opponent's strength. With a sweep of his large hand, the black currents condensed into a world-shaking demonic blade. Young perfected Chisha delivered a horizontal slash, causing the very heavens to darken. Unmoved, Shen Yun flicked his sword fingers, and an instant kill sword chi arrived in a flash, intercepting the strike midair. A mere parlor trick, young perfected Chisha sneered. Gripping his blade, he slashed down with monumental force as if cleaving a mighty mountain. Crack! The demonic blade flared with a violent bloody light. Like a heaven-splitting giant axe, it instantly tore the sword chi to shreds, driving straight through without the slightest hindrance. What powerful, baleful aura! An alarm sounded in Shen Yun's heart. Channeling his cloud-roaming steps to the limit, he took a violent leap backward. Swish! The demonic blade strike missed, but the sweeping, baleful aura clung to him like maggots to a bone, tearing through his white robe and leaving a long, narrow, bloody gash. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes. The baleful aura lingered on his skin, slightly hindering his 5 elements power, taking 3 breaths before it fully recovered. Is this the power of the 6th layer of foundation establishment? It is nearly twice as strong as before. While many geniuses could fight above their level in the chi condensation realm, peerless geniuses could even hold their own against opponents 3 or 4 layers higher without being disadvantaged. However, such a feat was extremely rare once they reached the foundation establishment realm. Especially after the mid-stage, the gap between each layer was like a chasm, making the difficulty of fighting above one's level incomparable to before. The corners of young perfected Chisha's mouth curled up, but seeing Shen Yun recover so quickly, his smile instantly vanished. You fled quickly enough, but unfortunately it is all in vain. Pressing his advantage, his blade work grew increasingly fierce. The sky-spanning blade light seemed to transform into a massive web, completely enveloping his opponent. With his cultivation at the 6th layer of foundation establishment dominating the battlefield, his killing intent surged, continuously merging into the 6 blades of the Southern Dipper, seemingly capable of cleaving the sky itself. Shen Yun temporarily avoided the brunt of the attack, utilizing his movement techniques to shift and dodge. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade, brushing past the demonic blade several times in what appeared to be a series of narrow escapes, but in truth he remained completely unharmed. You have some skill, but I do not believe you can keep hiding forever. Young perfected Chisha held the absolute upper hand. Soaring high and plunging low while treading on azure clouds, he wielded his demonic blade with fluid, ferocious ease, looking as though he could strike down his opponent at any moment. Dugu Li broke into a cold sweat for Shen Yun and hastily sent a voice transmission. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. This man is too ferocious. It is better to retreat for now and plan our next move later. Shen Yun made no move to flee, answering her suggestion with actions instead. Amidst the tidal waves of attacks, his figure became increasingly elegant and elusive, weaving through the web of blades like a startled swan, handling the onslaught with effortless ease. This fellow is truly uncanny. If he is not eliminated, he will become a major threat. Young perfected Qi Sha's killing intent seethed. His opponent was like a bottomless vortex. No matter how his moves varied, they were all completely neutralized. Unable to secure a victory after a prolonged assault, his calm composure shattered. His cold, sinister gaze locked onto Shen Yun. A perfect opportunity. Seeing his opponent's defenses wide open, exposing a flaw, his eyes grew fierce as he slashed out a colossal blade glow. Swish! The crescent-like blade glow slashed through Shen Yun, but there was no sensation of a solid hit. It was as if he had struck a mere illusion, and the white-robed figure dissolved like mist. True form phantom art. Oh no! Young perfected Qi Sha roared. He violently withdrew his sky-spanning baleful aura, condensing a barrier of protective astral qi around himself. His reaction was incredibly swift. Yet swift as he was, Shen Yun's strike was even faster. A single spark of fire flickered instantly, igniting a prairie fire. The fire and with spiritual energy transformed into a spirit sword, merging into the instant kill intent of the instant kill Shinjin sword astral, bursting with brilliant light in a fraction of a second. The spirit sword, like a beam of immortal light, pierced straight through the unformed protective astral qi. A gaping hole was blasted through young perfected Qi Sha's chest. His flesh was incinerated by the domineering fire's spiritual energy, instantly turning into a bloody mist. You were actually hiding your true strength. His voice was filled with sheer disbelief. He had originally thought Shen Yun was a metal attribute genius, never expecting his fire attribute mastery to be far superior to his metal attribute skills. Is this junior brother Shen's true strength? Dugu Li's eyes widened, her cherry lips slightly parted, completely losing her usual icy aloofness. It seems you have run out of tricks. Shen Yun's grasp of combat opportunities was incredibly sharp. He slashed out another fire and wood sword qi. The angle was tricky, and the sword momentum majestic, like a stroke of divine genius. Do not think you can defeat me just like this. Nether furnace burnt. Young perfected Qi Sha roared furiously. The black, baleful aura erupted once more with a do-or-die momentum. However, as the sword qi drew near his soul platform, suddenly shuddered, interfered with by a spiritual sense. His reaction seemed to lag by a beat, and the sword qi pierced through his body once more. With a miserable shriek, another bloody hole was carved into his upper body, making the wounds on his left and right sides perfectly symmetrical. His heart could be seen beating inside his chest cavity, but a small portion of it was missing, and the entire organ was pitch black, having suffered an unbearable, devastating blow. Die. Filled with chilling, killing intent, Shen Yun's essence, qi, and spirit fused into one as he unleashed another sword strike. In this strike would generated fire, returning to absolute simplicity. It was his strongest sword strike, yet one that had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Enveloped by the terror of death, young perfected Qi Sha's soul shook violently. Throughout his life, he had killed countless people and committed heinous crimes, treating the deaths of others as a commonplace affair. Yet when it was his turn, despair washed over his face, completely devoid of his former murderous swagger. Still, he was far more resilient than the blood demon, at least refraining from uttering any ridiculous pleas for mercy. Boom. The flames enveloped young perfected Qi Sha, and his figure gradually melted within the raging fire, turning to dust along with his sins. Those who kill will eventually be killed. This rising star of the demonic Tao had relied on his cultivation to run rampant, slaughtering the weak to use as cultivation resources. Now that he was slain by Shen Yun, his end was a fitting conclusion to the life he had led. With the dust finally settled, Dugu Li went forward to check on Wang Xingchuan and his companion. Finding that they were merely injured and unconscious with no danger to their lives, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, why didn't you leave him alive? I believe he was hiding quite a few things. Dugu Li could see that Shen Yun did not know young perfected Qi Sha, suggesting there was a hidden motive behind the latter's assassination attempt. Shen Yun shook his head and said calmly, an extremely vicious person like him would never speak a single word of truth. Besides, I have other options. With that, Shen Yun flew into the forest. Just as Dugu Li was feeling bewildered, he returned a moment later, dragging someone back. None other than Shang Wanya, who had been lurking in the distance. She had been hiding in the distance, ready to provide backup. Having waited in vain for young perfected Qi Sha, she was instead detected by Shen Yun's spiritual sense and captured on the spot. Thud. Shen Yun threw her onto the ground and said indifferently, "Speak. What are you doing here?" Shang Wanya was thrown to the ground, battered and dazed, her face pale with confusion. What happened? She steadied herself, and when she saw the nether furnace in Shen Yun's hand, a jolt ran through her head buzzing. Dugu Li looked over coldly. I believe you are Shangwan. How dare you collude with Qi Sha Xiao Jinren? Such a crime deserves execution. I came at the order of senior brother Dongjun to investigate the Qisha Xiaojinren's trail. Sister, what are you talking about? Sweet words and feigned politeness. Don't think I won't kill you just because you mentioned Shangwan Dongjun. Dugu Li's eyes flickered coldly murderous, intent boiling like a tide. Shangwan stood upright, her tone firm. Every word I say is true. If you have doubts, sister, you can come with me to the Hall of Enforcement for a face-off. She seemed fearless. Without ironclad evidence, she believed Shangwan Dongjun could settle everything. Dugu Li fixed his gaze coldly on her, but Shangwan ignored him, ready to stand her ground to the end. Hall of Enforcement. There's no need for that. Shen Yun toyed with the nether furnace in his hand, and with a thought his spiritual sense struck Shangwan's knee. Thud. She staggered, knees buckling, as an invisible pressure pressed her down, unable to move. This is private punishment, or do you intend to violate the sword sex rules? What is this? Shangwan cried. So what? Shen Yun's brow rose, his spiritual sense formed a great hand, and delivered a heavy slap. Thud. Shangwan's head held high was knocked to the ground, blood spraying, humiliation fueling a venomous hatred in her eyes. You've beaten me to death, and you still talk of rules. Are you joking? Shen Yun took in the scene, unmoved by her impotent fury. Shangwan raised her head, hair tangled and wild like a vengeful ghost. Shen Yun fixed on her venomous gaze, his calm eyes like a deep pool, unmoved by her malice. Shangwan glared at him, but only saw a pair of bright eyes reflecting her ferocious face. Dugu Li's gaze cooled. Why did you ally with Qisha Xiaojinren? Tell the truth. Shangwan knelt on the ground, hair fluttering in the wind, daring to treat people from the Shangwan family this way. Senior brother Dongjun won't let you off. She fell silent, determined to press on to the end, giving off a stifling aura, as if jade and stone would burn. Dugu Li frowned slightly, and said gently, as fellow Jinzong disciples, I don't want to make the scene too ugly, don't overstep. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed, ready to bait her. She won't speak. I can guess this is Dongjun's intention. Only letting others act, seems he is a pretender with no real talent. Upon hearing this, Shangwan cried out, arrogant. You don't understand the might of senior brother Dongjun. When he personally acts, you'll have no place to die. That single sentence exposed his true colors, and Shen Yun knew the truth in his heart. Dugu Li's face changed slightly. Shen Shitty, don't be careless. Shangwan Dongjun bears the golden spirit, heavenly root, an unparalleled genius who has reached the 4th layer of the 7 Xian Tower with true inheritance, not to be underestimated. Shen Yun paused, a trace of hesitation. 7 Xian Tower, 4th layer. Shangwan is certain he was shocked, stood tall and proud. Now fear is too late. Don't think you're so formidable. Senior brother Dongjun is far above you. Shen Yun was indeed a little surprised. He didn't understand why the 4th layer of the 7 Xian Tower could be linked to an extraordinary prodigy. With such swagger, those who don't know might think you are Shangwan Dongjun. Looking at the brazen Shangwan, Shen Yun was speechless, not understanding what she was so proud of. For a brainwashed person like her, he struck her with a palm, leaving her dazed and unconscious. Just to test the nether furnace. Shen Yun tossed the dark censer into the air, imprinted a seal, and wisps of black energy rose from the furnace. Different from the previous murderous aura, they carried a vast, profound aura pouring into Shangwan's spirit sea. Dugu Li looked puzzled. Shen Shitty, what are you doing? Shen Yun controlled the nether furnace with his mind, and said calmly, this is a mental power artifact that can influence consciousness. I plan to have her send a message to Shangwan Dongjun. Qisha Xiaojinren can only control corpses. It's because his mental power is too weak to control living beings. The nether furnace in his hands is a treasure wasted. With Shen Yun's formidable spiritual power, controlling Shangwan's mind is as easy as turning over a palm, perfectly suited to sending her undercover. Dugu Li's expression changed slightly, witnessing his masterful control. He sighed, offending Shen Shitty. Shangwan Dongjun probably won't have an easy day. After a moment, Shangwan rose from the grass, looking natural, no longer different from before. Only the hatred on her face had vanished. Shen Yun pointed between her brows and commanded, if Shangwan Dongjun asks, when you return, say, Qisha Xiaojinren died at the hands of blood demon. I report to me if there are other developments. Yes. Shangwan nodded mechanically, then slipped away quietly. After a while, Wang Xingchuan and the other man slowly woke, first their faces pale with fear. Once they saw their surroundings, they breathed a long sigh of relief. We are alive. Where did Qisha Xiaojinren go? Tantai Jing asked about the previous events. Shen Yun replied casually, I and senior sister Dugu joined forces to drive off Qisha Xiaojinren. Dugu Li's face tightened. We have the items, let's leave quickly to avoid complications. The two did not doubt, only amazed by Shen Yun's depth and his ability to repel such a master. The group then set out, returning to Jinzong. Not long after, a month quietly passed. In the quiet chamber, Shen Yun sat cross-legged on a cushion, 2 sword lights, one gold, one blue, swirling around him like agile fish, then vanishing into the void. A plume of white breath burst forth, curling through the air like dragons and snakes rising from the earth, stirring a breeze in the room. The landscape scroll swayed, as if imbued with life by the swirling white mist. Shen Yun sat before the landscape, painting as if he had become a person within the painting, his aura growing ever higher. Dong! The sound was clear like a jade bead striking a plate, echoing in the room. Shen Yun's body trembled, his muscles and bones creaking. Five-colored spiritual power rose like dawn light in his sea of chi, breaking the bottleneck of foundation establishment second layer. The spirit power rapidly merged into the Tao foundation, and the mysterious Tao diagram grew more solid. Foundation establishment second layer achieved. Shen Yun stood tall. Relentless practice plus combat experience during this period once again pushed his cultivation forward. Before closing his retreat, he handed the blood demon heart to Duga Li, who reciprocated with 20,000 contribution points. He immediately exchanged for the second layer of Shunsha Xinjin Jiangang and dripping water Wan Hua Jin Qi, then spent a month mastering them all. This efficiency was enough to move one to tears. Shen Yun would not be satisfied with this alone. We still need 24,000 contribution points to complete the Great Five-Element Sword Manual. 2 months after entering Jianzhong, the sect issued 6,000 contribution points. A huge fortune, but still far from the target. We must think of a way to earn more contribution points. Shen Yun sought out Shen Wuda, only to find him in a black robe with a hood, sly as a thief. You again trying to swindle people? Shen Yun said with a helpless expression. Shen Wuda's fat face trembled as he lamented an injustice. That Duan Mutong must have gone mad. He bought my pills with someone, and though I had repaired his chi si, he still came after me. Shen Yun thought for a moment, recalling who Duan Mutong was. During the Jianzhong selection, he had his chi si pierced by a single sword. Tell me, what are the side effects of the pills? Shen Wuda, fully aware of him, replied indirectly by the act of speaking. Shen Yun knew him too well, and immediately asked. Shen Wuda rubbed his hands awkwardly. A damaged chi si must be filled with a good part. This does repair your foundation, but the chi si has shrunk by 4 realms. Shen Yun shook his head. Duan Mutong's cultivation regressed. In the future, he would only become a lowly servant disciple. Plus, he is not young, and foundation building may be difficult this life. Dismissing these distractions, Shen Yun asked, is there a quick way to earn contribution points? Seeing Shen Wuda begin to move, he replied, let's discuss something conventional. Shen Wuda, about to propose a scheme, answered with a dull tone, with so many external disciples in Jianzhong, pills are in high demand. Those alchemists earn a fortune. Shen Yun's expression shifted. He quickly decided to head to the alchemy hall to take a look. This is the pill hall. Shen Wuda stopped in his tracks. Shen Yun looked up, and before him lay a circular stone brick complex, its roof covered in jade-green glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. In front of the main hall stood a gourd-shaped cauldron cast from profound iron. Its surface was embossed with spiritual herbs and auspicious beasts, and a rich, subtle fragrance of pills wafted from within. At this moment, the white jade plaza was bustling with crowds, forming 2 long, seemingly endless queues. The queue on the left led straight to the alchemy rooms, with disciples occasionally emerging from the doors, all of whom had come to purchase medicinal pills. The queue on the right was filled with whispering voices. At the very front stood a delicate-featured, tall and slender man wearing loose robes and a wide sash, exuding the scholarly aura of an erudite intellectual. These individuals were here to participate in the pill hall's examination, currently engaged in a heated discussion. A monthly salary of 800 contribution points, plus a bottle of mid-grade chi-gathering pills. This is countless times better than doing missions. I must join the pill hall. That is only secondary. If one can truly become an alchemist, that would be a genuine leap into greatness. Indeed. Senior brother Li Guangbai was noticed by a traveling elder due to his outstanding talent in alchemy. Overnight, he went from a secular scholar to a core member of the pill hall. The crowd gazed at the elegant young man at the front, their eyes filled with deep envy. Alchemists held an exalted status, playing an irreplaceable role in the sect. Even if their cultivation talent was lacking, they would still receive dedicated nurturing and a vast amount of resources. If a genius alchemist could continuously refine high-grade foundation establishment pills, they could single-handedly increase the number of foundation establishment realm cultivators in the sect. Their importance was self-evident. Li Guangbai held a spiritual herb with 8 translucent leaves that shimmered with a faint blue light, crystal clear, like frost. Please state the name of this spiritual herb and describe its medicinal properties. Hearing his question, the disciple at the very front said hesitantly, this should be the frost spirit herb, which has the effect of neutralizing heat toxins and purifying spiritual energy. Li Guangbai shook his head and said solemnly, this is indeed the frost spirit herb, but its function is not to purify spiritual energy, but rather to harmonize elemental conflicts. Your foundation is not solid enough. Please return another time. The examinee departed in dejection, and someone else immediately stepped forward. However, as the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed, they all arrived with high hopes, only to leave in disappointment. After more than a dozen people had failed, a young woman from Wood Peak finally stammered her way through the test. Li Guangbai nodded to her and said, you have passed the initial test. Once you pass the re-examination, you can become an outer member of the pill hall. The young woman's heart, which had just settled, leaped into her throat once more as she walked into the inner courtyard with trepidation. Hearing their conversation, the disciples who had merely followed the crowd were dumbfounded. They had come to try their luck and fish in troubled waters, so the news of a re-examination came as a harsh blow. A few senior disciples spoke with an air of authority. Do you really think the pill hall is so easy to enter? The re-examination will eliminate over 80% of the candidates. If you don't know spiritual herbs like the back of your hand, you might as well leave early and not waste everyone's time. As soon as those words fell, the crowd scattered like startled beasts, leaving less than 20% behind. The examination continued. When Li Guangbai saw the next candidate, he said with a hint of helplessness, "Junior brother Xiao Fan, why are you so intent on becoming a guest official? If you hone your skills in the pill hall for a few years, surpassing me would only be a matter of time." Dressed in black robes, Xiao Fan possessed a resolute gaze and an indescribably mature demeanor. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I truly do not have the time to perform mundane missions in the pill hall. Please forgive me." Xiao Fan spoke calmly. Li Guangbai let out a soft sigh. "There is no need for you to be tested again. Go straight inside." Xiao Fan clasped his hands in a polite salute and strode confidently into the inner courtyard. Seeing this, someone immediately called out, "Why was he allowed to pass directly?" An insider, sensing the indignation in the speaker's tone, jeered, "This is already his 4th time passing the examination. What do you have an objection?" The complainers instantly fell silent. Seeing this, the insider continued, "Xiao Fan wants to reach the heavens in a single bound by passing the extremely difficult guest official examination. Though it seems somewhat arrogant, he indeed has the capital to back it up." Aside from formal members, the pill hall also had the position of guest official. They only needed to refine pills 5 times a year to enjoy treatment nearly equivalent to that of core disciples, granting them an immense degree of freedom. For such an attractive position, the difficulty of the examination was naturally extraordinary. To become a guest official, the bare minimum requirement was to refine a Tier 2 mid-grade pill. Upon hearing his explanation, the disciples finally came to a realization. This Xiao Fan is indeed formidable. Last time he managed to refine a Tier 2 pill, but unfortunately it was only of low-grade quality, so he fell just short of success. He comes from the Shao family of the alchemical Tao and is said to be a leading figure of his generation. Such strength is only to be expected. To possess such skill before the age of 30, his talent might even surpass that of senior brother Li Guangbai. Shen Yun stood to the side listening, thinking to himself, becoming a guest official indeed seems like a good option. After a moment, he dismissed the thought, deciding not to aim too high for now, and walked to the back of the crowd to line up. Record of 10,000 herbs, grand compendium of basic pill recipes, the azure flame cauldron, and all the medicinal ingredients combined come to a total of 5,500 contribution points. The clerk organized the items and calculated the final price. Shen Yun took out his identity jade token and placed it on the azure jade platter. With a soft chime, the contribution points were deducted. Shin Wuda puffed out his belly and said earnestly, "Big brother, do you want to become an alchemist? This is a profession that burns through spirit stones like water. Without guidance, even getting started is incredibly difficult." Shen Yun nodded and said casually, "I'll give it a try. I happen to have some interest in alchemy." Shin Wuda's lip twitched. Just as he was about to advise him not to throw his spirit stones down the drain, his eyes suddenly darted around as a thought struck him. Big brother will definitely refine a lot of failed useless pills. I won't even need to source stock from elsewhere. This is the perfect chance to help him recoup some of his losses. He swayed his head back and forth, secretly praising himself for his boundless loyalty. Gazing at their departing figures, the young clerk shook his head. Another brainwashed fool. If becoming an alchemist were that easy, I wouldn't have been standing guard here for 10 years. Check out. A shout rang out, snapping the clerk back to his senses. Looking at the familiar jade slips and cauldron before him, he sighed inwardly. There certainly are a lot of suckers today. Shen Yun acted with swift decisiveness, returning home to study the art of alchemy. Drawing upon his experience as a talisman master, he was able to grasp the concepts quickly by analogy. With his photographic memory, he memorized the entire contents of the record of 10,000 herbs in just half a day, engraving it deeply into his mind. It's called 10,000 herbs, but it actually records over 30,000 species. No wonder it stumps so many people. Shen Yun sighed with emotion. The record of 10,000 herbs detailed almost every spiritual herb below Tier 3 and documented their medicinal properties. It was truly an epic masterpiece. He looked at the author's name and noticed a familiar term. Medicine Immortal Valley, Divine Lord Danding. Shen Yun stroked the azure gourd ring on his finger, feeling as though he had discovered a whole new world. Divine Lord? Could it be a deity transformation cultivator? He speculated silently, committing the name to memory. I should focus on studying alchemy first. Shen Yun shook his head and began to study the pill recipes. The Qi Recovery Pill was the simplest Tier 1 pill capable of rapidly restoring spiritual energy and required a total of 5 types of spiritual materials. Having experience with talisman crafting, he first recalled the contents of the record of 10,000 herbs and analyzed the properties of the spiritual materials. Mutual generation and restriction, heat control, the sequence of addition. As if running a simulation, every detail became thoroughly familiar to him. It is not much different from crafting talismans. Planning before acting, Shen Yun took out the azure flame cauldron and began his very first pill refinement. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Shen Yun cleared his spiritual terrace. Entering a state akin to deep meditation, his breathing became imperceptibly faint. Once his condition reached its absolute peak, he slowly opened his eyes. With a gentle grasp of his hand, a flame ignited within the cauldron, illuminating its bronze body until it was translucent. The green fire cauldron, densely covered in intricate patterns, turned crimson red under the heat as the temperature inside rapidly surged. It is time. Flicking his finger, Shen Yun sent 4 auxiliary herbs flying into the cauldron. In an instant, they melted into medicinal liquid wrapped by his divine sense and hovered in midair. As the temperature rose further, he waved his hand to toss in the chi-replenishing grass. Instantly, a crackling sound echoed from within the cauldron. Under the intense heat, black impurities were separated and purged, leaving behind only the most refined medicinal essence. Controlling the furnace temperature with his divine sense, he nurtured the liquid, refining its medicinal potency to its peak. Condense. With a soft shout, Shen Yun commanded his divine sense to merge the liquid into one, encountering not the slightest resistance. Moments later, the medicinal liquid solidified into pills, rotating slowly inside the cauldron as a rich medicinal fragrance diffused throughout the quiet chamber. Bang! Once the pills were fully formed, Shen Yun swept his sleeve. The cauldron lid flew into the air, and as white mist curled upward, 3 round pills became faintly visible. As the mist dispersed, the 3 chi-replenishing pills were swept up by his divine sense and flew into his hand. All high grade. Not bad. The pills were perfectly round and flawlessly smooth, carrying a gentle warmth as he stored them into a jade bottle. Refining high-grade pills on the very first attempt sounded like a dream, but upon closer analysis, it was simply a natural result of his mastery. Ultimate control over the flame's flawless mastery of details and the minute perception of his divine sense. This trinity of skills made refining chi-replenishing pills as easy as reaching into a pocket. Continue. Shen Yun did not stop. This minor expenditure of energy did not even qualify as a warm-up for him. Instead of blindly attempting to refine other pills, he continued to hone his craft on the chi-replenishing pills, gaining new insights from the familiar process and striving to perfect every single detail. From night to day, Shen Yun lost track of how many batches of chi-replenishing pills he had refined, constantly optimizing his technique and striving for perfection. This time seems a bit different. His eyes grew brighter and brighter as he observed every minute change during the formation of the pills. Ding! Like a clear spring flowing over rocks, a sudden stroke of inspiration hit Shen Yun, sensing the Tao intent as the pill took shape. With a stroke of divine genius, he channeled a trace of Wood's spiritual energy. The emerald beam of light acted like the finishing touch on a painting, carving a mysterious pill vein onto the pill, profound, mystical, and indescribable. Shen Yun waved his sleeve, summoning the chi-replenishing pill into his hand. A supreme-grade chi-replenishing pill. Carefully savoring the technique he had just used, the wondrous sensation became engraved in his heart, as if an immortal had touched his head or a Bodhi tree had granted him wisdom, allowing him to comprehend the true essence of alchemy. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Shen Yun murmured, high-grade pills are merely exquisite but lifeless objects. Only by imparting Tao charm can they be imbued with true vitality. At this very moment, he felt a sudden comprehensive enlightenment, seamlessly integrating his insights into the Tao of talismans. The collision of 2 entirely unrelated crafts sparked a brand new wave of inspiration. Seizing this wondrous sensation, Shen Yun began to refine a new kind of pill. This time he chose the Ice Heart pill, which served to calm the mind and banish distracting thoughts. A task far more difficult than refining the chi-replenishing pill. His movements were as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds, showing none of the clumsiness of an alchemy novice. Unconstrained and imaginative, every motion revealed the most solid of foundational skills upon closer inspection. Controlling the fire, liquefying the herbs, purging impurities, nurturing the essence, and condensing the pill. Every step was a pleasing sight, reminiscent of a grandmaster who had been devoted to the Tao of alchemy for centuries. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the flames subsided, and 2 Ice Heart pills flew out from the cauldron. Still a bit short. The pill veins on the surface were slightly faint, though they would already be considered supreme grade in the outside world, enough to make even a high-level alchemist ecstatic. Yet Shen Yun did not care in the slightest. He analyzed and summarized his previous mistakes, and once he restored his state to its peak, he commenced the next batch. After 8 consecutive attempts, an Ice Heart pill with clear, distinct pill veins emerged from the cauldron. 2 weeks later, Shen Yun was still sitting cross-legged in front of the green fire cauldron, mechanically throwing in spiritual herbs, only to find his hand grasping empty air. Gone. Shen Yun clenched his palm, looking at the dense array of jade bottles covering the floor, before finally stopping his movements. Crack. He stretched lazily, his bones and muscles popping in unison. Taking a deep breath, his nose was filled only with the rich scent of medicine. Shaking his head, he stored the pills into his storage bag and finally pushed open the door of his room. I should sell these pills first. Shen Yun first sought out Shen Wuda. This fellow was well-informed and bound to have plenty of sales channels. Big brother, you've definitely found the right person. There is nothing under the sun that I can't sell. Shen Wuda rubbed his hands together. He had been waiting for this batch of failed pills for a very long time. However, upon seeing the pills, his mind went blank, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again. He really is a monster. I was truly worrying over nothing. Shen Wuda instantly became listless as the goods were completely different from what he had expected. Shen Yun said calmly, "Help me sell them for a high price, and I will give you a 5% cut." The moment those words fell, Shen Wuda was transiently revitalized, as if injected with chicken blood. He declared loudly, "Big brother, you've asked the right person. With me taking action, success is guaranteed." Leading the way, he seemed to see contribution points waving at him, filled with boundless motivation. Shen Yun followed him all the way to the front of the pill hall's main plaza. Today did not seem to be an exam day, making the plaza appear exceptionally quiet, though there were still quite a few people coming to purchase pills. "Your brilliant plan isn't to sell them back to the pill hall, is it?" Shen Yun looked at him suspiciously, a faint sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Shen Wuda burst into laughter. "Of course not. These people are all here to buy pills. If we set up a stall right here, are you seriously worried we won't sell them?" Shen Yun could only marvel in his heart. This was straight up stealing business at their doorstep. He finally understood why this kid was called the unscrupulous fatty. "Big brother, just watch and learn." With a commission on the line, Shen Wuda worked with extreme vigor, shouting in a rhythmic cadence, freshly refined high-grade pills. "You won't lose out, and you won't be deceived. Renowned quality, instant effects, and cost-effectiveness beyond your wildest imagination." He set up his stall right in the center of the plaza, a location with exits in all directions, perfect for attracting attention while allowing for a quick escape. Truly professional. His shouting immediately drew a lot of attention, and a large man clad in black at the very end of the queue quickly walked over. Shen Wuda took out a jade tray and placed one of each pill on it, saying loudly, "How about it, brother? I guarantee every single bottle is of this quality, and the price is 5% cheaper than the pill hall." The man in black was also someone who knew his goods. Seeing such exquisite pills, he could not tear his eyes away. "Give me 5 ice heart pills." Hearing this, Shen Wuda immediately handed the pills to him. The man in black examined them and found that every single one was indeed a masterpiece. He said with satisfaction, "Excellent pills, incredibly pure. The quality is even higher than those from the pill hall. Give me 10 Shi-gathering pills as well." "No problem." Shen Wuda moved swiftly, exchanging goods for money in a transaction that left both parties highly satisfied. This scene instantly drew numerous eyes, and several people immediately ran over. Upon seeing the pills in the hands of the man in black, a frantic scramble immediately erupted. "Give me 5 chi-replenishing pills. Brother, sell me 3 fire spirit pills first." Shen Wuda was all smiles, occasionally tossing in some auspicious words that left the buyers elated. Delighted, these disciples happily purchased a few more bottles. Meanwhile, the clerk inside the medicine dispensary was somewhat puzzled. Not a single soul had entered the door for quite some time. Hearing the clamor outside, he immediately went out to investigate and saw Shen Wuda's stall doing a roaring trade. What kind of operation is this? He was utterly dumbfounded. Having worked in the dispensary for 10 years, this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation, and his mind went completely blank. Once he snapped out of his shock, he hurriedly went to find Li Guangbai. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, a white-haired elder sat high upon a platform with a dozen or so spirited young disciples listening to him speak below. The clerk rushed in, panic-stricken, immediately catching Li Guangbai's attention. Li Guangbai hurried over and said, "Today is the day. Master is personally supervising the examinations. What are you doing here?" Panting heavily, the clerk wheezed as he explained the entire situation. Li Guangbai was stunned, equally dumbstruck by Shen Wuda's antics. Once he recovered, his face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Take me there. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the pill hall." Li Guangbai arrived aggressively, his eyes instantly catching the roaring bustle of the sales. "The quality of this batch of pills is far superior to that of the pill hall, and the price is much more affordable. Today is truly a windfall. Indeed, I have long suspected that the pill hall's pricing was exorbitant. It seems it was no illusion. No wonder those alchemists are so arrogant. They must be relying on their background to run a monopoly. Please, you must bring down the price of pills. This is the heartfelt wish of many outer sect disciples." Someone was stirring up trouble, and the scene began to spiral out of control as the pill hall faced unprecedented criticism. The remaining pills were snapped up in an even more frenzied scramble, as if these people had been imbued with a sense of mission to safeguard a fair pill market. Shen Wuda raked in contribution points frantically, making a fortune in silence, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Outrageous. Li Guangbai was absolutely fuming, his anger intensifying particularly at the sight of Shen Wuda's obnoxious grin. The elder of the pill hall had shown him great kindness by recognizing his talent, and after years of living there he had long regarded it as his second home. Hearing people slander the pill hall now filled him with uncontrollable rage. Very well. I would like to see just what kind of sacred being you are to dare defame the pill hall in this manner. Li Guangbai strode forward, but his footsteps suddenly halted as his eyes fell upon the pills on the jade platter, his face instantly washed with astonishment. They are actually all high-grade pills. It seems this person truly possesses remarkable skill, no wonder he dares to challenge the pill hall. His anger subsided slightly, as a fellow alchemist he could not help but feel a sense of appreciation for such exquisite craftsmanship. After observing for a moment, he noted that all the subsequent pills maintained the same exceptional quality. He could not help but secretly admire them. This level of skill already surpassed 90% of the pill hall disciples. He indeed possessed the capital to be arrogant. Soon the pills were completely sold out, leaving everyone with satisfied smiles on their faces. Perhaps I should just give him a warning. Such talent in alchemy is truly hard to come by. Li Guangbai made his decision and was about to step forward when a booming voice rang out. Everyone, don't rush to leave. I still have some of my finest treasures hidden away. Shen Yun wore a look of profound mystery as he stealthily produced several jade vials. The crowd's interest was instantly piqued, and their curious gazes shifted toward him. At that moment, a fair-faced young man strode forward. Bearing an ancient brown sword on his back, he exuded an aura of outstanding distinction. Could it be that junior brother possesses second-tier pills? I wonder if you have any high-grade foundation establishment pills. The fair-faced young man stood before the stall straight as a pine, posing his question in a calm and unhurried manner. It's Yuan Mingkong, one of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. I heard he has been searching for a foundation establishment pill recently. He probably wants to break through to the foundation establishment realm and make a grand showing in the upcoming intersect selection. This intersect selection is filled with hidden talents. Top disciples like Murong Shui Dugali and Huang Mingxian will all participate. I thought he would temporarily avoid their sharp edge. You are ill-informed indeed. Senior brother Yuan is renowned as the most devoted lover of the outer sect. Since senior sister Murong Shui is about to be promoted to the intersect, he will surely take action. Yuan Mingkong's reputation preceded him, and he was immediately recognized by the crowd. However, compared to his title as one of the top 10 outer sect disciples, his unrequited affection for Murong Shui was far more widely known. Unfortunately, while the falling flower had intentions, the flowing water remained heartless. Yuan Mingkong had been rejected multiple times, and it had now become a running joke in the outer sect. Hearing the question, Shen Yun shook his head and said, "These are not second-tier pills." Yuan Mingkong's face fell in disappointment, but in the next instant a thought struck him, and he raised his voice. Could these be supreme-grade spiritual pills? The onlookers, like sharks catching the scent of blood, stared intently at the jade vials, their eyes burning with palpable eagerness. Indeed, they are precisely supreme-grade spiritual pills. Feeling the atmosphere instantly ignite, Shen Yun was not at all surprised. When he had first discovered these supreme-grade pills, he too had been filled with disbelief. Remembering how nonchalant Shen Yun had been when handing over the pills, he secretly praised himself, feeling that the most successful investment of his life was tightly grasping Shen Yun's thigh. Li Guangbai's expression flickered with shock and doubt. Any thoughts of holding them accountable had long been thrown to the winds as his gaze locked onto Shen Yun. He watched as Shen Yun poured out a blue pill. It shone with a clear, radiant luster like a longan, its flawless surface etched with a mysterious pattern that carried an enigmatic Tao resonance, fully displaying its extraordinary nature. A supreme-grade ice heart pill. Li Guangbai strode forward, his eyes unblinking, entirely focused on the precious pill. Oh no! Someone from the pill hall is here. Shen Yun's expression changed. Seeing the authority figure, he was about to flee, but after a moment, realizing the other party had no intention of pursuing the matter, he finally put his mind at ease. Li Guangbai stood motionless as if struck by a freezing spell and murmured softly, "Flawless composition, vibrant pill veins, and restrained Tao resonance. This is undoubtedly a supreme-grade ice heart pill." His eyes burned with intensity, like a lost traveler discovering a lighthouse or a pilgrim beholding a deity. His reaction was undoubtedly the ultimate validation. Consequently, a dense crowd swarmed the stalls, squeezing Shen Yun so tightly that he let out a succession of strange cries. How many contribution points for this supreme-grade ice heart pill? I'll take it. Yuan Mingkong's tone was resolute, carrying an aura of absolute determination. Given his status, a high-grade foundation establishment pill could be acquired with a bit of effort, but a supreme-grade ice heart pill was entirely different. Something that could only be encountered by luck, not sought. With this to eliminate distracting thoughts and steady my mind, my breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm is practically guaranteed. Yuan Mingkong's eyes shone like torches. He had never expected such a magnificent harvest today. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together, sensing his urgency, and prepared to fleece him thoroughly. 100,000 contribution points. He opened his mouth wide to demand an exorbitant price. The onlookers gasped, finally realizing that he too was no saint. This is far too expensive. That could buy 100 high-grade ice heart pills. Exactly. Junior brother, you must lead by example. Do not let yourself be infected by the corrupt practices of the pill hall. 100,000 contribution points. I would have to go without food and drink for 3 years to scrape that together. Is this really the price of a first-tier pill? Yuan Mingkong hesitated, feeling immense pressure from this price. However, at the thought of Morong Shui, he gritted his teeth and said, "Could you make a concession? I am willing to offer 80,000 contribution points." No sooner had the words fallen than Shen Yun declared without hesitation, "Deal." As long as someone dared to counteroffer, he dared to sell, showing absolutely no hesitation. Yuan Mingkong's mind went blank. It took him a long moment to recover, feeling as though he had just been thoroughly swindled. Realizing something was amiss, Shen Yun quickly adopted a calm tone and said smoothly, "For anyone else I wouldn't budge by a single coin. I only agreed because I see senior brother's absolute sincerity. Devoted men like you are rare nowadays, and I truly hope that all lovers under heaven may find their happy ending." Hearing this, Yuan Mingkong's spirits lifted, and he said warmly, "Junior brother, you are truly my soulmate. Say no more. If you ever need assistance in the future, I, Yuan Mingkong, will not hesitate to help." Payment was made and goods delivered. Having obtained the ice heart pill, Yuan Mingkong departed in high satisfaction. Shen Yun, his pockets overflowing, chuckled inwardly. "I sold it for an astronomical price, and yet he still feels the need to thank me." The fervor of the crowd began to wane. Though the pills were exceptional, the exorbitant price left them sighing in despair, and they began to disperse. Shen Yun trotted eagerly over to Shen Yun to claim credit, saying, "We made a total of 180,000 contribution points. Please take them, big brother." Shen Yun nodded, highly satisfied with the sum. He handed Shen Yun 10,000 contribution points as agreed, throwing in an extra 1,000 as a bonus. "Thank you, big brother." Shen Yun grinned widely. This was far faster than his usual schemes and swindles. Li Guangbai quietly observed this scene, then spoke earnestly. "Junior brother, would you mind letting me examine the other pills?" Shen Yun looked towards Shen Yun to let him make the decision. Realizing who the true master was, Li Guangbai immediately cupped his hands in respect towards Shen Yun. Of course. Shen Yun handed the jade vial over. Having just set up his stall on the pill hall's premises, he naturally would not refuse such a minor request. Upon seeing these supreme-grade spiritual pills, Li Guangbai's gaze grew increasingly solemn, deeply aware of how exquisite this alchemy technique truly was. Handing the jade vial back to Shen Yun, Li Guangbai said solemnly, "Junior brother Shen, would you be willing to join the pill hall? My master is currently in the inner courtyard. Once I go and report this to him, I am certain he will be willing to grant you the status of a guest alchemist." Suddenly a voice spoke out in surprise. As Li Guangbai's eyes shone brightly, his demeanor exceptionally warm. "Junior brother, there is no need for concern. The position of guest elder offers immense freedom, and the benefits will certainly not disappoint you." He then began to detail the various benefits of a guest elder: a 10% discount on all spiritual herbs, the highest buyback rates for refined pills, and access to the unique pill recipes of the pill hall. Shen Yun pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "I wonder what pill recipes the pill hall possesses. Could senior brother introduce them to me?" Pill recipes were the crystallization of an alchemist's wisdom. Aside from common ordinary formulas, the rest were extremely difficult to obtain. Owning an exclusive pill recipe could provide an alchemist with a continuous stream of wealth, making them closely guarded secrets. Li Guangbai explained, "The pill hall possesses 8 exclusive pill recipes, all painstakingly researched and developed by the elders. Among the low-tier pills, the Azure Spirit pill and the Blood Jade pill are the most famous." Upon hearing his introduction, Shen Yun developed a keen interest in the Blood Jade pill. The Blood Jade pill was a Tier 2 pill with the 1,000-year Blood Jade spiritual Lingji as its primary ingredient. It could rapidly heal physical damage and enhance blood vitality, making it immensely beneficial for body-tempering cultivators. "My 5 elements primordial chaos body has reached a bottleneck. If I have enough Blood Jade pills, a breakthrough will be just around the corner." Once the 5 elements primordial chaos body achieved great completion, even a figure like the young true person 7 kills would not be able to pierce his defense. "Very well, I agree," Shen Yun said, hesitating no longer. Li Guangbai clapped his hands and smiled. "Master is in the inner courtyard. Junior brother, please follow me." Shen Yun nodded, bid farewell to Shen Yun, and then followed him. In the inner courtyard of the pill hall, the re-examination was currently underway. Elder Yuheng was one of the 7 elders of the outer sect. With consummate cultivation and superb alchemy skills, he held immense prestige within the sword sect and was the one presiding over the proceedings. The disciples below the stage wore solemn expressions, listening intently to his explanation of various matters. The pill hall followed an elite path with strict admission and lenient graduation, numbering only about 100 people in total, nearly half of whom were alchemists. This examination was only recruiting 2 individuals, making the competition exceptionally fierce and thick with tension. Over a dozen candidates sized each other up, among whom 2 were particularly eye-catching. Dressed in a black robe, Xiao Fan stood with his hands hanging by his sides, his gaze deep and calm, exuding an unshakable serene aura. In the last examination, he had missed by a hair's breadth, being only half a step away from the Tier 2 mid-grade level. However, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise as he successfully broke through to the 9th layer of chi refining, causing his mental strength to surge. This time victory was practically within his grasp, and he was determined to become a guest elder of the Pill Hall. The other person was a lively woman with clear eyes named Zhongling who hailed from Wutai Peak. She had short black hair tied into a bun held by a wooden hairpin. Though slightly short, her body was well proportioned. She looked very young, yet no one dared to underestimate her simply because her mentor was Elder Tianxuan, the current master of the Wood Peak. As the saying goes, an outstanding master produces a brilliant disciple. Zhongling's cultivation was exceptionally strong, ranking among the top 10 in the outer sect. Moreover, she possessed a top-tier spiritual root where fire and wood generated each other, making her a natural seed for alchemy. Where there is light, there is shadow. Yichun remained quiet and taciturn, like an inconspicuous, invisible person standing at the edge waiting for the examination to begin. Now that my lineage is completely destroyed, I cannot even circulate my family's secret techniques. If I wish to recover, I can only search for peerless immortal herbs. After more than a year, Yichun had painstakingly restored his cultivation to the 7th layer of chi refining, barely managing to enter the sword sect. With his bloodline crippled and his foundation completely ruined, his cultivation speed was like a snail's pace. Breaking through to the 8th layer of chi refining would likely take him over a decade, virtually reducing him to a useless person. Now the Pill Hall was his best option. He believed he would definitely find a peerless immortal herb, turn the tide against the wind, and create miracles once more. Elder Yuheng finished explaining the examination content and was about to order the start. Right at this moment, Li Guangbai led Shen Yun into the inner courtyard, drawing everyone's gaze immediately. He was seen walking up to the white jade platform, whispering a few words, after which the scene suddenly fell silent. Elder Yuheng scrutinized Shen Yun for a moment before speaking slowly. You indeed possess the qualifications to become a guest elder. However, the Pill Hall has its own laws. If you can refine a pill on the spot, this elder will report this matter to the hall master. Shen Yun nodded, accepting the condition. After all, seeing is believing, which was only fair and reasonable. Hearing their conversation, the expressions of the people below the stage shifted repeatedly. Yichun was the first to recognize Shen Yun. Their several previous encounters had left quite an impression on him. Seeing how the other was highly appreciated wherever he went, Yichun was instantly reminded of his former self, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Zhongling was also observing Shen Yun, her cute face filled with curiosity. Is he the Shen Yun that junior sister Qingrua always talks about? Most people were curious and surprised, but Xiao Fan's face turned slightly unsightly. He could not help but speak up. May I ask, Elder Yuheng, is there only one guest elder slot remaining? The number of guest elders in the Pill Hall was limited. In most cases, a vacancy only opened up when someone stepped down, allowing a newcomer to fill the spot. Xiao Fan had come to the Pill Hall precisely for those few pill recipes. He had thought no one could compete with him, but this unexpected complication made him rather displeased. Elder Yuheng glanced at him and nodded. Correct. Hearing this, Xiao Fan clenched his fists and said solemnly, I also came for the position of guest elder. If it is directly awarded to this junior brother, I fear it would be somewhat unfair. Elder Yuheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table. In his heart, he preferred Shen Yun to become the guest elder. The reason was simple. Xiao Fan belonged to the Xiao family of the alchemic Tao. Without the constraints of the sect, the pill recipes would eventually become the property of the Xiao family. Such occurrences had already become common in the past. However, he ultimately had to act according to the rules. Thus he spoke. According to past conventions, such a situation should be resolved with a competition between the two of you. What do you think? Xiao Fan immediately nodded. The elder is wise. I have no objections. His expression relaxed instantly. A newly arrived disciple might indeed possess good alchemy talent, but his own alchemy skills had already been tempered 1,000 times. Coupled with several generations of the Xiao family's heritage, he could find absolutely no reason to lose. Shen Yun's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, let's do that then. The crowd passed through the bluestone gate and entered a vast hall spanning tens of thousands of square meters where an intense aroma of medicinal herbs washed over them. Countless wooden shelves stood neatly arranged in the room, laden with a dazzling array of diverse medicinal ingredients. Each tier of the wooden shelves bore carved formation arrays that maintained distinct environments to preserve the medicinal properties of spiritual materials. Elder Yuheng swept his wide sleeve, and a colossal banner materialized in the sky displaying exactly 100 pill names. Over the coming hour, you will need to identify the spiritual materials from these pill formulas. The assessment itself is straightforward, yet demands exceptional foundational skill. You must possess thorough knowledge of medicinal herbs and pill recipes to achieve outstanding results. The crowd dared not grow careless and quickly jotted down all the pill names. Assessment began. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone sprang into action without delay. Since the assessment required assembling complete prescriptions, mere copying would yield no good results and might even impair one's judgment. Zhongling moved with extraordinary speed, darting between the wooden shelves like a butterfly weaving through flowers, selecting medicinal herbs without a moment's hesitation. Yi Chun was equally swift, his sharp gaze cutting through the shelves as he sorted and proportioned herbs, simultaneously demonstrating profound knowledge of alchemical arts. Xiao Fan's performance proved even more extraordinary. He gathered medicinal herbs with the force of a sweeping storm, as though aided by divine intervention, without so much as glancing at them. It seemed he possessed an uncanny intuition for the materials, leaving no one present capable of rivaling him. Li Guangbai observed the entire scene and slowly remarked, Zhongling's foundational skills are exceptionally solid with virtually no mistakes, and that Yi Chun is likewise impressive. Both his speed and precision are flawless. As a second-rank alchemist, his discernment needed no elaboration. One could gauge the quality of foundational skills at a glance. As for Xiao Fan, he offered no comment, and assessment at this level was trivial to him, scarcely worth mentioning. He then turned his gaze to Shen Yun, who had just arrived at the wooden shelf, and a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. After all, this involved 100 different pills, which seemed rather bold on his part. Xiao Fan also kept watch over Shen Yun, but after a moment looked away. A relatively unknown alchemist, perhaps valued by Elder Yu Hong for reasons unknown, still did not merit serious attention from him. When Zhongling spotted Shen Yun, she patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, if you keep this up, you'll run out of time. You're not thinking of giving up, are you?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, recalling the friendly Zhongling from when he had visited Wooden Peak. They seemed quite close with Shen Xinghua. "I have no intention of forfeiting, thank you for the reminder," Shen Yun replied with a gentle smile. What a peculiar person. Zhongling shook her head and did not press further, choosing instead to focus on the task at hand. She refused to be eliminated. That would shatter the prestige of the eldest senior sister of Wooden Peak. After 15 minutes, while the other competitors were completely absorbed in their work, Shen Yun remained motionless, creating an almost eerie contrast. What on earth is he doing? Li Guangbai murmured in bewilderment. He would not be so naive as to assume Shen Yun was all show and no substance. A cultivator capable of refining top-grade pills had undeniable alchemy skills. It was simply his behavior that defied comprehension. Elder Yu Hong closed his eyes and suddenly murmured in admiration, "He is perceiving through divine sense. What terrifying aptitude for spiritual power. Divine sense. Junior brother Shen truly possesses extraordinary fortune." Li Guangbai was startled, then enveloped by deep envy. Divine sense was an invaluable asset to alchemy, and he had yearned for it tirelessly, yet found not even a clue of how to attain it himself. Elder Yu Hong anticipated his thoughts, but offered no explanation. If Shen Yun had only just cultivated divine sense, such praise from him would have been entirely unfounded. What acute perception! That is undoubtedly divine sense at the late stage of foundation establishment. Elder Yu Hong raised his evaluation of Shen Yun even further. The others lacked such perceptiveness. Seeing him remain motionless for so long, they simply assumed he was some privileged second-generation cultivator coming to pad his credentials. At that moment, Shen Yun swept his sleeve and thousands of medicinal herbs rose into the air simultaneously, as though an invisible hand had summoned them, leaving onlookers dazzled and overwhelmed. Within 30 breaths, the herbs arranged and recombined themselves into exactly 100 portions, settling onto prepared jade tables. The disciples stood frozen in astonishment, only stirring from their stupor when Shen Yun approached the front desk and closed his eyes to rest. The one Elder Yu Hong values so highly must naturally be a peerless genius. What was I even doubting for? The crowd thought with wry resignation. Crack! Xiao Fan nearly crushed the spiritual herb in his hand, blurting out in shock, "This is divine sense. With such exquisite control, is he truly just a newly admitted disciple?" The casual ease that had graced his face vanished entirely. Having grown up in a family of alchemists, he understood precisely how formidable this ability was. Within the Xiao clan, cultivating divine sense would dramatically elevate one's status, making them a pillar of support. Yet such power was extraordinarily rare, demanding exceptional spiritual mental talent. More than half of the foundation establishment cultivators in the Xiao family had failed to grasp it. "This is the most formidable opponent I have ever faced." Xiao Fan could no longer afford any carelessness. His regard for Shen Yun had reached unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, confidence still burned within him. Even if he fell behind in this round, he remained certain he could turn the tide through superior alchemy. After 1 hour, the assessment period concluded. The final standings were unmistakable. Shen Yun claimed first place without any doubt. Not a single error, and every spiritual herb selected possesses the strongest medicinal potency. Junior brother Shen's ability to choose materials far surpasses my own, Li Guangbai remarked with admiration. Xiao Fan followed closely behind, also completing all 100 pill formulas and leaving the others far in his wake. Fortunately, neither was competing for the position of Dan Hall disciple. Otherwise, the rest would have had no reason to check the results. Zhongling had managed to complete 91 formulas, which was already an impressive achievement, but compared to them, the gap was enormous. "So running into these two is just bad luck." Murmuring under her breath, Zhongling's cute face puffed out in annoyance. Third place was unacceptable, a disgrace befitting only the eldest senior sister of Wooden Peak. Some achieved perfect scores simply because that was the maximum available. A chasm separated them from the rest. Yi Chun barely secured 4th place, narrowly earning his qualification, while the others departed with regret. Li Guangbai announced the final results, confirming that both Yi Chun and Zhong Ling had successfully joined the Dan Hall. Having come with high spirits, but leaving disappointed after months of preparation, the eliminated disciples lost all interest in watching the remaining competitions and hurried away. Elder Yu Hong turned to those still present and said calmly, "The next assessment will test alchemy directly. The examination format remains unchanged. You will draw your questions randomly." The moment he spoke, Li Guangbai produced a magical spinning disc marked with 8 second-rate pills. Shen Yun glanced at it immediately and found they were all pills from the comprehensive treatise on basic pill formulas, putting his mind at ease at once. Ding! The needle came to a rest, and the red pointer landed precisely on Foundation Establishment pill. Xiao Fan clenched his fist, a confident smile spreading across his face. "If I had drawn the Foundation Establishment pill earlier, I would have secured my position as a guest elder long ago. Truly, heaven itself favors me." Xiao Fan chuckled inwardly. The Xiao clan's prominence among alchemical families stemmed largely from their secretly transmitted method of refining medicinal potency, a technique that proved especially crucial for the Foundation Establishment pill, where quality depended heavily on the refinement process. "This time I will surely produce a mid-grade Foundation Establishment pill. Regardless of your natural gifts, an alchemist is ultimately judged by their craft." He cast a composed glance at Shen Yun as though victory were already assured. Elder Yu Hong announced, "The competition lasts 3 hours. Now begin." Within the Chamber of Medicinal Herbs, as Elder Yu Hong's words fell, Xiao Fan was the first to break the silence. He strode forward with great strides, swiftly selecting the finest spiritual materials in order to seize the initiative. However, Shen Yun's movements were far swifter. With a mere flicker of his divine sense, 3-flower jade, dew, 5-colored lotus, green tendril vine. A great variety of spiritual herbs flew before him, suspended in the void, all of them the most potent in medicinal efficacy. "He's so incredibly handsome. I must cultivate my own divine sense." Zhong Ling's great eyes sparkled with brilliance as she resolved to return and seek junior sister Qingrua's assistance, hoping Shen Yun might teach her. "Once I cultivate divine sense and become a second-rank alchemist, let's see if you dare still call me little junior sister." Her face bore dimpled smiles as though she could already envision the disciples of Wooden Peak addressing her as senior sister. Yi Chun gazed upon the scene with distant eyes as though stirred by some memory. In his impression, Shen Yun had never revealed the depth of his abilities. Who could have imagined his strength to be so terrifying? The past me was truly far too shallow to have stood out so boldly only to meet such a fate. On reflection, I brought this upon myself. Yi Chun's disposition transformed in an instant. He resolved to learn the art of concealing himself. Should Shen Yun learn of his thoughts, he would find them laughable. Now reduced to a fallen house, yet still refusing to display his edge, does he wait for some discerning patron to sift through the sand to uncover gold? Witnessing Shen Yun's display, Li Guangbai offered heartfelt praise. To perceive the medicinal properties of spiritual materials so swiftly, junior brother Shen's would attribute talent is truly exceptional. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yu Hong shook his head. "You are mistaken. His divine sense has already reached the realm of subtlety, penetrating the minutest detail, shattering illusion to reveal truth. No matter how profound one's would attribute attainment, such speed would be impossible otherwise." Li Guangbai started, his expression growing complex. His acceptance into the alchemy hall had been inseparable from his outstanding would attribute talent. With each refinement of pills, he could select the finest spiritual materials and preserve their medicinal properties, yielding qualities superior by several degrees to those of others. This he had always taken great pride in. Yet compared to divine sense at the subtlety realm, the difference was as vast as clouds and mud, utterly beyond comparison. Xiao Fan's countenance remained composed, his movements orderly and methodical, though the fires of battle within his heart surged ever higher with each passing moment. I had thought the young alchemists of the sword sect were all mediocre and unremarkable. Who could have imagined such a prodigy among them? Xiao Fan drew a deep breath as his blood boiled with fervent heat throughout his body. "Excellent. To defeat him shall be the finest testament to my alchemy." Within the Xiao clan, he stood as a crane among chickens, with none able to rival him. Among the outer sect disciples, he was equally outstanding, with no one capable of matching his stride. Solitude reigns at the heights. Shen Yun's arrival had rekindled his fighting spirit. Having selected his materials, Xiao Fan struck out with a great palm, and a bronze cauldron of archaic simplicity materialized upon the stone platform. Hearing the cauldron strike the ground, Elder Yu Hong turned his gaze. 3 legs, 2 handles adorned with wave and cloud patterns, it bore an air of quiet magnificence. Nothing of the ordinary. The Azure Sea Cauldron. To think he has even brought the Xiao clan's inheritance cauldron, Elder Yu Hong mused with astonishment. This was a treasure rivaling a third-rank spiritual artifact long kept in the grasp of a few ancient elders of the Xiao clan. By contrast, Shen Yun's green flame cauldron appeared rather shabby. The disparity between them was far too stark. Junior brother Shen remains as unexpectedly unconventional as ever. Li Guangbai shook his head. A craftsman must sharpen his tools before undertaking his work. A fine cauldron grants tremendous assistance to alchemy. To produce such a common-grade vessel was indeed somewhat overconfident. Elder Yuheng shared the same sentiment. Xiao Fan's alchemy was evident for all to witness. Capable of refining second-rank pills at merely qi refining cultivation, his talent was nothing short of astonishing. Precisely so. Even wielding the poorest cauldron, I shall still defeat you. Zhongling's spirits soared as she gained yet another insight, and the impulse to seek apprenticeship welled within her. Hearing her words, Li Guangbai's face filled with helpless resignation. Recalling the legends of Zhongling at Wooden Peak, he felt certain that peaceful days henceforth would prove elusive. Undisturbed by these distractions, Xiao Fan steadied his breath and focus, adjusting his state to its absolute peak. Begin. With a great cry, flames rose within the azure sea cauldron. The inscriptions upon the cauldron's body illuminated, and the yellow flames gradually transformed into an azure hue, like misty waves upon vast oceans, carrying within them a gentle, harmonious essence. Elder Yuheng explained, "This is the unique formation inscribed upon the azure sea cauldron. It renders the fire gentler, allowing the medicinal properties to be extracted more fully." Xiao Fan's gaze remained unblinking upon the cauldron as he fed the herbs into it one at a time, extracting the essence of the medicinal liquid before drawing it out and storing it within jade vials prepared in readiness. The Foundation Establishment pill required 18 types of herbs. Each was processed according to proper method, his every action meticulous, adding each material at its most optimal temperature. The entire process flowed like clouds and water, displaying incomparably solid fundamentals. Junior Brother Zhao's ability to extract medicinal liquids ranks among the very finest of all alchemy hall disciples. Li Guangbai nodded repeatedly. Zhongling watched with unwavering focus and spoke earnestly. This fellow is indeed formidable. No wonder he can refine second-rank pills. Shen Yun made no move to act hastily, instead carefully observing Xiao Fan's every action and cross-referencing them with the pill formula. So impurities can be removed in this manner. And this is how the five-colored lotus enhances medicinal potency. Countless inspirations burst forth. Shen Yun exerted his full power as his divine sense enveloped the entire alchemy chamber. Every movement of Xiao Fan was laid bare before his eyes. Shen Yun observed without blinking, perceiving every detail. Legend spoke of an immortal artifact named the Zhou Celestial Compass, capable of performing hundreds of billions of calculations per breath and capturing all the transformations of the heavens. At this moment, Shen Yun seemed to embody the Zhou Celestial Compass itself. Xiao Fan's technique lay before him like a shallow stream seen through at a single glance. Unaware, Xiao Fan drew a deep breath as his gaze grew solemn and dignified. His hands shifted and wove, forming a Dao seal. Spirit fusion art. Emerald spiritual power flowed like colored ribbons, circling around the medicinal liquid. Xiao Fan's hands flashed with the wind, carrying a peculiar rhythm as the power gradually merged into the medicinal essence. Whoosh! Radiant light burst forth in all directions. The medicinal liquid seemed to undergo a transformation, teeming with vibrant vitality as its potency surged skyward at tremendous speed. Elder Yuheng's expression grew solemn as he observed Xiao Fan's movements, intently remarking in a low voice. Even after witnessing it countless times, it remains scarcely believable, truly worthy of being the Xiao clan's ancestral technique. Li Guangbai remarked with emotion. With such potent medicinal power combined with Junior Brother Zhao's alchemy, he shall certainly produce a mid-grade Foundation Establishment pill. He then turned his gaze toward Shen Yun and discovered that he too was observing Xiao Fan's technique, wholly absorbed in concentration, as though he had forgotten even the examination itself. He could not help but smile wryly. Junior Brother Shen truly possesses extraordinary confidence bordering on audacity. Nearly half the time has passed, yet he remains as composed as ever. Even Zhongling could not help but mutter, "Don't push your luck too far. If you truly lose, don't think I won't mock you." Drawing a deep breath, Shen Yun awoke from his reverie. He walked unhurriedly to the greenwood cauldron and began refining the herbs with methodical precision. Condensing pill fire, introducing the herbs, expelling impurities. His movements flowed with natural grace, bearing hints of Xiao Fan style at a glance, yet upon closer examination appearing even more streamlined and magnificent. Xiao Fan was currently nurturing the medicinal liquid with only a single step remaining before the ultimate condensation. Thus, he spared a portion of his attention to observe Shen Yun's operation. Such precise temperature control, nearly flawless, and this accuracy in impurity removal rivals even the elders of the clan. The more he observed, the more his heart trembled. He could scarcely imagine that one of his peers could possess such masterfully refined alchemy. "I concede that your skill is indeed extraordinary. However, the spirit fusion art shall not lose." Xiao Fan's fists clenched tightly, his confidence unwavering. Yet the very next moment, upon beholding the emerald spiritual power swirling about Shen Yun's fingertips, his expression transformed drastically. He nearly lost control over the medicinal liquid within his cauldron. His gaze fixed intently upon Shen Yun's movements as tremendous waves surged within his heart. "This is The spirit fusion art. Like the waxing moon, like the rising sun. A verdant ribbon pulsing with vibrant life force spun between Shen Yun's fingertips. Elder Yu Hang's gaze grew grave. Such terrifying comprehension. That wood spirit ribbon almost mirrors Xiao Fan's own. To master the spirit fusion method, one must first condense the wood spirit ribbon. Only upon completing this step can the power of wood spirit be stably merged into the medicinal liquid. Junior brother Shen truly is terrifying. Li Guangbai was thoroughly convinced at last. Now he understood what genuine genius meant. He recalled the complex expressions in the alchemists at the pill hall whenever they looked at him. He had never understood their meaning before, but now everything suddenly became clear. So they were envious and jealous. Calm down. Xiao Fan drew a deep breath, suppressing the roaring waves within his heart. No matter when, he always maintained tight control over his emotions, displaying the composure befitting a true genius. I never expected someone like this monster to truly exist. There is always someone greater beyond another. Calm once more, Xiao Fan murmured softly. Merely condensing a wood spirit ribbon is not enough. To grasp the spirit fusion method, resonance of spiritual power is the key. For thousands of years, alchemists seeking to steal the secret of the spirit fusion method have been as numerous as carp crossing the river. Among them were masters who could already condense ribbons of spiritual energy, yet none had ever succeeded. Spiritual resonance is the very core of this alchemy technique. If the frequency of fusion is improper, the medicinal potency will not increase, and the spiritual herbs will instead be destroyed, resulting in more loss than gain. Daring to experiment with a pill technique during the assessment. This boy truly has courage. Elder Yu Hang's gaze burned with intensity. He had also attempted the spirit fusion method before, and as expected had come up empty-handed. Now he wanted to see how far Shen Yun could go. Shen Yun emptied his mind, gazing intently at the spiritual ribbon. Within those dark pupils, stars seemed to flicker. Ting! He flicked his finger, and the wood spirit ribbon plunged into the spiritual liquid, rapidly intertwining and causing violent oscillations. Shen Yun did not stop. His divine sense surged outward, forming an invisible palm that guided the rippling oscillations. Against all odds, the wood spirit ribbon miraculously fused into the spiritual liquid. What manner of technique is that? Elder Yu Hang was utterly bewildered, unable to understand what Shen Yun was doing. Just what is he? Xiao Fan himself looked puzzled. Shen Yun's methods were bold and sweeping, resembling an attempt to forcibly merge the two into one. Resonate the spiritual energy with the medicinal liquid until they blend inseparably. That is the true essence of the spirit fusion method. He has no chance of succeeding. Xiao Fan was certain of this, having already predicted Shen Yun's fate. But the next sight completely overturned his judgment. Unite. Shen Yun uttered a light rebuke, as though his word alone carried the force of law. The verdant ribbon transformed into a swimming fish and slipped into the spiritual liquid. Whoosh. The spiritual liquid shimmered with iridescent light, radiating a gentle halo. Its tremendous medicinal power could be clearly felt. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have thought he had secretly swapped the contents. As expected, the spirit fusion method shares similarities with the formation of pill patterns. Both involve infusing life force into lifeless matter. Shen Yun's expression remained calm, as though mastering the spirit fusion method was merely a trivial matter, exuding an air of complete mastery. This carefree and composed demeanor struck the onlookers profoundly. What exquisite spiritual control! It is truly as if he could turn stone into gold and transform decay into miracle. Elder Yu Hang clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning pale, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as he still savored the preceding scene. His talent is truly frightening. He even managed to learn the spirit fusion method. Li Guangbai's eyeballs nearly popped out. His perception was once again shattered by Shen Yun's performance, and he even began to doubt his own alchemical gifts. Zhong Ling's eyes shimmered with excitement, especially when she saw the astonished reactions of others. Deep within her heart, she made a resolution: from this day forth Shen Yun would be her role model. Xiao Fan sighed deeply, his heart filled with confusion, astonishment, and above all admiration for Shen Yun. Even if my skills fall short, I will never yield so easily. He quickly gathered his composure, revealing an unyielding determination. Far from being shrouded by the gloom of defeat, his focus only sharpened. His movements were methodical, as standard as any textbook, a joy to behold. Condense. With a light shout from Xiao Fan, a perfectly round pill slowly took shape within the blue sea azure cloud cauldron. Reaching out, the foundation establishment pill flew from the furnace into his palm. Flawless as white jade, radiating a clear luminance, the entire pill refining chamber was filled with the fragrance of the pill. Elder Yu Hang nodded in approval. The medicinal power is concentrated, impurities entirely eliminated. This is a foundation establishment pill approaching the upper grade. If this had occurred under ordinary circumstances, Xiao Fan's achievement would have caused a sensation. However, with such a stunning example before them, everyone's attention turned to Shen Yun. Receive. With a wave of Shen Yun's wide sleeve, the foundation establishment pill flew from the green fire cauldron. The pill concealed its divine radiance within, and merely catching its fragrance seemed to consolidate one's spiritual power. Most miraculous of all was that cyan pill pattern shaped like a Tao mark, profound and mysterious. Top-grade foundation establishment pill. Elder Yuhang's tone was emotional, almost as if he wished to take Shen Yun as a disciple immediately. However, this thought was quickly dispelled. I cannot even refine a foundation establishment pill of such quality. What do I have to teach him with? Sighing deeply, he lamented the missed opportunity of such a rare talent. There is an old saying in the cultivation world, though a person may die, their Tao endures. All people must face death, yet the Tao bears witness to the traces of their living existence. Alchemists regard the inheritance of pill arts as their sacred mission, caring for their direct disciples even more than their own sons. This is because the former can carry the Tao of alchemy forward, passing the flame forever without end. With Shen Yun's talent, he would certainly be able to propagate his alchemical arts. But the other party was simply too exceptional. Should he prove an inadequate teacher, that would be the greatest loss to the Tao of alchemy itself. Xiao Fan slowly walked to where Shen Yun stood, his handsome face revealing not a trace of discouragement. Congratulations, senior brother Shen. I concede with a willing heart. His calm congratulation of his opponent won Elder Yuhang's silent approval, and all previous prejudice vanished in an instant. Shen Yun waved his hand and said sincerely, junior brother is too kind. I have also learned much from you. He also greatly admired Xiao Fan, neither arrogant in victory nor resentful in defeat. Given time, he would surely become a grand master of alchemy. With the assessment concluded, Elder Yuhang made his decision, hoping Xiao Fan would become his direct disciple. Greetings, master. Elder Yuhang's alchemy skills and moral character were renowned by all. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Fan accepted. Excellent. Today, having gained a fine disciple, this elder will hold a grand banquet and summon fellow Taoist friends to witness it together. Elder Yuhang's face beamed with joy, extremely satisfied to have taken Xiao Fan as a disciple. With such exquisite alchemical skills, if not for encountering a monster like Shen Yun, none among the younger generation of the sword sect could rival him. Shen Yun had obtained the blood jade pill recipe along with the pill hall's guest alchemist badge, a truly fruitful harvest. After purchasing a batch of medicinal materials, he took his leave. Upon leaving the pill hall and returning to Golden Terrace Peak, he saw numerous disciples gathered together, discussing matters heatedly. In a month's time, the 10 outer sect disciples will gather at the 7 Mysteries Tower to warm up for the inner sect assessment. It is said that Murong Shui will launch an assault on the 4th floor. I believe her chances of success are quite high. Dugu Li Yuan Ming, Kong Zhong Ling, and other top experts will all participate in the trial. Such a magnificent event must not be missed. In a month's time, Shen Yun murmured softly, committing the matter to memory before returning home. Upon returning to Jin Peak, Shen Yun began to study the great 5-element sword art. Drawing on a continuous stream of insights, he finally created an entirely new cultivation method. From now on, there is no need to cultivate 5 different methods simultaneously. Although this new art is merely a prototype, its efficiency is already nearly tenfold compared to before. Shen Yun circulated the new technique, and the 5 elements spiritual energy surged silently, pouring into his body in unison. His sea of qi expanded rapidly, and soon his Tao foundation manifested, growing increasingly solid as spiritual energy poured in, instantly breaking through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Excellent. I can finally cultivate the 5 elements spiritual energy in unison. Henceforth, this new technique shall be named the 5 elements samsara art. The 5 elements cycle endlessly, generating one another without cease. The name of the 5 elements samsara art carried Shen Yun's grand vision for his future path of cultivation. With the new technique newly formed, it is the perfect time to test my previous hypothesis. Shen Yun swept his sleeve, and the 5 elements spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a 5-colored lotus platform. Great 5 elements sword qi. With a soft cry, the lotus platform began to rotate slowly, its 5-colored petals trembling slightly as they unleashed 5 streaks of immortal light simultaneously. Instant kill Xinjin sword qi, Tai spirit wood sword qi, dripping water myriad transformations sword qi, void burning myriad fires sword qi, and boundless virtue central earth sword qi. Within a single breath, Shen Yun effortlessly executed 5 different sword arts simultaneously, seamlessly integrating the concepts of the 5 elements. His mastery in any single one of them far surpassed that of Dugu Li. Using the 5 elements transcendental dharma as a foundation and merging it with the insights from the black stone, I have finally achieved the perfect conversion of the 5 elements power. Accumulating deeply and unleashing suddenly, Shen Yun seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Not only did he create the 5 elements samsara art, but his fire and wood spiritual energies also naturally fused into one. Now I can attempt to integrate the earth spiritual energy. Shen Yun's heart was as calm as a still lake, his mind clear and tranquil as he slowly merged a wisp of earth's spiritual energy into the glowing sphere of fire and wood. Boom. As if cold water had been dropped into boiling oil, the firewood sphere erupted in a violent explosion, whipping up a tempest within the secret chamber that caused the protective array to flicker precariously. Crack. Struck by the shockwave of the explosion, the flesh on his arms instantly ripped open, and even his 5 elements primordial chaos physique could not withstand it in the slightest. What terrifying power! It is more than 3 times that of my basic spiritual energy. Shen Yun's pupils contracted. Looking at his scarred arms, he waved his hand to cast the rejuvenation art, and the wounds quickly healed as if they had never been. It is not entirely unexpected. To unleash 3 times the combat power my control over the 5 elements is still far from sufficient. Even Shen Yun found it highly challenging, which illustrated just how difficult fusing spiritual energies was. If the difficulty of fusing 2 types of spiritual energy was rated as 1, then the difficulty of fusing 3 was easily 5 or more. Master said that uniting the 5 elements would require at least 1,000 years. It seems there was indeed no exaggeration in those words. The more formidable the power, the harder it was to control. Shen Yun had already been mentally prepared for this. If the 5 elements were truly united, there was no telling what terrifying heights his combat power would reach. 5-fold, 8-fold, or perhaps even 10-fold. This was no secret technique that burns spiritual energy. If one could stand firm in this domain, crossing 7 or 8 minor realms to defeat opponents would be as effortless as eating or drinking. The further one progressed in cultivation, the more each realm resembled an impassable chasm. Upon reaching the golden core or even nascent soul stage, let alone crossing 7 or 8 minor realms, those who could fight across even 2 levels were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For instance, a first-level golden core cultivator striking down a nascent soul powerhouse was a complete fantasy, something that existed only in legends. A 9-story tower rises from a mound of earth. There is still a long way to go. Following this, Shen Yun began to refine blood jade pills. The difficulty is considerably higher than that of the foundation establishment pill. Even with the assistance of the spirit fusion method, it took 10 batches before he successfully refined a supreme grade pill. Shen Yun consumed a blood jade pill, and the injuries sustained from tempering his physical body healed rapidly, without leaving any lingering side effects. With nothing holding him back, his progress advanced by leaps and bounds, and he finally cultivated the 5 elements primordial chaos physique to the realm of great accomplishment. With breakthroughs in both his physical body and cultivation level, as well as the creation of the 5 elements samsara art, this period of secluded cultivation was truly a bountiful harvest. Looking across the world, breaking through 1 level of the foundation establishment stage every 10 years was already considered rapid. Yet Shen Yun had broken through successive realms in such a short span, a speed that was virtually unheard of. I still need to accumulate a deeper foundation and perfect the 5 elements samsara art. Alternating between tension and relaxation is the way to go further. Shen Yun did not rush blindly for progress. Seeking movement after a prolonged period of stillness, he decided to end his seclusion. As the sun rose above the treetops, a light mist shrouded the mountain stream in the early morning. The lush green trees lining the path began to sprout new buds. Unknowingly, the cold winter had passed, and the blanket of silver quietly faded, replaced by a vibrant, lively green. Along the winding mountain path, disciples of the Sword Sect hurried along, heading out of the mountains. Today, the top 10 disciples of the Outer Sect were heading to the 7 Mysteries Pagoda to participate in the trial. Many veteran disciples had emerged from seclusion, immersing the entire Outer Sect in a fiery, bustling atmosphere. The 7 Mysteries Pagoda. I wonder what kind of opponents I will encounter at the Foundation Establishment stage. Since breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, Shen Yun had not yet encountered a true challenge. Although the aggressive young Master 7 Kills possessed cultivation no inferior to an inner sect disciple of the Sword Sect, he still hadn't forced Shen Yun to exert even half of his true strength. He decided to visit the 7 Mysteries Pagoda. Perhaps he would gain entirely new insights during combat. By the time he arrived before the 7 Mysteries Pagoda, the plaza was already packed with people. Nearly all the Outer Sect disciples had turned out, making the atmosphere exceptionally lively. The top 10 disciples of the Outer Sect had all arrived. Shen Yun looked around, but found no sign of Shun Wuda or Shen Qingrua. Thus he stopped searching and began to listen to the discussions around him. Tantai Jing is currently inside the pagoda. He is the outstanding genius among the new batch of disciples, and his cultivation is said to be approaching the 9th level of qi refining. He has already held out for the duration of an incense stick. His strength is indeed formidable, truly worthy of a genius from the Tantai family. Tantai Jing has already mastered the wind and thunder imperishable physique. He will certainly secure a spot among the top 10 Outer Sect disciples in the future, but it is still too early for him to attempt the 3rd floor. After a moment, Tantai Jing emerged from the 7 Mysteries Pagoda. He walked with a majestic, powerful stride, his towering, robust physique resembling an iron pagoda, drawing admiring glances from the crowd. The 2nd floor required facing a foundation establishment powerhouse. For someone at the 8th level of qi refining to hold out for so long, Tantai Jing's performance was spectacular. He walked up behind Dugu Li and stood silently, appearing like a loyal follower, which drew surprised glances from the onlookers. To even subdue junior brother Tantai, junior sister Dugu truly has remarkable means. Spoken in a faint mocking tone, a young man walked over quickly. A gourd hung from his waist, his long hair fell loosely, and his gaze was highly aggressive. His tall frame resembled a sharp sword exuding a fierce and piercing aura. Huang Mingxuan, you are meddling far too much. Du Li glanced at him, her tone laced with impatience and a clear edge of confrontation. The sudden confrontation instantly drew the attention of those nearby. Both of them are disciples of Jin Peak, yet they have always been like fire and water. It is truly puzzling. You wouldn't know, but Du Li is a princess of the Datong imperial family, while Huang Mingxian is a prince of the Dali dynasty. The two powers have been enemies for a long time, so their discord is entirely expected. In this intersect selection, there will surely be a fierce clash between the two. Huang Mingxian shook his head and said with pointed implication, recruiting followers is junior sister Duga's freedom, but it would be unfortunate if you chose the wrong person. Du Li narrowed her eyes and said coldly, you truly are a worthy lackey of Shangguan Dongjun. How I conduct my affairs is my own business, I don't need you pointing fingers. When Shangguan Dongjun was still at Jin Peak, Huang Mingxian had been his follower. Now acting on explicit instructions, he wanted to prevent Du Li from interfering in this karmic entanglement to avoid any unnecessary variables. The tension between the two was palpable. Huang Mingxuan's smile grew colder. If Du Li truly wished to seek her own demise, he was more than happy to watch. The person you speak of should be me, right? A sudden voice rang out, its low cadence seemingly possessing a magical quality that instantly silenced the clamor of the crowd. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Shen Yun walking over at a leisurely pace, his snow-white robes rustling in the wind. Huang Mingxuan's expression shifted instantly as an invisible pressure washed over him. It felt as though he had been targeted by a prehistoric beast, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Shen Yun stopped directly in front of him and said indifferently, targeting me. You are not qualified. Go and call Shangguan Dongjun here. These words immediately stirred up a storm of murmurs among the crowd. The crowd wore faces of disbelief, casting wary, strange glances toward Shen Yun, wondering whether he was joking. A gold-type spiritual root foundation establishment at 30, personally tutored by Elder Kaiyang. Legends of Shangguan Dongjun abound. His gifts, wit, and power are among the finest across the sword sect. He stands as the foremost genius. But what had they heard? An outer disciple openly challenging Shangguan Dongjun before the Great Hall, an utterly unbelievable sight. The question arose, who is this person who dares to declare battle against senior brother Shang? He is Shen Yun, a new disciple of this cohort. It is said he Mutong in the sect's assessment and has been highly valued by Yaoguang Elder. To defeat Duan Mutong, Shen Yun's strength rivals the outer sect's 10 disciples. It seems his boast was not empty. Entering the sword sect, Shen Yun has shown striking low-key demeanor. Many do not know his background. Now that he defeated Duan Mutong, the voices of doubt have fallen silent. Duan Mutong is a rising star among the outer sect. The moniker Jiqiang is widely spoken. His strength ranks among the outer sect's 10 disciples. Shen Yun's cultivation is above him, granting him at least the qualification to challenge Shangguan Dongjun. Huang Mingxian drew a deep breath and spoke in a grave tone that Shen Yun indeed had 2 brushes of skill, but to challenge senior brother Shangguan was overconfident. Shen Yun paid him no heed, his expression calm. He would only deploy others to face him, and if Shangguan Dongjun seemed determined to play the coward, Shen Yun did not mind sending him on his way. The remark fell like a heavy weight in the air. If what happened before could be seen as a challenge, this was plainly a public rebuke. Even a clay idol has a spark of fire, let alone a top genius like Shangguan Dongjun. Any man would be provoked by such taunts. Arrogant. Huang Mingxian shouted coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Shen Yun, hands twitching ready to strike at any moment. As the clash seemed near, the onlookers grew restless. Murong Shui spoke gravely that the sword sect forbids private duels. They should step back. Yuan Mingkong immediately echoed that fellow disciples should not push matters to such a degree. Step back, and there will be latitude. Hearing their words, Huang Mingxian coldly said that this man dared to speak insolently to his senior brother, and he would give him a deep lesson. Du Li stepped forward to support. The instigators were not Shen Yun. He was merely striking back. Zhong Ling walked to Shen Yun's side and hissed that if Huang Mingxian dared to move, this granny would strike him to his knees and surrender. A distant, indifferent voice suddenly cut through the tension, remarking that it had forgotten when he last faced a challenger, and that Shen Yun was exceptionally bold. The voice seemed to come from the heavens, carrying an incredibly sharp, murderous aura, and a pressure so oppressive it chilled the onlookers. The sky suddenly brightened, 33 golden banners of light streaking across the heavens. A blue-clad man strode across the rainbows from the void, descending slowly. The man stood tall, his expression calm and confident. Golden vertical pupils held a sovereign power, and the gold-type spiritual energy roiled around him in surging cycles. Shangguan Dongjun, the unparalleled genius with a gold-type spiritual root, descended upon the 7 profound tower. Upon his appearance, he instantly became the focus of the crowd, his aura eclipsing even the outer sect's 10 disciples. Every eye filled with reverence, as if gazing up at a towering peak, venerating this peerless prodigy. Du Li clenched his jade flute, brows knit, his heart tumultuous and long unsettled. Zhongling shrank back, slipping behind Shen Yun, thinking that the enemy was fierce, and only he could rely on Shen Yun now. The crowd's gazes lingered on Shen Yun, trying to read his thoughts. Yet the outcome was disappointing. Shen Yun's expression showed no ripple, his gaze as calm as an ancient well, ignoring Shangguan Dongjuan's presence. Even when Mount Tai itself seemed to crumble before him, he remained unmoved. This poise alone was extraordinary and worthy of admiration. Shen Yun observed for a moment, unable to detect the other's cultivation. A strange force sealed heaven and earth, as if emanating from some mysterious treasure. There are indeed some good things, but that will not stop me. Shen Yun withdrew his mental gaze and turned to the art of observing qi. Different cultivators possess different realms, and their essence, qi, and spirit vary. Shen Yun had long perfected the art of observing qi to its peak. Swiftly, he discerned the other's motions. Foundation establishment, fourth layer. His foundation is solid. The 7-kill young immortal is far from him. Though young, he had reached foundation establishment, fourth layer, and his breath remained steady. He truly is a holder of a gold-type spiritual root. Shangguan Dongjun also studied Shen Yun, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper, pushing his psychic perception to the limit, yet nothing could be gleaned. What a superb means of concealing one's qi! Could he also possess a treasure to mask the heavens' insight? The other seemed like a bottomless abyss, empty and hard to gauge. Shen Yun withdrew his gaze and asked Dugu Li whether the sword sect has a life-and-death arena. The crowd gasped, finally realizing he was serious. Dugu Li's expression grew grave, saying that in the past, sword sect disciples with irreconcilable hatred would duel on the heaven punishment platform, deciding life and death. Shen Yun nodded and calmly proposed that Shangguan Dongjun dare to meet him on the heaven punishment platform for a duel. His tone was flat, as if Shangguan Dongjun and Emir Flea were the same. Such indifference and sovereign aura burned in every heart. The outer sect's 10 disciples fell silent. This was beyond their reach. Shangguan Dongjuan's gaze ran deep, his thoughts rapidly weaving and connecting information to a conclusion. This man conducts himself with strict method, not a fool who relies on cleverness alone. It seems he has outplayed me. Shangguan Dongjuan, quick-witted and confident, revealed a poised, decisive air. Yet no matter how many wits he possesses, Shen Yun's single bold move, grand and imposing yet seamless, left him at a loss. Just as he found himself cornered, 2 figures flashed from the distant void. To the left stood a man with a white beard, celestial in bearing and effortless grace, Yaoguang Elder. Beside him walked a slender old man, his steps releasing golden lotuses, plain in appearance, slightly bent, yet his aura was extraordinary. His eyes were like a celestial blade. The path of gold resonated with his presence, far stronger than Shangguan Dongjun. He was Shangguan Dongjuan's master, Li Kaiyang, one of the outer sect's 7 great elders. News of the matter had already spread. After receiving the message, the two came together. Li Kaiyang descended from the void, fixing his gaze on Shen Yun and asking whether Shen Yun planned to duel his disciple to the death. His gaze was fiercely aggressive, like a searchlight aimed at uncovering all of Shen Yun's secrets. Yet Shen Yun's qi concealment art had long since returned to its natural state. Even his eyes gleamed nothing. This boy is truly unusual. Li Kaiyang stroked the black jade ring on his finger, his expression grave, a premonition rising in his heart. Yaoguang Elder's brows knitted. He had witnessed Shen Yun rendering Duanmu Tong useless, understanding his temperament. It seemed Shangguan Dongjun had earned his wrath, and this matter would not be easily resolved. He thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. According to the sect's rules, outer disciples cannot challenge inner disciples to life and death duels. Shen Yun, would you be willing to step back for a while? I will give you an explanation. His words carried a negotiating tone, leaving the onlookers astonished. Even Li Kaiyang's expression changed slightly, realizing Shen Yun's weight in his heart. Shen Yun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, there is an ancestral rule in the sword sect. Reaching the 5th floor of the 7 profound tower allows one to become an inner disciple. Is this true? Hearing this, Yaoguang Elder's expression paused. After a moment, he sighed, yes, indeed, this is true. Since that is the case, please bear witness, Elder. Shen Yun looked toward the 7 profound tower, his tone carrying a transcendent confidence. Do not worry, you won't have to wait long. I shall go and return soon. With his calm words, the 8 directions trembled, as if a typhoon had passed, sweeping into the very depths of everyone's heart. Shen Yun stepped toward Qi Xiantai's white robes fluttering in the wind, slender, yet cool, bearing an otherworldly air. The crowd watched his tall, upright figure, their moods too varied to express in words. Some wore scorn, thinking him arrogant and unable to fathom the difficulty of Qi Xiantai. Others looked on with anticipation, praising his grandeur, eager to witness a legend born. Climbing to the 5th level of Qi Xiantai, where does he get such nerve? Not even a true transmission disciple would dare speak so boldly. Shangguan Dongjun whispered softly to himself. His words echoed the thoughts of many. Li Kaiyang's voice was hoarse. Senior brother, do you think he can reach the 5th level? Hearing the question, the crowd turned their eyes toward Yaoguang Elder, hoping to hear his view. Yaoguang Elder pondered for a moment, then murmured 50-50. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, a great breath rippled through the scene. Many initially thought the disturbance came from themselves looking around in confusion only to find everyone shared the same reaction. It wasn't that they were overreacting, it was simply that Yaoguang Elder's praise was too high to believe. Across Jianzhong, only Zhu Wushun had ascended to the 5th level. If Shen Yun could achieve such a feat, would that not indicate he possessed the potential of the number 1 true transmission disciple? So this is Shen Yun's true power. Zhuge Li glanced at the composed Shangguan Dongjuan, then whispered, "If you offend the wrong person, your story ends here." Zhong Ling stood with her hands on her hips, a slight curl at the corner of her mouth, as a group of Mu Feng's female disciples circled her like stars around the moon. I never expected Senior Shen Yun to be this formidable. No wonder Junior Sister supports him so strongly. I heard he is the cousin of Qing Ruo's junior sister. Truly enviable to have such an outstanding elder brother. Earlier, I even sweated a bit, but Junior Sister has sharp eyes. Meeting such a prodigy makes offending Shangguan Dongjun worthwhile. Hearing the various praises, Zhong Ling's smile grew higher still, and with an aged, knowing air she said, "The two of us once dueled in the Dan Tang. It can be regarded as a meeting of kindred spirits." So perhaps Junior Sister has guided Shen Yun? A Mu Feng disciple asked. Zhong Ling cleared her throat and replied, "Something like that. Shen Yun's alchemy is excellent, and we have exchanged a few words." So amazing. The crowd wore expressions of reverence, and Zhong Ling's inner joy blossomed. Some rejoiced, some worried. Huang Mingxuan's heart hammered, thinking perhaps he had shouted too loudly, thus offending such a ruthless figure for no reason. Shen Yun is young, his combat experience is surely not vast, and he is highly likely to fail. "Senior brother, you need not worry." Huang Mingxian advised Shangguan Dongjun. Now the die is cast, he can only follow the path to the end. Shangguan Dongjun nodded calmly. Breaking through to the 5th level is no easy feat. I do not think everyone is as exceptional as Yuan. With his words, the crowd turned their attention to the black Qi Xian Ta stele at the front. Each name on it was familiar, its feats earth-shattering, recorded in the Jianzhong annals. At the very top, 2 names shone brilliantly like deities looking down on all below. Yuan. Mentioning this name, even the 2 great elders fell silent. This was a peerless prodigy beyond comprehension, bearing unmatched, said to have even moved the sect master, who proclaimed his aptitude peerless in the world. Yaoguang Elder's face showed a trace of awe. He had once glimpsed Yuan's invincible aura, and was struck, longing for the other to join Jianzhong. Regrettably, Yuan was Master Fang's disciple, leaving them to watch from the sideline, as a talent of immortal potential slipped away. So upon meeting Shen Yun, Yaoguang Elder's love for talent rose, and he sought to cultivate a peerless genius for Jianzhong. Huang Mingxian agreed. Shen Yun's gifts are extraordinary, youthful arrogance is understandable, but the inner disciple's dignity cannot be offended. Such actions should be punished. He is plotting with malice. If Shen Yun loses, he will be mired in rumor and slander. If his Dao heart wavers, he will be no longer to be feared. As the words fell, Qi Xian Ta began flashing orange light, signaling the tester was at the foundation establishment stage. Shangguan Dongjuan's eyes grew colder. He knew Shen Yun's real age. A mere 16, a foundation establishment cultivator, which was utterly inconceivable and more terrifying than a divine spiritual root. This boy must not be allowed to stay. His killing intent simmered in his heart. His face grew calm once more, a look that promised far-reaching thunder if provoked. Yet the calm did not last long. As he plotted, the 2nd level of Qi Xian Ta erupted in a blaze of light. Whoosh! A chorus of exclamations rose, but before their astonishment could linger, Shen Yun breached the 2nd level again. Too fast. In under 100 breaths, the 3rd layer formation lit up again. A faint radiance bathed the scene, and the astonishment on everyone's faces was laid bare, their eyes wide, as if witnessing something unbelievable. One wave after another. This time Shen Yun was even faster. Ding dong. A clear chime rang out like a dragon's song from a guqin, and the 4th layer formation burst with bright light. Silence fell. Each person seemed frozen, gazing unblinking at the 4th layer shimmer. That stupefied gaze seemed as if the sun were rising from the west. How could this be? It must be an illusion. Huang Mingxuan's eyes bulged, his mouth opening and closing as if his head had been struck. The remorse in his heart could not be washed away by the Milky Way. Shangguan Dongjuan's body stiffened, calmness vanished. He had also climbed to the 4th level, exhausting every effort, and it had been a near miss. And look at Shen Yun. What Shen Yun used was only a fraction of what they had. The gap was like a chasm with no right to compare. His pride was crushed beneath the feet of that disparity. Good. What a gift. This child is truly extraordinary. Yaoguang Elder cried aloud, his white beard quivering, his spirit revived, as if a withered tree had found new life. Li Kaiyang's expression grew ashen. Offending such a genius placed Shangguan Dongjun in a difficult position. Qi Xian Ta 4th layer. Before them stretched an endless golden desert. Hot, desolate, with nothing but white rocks and scattered cacti, standing on towering dunes. Shen Yun stood alone, closing his eyes to steady his mind, paying no heed to the lurking danger. Sand hissed. The ground suddenly began to cave and radiation spreading in all directions, and the dunes disappeared at a visible speed. Boom. The desert trembled. A violent impact sent white stones rolling, as if some great horror was about to arrive. In the blink of an eye, a giant snake head emerged from the sands, a thick black smoke billowing from its maw, highly corrosive, biting hard toward Shen Yun. Foundation Establishment, 6th layer, gold-scaled serpent with a trace of ancient lineage. Not very formidable. Shen Yun flicked his wrist, and Tai Lingmu, sword chi surged forth like thunder, merging with the realm of instantaneous kill, sword chi. Swish. The cyan sword light pierced the serpent's head in an instant. Wood conquers earth, and the serpent's mouth was pierced and pinned to the ground. Too weak. Shen Yun murmured. This ascent offered no real challenge, and no one could even withstand a single move of him. It seems that only at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment would one meet golden core cultivators. This is hardly a true tempering. After reaching the 5th level, I won't continue meaningless trials. I intend to deal with Shangwan Dongjun sooner rather than later to avoid trouble later on. Meanwhile, Qi Xianta's 5th level radiated brilliantly. I wonder if he can pass the 6th level. The crowd talked among themselves, hopeful eyes watched him, but Shen Yun had already exited the tower, their hearts trembling as they anticipated a major event. Now I am also an inner disciple. Shen Yun spoke solemnly, decisively. Shangwan Dongjun, do you dare challenge me on the heaven punishment platform? The great sun hung in the sky, driving away the chill of early spring. Warm sunlight bathed his body, yet Shangwan Dongjun felt an unexpected coldness. Meeting Shen Yun's profound gaze, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. He smelled the scent of death. Those present wore expressions of awe and reverence shaken by Shen Yun's earth-shattering display. Senior brother Shen truly acts with swift decisiveness, abandoning the tower ascent for a life-and-death duel. You understand nothing. This is the manner of an invincible prodigy, righting grievances with pleasure, striking with resolute finality, sweeping aside all adversaries. Senior brother Shangwan has been driven to a desperate strait. If he avoids battle, his Tao heart may be sullied and inner demons could arise. Shen Yun's authority was immediately established, and everyone recognized him as someone who must never be provoked. I actually provoked such a ruthless individual. What am I doing? Huang Mingxuan's head rang with confusion, his expression dazed. No trace of the dignity befitting one of the outer sect's top 10 disciples. Shangwan Dongjuan's gaze turned sinister as he sneered. If you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Go to hell and repent for your foolishness. Shen Yun deemed such nonsense unworthy of response. In his eyes, Shangwan Dongjun was already a corpse. Why bother with anger? Seeing both sides resolute as iron, the two elders ceased their persuasion. The Heaven's Punishment platform served not only as an arena for mortal combat, but also as the execution ground where the Sword Sect enforced its rules. Once claiming the lives of intersect elders, its killing intent alone could drive the weak-minded into demonic madness. Passing through exquisite pavilions and terrace structures, they reached the end of the ancient path, where a valley lay enclosed by mountains on all sides. At the valley's center stood a Tao platform rising to match the surrounding peaks. The group ascended 999 white jade steps before seeing the full expanse of the Heaven's Punishment platform. The massive square platform formed a single structure of ancient black stone, weathered, rugged, and austere, as though an entire sacred mountain had been hewn and polished by immortal artisans. Rising 3 zhang above the surrounding peaks, the platform stood exposed to the biting cold, shrouded in persistent crimson clouds. Its black stone surface bore countless dark stains. Blood seeped 3 feet deep into the rock. Shen Yun looked up to see a tall man clad in black, his bearing like a divine blade, the enforcement elder of the Sword Sect. We pay our respects to the enforcement elder. The crowd immediately bowed their heads in tribute, every gesture radiating reverence. Even the 2 grand elders joined in the salute, underscoring his unmatched authority. The enforcement elder wielded absolute power over life and death within the Sword Sect, acting as the sect's arbiter of justice. He could pass judgment on even the most esteemed disciples, his authority so vast that not even the sect master dared act without consulting him. Others arrived in steady succession. Alongside Elder Tianxian and Li Kaiyang, all 5 remaining outer sect elders had come. Shen Yun sensed a gaze upon him, and turned to find Shen Qingrao, standing tall and graceful, her face alight with surprise and delight. Brother Shen Yun. Shen Qingrao moved toward him with measured grace, stopping at half a meter's distance, her tone laced with concern. Are you truly unharmed from your battle against Shangwan Dongjun? Shen Yun nodded calmly. Rest assured. Those 2 simple words instantly settled her anxious heart. She then drew a celestial sword of blue from her spatial ring and offered it to Shen Yun. I noticed you lack a magical artifact, so I present you with this 7 stars dragon abyss. Shen Yun's gaze fell upon the sword. Its blue blade like a still lake, 7 bright stars adorning its length, gleaming with cold light in the sunlight, like a divine dragon rising from the abyss. A third-rate high-grade magical artifact. A flash of light crossed Shen Yun's eyes as he met Shun Qingruo's expectant gaze. Without another word, he secured the 7 stars dragon abyss at his waist. Clad in flowing white robes and wielding a 3-foot blade, Shen Yun resembled the youthful swordsman of legend. His handsome features losing their boyish softness, his bearing noble and refined, leaving many female disciples spellbound. The Pill Hall's elder Yuheng teased at the sight. That 7 stars dragon abyss was Elder Tianxuan's personal sword, giving it away so freely. The dignified young woman before them was indeed the current master of Wood Peak Elder Tianxuan and Shun Qingruo's mentor. Since I've already given it to Qingruo, how she uses it is her own choice. Elder Tianxian spoke with detached calm, carrying an ethereal quality, as though untouched by worldly concerns. Elder Yuheng's lip curled in a wry smirk, muttering to himself. She reaps the benefit, yet plays the modest one. If only I had a disciple like Shun Qingruo, I'd gladly surrender the Pill Hall's triple furnace of the fiery orbit. Unparalleled in pill refinement talent, ascending to the 5th floor of the 7 Mysteries Tower, no other disciple in the sword sect possessed such gifts. Elder Yuheng now grasped the full weight of Shun Yun's capability, and his envy toward Elder Tianxian intensified. Accepting the 7 stars dragon abyss, Shen Yun regarded Shen Qingruo for a moment before smiling faintly. You've reached the 8th layer of qi condensation. I see you've been diligently cultivating. I'm still far behind you, brother Shen Yun. Shen Qingruo's lips pressed together lightly. Despite her relentless daily practice and the blessings of her spiritual physique, she found it difficult to keep pace with Shen Yun. Zhongling stepped forward, gripping Shen Qingruo's arm as she huffed. Qingruo works harder than anyone. That's why Elder Tianxian bestowed the 7 stars dragon abyss upon her. You must treasure this precious weapon. I will. Shen Yun drew a deep breath, sensing something, and turning his gaze toward the horizon. There came Shangguan Dongjuan, late to the scene, yet wearing an air of supreme confidence, as though the tide itself bent to his will. What does innate talent matter? Today marks the end of your life. Shangguan Dongjuan smiled darkly, his eyes casually flicking toward Li Kaiyang as a silent barb. Blame your lack of a capable mentor. Li Kaiyang remained impassive, thinking to himself. With the heavenly net umbrella, Dongjuan is invincible. His glance shifted to Shen Yun, tinged with regret at the prospect of extinguishing such a supreme genius. Fate, it seemed, played cruel games, but he could not abandon his own disciple. The enforcement elder stood with hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in deep contemplation of the ultimate Tao. All waited patiently. None would dare act without his command. In 30 years, this is the first time the Heaven's Punishment platform has witnessed a death match. The enforcement elder's voice carried faintly through the raging wind, reaching every ear clearly. Hearing these words, memories surfaced of that brutal confrontation 3 decades past. 2 true disciples had fought here through day and night, their blood painting the entire platform crimson. I ask you one final time, do you truly wish to fight to the death? Before the words had barely faded, Shangguan Dongjuan smiled coldly and arrogantly, nodding without hesitation. A man utterly confident in his victory. Shen Yun gave the same answer, showing no hesitation as he stepped calmly onto the Heaven's Punishment platform. The enforcement elder sighed softly, his expression hardening. Only one shall leave this platform alive. This is a death duel, fate decides. His words carried an oppressive weight, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Begin. The sky darkened, sunlight obscured by blood-red clouds. Fierce winds howled in wrath, as if a dirge recounting a heart-stirring battle soaked in blood. The enforcement elder's body trembled as vast magical power condensed into a crystalline barrier, shrouding the heavenly punishment platform layer upon layer. Impregnable and unbreakable, ensuring no one could interfere with this life and death battle. The 2 figures on the heavenly punishment platform faced each other from afar, their lethal intent palpable. I never expected someone like you to emerge from the Shen family. However, premature exposure invites destruction. If you could but conceal your brilliance, I would indeed be helpless against you. Shangguan Dongjuan sneered coldly, seized upon this divinely appointed opportunity to crush Shen Yun while he was still gathering his feathers. The more he thought of this, the more sinister his expression grew. No matter how extraordinary your talent may be, without strength all is in vain. Today this place shall be your grave. Ridiculous. Shen Yun had no patience for idle chatter. Facing Shangguan Dongjuan's smugness, there was only one thought in his heart, to send him straight to hell. Snap. Shen Yun pressed his palms together, descending like a Buddha incarnate. 5 colored lotus flowers unfurled beneath his feet, erupting with resplendent immortal radiance that instantly illuminated the pitch-black sky. The lotus rotated slowly, then, with a sharp whoosh, released 5 sword chi blades that locked onto Shangguan Dongjuan's 4 limbs and head. The ferocious killing intent was so profound it scattered the blood-red clouds themselves. The great 5-element sword art unleashed its full power simultaneously, each technique reaching the pinnacle of perfection. It tore through the heavens in 10,000 dazzling streaks of light, leaving Shangguan Dongjuan not even the slimmest chance of survival. Confronted with such a terrifying killing strike, Shangguan Dongjuan's complexion instantly changed. His body involuntarily trembled like cattle or sheep spied upon by a fierce tiger. The Great Five Elements Sword Art. How is this possible? Shangguan Dongjun had never witnessed anyone unleash 5 different sword chi simultaneously. Not even an intersect elder could achieve such a feat. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he felt the sword chi pierce into his skin. This was the ultimate secret of the instant-killing sword art. Possessing a heavenly spiritual root of the metal element, he had long ago cultivated the instant-killing sword art to its mature stage, comprehending all its variations. Yet even if 30 more years were granted to him, he could never reach Shen Yun's realm. This was already the apex of the apex. His arrogance, pride, and ambitions were all shattered to pieces. The sword technique he had once prided himself upon was now utterly inadequate. Excellent, excellent, excellent. To slay a genius like this. It only makes me even more excited. Shangguan Dongjun's body moved, and 4 spirit talismans materialized at his fingertips, instantly igniting to form a colossal magical formation. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The phantom shapes of the 4 sacred beasts descended their might, shaking all directions. When the 5 elemental sword chi struck the formation, successive explosions erupted. The entire heavenly punishment platform trembled, shaken by the immense energy. The 4 spirits' magic talisman. It seems Shangguan Dongjun came prepared. The enforcement elder's eyes were sharp and discerning. In ancient legends, the 4 sacred beasts respectively governed the 4 poles of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, guarding the heavenly veins of the cultivation world, and were regarded as spiritual totems by many ancient cultivators. The 4 spirits' magic talismans drew from the guardian will of the 4 sacred beasts. Though far inferior to the beasts themselves, they constituted an absolute defense nearly impossible to breach. Second rank, supreme grade spirit talismans. The Shangguan family truly spared no expense. Shen Yun's expression remained unmoved as he gazed at the 4 spirits' great formation, his mind already clear on the situation. Such defense was even difficult for void-gathering experts to shake. It must be Shangguan Dongjun's trump card. Thud! From within the explosions, dozens of golden weapons suddenly emerged, shooting forth like lightning and completely covering the ground where Shen Yun stood. 10,000 weapons art. Shangguan Dongjun's figure flashed like lightning. His hands formed mudras, and spiritual power materialized into swords, spears, halberds, a myriad of weapons, all locking onto Shen Yun's vital points. Swish! The golden weapons fell like meteors from the heavens, each strike capable of easily killing a foundation establishment cultivator. Now numbering in the thousands, they came relentlessly in an unceasing barrage of attacks. The 10,000 weapons art, that is Elder Kaiyang's signature technique. I never expected Shangguan Dongjun to be able to wield it so perfectly. Several outer sect elders were deeply moved. The 10,000 weapons art was a golden core realm Dao technique, its power surpassing even the instant killing sword art. Difficult to learn and even harder to master, Li Kaiyang had once relied on it to slay 3 golden core demonic cultivators in succession, earning him great renown. The fact that Shangguan Dongjun could command the 10,000 weapons art at the foundation establishment stage spoke volumes about his heavenly spiritual root endowment. Offensively equipped with the 10,000 weapons art and defensively bolstered by the 4 spirits' magic talismans, Shangguan Dongjun wielded his power freely across the heavenly punishment platform like a youthful sovereign, sweeping through all directions, invincible in his conquest. How trivial. Facing such world-shaking devastation, Shen Yun did not move an inch. His body stood upright as the 5 elements' primal body erupted with earth-shattering divine might. The golden weapons struck his form and snapped in two, with sharp cracks, failing to even scratch a single hair on his head. Impossible. Shangguan Dongjun's face underwent a dramatic change. This was the 10,000 weapons art. Hard for even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to resist, yet Shen Yun had dispersed it so effortlessly. It could hardly be called a counter. It was complete disregard. As though his peerless technique were nothing more than garbage Dao arts, so worthless that even evasion was unnecessary. At this moment, the 4 spirits' magic talismans gradually flickered and died, their power utterly exhausted. Stripped of his absolute defense, Shangguan Dongjun instantly became a sitting duck, entirely at a disadvantage. A fully matured 5 elements primal body. The enforcement elder spoke with astonishment, his usually impassive face showing emotion for the first time. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, not only that, the great 5 elements sword art has also reached perfection. Could he be the legendary 5 elements spiritual body? No wonder he thought so. Shen Yun's performance was simply too terrifying. If not for the legendary 5 elements spiritual body, he could hardly imagine an explanation for such displays. Hearing these words, everyone dared not breathe, as though they had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Throughout millions of years, countless spiritual body prodigies had emerged in the cultivation world, shining brightly throughout the river of history. In the northern wastelands lay a reclusive, great sect Starfall Palace, which had publicly released a ranking of 100 spiritual bodies, and the 5 elements spiritual body ranked 3rd. No wonder Shen Yun is so formidable. So he is a 5 elements spiritual body. This is a talent even superior to the heavenly spiritual root. The top 10 spiritual bodies are extraordinarily rare in the world, comparable to single attribute variant spiritual roots. Just imagine how terrifying the top 3 must be. Encountering a peerless genius like Shen Yun, Shangwan Dongjun's defeat was well-deserved. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and even those who had previously favored Shangwan Dongjun all switched sides. Senior brother Shen turns out to be a 5-element spiritual body. He is truly remarkable. Zhongling's face was filled with reverence. Previously she had addressed him as junior brother Shen, but now even her form of address had changed. Huang Mingxian stood in a corner activating a transmitting talisman as though communicating with someone. His words came rapidly. Send me 1 portion each of your best second-rank pills, as well as spirit talismans. Deliver them to Golden Peak as quickly as possible. After finishing the transmission, he hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In his heart, he thought, apologize. I must offer a sincere apology and make certain senior brother Shen forgives me. Shen Qingrua gazed at Shen Yun's figure, her tense, beautiful face finally calming. It seems you have exhausted all your tricks. Then die. Shen Yun drew the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and unleashed a heaven-splitting sword chi. Fire and with spiritual energies intertwined perfectly, and in a single instant, he unleashed his ultimate combat prowess intent on completely obliterating Shangwan Dongjun. It seems you believe you have me cornered. Pity. All of this was part of my plan. Shangwan Dongjun sneered, and with a wave of his hand, a massive black umbrella materialized above his head. This umbrella encompassed all phenomena, incorporating the profound mysteries of sun and moon and penetrating the transformations of heaven and earth. Bearing the mighty momentum of one that could support heaven and earth with merely a slight rotation, it actually blocked the heaven-splitting sword chi, dissolving it into nothingness. Upon seeing this umbrella, the enforcement elder's expression grew grave, and he declared with measured weightiness, Luotian umbrella. To think it is the Luotian umbrella. Where did he manage to find this Dharma treasure? Several grand elders turned their gazes towards Shangwan Dongjun simultaneously, their voices shifting as their composed expressions gradually vanished. The disciples present were utterly bewildered. Among them, many inner disciples who had come to spectate were equally filled with confusion. Shen Qingrua hastily asked, Master, what is the Luotian umbrella? Elder Tianxian furrowed her brows tightly, her tone exceptionally solemn. In Tianlan State, there once existed a corpse path devil who committed every imaginable evil, slaughtering families and wiping out entire clans to refine an army of corpses, ultimately provoking a joint crusade by the righteous path. She paused for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. That battle shook heaven and earth. Relying on the power of the Luotian umbrella, the corpse devil clashed head-on with 8 golden core powerhouses, ultimately escaping unscathed and departing at his leisure. Elder Yao Wang let out a long sigh. Such is the power of an acquired Dharma treasure. It places one in an inherently invincible position. A Dharma instrument and a Dharma treasure, though differing by a single word, they are worlds apart. The former is merely a tool, its upper limit fixed from the moment of its creation. The latter, however, is a spiritual entity that grows stronger against stronger foes, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. Regardless of one's realm, possessing a Dharma treasure causes one's combat power to skyrocket, making them invincible. There have been past instances where a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm wielding a Dharma treasure crossed realms to slay a pseudo-core powerhouse. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Kaiyang gazed at the Luotian umbrella with deep, inscrutable eyes, his expression unreadable as he drifted into memory. When the corpse devil fought the 8 golden core experts alone, he appeared unscathed and infinitely glorious. In truth, however, his life force had already been completely spent. Having crossed paths with him, by chance Li Kaiyang had slain him on the spot. The greater the power, the heavier the price of its use. He and Shangwan Dongjun had long devised a plan. First, use the 4 spirits Dharma talismans to wear down Shen Yun, and then unleash the Luotian umbrella to sweep away the opponent and seal the victory. With this sudden twist of events, no one expected Shangwan Dongjun to harbor such a trump card, throwing the situation into complete uncertainty once more. Even if you possess heaven-defying abilities, you shall die beneath the Luotian umbrella today. Shangwan Dongjun's expression was cold and ruthless. The massive black umbrella isolated everything, carrying a lawless aura of absolute defiance. Shen Yun stood atop the 5-colored lotus platform as his great 5 elements sword chi whistled forth, sweeping across the sky to slash at the Luotian umbrella. Clang! With a single spin of the Luotian umbrella, all the sword chi was completely neutralized. Untouched by any technique, unmarred by a single feather, its defense was even superior to that of the 4 spirits Dharma talismans. Kill! Shangwan Dongjun chanted an incantation as his metal spiritual energy surged like a tide into the umbrella's handle. The 36 ribs of the umbrella trembled slightly, instantly unleashing a barrage of dark, gloomy light. A sharp tearing sound echoed. The high-frequency sound waves were deafening, and space itself warped wherever the dark light passed, carrying an aura of ultimate darkness, as if originating from the underworld beneath the 9 netherworlds. Too slow. With his powerful spiritual sense firmly controlling the entire battlefield, Shen Yun took a single step sideways, dodging the dark light by a hair's breadth, as if calculated with the most precise calipers. Crack! The gray beam of light slammed into the crystal barrier, fracturing it with several cracks. The gray airflow continued its destruction, lingering for a long time before slowly dispersing. Those present were filled with horror. This was a Taoist art cast by the law enforcement elder himself, yet it was nearly pierced through, showing just how terrifying the Luotian umbrella was. As expected of an acquired Dharma treasure, this power has already reached the pseudo-core level. The law enforcement elder raised an eyebrow, his expression turning slightly serious. Pointing a single finger, the crystal barrier thickened threefold at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to shake. Seeing Shen Yun easily neutralize his killer move, Shangwan Dongyuan's face grew even colder. He muttered sinisterly, "You dodged quickly indeed, but next you shall find no escape, even if you grew wings." Pressing his hands together, the Luotian umbrella floated above his head and began to spin rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 36 ribs trembled, instantly shooting out dozens of dark beams, sealing off all of Shen Yun's paths of retreat. Die. His face was somewhat pale, seemingly from overdrawing his spiritual energy, yet his expression grew even more ruthless, determined to settle everything in this single strike. The gray beams of light were like a cage, sealing off all directions, seemingly about to pierce through Shen Yun in the next instant. Shangwan Dongyuan's smile grew increasingly cruel, as if he could already envision Shen Yun's gruesome death. No, something is wrong. Suddenly he sensed a great premonition of doom and instinctively took a massive step backward. Flash! The sound of tearing flesh rang out as a blue sword light flashed past. Shangwan Dongyuan let out a groan of pain, his body retreating rapidly. An arm flew through the air, slamming into the crystal barrier and instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower to dodge, this strike would have pierced his heart. The true form phantasm art. Shangwan Dongyuan's voice trembled. His left sleeve hung empty, and as he watched the illusion pierced by the dark light fade away, a look of unprecedented defeat appeared on his face. Too fast. The fierce clash had occurred in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd reacted, Shangwan Dongyuan was already gravely wounded. My sword has been soiled. Shen Yun opened his palm, from which a pool of clear water emerged, and leisurely wiped away the bloodstains from the 7 stars Long Yuan. Too strong. No one knew who spoke first, breaking the silence of the arena, but it immediately triggered a passionate response, as if those words spoke for everyone present. Fierce. Elder Yao Wang was somewhat at a loss for words, instinctively uttering this single syllable. This youth is truly extraordinary. The law enforcement elder evaluated, pushing the already boiling atmosphere to its absolute peak. Shangwan Dongyuan clenched his teeth tightly, straightening his spine. His golden vertical pupils burned with an unyielding will, as if he had cast life and death completely aside. Looking at Shen Yun's still spotless white robe, he knew the person before him was a genuine monster, yet the pride in his heart forbade him from bowing his head. Even if I must die today, I will eliminate you, you vile creature. Shangwan Dongyuan's voice was very low, like the calm before a tempest. His body shook violently as his boundless metal spiritual energy burned rapidly, pouring into the Luotian umbrella. In less than 5 breaths, his face withered and shriveled, his thick black hair turning gray as he aged as if by several decades in an instant. Boom. The Luotian umbrella erupted with a magnificent black light, its tyrannical powers sweeping through heaven and earth, whipping up a monstrous tempest. The heaven punishment platform began to quake, as if an ancient primordial beast were awakening. A kitten brandishing its claws and fangs actually wishes to challenge a tiger. Very well, I shall let you die with understanding. Shen Yun's expression was inscrutable, his gaze tinged with a hint of pity that deeply stung Shangwan Dongyuan's self-esteem. Kill! 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 He erupted. His golden vertical pupils filled with blood, and his hysterical roars echoed through heaven and earth as he took massive strides, charging forward without any fear of death. The Luotian umbrella floated above him, spewing forth a sky-shattering black light, as thick as a pillar, holding up the heavens. It splintered into tens of thousands of beams, enveloping the entire heaven punishment platform like a torrential downpour. A mere broken umbrella. Did you truly think I needed to dodge? Shen Yun's body shuddered as the 5 elements reincarnation art unleashed its divine might. Beams of 5-colored light, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, coalesced into a majestic canopy enveloping his body. At this moment he stood perfectly within the domain of doubled combat power, his aura climbing step by step, resembling a young true immortal who could unleash peerless slaughter with a wave of his hand. When the black beams of light collided with the 5 elements canopy, they were like mayflies trying to shake a giant tree, instantly dissolving into nothingness. Shen Yun. Shangwan Dongyuan's eyes nearly split from rage. He watched helplessly as the 5-colored heavenly light surged toward him, unable to move even a single finger. In an instant he was struck, reducing him to dust between heaven and earth with a thunderous boom. Thus Shangwan Dongjun died. As the spotless Shen Yun stepped down from the heaven punishment platform, countless gazes locked onto his figure. The exact same thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. They were witnessing the birth of a brand new legend. Shangwan Dongjun is dead. This news swept through the entire sword sect like a raging storm. Some disciples who had returned from missions could hardly believe it at first. However, once the details spread, all doubts turned into sheer astonishment. A new disciple dared to challenge Shangwan Dongjun to a life-and-death duel and emerged victorious. The world has become incomprehensible. I heard Shangwan Dongjun instigated the conflict and relentlessly harassed senior brother Shen only to meet his demise. Karma, it seems, is unfailing. At such a tender age to achieve this, there's no doubt he'll secure a place among the true disciples. Shen Yun suddenly became the center of attention in the sword sect, drawing countless gazes. Some opportunistic figures attempted to curry favor, but were rebuffed, discovering that Shen Yun was an exceedingly low-key person who spent nearly all his time in arduous cultivation. His natural talent surpasses yours, and he works even harder. Soon you may not even catch a glimpse of his back. The disciples sighed in admiration. When Shen Yun finally emerged from his seclusion a week later, he found himself in a courtyard fragrant with birdsong and blossoms where Elder Yaoguang sat at a stone table outside the pavilion savoring tea from her cup. Once she set down her cup, Shen Yun refilled it, and together they sat in silence, taking in the full splendor of the spring garden before them. After a quarter hour passed in quietude, Elder Yaoguang could contain herself no longer and broke into laughter, chiding him good-naturedly. "You young rascal possess remarkable composure. I'm thoroughly impressed." Shen Yun offered a faint smile. "You are my elder, and I await your teachings." "What a cunning little fellow." Elder Yaoguang shook her head, then turned to the matter at hand. "From today onward you are an inner sect disciple. Once you're prepared, relocate to the Zixia Grotto Heaven." The Zixia Grotto Heaven, situated within the sword sect's inner domain, was a legendary sanctuary of abundant spiritual energy where the essence of the Tao manifested visibly. Even a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots residing here for an extended period would stand an excellent chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, Elder Yaoguang continued, her gaze fixed on Shen Yun with an enigmatic smile. "You will oversee the entrance examination this time around. This directive comes directly from the law enforcement elder, so do not disappoint us." Shen Yun paused mid-motion, a note of resignation in his voice. "I'm merely a new disciple. Surely this isn't appropriate." Such matters as welcoming new disciples were of paramount importance to every sect, never to be taken lightly, yet appointing someone fresh to the inner ranks to direct proceedings did seem rather imprudent. Elder Yaoguang arched a brow and smiled softly. "Fear not, I shall have Duguli assist you." This was clearly intended to bolster Shen Yun's standing, a deliberate signal that she was grooming him as her successor. Elder Yaoguang patted his shoulder. "The law enforcement elder knows you cultivate all 5 elemental affinities. You shall have unrestricted access to the sect's secret archives henceforth." Upon hearing these words, Shen Yun immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. "Please rest assured, Elder, I shall spare no effort." "You sharp one, you still won't act until you see the prey," Elder Yaoguang remarked with a wry smile, wondering inwardly if she'd have risen to deputy sect leader herself had she possessed such boldness in her youth. Outside the gates of the Guhong sword sect, the plaza teemed with crowds as young prodigies from Tianlan province began to arrive. The Shen family delegation was led by the Grand Elder in person, with Shen Qiu marching close behind. 2 fresh scars marred his face now, and the arrogance that once defined him had been tempered into something far more measured, a testament to the brutal trials he'd endured. 3 months of grueling cultivation in the demonic Beast Mountains, and I've finally broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. My nether demon art has also reached minor mastery. Shen Qiu's expression darkened, though he made no display of the triumph he might have shown before. He knew full well how formidable Shen Yun had become and understood that the other man would never have stood still during his absence. Among the Shangguan clan representatives, Granny Huangmu wore an expression as grim as still water. Having received no word from Shangwan Dongjun for several days now, a vague unease stirred within her chest. Shangwan Mo offered reassurance. "Great aunt need not worry. Eldest brother Dongjun is likely in secluded cultivation. We shall see him shortly." Granny Huangmu nodded absently, then her voice turned icy. "Shangwan Ye hasn't written either. I always suspected she possessed the same rebellious nature as Shangwan Yan. In time I'll make certain she learns a lesson she won't soon forget." After a moment their conversation shifted. Shangwan Mo cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qiu, remembering the collapsed Qi the young man had suffered, and ground his teeth as he muttered. "Once we reach the sword sect with eldest brother Dongjun leading the assault, the entire Shen family shall be wiped from this world." Granny Huangmu's voice carried a sinister edge as she replied, "Given Dongjun's capabilities, he's likely already eliminated Shen Yun by now. Once we apprehend Shen Qiu, the current generation of the Shen family will be finished." At this thought a smug smile spread across her features, as though she could already envision the Shen clan crumbling to dust. At that very moment all eyes turned toward a single point. Minnie, with looks of rapt fascination, where a palace-dressed maiden veiled in delicate silk stood revealed. Her brows required no pigment, yet shone verdant. Her lips needed no rouge, yet glowed crimson, and merely those luminous eyes alone held the power to steal one's breath. None other than the 9th princess of the great Zhou dynasty could have possessed such breathtaking beauty. Yi Qin's fortune appears to have been severed. What could be the cause? The princess's lovely eyes sparkled like stars, carrying an almost supernatural clarity that seemed to pierce through all things. Once we join the sword sect, the truth shall be laid bare. Suddenly a gasp rose from across the entire plaza. The sword sect has arrived. All eyes lifted together, catching dozens of white specks speeding through the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, a group of sword sect disciples astride immortal cranes materialized overhead. A fierce wind swept across the plaza as the disciples leaped from 100 zhang above, each unleashing their body techniques to land with effortless grace and breathtaking elegance. Truly worthy of the sword sect. What formidable cultivation. The crowd couldn't help but murmur in admiration, but their whispers died away as a strikingly handsome young man materialized step by step from the empty air, his youthful countenance radiating an inexplicable authority that silenced the entire plaza. Greetings, senior brother Shen Yun. Dozens of sword sect disciples bowed in unison, revealing the immense respect he commanded. Crack! Upon catching sight of Shen Yun, Granny Huangmu crushed her gnarled cane so forcefully that several more holes formed in its weathered surface. How is this young scoundrel still breathing? Granny Huangmu's gaunt face twisted into something feral, veins bulging along her withered features. The thought of the missing Shangguan Dongjun sent her heart plunging into darkness. It must be that the heavenly immortals, wildly drunk, have torn the white clouds into shreds. Treading upon the white clouds, Shen Yun descended amidst 10,000 rays of auspicious light. His robes fluttered gracefully, and his jet-black hair was bound into a Taoist bun, secured by a green jade hairpin, a gentle smile gracing his face. This is what a true disciple of an immortal sect should be. Those present gasped in admiration, utterly captivated by his extraordinary bearing. Shen Xiu could not tear her gaze away for a long time, her fists clenching tightly within her sleeves. You have already reached such heights. Seeing her state, Venerable Biluo felt utterly helpless. Racking her brains for a long time, yet failing to find any comforting words, she could only sigh inwardly. This Shen Yun is truly a freak. I fear it will be difficult for Shen Xiu to ever catch up to him. Shen Xiu's talent was by no means ordinary, yet even with her master's forced cultivation, she still could not hope to match his pace. It was truly mind-boggling. Shen Xiu suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Excellent. Only such a person is worthy of being my Shen Xiu's rival. Upon hearing this, Venerable Biluo's heart sank, thinking that she had suffered a severe mental blow and was speaking incoherently. Without undergoing the bone-chilling cold, how can the plum blossom release its fragrance? As they say, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first test them. Defeating Shen Yun is the destiny heaven has ordained for me. Filled with righteous passion, Shen Xiu's fighting spirit blazed fiercely once more. Oh! Venerable Biluo was stunned, not expecting Shen Xiu to apply her own teachings so readily, which saved her the trouble of comforting her. The great elder's face beamed with a healthy glow, looking as refreshed and energetic as if he had consumed some miraculous elixir. The disciples of the Shen family also shared in the glory. Shen Li proclaimed proudly, to think that back then I managed to hold out for 5 moves against Brother Yun. In stark contrast, the members of the Shangguan family looked as though they were mourning their parents. With Shen Yun as the chief examiner, how could they possibly survive? Granny Huangmu in particular nearly choked on her breath and fainted. Her entire body trembled violently, as if she were on the verge of suffering a chi deviation. Silence. Du Li stepped forward, her magnetic voice echoing throughout the area, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Only then did she turn to Shen Yun and said solemnly, Junior Brother Shen, please take charge of the situation. Shen Yun nodded and delivered his opening remarks. You have all traveled from afar to join the Guhong Sword Sect. Next I shall announce the details of the assessment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shen Yun showed no stage fright whatsoever. Every gesture of his was poised and orderly, and everyone listened intently to his speech. High in the sky, the law enforcement elder watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but nod in approval. This youth is destined to be the cornerstone of our sword sect's future. His worries regarding Shen Yun completely vanished as he turned and drifted away. The first round is ascending the heavenly staircase. The time limit for this assessment is half an hour. With a wave of Shen Yun's sleeve, the bluestone staircase before the mountain gate erupted with brilliant light, and 36 arrays began to operate under his control. The other disciples were just about to offer their assistance when they realized Shen Yun had already activated the staircase with effortless ease, deepening their reverence for him even further. Xiao Fan was also present. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but praise senior brother Shen. Not only possesses extraordinary alchemy skills, but is also well-versed in formations. His erudition is truly peerless. Shen Yun had never formally studied formations himself, but his father was a formation master. Having been exposed to it constantly, he naturally acquired some basic knowledge. As the light of the arrays stabilized, the space on the staircase began to warp, revealing faint transparent ripples resembling water waves. Towering ancient trees stood quietly along the path. As the spring breeze blew, falling leaves drifted onto the staircase, shattering into powder with a crisp crack. The numerous candidates held their breath, clearly witnessing the bizarre phenomenon on the staircase, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Begin. With the command given, everyone scrambled forward, ascending in single file. As soon as they stepped onto the staircase, a terrifying immense force pressed down on them, causing half of the candidates' knees to buckle, nearly sending them sprawling to the ground. What terrifying gravity! These youths were all elites of their respective families, possessing no shortage of pride. They considered themselves dragons among men, believing that joining the sword sect would be an effortless task. Yet at the very first trial, they found it difficult to even take a step, finally realizing what it meant to overestimate oneself. If you're slow, don't block the way. With a light shout, Shen Yun strode forward with her head held high, moving like the wind. Exuding an indomitable, fierce momentum, she appeared at the very front in the blink of an eye. Shangwan Mo strode upward in pursuit, his entire body trembling under the crushing gravity. Struggling with every step, he could only watch helplessly as Shen Yun pulled further and further ahead. Damn it! Shen Yun must be helping you from the shadows. What a corrupt hypocrite practicing favoritism. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, completely oblivious to the fact that he had done the exact same thing, displaying his double standards to the fullest. Shen Yun suddenly paused in her steps, turning back to glare at him, as she asked coldly, "Say that again." Provoked by her, Shangwan Mo bellowed on the spot, "You're just riding on someone else's coattails. So what if I say it again?" "Very well." Shen Yun turned and rushed downward, her majestic aura like a tiger, descending the mountain. With a whoosh, she appeared right in front of Shangwan Mo. Rui 100 Phases fist. Shen Yun unleashed a barrage of punches. Her tensed body exploded like a coiled spring as she poured every ounce of the cultivation she had painstakingly practiced for months, ruthlessly striking Shangwan Mo's face. "How dare you!" Shangwan Mo roared, putting on a brave front as his spiritual energy surged to retaliate. However, compared to Shen Yun, his speed was as slow as a crawling turtle. Crack! The sound of fracturing bone rang out. With a single punch, Shen Yun sent Shangwan Mo rolling down the steps like a tumbling gourd, crashing out of the staircase with a thud and collapsing onto the ground like a dead dog. "With your pathetic strength, how dare you mock Shen Yun?" Shen Yun looked down on him with a disdainful gaze, declaring loudly, "He is my strongest rival. Trash like you isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes." The sudden turn of events left everyone dazed. Witnessing this, Granny Huangmu's expression changed drastically, and the killing intent in her heart boiled instantly. "To dare openly strike someone during the assessment, I want you dead." Granny Huangmu let out a harsh, chilling shriek. Her frail, small body transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling ruthlessly toward Shen Yun. "Die." Her skeletal staff, shrouded in eerie energy, swung violently toward Shen Yun's head. Unleashing the full power of her late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, she seized this excuse to utterly obliterate her. "Is she trying to kill me?" Shen Yun felt a chill run through her entire body. As the skeletal staff drew closer, the shadow of death enveloped her, and fear surged in her heart. Swish! A sword chi as blue as the sky swept in, resembling the shimmering light on the sea's horizon, shielding Shen Yun from the outside world. The sinister grin was still plastered on Granny Huangmu's face when she suddenly felt a cold sensation in her right hand, followed immediately by an agonizing pain that assaulted her nerves. "Oh!" Granny Huangmu shrieked in agony, hastily grabbing her severed right hand and desperately casting Taoist arts in an attempt to reattach it. Yet no matter how many pills she frantically consumed, or how hard she gritted her teeth to cast spells, it was all in vain. This sword strike encompassed the creation and destruction of the 5 elements, completely severing the life force within her right hand, turning it entirely into a dead object. Shen Yun's entire body relaxed, feeling the immense relief of surviving a disaster. She stared blankly at the white-robed back before her, her heart filled with an inexpressible complexity. "The first time is a warning. Mark my words, there will not be a second." Shen Yun stood tall with his sword in hand, his indifferent voice echoing across the square. 10 miles of spring breeze, all things begin to sprout. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Granny Huangmu shivered all over, her arrogant demeanor completely vanished. Facing Shen Yun's penetrating gaze, she felt as though thorns were piercing her back. Too terrified to utter even a threatening word, she shuffled back to the corner like a walking corpse. As long as the rules do not forbid it, anything goes. The sword sect examination will never tolerate anyone disrupting it. Shen Yun looked around, and when his gaze met theirs, everyone lowered their heads, an intense sense of reverence rising within. What is authority? At this moment it was perfectly illustrated. It is the power to subjugate all. Those who can establish themselves in the cruel cultivation world are naturally outstanding individuals. What makes someone outstanding? He who understands the times is outstanding. 1,000 gentle words cannot match the peerless authority established by one sword strike, that severely wounded Granny Huangmu. I did not ask you to save me. Shen Xiu slowly activated the nether demon art as dark clouds enveloped his sea of qi. Coldly he said, just wait. I will defeat you completely sooner or later. He ascended the heavenly ladder again, his steps firm and powerful, surpassing one person after another ahead. Only one remained in front of him. A graceful figure, agile in movement like a fairy from a painting, peerlessly elegant. It was the mysterious ninth princess. She was but a step away from the sect entrance, yet she lingered, her glance stealing towards Shen Yun, specifically his right hand concealed within his sleeve. Why does the green gourd ring rest on his hand? The ninth princess's eyes flickered. That fleeting glimpse of the green ring exposed when Shen Yun wielded his sword had stirred a storm within her heart. This was meant for Yi Chun by fate. Without it, the latent dragon's destiny could never transform. The puzzle was finally solved, yet the ninth princess's confusion only deepened. For the first time, the future she had foreseen had altered. Shen Yun's expression shifted as he turned his head, his gaze meeting the ninth princess's bright eyes. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. Du Li noticed his unusual behavior and immediately asked, that is the ninth princess of Dezhou, is it not? Are you interested in her junior brother Shen? Xiao Fan's expression shifted. Seeing the peerlessly elegant ninth princess, he thought to himself, even heroes fall to beauty's trap. This ninth princess is indeed a stunning beauty worthy of senior brother Shen. The truth was the opposite of his thoughts. Upon feeling the ninth princess's gaze, an inexplicable revulsion surged within Shen Yun, as though someone sought to pry into the deepest secrets of his soul. This feeling had no origin, was even inexplicable, yet Shen Yun trusted his intuition. This sensation felt familiar. A flash of insight struck Shen Yun's mind, and he activated the qi gazing technique. Ringing like a celestial bell, his consciousness entered the deepest reaches of his sea of awareness, devoid of thought or emotion beyond joy or sorrow. The qi gazing technique ascended to an entirely new realm, and Shen Yun found himself once more in the same state of perception he had experienced when observing Yi Chen that day. All things in the world vanished from his sight, leaving only the faint glimpse of pure energy ascending to heaven and turbid energies settling to earth, the 3 pure and 9 turbid, forming a monochromatic scroll before him. Within his vision, human figures dissolved into swirling currents of energy, some strong, others weak, while one particularly brilliant current shone like a star in the heavens, radiating brilliance. What is this? Nearly at the level of the Tao itself, the qi gazing technique. The ninth princess's face underwent a dramatic transformation. Witnessing Shen Yun's profound gaze, an unprecedented sense of peril surged within her. Her hands moved in a blur as she chanted divine incantations, creating a concealed barrier that shielded everything like a drop in the vast ocean, unfathomable and untraceable. Shen Yun lost his target, and his consciousness gradually resurfaced. As the extraordinary state faded, his aura underwent violent transformation. Within the golden sea of awareness, lightning flashed and thunder roared, winds howled and rain poured. A scene akin to the creation of heaven and earth. Crack. Breaking through his constraints, the sea of awareness continuously expanded, his divine sense surging at an unprecedented pace until it extended 30 li in every direction before gradually stabilizing. Shen Yun drew a deep breath as his divine sense broke through once more. His thoughts grew sharper, and soon he connected the cause and effect of everything that had transpired. Yi Chun and the ninth princess shared a deep connection, both intimately tied to that mysterious fortune. The two anomalies in the qi gazing technique were undoubtedly linked to them as well. Shen Yun observed the ninth princess, who appeared as though facing a formidable enemy, and murmured to himself, how interesting. It seems she must know many secrets. The ninth princess stood motionless upon the heavenly ladder, unmoving for an extended period. Those behind her continuously surpassed her, bewildered by her actions. Only as the examination time neared its end did the ninth princess seem to awaken from her trance, stepping onto the final stair. The first round is over. As the announcement spread, those on the steps showed reluctance to stop, while those who reached the summit wore expressions of joy. When the results were announced, the first round eliminated 90% of the contestants, leaving only about 1,000 remaining. The sect entrance was now within reach. Gazing upon the scenery of the sword sect, the remaining contestants rubbed their hands in anticipation, awaiting the next round. The second round tests comprehension. Shen Yun met their eager gazes and spoke calmly, I will now demonstrate a sword technique. Those who grasp its fundamentals within 2 hours will pass the examination directly. Those who perform exceptionally will bypass the rank of servant disciples and enter the outer sect directly. Upon hearing this requirement, the crowd could not help but whisper among themselves. Testing only a single Tao technique risks giving an unfair advantage to those who have studied it beforehand. Each person's spiritual root attributes differ, as well, making this arrangement fundamentally unjust. Though many harbored grievances, they restrained themselves. With Granny Huangmu's example serving as a cautionary tale, no one dared to challenge the arrangement. Du Li hesitated, also feeling this examination was somewhat unreasonable. Xiao Fan shook his head and said calmly, trust senior brother Shen. He must have carefully considered this before acting. Shen Yun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "This is a newly created attribute-less sword technique I just invented. Watch closely, for I will only demonstrate it once." Hearing this, the voices of doubt fell silent instantly. Since it was an original creation, naturally no one had studied it, and the rumors collapsed without evidence. Senior brother Shen's talent is truly formidable. Creating a sword technique at the foundation establishment stage is rare, even in the sword sect's history. We have the opportunity to learn this sword technique today. This trip has truly been worthwhile. Senior brother Shen's willingness to share his self-created sword technique with the world shows an unmatched magnanimity. The sword sect disciples held their breath, their expressions profoundly serious, daring not to miss a single detail. Shen Yun wielded the 7 stars dragon abyss, his footsteps moving in rapid succession, ethereal and transcendent, like an immortal inebriated. The 7 stars dragon abyss transformed into a rainbow, its blue blade merging seamlessly with the sky, carving out a profound and peerless composition. This sword strike carried the vigor and ambition of youth, playing a melody of immortal cultivation's pursuit, its lingering echoes resonating endlessly. Only when Shen Yun sheathed his sword did the crowd emerge from their trance, entranced and enraptured. Dugu Li's eyes sparkled as he asked excitedly, "Junior brother Shen, what is the name of this sword technique?" Shen Yun stood with his sword drawn. The spirit of youth is like a song, never abandoning aspirations, reaching the clouds. "I named this sword technique Shen Yun." The sword fell with a gust of wind and rain. The arts were complete, and even ghosts and gods shed tears. Only then did the crowd understand why Shen Yun, barely of age, could preside over the sword sect's trials. Those advancing to the second round were all youths of Tianlan Prefecture, who among them had not cultivated a few peerless sword arts. Shen Yun may first glitter brilliantly, yet it is by no means inferior to these sword arts. It will surely be passed down for 100 generations. The tiger's form is not yet set in stone, but it already exudes the aura of feasting on cattle. The Shen Yun sword technique is worthy to be inscribed in the sword pavilion. I hear Mo Feiyu of the Yinyang sect created a star-shattering blade exalted on the altar of the gods, but there are always stronger men. He and Shen Yun are as different as clouds and mud. In Taibai Prefecture's Tianjin sect always seeks to seize the title of Sword King. Now Shen Yun has arisen surely to strike down their arrogance and raise the glory of the sword sect. The sword sect disciples' faces flushed with pride, as if they could glimpse the sect's dominance over Tianjin sect and Yinyang sect. The 3 great sects, all among the North Desolate's top powers, sit side by side and compete with one another. In recent years, the sword sect has risen steadily. Guhong's sword sovereign's influence looms, threatening to eclipse the other 2 sect masters. If Shen Yun's feats spread, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, pushing the sword sect to new heights. The trials continued, and contestants studied the Shen Yun sword technique with concentration. Damn it, how could there be such a question? Shen Xiu felt an intense ache inside. The thought of having to learn Shen Yun's sword method made his whole body crawl, accompanied by sharp spiritual torment. This person is truly gifted. To be so young and create a sword technique is rare, even in ancient times. Venerable Bai Luo felt a surge of emotion. Even with her discerning eyes, the Shen Yun sword technique was flawless, and with Shen Yun's realm breakthrough and a bit more refinement, it would surely bloom with unmatched radiance. By contrast, Shen Xiu is like a block of wood. Who knows when the 9 nether spirit body will mature? Bai Luo Zun's gaze was sly, her mind calculating a brand new plan to hasten maturation. "I will defeat you with your own sword technique." Shen Xiu remained unaware, stubbornly practicing the Shen Yun sword technique, muttering to himself as he trained. "This person is too extraordinary, but we must not face him head-on. If we want to reclaim the Qingulu ring, we must seek another path." Ninth Princess' eyes flickered. She decided to seek an opportunity to approach Shen Yun first. She drew a slender blue-green sword from nowhere and began practicing the Shen Yun sword technique. From the first move, she showed poised, graceful movements, her blade dancing like a dragon, displaying exceptional wit. This woman not only has foundation establishment cultivation, but her comprehension is also superb. She is truly not someone to be trifled with. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, her relation with Yi Chun is likely not simple. Someone like her cannot be a mere white lotus. "I have entered the Shen Yun sword technique. Please, elder brother, appraise it." Ninth Princess approached, her tone gentle. The moment the words fell, sword sect disciples turned to look astonished. In just 2 quarters, this Ninth Princess has such profound perception. Dugu Li's eyes held strange light as she too studied the Shen Yun sword technique, intending to reach the entry gate. Xiao Fan looked up at the Ninth Princess and thought inwardly, "No wonder Master Shen Yun pays attention to her. This girl is truly extraordinary. No need for such theatrics. Your 3rd practice has already glimpsed the path." Shen Yun's expression remained calm. Then he said pointedly, "Your blade carries too much dusk, a weariness that seems to see through the world. It does not suit this sword technique." Hearing this, the Ninth Princess's face stiffened as if seen through. Her voice trembled. "Thank you for your guidance. I shall take your words to heart." Shen Yun waved a hand. Wait here for a while, someone will escort you into the sect soon. The ninth princess bowed gracefully and stepped aside to wait. 2 hours slipped by in silence, and the entry to the sect assessment concluded. Some rejoiced, some sighed. Those who failed wore dark expressions and left sword sect unwillingly. He was still laughing, while others quietly departed. The new disciples come with me into the sect. Shen Yun did not bother to spare a glance at him, guiding everyone through the mountain gate. A few Shen family disciples passed the assessment, and those with discerning eyes arranged lodgings for them immediately. Ninth princess followed closely behind, her eyes flashing with an inscrutable color. Outside the mountain gate, the crowd of participants gradually dispersed. Old Madame Araki stood in a corner watching the Shangwan family return in neat order, her already wan face growing paler. Coincidentally, their faces were equally pale, their gazes wandering, as if disaster loomed. Old Madame Araki spoke coldly. Why were you all eliminated? Did Shen Yun, that little scoundrel, strike again? One Shangwan disciple shook his head, the skin on his face pale, like flour, stammering, Dongjun has died. What? Old Madame Araki let out a scream, her eyes skewed, mouth twisted, body trembling, as if struck by a stroke. She roared hysterically, what nonsense are you saying? Dongjun is a genius with celestial root, a cultivator of the sword sect's inner gate. How could he be dead? I just heard from a sword sect disciple that Dongjun and Shen Yun fought on Tianfa platform. Shen Yun proved superior, and Dongjun perished through battle. Tui. Old Madame Araki sprayed blood, her face turning from white to red, as if a life old and new flashed before her, seemingly about to die far from home. Old Madame Araki. The crowd rushed to support her, healing pills and techniques poured in, finally, pulling her back from the brink. Return to the clan, I must personally report to the clan master. The old woman Araki's voice was thin, her face pale as paper after the revival. Seeing this, others did not delay, dispatching spiritual boats to hurry back. The Shangwan family is located in the center of Songlong Mountain, encircled by mountains and water with abundant spiritual energy. Their territory far surpasses the Shun and Su families. In recent years, the clan head Shangwan Xuanli ruled with a firm hand, crafting strict clan rules of reward and punishment. The capable rise, the dull fall, purging the stubborn old factions, and the whole family flourished. A mind as deep as the sea, a smile that hides a knife's edge. Shangwan Xin not only schemes with unmatched cunning, but also leads from the front, sweeping across the land and laying a vast foundation. In the heart of the mountains and forests, a clear lake sparkles. Through the mist and blue waves lies a secluded island, the Shangwan ancestral land. In the grand hall, numerous Shangwan elders gathered, standing tall. Above the 33 steps hung a painting of a tiger descending from the mountains. Shangwan Xin stood with his hands behind his back, presiding over the weekly clan meeting. The hall had no chairs. Everyone wore stern expressions, and talk and action were swift and efficient, reflecting a style of stern discipline. Report. Old Madame Araki returned with great news to report to the clan master. At once a report arrived. Shangwan Xian remained calm and said, let her in. With his words, the frail old Madame Araki staggered in. The people's faces shifted, a faint sense of ominous foreboding rising among them. Report to the clan master, Dongjun has fallen. This statement plunged the great hall into an icy, grave disbelief, filled every face, followed by a surge of murderous intent, as if a pack of cold wolves sought to tear apart all foes. Shangwan Xian's expression remained unmoved, as if entering a state of absolute calm, and he asked slowly, what happened? Araki's face burned with hatred. It was Shen Yun. He became an inner disciple of the sword sect and killed Dongjun on Tianfa platform. With those words, the roof nearly buckled from the roar. Kill. We must kill all of the Shen family, leave none alive. Dare to harm Dongjun, I will skin Shen Yun alive and flay his sinews, torment his soul day and night. No, this alone will not appease our wrath. Strip the Shen family of cultivation and send them to the mines to suffer and die. These voices grew harsher, each calling for brutal punishments to be meted out. At the far left stood a white-haired old man beneath a huge black pennant, thick smoke curling around him. His voice was the harshest, intent on throwing the Shen family's souls into the pennant, never to be reborn. Silence. Shangwan Xian barked, and all fell silent, obedience absolute. As Araki said, Shen Yun holds a high position in the sword sect. We cannot touch him for now. Shangwan Xian's tone remained steady, unshaken by anger. He turned to the elder beneath the black pennant and said solemnly, let Elder Shangwan Hao intervene, contact the Yinyang sect and Tianjin sect, and reveal the secrets of Tianwei Mountain. Gazing at the Shun family's potential resurgence, Shangwan Xian resolved to strike. He would even surrender treasures to others if it meant turning Shun family upside down. Rest assured, clan master, I will make the Shun family pay in blood. Shangwan Hao bowed his head and departed. Once all orders were sent out, everyone left the great hall. Shangwan Xian's expression grew grim, with murderous intent. Dongjun was his most cherished son. Shen family, you all must die. Before one wave could settle, another rose. The great battle at the heavenly punishment platform had just ended when scenes from the entry examination spread throughout the sword sect. A foundation establishment cultivator creating their own sword technique. Surely they're merely grandstanding. Many intersect disciples expressed disbelief. This group possessed remarkable insight and understood the immense difficulty of forging a novel sword technique. Accumulation over time and gradual gathering of sand into a tower were still far from sufficient. Without that spark of spiritual inspiration, even a golden core grand cultivator could not create a refinement path technique. Upon witnessing the Azure Cloud Sword art, all skepticism ceased, abruptly replaced by awe at Shen Yun's unconstrained brilliance. I believe the nascent soul true Lord created the Azure Cloud Sword art. Junior brother Shen is truly a transcendent genius. There is no denying it. This is the true measure of reaching the 5th level of the 7 Mystic Tower. Perhaps in a few years he shall be promoted to a true disciple. At the next intersect competition, he will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. We shall wait and see. As the sword sect erupted into heated debate, a rumor sent shockwaves through the ranks. Zhou had invited Shen Yun to Zixia Grotto Heaven for a Taoist discourse. Deep within the Zixia Grotto Heaven stood a rugged mountain piercing the azure, heavens majestic, as the ancestor of all peaks towering amid the surrounding ranges. Halfway up the mountainside lay an enormous cave opening 30 zhang high, leading directly into the heart of the massive peak. After passing through the lengthy passage, the view suddenly opened up into a hidden paradise. A vast space bathed in brilliant light, as clear as daylight. At the center of the light source stood a towering sacred tree rooted in 5-colored spiritual soil, its millions of leaves swaying gently and emitting a soft white radiance. This was the legendary first grotto heaven, the cultivation ground for true disciples and intersect elders. Above the tree crown floated 36 mysterious light masses like the legendary Tiangang stars. Upon closer inspection, they were actually ethereal portals leading to true grotto heaven worlds. Within the topmost portal lay a vast ocean with azure waters beneath a boundless blue sky and clouds stretching wide across the horizon. Before the golden beach sat a black-clad youth facing the sea, his features unremarkable, resembling the common folk. Seeing him was like seeing all living beings. The Buddha has no fixed form, a form arises from the mind. He was the sword sect's foremost true disciple, the peerless prodigy who had reached the 5th level of the 7 Mystic Tower, Zhou. Behind him stood a carefree man with disheveled hair, a wine gourd in hand, occasionally yawning with a languid smile playing on his face. I never expected you to invite someone proactively. Truly a case of the sun rising in the west. The languid youth took a long draught from the gourd, drew the wooden sword from his back, and performed an elegant flourish. Then a green lotus emerged from beneath the blade, legendary sword, Qi taking tangible form. Zhou eyes remained closed as a deep voice resonated without him speaking. He is a being beyond the ordinary. Sichifeng, you will understand one day. Upon hearing this, Sichifeng smiled indifferently. I have no interest in 6th or 7th transformation golden cores. A good flask of wine and a long sword by my side. This life is enough. Zhou did not argue. Every person had their own path. Who said that immersing oneself completely in the sword could not lead to enlightenment? Could singing and drinking not be a form of cultivation? Among the sword sect disciples before this, only Sichifeng held half his regard. Beyond that, even the second true disciple Zhao Tianhan was not worth his attention. Shen Yun, however, was the only one worthy of his serious consideration. The Azure Cloud Sword art could only be created by one with an ultimate pursuit of the Tao. Zhou stated this unequivocally. Though they had never met, he already regarded Shen Yun as a kindred spirit. Those who know me speak of my heart's sorrow, those who do not know me ask what I seek. His only pursuit was the utmost extreme of the Tao. Upon seeing the Azure Cloud Sword art, he knew Shen Yun was such a person as well. Sichifeng raised an eyebrow with interest. To make a Tao fanatic like you so certain, I suddenly wish to meet this junior brother Shen. Jinwutai Peak Disciple Quarters. Shen Yun had packed everything and prepared to move to Zixia Grotto Heaven in a couple of days. In his hand was a black umbrella, its ribs gleaming with dark luster, and its canopy patterned with star designs. The Luotian umbrella he had seized from Shangwan Dongjun. Spirit treasures possess a unique spiritual resonance that magical artifacts lack. Shen Yun studied it for a moment, recalling the legendary artifact spirits of old. The Azure Dragon Ring should be a spirit treasure that has given birth to an artifact spirit. Shen Yun casually stored the Luotian umbrella in his sea of consciousness. Since his divine sense had broken through, he could store magical artifacts there simply by reconsecrating them, which saved considerable trouble. These past few days had not been wasted. Thanks to the Enforcement Elder's promise, he had learned various 5 elements Tao techniques, and integrated his insights into the 5 elements Samsara technique, achieving substantial progress. The completion of the foundation establishment section is not far off. When that happens, my foundation shall advance further. Shen Yun intended to head to the scripture pavilion. As he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw the 9th princess approaching gracefully, as though she had foreseen his appearance at this very moment. Senior brother Shen, might I speak with you in private? The ninth princess said softly. Her autumn water-like eyes shimmered with an enchanting power that seemed to pierce straight into one's soul. Shen Yun pondered for a moment, curious about her secrets, and slowly replied, very well. Just then Yi Chen appeared quietly with a pleasant expression, about to greet them, but noticed the ninth princess leading Shen Yun away. Ninth princess, where are you two going? Yi Chen's expression stiffened. In his memory, the ninth princess never showed any courtesy to other men, and what he was witnessing filled him with a sense of foreboding. The ninth princess glanced at him without a trace of emotion. Senior brother Shen and I have matters to discuss. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face darkened considerably, feeling as though a green light had descended upon his head. He forced a cheerful smile. I see. Then I won't disturb you further. With my half-ruined constitution, what chance do I have against senior brother Shen? He laughed bitterly to himself, turned, and hurried away, his figure radiating desolation. Shen Yun glanced at him meaningfully. When fortune fades, does affection change too? You're truly pragmatic. Hearing these words, the ninth princess paused, sighing. Nothing escapes senior brother Shen. My petty schemes seem like showing off axes before Master Liu Ban. Shen Yun had no patience for her subtle hints, and asked directly, speak plainly. What do you want from me? The ninth princess removed the white veil from her face, revealing a breathtaking beauty. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters. Even the most gifted painter could not capture such unparalleled grace. Would senior brother Shen be willing to be my friend? The ninth princess spoke with unusual gentleness, and combined with her peerless beauty, it was difficult to refuse. Shen Yun remained unmoved, his tone turning cold. Do not test my patience. The last person who tried manipulative tricks against me is already on the road to the underworld. Meeting his gaze, the ninth princess's heart trembled. She sensed Shen Yun's sincerity and knew he would never be swayed by external forces. If she hoped to retrieve the green gourd ring, she would likely meet the same fate as Shangwan Dongjun. Since the green gourd ring has come into senior brother Shen's hands, it must be destiny. The ninth princess took a deep breath and revealed a tremendous secret. The fortune treasure of the medicine Immortal Valley, the Azure Dragon Ring, is now in the Tianwei Mountains. Those 3 words jolted him awake as if from a dream. Upon hearing Tianwei Mountain, a flash of inspiration struck Shen Yun's mind. Master has stayed at Tianwei Mountain for so many years. It must be for the Azure Dragon Ring. Shen Yun's thoughts suddenly cleared. Recalling the landscape painting Fang Tianyi had given him before departing, a vague suspicion stirred in his heart. Not only his talent, but his temperament as well. Both are of the finest caliber. Allying with him would be a masterstroke indeed. Observing Shen Yun's inscrutable expression, the ninth princess found her thoughts beginning to stir. Shen Yun roused himself from his reverie and asked, what is a destiny treasure? Hearing his question, the ninth princess held nothing back and began to recount everything in measured tones. Fate is like a great river, vast and unceasing. Mortals are but solitary boats drifting upon its waters, able only to go with the current, for coming and going are both predestined. Countless souls have sought to defy the heavens and alter their fate, yet those who succeed are rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even those who manage to stir the slightest ripple are already extraordinary beings. A destiny treasure grants you the power to shift the very currents of the river of fate. After listening to her words, Shen Yun knitted his brow and roughly grasped her meaning. In other words, the Azure Dragon Ring can suppress destiny and grant one the possibility of changing their fate. Shen Yun pressed further. The ninth princess nodded and said softly, precisely. Once the Azure Dragon Ring acknowledges its master, boundless possibilities will unfold in the future. At this point, she gazed deeply at Shen Yun. She had previously speculated that he too possessed a destiny treasure, which was why Yi Chen's fortune had shifted. Yet now it seemed that was not the case at all. Belief begets existence, disbelief begets nothingness. Regardless of what fate truly holds, so long as one possesses the strength to overcome all obstacles, one shall still reach the distant shore. Shen Yun's Tao heart remained utterly unshaken. Neither fate nor fortune held much weight in his eyes. At most they were but tools for acquiring power. If senior brother Shen intends to go to Tianwei Mountain, I would gladly lend you my aid. The ninth princess volunteered without hesitation. As for Yi Chun and his ilk, she had already written them off as expendable pawns. Shen Yun shook his head and replied without a moment's thought. I thank you for the intelligence you have provided, but I won't trouble you to help. This woman's intentions were unclear, and her ways deeply mysterious. He would never place his trust in her lightly. The ninth princess's expression faltered. No one had ever treated her with such cold indifference before. Today she had truly witnessed something new, and an odd feeling stirred within her heart. Just then a languid youth carrying a gourd came riding upon the wind, and slowly descended before the two of them. You must be junior brother Shen Yun. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Situ Feng. His clear resonant voice rang out. Shen Yun turned toward the sound, then cupped his fist in greeting, and said, Senior brother Situ has come to visit. May I know what business brings you here? Situ Feng observed him for a moment, then murmured, You two really do bear a striking resemblance. No wonder Zhu Wushan speaks of you in such glowing terms. Pausing, he said with a serious expression, I originally came simply to meet my junior brother, but now I find myself wishing to cross swords with you as friends. I wonder what your thoughts are on the matter. His demeanor was entirely natural and candid, possessing an effortless carefree elegance of one who followed his heart's desire. Sensing his sincerity, Shen Yun smiled serenely and replied, It would be my humble wish, though I hardly dared presume to ask. Having spent half a year at the sword sect, he had heard of the great names of several true disciples. They say Situ Feng is free-spirited and uninhibited, acting without regard for trivialities. Meeting him today, the rumors proved to be no exaggeration. The other had come bearing goodwill, and Shen Yun returned that goodwill in equal measure. Your attitude toward me just now certainly wasn't this warm. The ninth princess felt deeply vexed. Recalling the cold glare he had fixed her with earlier, then looking at the unkempt Situ Feng beside him, she wondered whether her own charm was on the decline. The duel proceeded without drama. Both men suppressed their cultivation to the first layer of foundation establishment, pitting their sword techniques against each other in pure contest. Situ Feng wielded a wooden sword, his form flowing like a dragon, his blade arcing like a rainbow. The Tai Lingmu sword art unfolded with breathtaking mastery, each movement imbued with an effortless grace. Shen Yun raised his sword to parry, also employing the Tai Lingmu sword art. His movements were fluid and natural, embodying the Tao of nature itself, dissolving every one of his opponent's strikes with ease. Exhilarating. Situ Feng suddenly withdrew his sword, raised his gourd for a hearty drink, then issued an invitation. Would junior brother care to accompany me to the Zixia cave heaven for a chat? That fellow Ju Wushan has probably been waiting quite a while now. His face beamed with admiration. Having witnessed Shen Yun's swordsmanship, he felt the pang of meeting too late. Shen Yun stood with sword in hand and shook his head. I still have matters unfinished. I can only thank senior brother for his kind intentions. Situ Feng chuckled lightly. No matter. Come whenever you are free, junior brother. My door is always open. A moment later, amidst laughter and conversation, Situ Feng drifted away in elegant repose. The ninth princess appeared thoughtful, then said quietly, Could it be that senior brother Shen simply doesn't trust me? At least you're aware of it. The thought flashed through Shen Yun's mind, but he replied in measured tones, I'm accustomed to going my own way. I thank you for your kind intentions, junior sister. The intelligence she had provided was valuable, and he would repay her in due time. But beyond that, he wanted no entanglement with her whatsoever. This person is truly cautious. I shall have to take my time and bide my opportunity. The inheritance of the Star Palace must not be lost. Seeing that her advances were getting her nowhere, the ninth princess had no choice but to abandon her efforts. One who curries favor without cause is either a thief or a rogue. Shen Yun never once let down his guard. Seeing that she no longer pressed him, he set off to return to the Shen family. Songlong Mountain, within the Demon Beast Forest. Shangguan Hao wore a white mask and was draped in a voluminous black robe, his aura wavering ethereally, his identity perfectly concealed. Swish, swish. Moments later, two piercing sounds tore through the air, almost simultaneously shattering the jungle's tranquility. So you're the one who has been secretly sending messages to the Yinyang sect. Truly a coward who hides his head and shows only his tail. A man brimming with murderous intent hovered in the void. He appeared to be in his 30s with a tiger-like build and bear-like shoulders. His breathing was imperceptible and black demonic energy swirled around him, radiating the chilling presence of a cold-blooded killer. How dare you use the Heavenly Sword sect as a tool? You certainly have some nerve. If you cannot give a satisfactory explanation today, I will make you bleed out within 5 paces of where you stand. The other stood atop a purple flying sword, his gaze empty and distant, his features cold and detached. His aura was sharper than any divine blade itself. Merely looking upon him evoked the sensation of one's throat being slit. Shangguan Hao's entire body tensed as he felt the crushing pressure bearing down upon him like the heavens themselves. Feng Qisha Zhang Zijian. The two great sects have indeed sent their true disciples. Shangguan Hao steadied himself and began to compose his response. That mask of yours is truly an eyesore. Feng Qisha, growing impatient, struck without warning. Utterly silent, utterly complete. Audacious. Even sensing the opponent's void core cultivation, he took the initiative to attack. A blood-colored demonic blade materialized across the sky as he unleashed the Southern Dipper 6 blades. The blade had not yet arrived, yet the soul was severed first. This strike embodied the true essence of the Tao of slaughter, immeasurably more formidable than that of the lesser 7 killings cultivator. The mere overflow of its aura was enough to slay any foundation establishment cultivator, and it descended viciously toward Shangguan Hao's head. The reason the lesser 7 killings cultivator bore the word lesser in his name was precisely because of Feng Qisha's existence. So long as Feng Qisha lived, he could only live in submission. What terrifying blade art! Shangguan Hao's expression changed dramatically. He stomped his right foot, and his form shot backward in retreat, daring not to face the attack head-on. Ryup! His black sleeve was instantly torn apart, and the demonic blade left a deep wound upon his arm. A single strike had wounded Shangguan Hao, The invincible majesty of the demonic path sent chills through all who beheld it. You run rather fast. It seems you aren't entirely a useless rat after all. Feng Qisha stood with hands at his sides, arrogance soaring to the heavens. Just as Shang Wanhao was about to exhale in relief, he caught sight of Zhang Zijin stirring to act, and his face changed drastically. Please, the two of you hold your hands. I will tell you everything I know. Speak. Zhang Zijin's voice rang with absolute authority, and within the depths of his gaze it seemed as though divine swords themselves were thrusting forth. Sword intent. Shang Wanhao's frame shuddered violently, as piercing pain shot through his entire body. He cried out repeatedly, I have a jade slip left behind by Master Mudong before his death as proof. The treasure lies within the Shen family. The instant his words fell, the sword intent silently receded. Shang Wanhao looked like a dog dragged from the water. His black robes were utterly soaked with sweat. Under the oppressive gazes of the two men, he produced a jade slip and channeled his spiritual power into it. Dong. A withered, aged figure materialized in the void. A moment later, a hoarse voice echoed forth. This old one spent 60 years at last uncovering clues to that treasure. Yet alas, my lifespan was nearing its end, my combat power reduced to a fraction of what it once was. I fell at the hands of Shun Changkong, meeting the fate of a candle guttering into its final flicker. Those who come after, should you wish to obtain the treasure, you will inevitably face the Shen family. May you avenge for me this debt of blocking my Dao. Upon hearing these words, Feng Qisha and Zhang Zijin both changed color, the shock within their hearts refusing to settle for a long time. Master Mudong had been a great cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, boundless in magical power, vast in divine abilities. For even him to covet this treasure spoke volumes of its preciousness. Truly a heaven-sent blessing. Anyone who dares compete with me for this treasure shall die. Feng Qisha lifted his head and locked gazes with Zhang Zijin. Violent sparks erupted in the air between them. Go! Without a moment's pause, the two activated their extreme movement techniques and sped toward Tianwei Mountain. Meanwhile, an army of cultivators numbering 10,000 strong rapidly approached the Shun family's ancestral lands. The one leading them was none other than Shang Wanxian, his expression dark and grim. Upon receiving Shang Wanhao's transmission, the killing intent within his heart began to boil. These past days he had reflected deeply. There already existed an irreconcilable enmity between them and the Shen family. Better to strike first and seize the initiative. As for Shen Yun, he would take matters into his own hands. Should the opportunity arise, he would cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Shang Wanxian said in a low voice, Huangmu, have the messages been dispatched? Granny Huangmu replied solemnly, please rest assured, clan leader. Those Void Core families are every one of them wolves in greed. They will not pass up such a golden opportunity. They should be arriving soon. Excellent. Proceed according to plan from here on. A frigid glint flashed in Shang Wanxian's eyes as he said coldly, move out. Follow me to flatten the Shun family. Ever since Shen Yun became a disciple of the sword sect, Shen Pingxing's status had risen steadily. The Grand Elder personally arranged for him to reside at Piaomiao Peak. Joy lifts the spirit. A buoyant Shen Pingxing seized the momentum to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. His mastery of Array Dao advanced by leaps and bounds, and he could now lay down first-grade superior spirit formations. Shen Pingxing's talent was buried all these years. Had he entered the main branch earlier, he might well have reached foundation establishment by now. Like father, like son, the old fellow is no slouch either. You have to admire that. I heard the Supreme Elder intends to take Shen Pingxing as his disciple. Truly, when one man ascends, his whole household rides the clouds. Shen Pingxing became the talk of countless disciples and earned himself the nickname Old Prodigy. His prestige knew no bounds. At the summit of Piaomiao Peak lay a blessed cave heaven rich in spiritual energy, the sacred dojo of Supreme Elder Shen Changkong. Shen Pingxing sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, palms facing skyward. As he breathed in and out, vast currents of spiritual energy surged through his meridians. A fine seedling indeed. Shen Changkong nodded, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his aged features. Just days ago, when the Grand Elder delivered the news, he had taken Shen Pingxing as a disciple without hesitation, hoping it would deepen Shen Yun's sense of belonging to the family. To his astonishment, Shen Pingxing's comprehension proved exceptional. In merely 3 days, he had stepped through the threshold of the profound gold unity art-of-feet that left even the Supreme Elder marveling. Shen Yun also possessed 3 spiritual roots. Could Shen Pingxing harbor some hidden potential as well? Shen Changkong was somewhat taken aback. Judging by Shen Pingxing's current progress, he could challenge foundation establishment within 10 years. A true celestial blossom indeed. At that very instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Terrifying waves of force surged outward like swelling tides, each crest higher than the last. What has happened? Why has the mountain protection formation suddenly activated? Shen Changkong's expression flickered between wariness and suspicion. A premonition of grave events stirred within him. Just as he rose to investigate, a familiar aura swept toward him. Immense, razor-sharp, overbearingly domineering, and saturated with murderous intent. Shen Changkong, come out and fight. The thunderous roar detonated through the air like a landslide, reverberating across all of Piaomiao Peak. Shen Changkong's countenance darkened. With a single motion his body became a streak of golden light, and in the blink of an eye he materialized high in the 9 heavens. Shangwan Xian, what do you want here? Shen Changkong's voice rumbled like muffled thunder, scattering the rosy clouds across the sky. The full power of his golden core cultivation erupted unchecked, rippling outward into the distant void. Shangwan Xian stood utterly still, his spine ramrod straight, his great hands empty. It was as though he needed no divine weapons or dharma treasures to rout every foe before him. To live long while refusing to die is to be a thief. The Shen clan's fortune has run its course. Perish alongside it. Shangwan Xian wasted no further words. He struck with devastating force, charging forward with the momentum of a tiger descending upon its prey, battling across the heavens, and the earth sweeping horizontally through the boundless sky. Shen Changkong's expression hardened. His hands traced mystic arcs, and a colossal golden bell soared from above his crown. With a single tremor, it condensed 9 layers of law force shields, hurtling headlong into a direct collision with Shangwan Xian. Boom. In the span of a breath, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Howling gales, flashing lightning, and peals of thunder rent the air. Flying demonic beasts plummeted from the sky, like dumplings tumbling into a pot. Shen Changkong's brows knit slightly. His divine sense detected the army massed beyond Piaomiao Peak, yet his heart remained undisturbed. The Shen clan's 7 great peaks were each shielded by protective formations, occupying advantageous terrain that was easily defended, yet difficult to assault. Even though the Shangwan clan possessed greater strength, daring to breach these gates would only lead to their own annihilation. Heaven destroys those it would ruin by first driving them mad. It seems Shangwan Dongjuan's death has addled his wits. Shen Changkong faced the peril with unshaken composure. His cultivation was on par with Shangwan Xian's. Once the Shangwan army's assault faltered, this crisis would collapse of its own accord. You wish to stall? Then I shall play along with you. Shangwan Xian seemed to have foreseen this long ago, murmuring inwardly, the nails I planted over so many years should now serve their purpose. At last I have returned to Songlong Mountain. Shen Yun gazed at the familiar mountain range ahead and accelerated his flight. Moments later his face suddenly shifted as his divine sense detected something amiss. Golden Core Realm. In the distant void, 2 awe-inspiring forces clashed again and again. So many foreign cultivators. Could the Shen clan be facing an enemy? Shen Yun pushed his speed to the limit. A moment later he arrived at Piaomiao Peak and noticed the army had yet to launch its assault, as though waiting for something. As I suspected, the Shangwan clan. Shen Yun employed the Qi concealment art to mask his aura. His divine sense caught the presence of Witchwood matriarch, and he swiftly formed his assessment. Figures milled in countless numbers. The Shangwan army was clad in spirit armor, wielding dharma swords mounted atop massive storm wolves the size of water buffaloes. They awaited but a single word from Shangwan Hao before storming into the Shen compound. Witchwood matriarch cackled wickedly. Today marks the day the Shen clan perishes. I shall torment every last kin of that little bastard Shen Yun unto death. Shangwan Hao's gaze burned with savage cruelty. His voice was ice. Let no one escape. My 10,000 souls banner hungers for new spirits. Slaughter the entire Shen clan. Spare not even the chickens and dogs. The Shangwan cultivators roared in unison, every one of them wolves thirsting for blood poised at the brink. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes. Far from being provoked by their words, he grew ever more composed. The reason they haven't attacked must be the mountain protection formation. The Shen clan possessed 7 peaks in total, each personally inscribed by Golden Core Array Masters with the 7 stars grand formation. The peaks resonated with one another, forming a fortress as unyielding as solid gold, more than sufficient to withstand a Golden Core assault. To shatter the 7 stars grand formation, all 7 array eyes would have to be destroyed, an almost impossible feat. Unless there's a mole within. Shen Yun immediately thought of Shen Hong. He raced toward Tianwei Mountain, while simultaneously contacting Elder Ming via a transmission talisman. Why have you returned at a time like this? Elder Ming arrived at the appointed location and guided Shen Yun into the formation. There's no time to explain. Take me to the formation's core first. Shen Yun's expression was grave. Follow me. Elder Ming dared not treat this lightly, and immediately led the way. Behind the scripture pavilion lay a concealed underground altar. Upon its jade-white platform dense runes interwove. 7 concentric spirit formations radiated a halo of azure treasure light. Leave the rest to me, Elder Ming. Find somewhere safe and rest for a moment. Shen Yun resolved to lie in wait. So long as the final array I remained, the great formation would hold unbreakable. Understood. Take care. Elder Ming's faith in him was absolute, and he departed without a shred of hesitation. Shen Yun vaulted into the air, landing on a nearby cliff. He leaned against a towering cliff-edge cypress and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. After roughly a quarter of an hour, he detected 2 furtive figures, none other than the duo of Shen Hong and Shen Feng. Colluding scoundrels true to form. A pity they didn't come to the sword sect this time, but no matter. I'll send them on their way now. Shen Yun's gaze was fathomless, the eyes of a hunter lying in careful ambush. He would wait only for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. Shen Hong made his way to the altar with practiced ease, his expression placid as he declared, "I have long since laid the groundwork for the other 6 peaks. The moment Tianwei Peak is uprooted, the Shun clan will be destroyed by my hand." Previously, with Feng Tianyi stationed here, he had not dared to extend his reach to this place. As for the other 6 peaks, he had long since arranged everything. Shen Feng moved like a walking corpse. The thought of personally annihilating the Shun clan stirred a bitter tangle of emotions within him, and whatever remained of his conscience began to stir awake. Observing his expression, Shen Hong chuckled softly. "Everything you desire the Shangguan clan can provide, and they can avenge your father as well. What is there to hesitate about?" Shen Feng raised his head, his voice hoarse. "So you were a spy for the Shangguan clan from the very start? That's none of your concern." Shen Hong clapped his hands unhurriedly. "It's not just the Shangguan clan. Even void core families from Songlong Mountain and even the true disciples of the 2 great sects have come." As his words fell, he advanced step by step toward the array, like a soul-binding specter. Shen Heng's expression twisted into ferocious savagery. "Today the Shen clan shall turn to ash and smoke by my hand. Go!" Shen Heng's great hand swept forward, and 2 blossoms of ashen flame erupted from his palm, slamming viciously toward the array. At this moment he was utterly immersed in his murderous intent. His vigilance had greatly waned. Whoosh! A streak of blue-green sword light descended in a killing instant fire, and would intertwining in radiant splendor. The arrival of an immortal from beyond the heavens. "Who is there?" Shen Hong reacted instantly, his form retreating explosively. But it was already too late. The sword light flashed into existence in a heartbeat and pierced straight through his chest. Pain. Shen Heng's features contorted violently. He endured the agony and raised his hand to counterattack. Yet Shen Yun was faster still. A great hand descended from above like an eagle seizing a hare, and with a thunderous crash it blasted apart his protective spiritual energy. The great hand's momentum unchecked, it slammed his head brutally into the ground, smashing out a large crater with a dull boom. Shen Hong was instantly dazed into half-consciousness and faintly heard an indifferent voice drift toward him. "I am the one who has come for your life." A sudden clap of thunder in the dead of silence. In the blink of an eye, Shen Hong was knocked to the ground, his head buried deep in the dirt. His body thrashed violently as his spiritual energy erupted in a desperate final struggle. "You truly refuse to shed tears until you see your own coffin." With a sweep of his massive hand, Shen Yun unleashed the immense power of his 5 elements, Hunyuan body gripping Shen Heng's neck tightly, as if hoisting a helpless chick. Simultaneously, his spiritual sense soared into the air, transforming into a dazzling heavenly sword that pierced through Shen Heng's chi with a sharp squelch. Shen Hong fell instantly silent, finally forced to face reality. With a mouth full of dirt, he mumbled incoherently, "As a pseudo-core powerhouse, you actually resorted to a sneak attack. Do you have no dignity as a master?" This sword strike was incredibly swift and ruthless, executed with absolute flawless precision, leading him to believe he had encountered a pseudo-core master. "How is it you?" Shen Feng stood dumbfounded, his lips trembling violently, as if he had seen a ghost. He desperately wanted to flee, yet his body was utterly suppressed by a domineering spiritual sense. Aside from a slight movement of his head, his entire body felt completely paralyzed. "I almost forgot about you." Shen Yun flicked his finger, and a swift kill sword chi whistled through the air, piercing straight through Shen Feng's chi. "No." Shen Feng howled in rage, his face contorted in agony. To see the once elegant genius reduced to such a state was truly a pitiable sight. Under the single strike of the sword, his chi was utterly shattered, reducing him to a mere mortal. The hatred in his heart would never fade, even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Heh! Shen Yun let out a soft chuckle, completely ignoring the deep-seated hatred in his eyes. "From the moment you chose betrayal, you should have prepared yourself for this outcome." Regardless of right or wrong, once he raised his hand against the Shen family, it became a matter of allegiance. Sparing his life was merely to send him to the law enforcement hall for trial, serving as a warning to those wavering opportunists. Shen Hong slowly crawled up from the mud, disheveled and covered in grime, with none of his former commanding presence. "Man proposes, but heaven disposes. For the Shen family to produce a figure like you, perhaps its destiny has not yet run dry." Shen Heng's expression was a half-smile, his eyes filled with playfulness, as if silently mocking fate. "What other trump cards does the Shangguan family hold? Confess them, and I can grant you a swift death." Shen Yun's tone was completely flat, disdainful of any pretense, having already pronounced his death sentence. "Before I answer your question, let me tell you a story first." Shen Hong gave an irrelevant answer, his tone exceedingly ethereal, as if he had drifted into distant memories. 200 years ago, my father lost the competition for the family headship. Originally, that would have been fine, but that old ghost actually went on to murder my entire family in secret. How stunningly brilliant my eldest brother was, yet he was still killed by that old ghost, all to pave the way for his son Shen Yuan. Had I not faked my death, altered my appearance, and erased my identity, I would have long turned into a handful of yellow dust. Fortunately, the Shen Yun family gave me the opportunity for revenge. With his story finished, he suddenly said coldly, "Over the years, the Shen family has gone from bad to worse like a heap of loose sand. This pack of scheming, self-serving cowards has no reason to exist. It would be better to let Shen Yun lead the Shen family." Shen Heng's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, filled with scrutiny, eager to hear his opinion. "Those who are not of our clan will always have different minds. Perhaps your starting point was correct, but your methods are utterly naive." Shen Yun remained expressionless, speaking strictly to the matter at hand. Reshaping the world is not wrong, but one must never hand over their destiny to others. Even members of the same clan clash over self-interest, let alone outsiders. Handing over the hilt of the blade is no different from offering oneself up on the chopping block. You are right, hatred may have truly clouded my judgment. Shen Heng had heard similar words before, but he had selectively ignored them. Now that everything had come to naught, and he could look at things as an outsider, certain matters suddenly became crystal clear. Even if Shen Yun could accept the Shen family, the people of the Shen Yun family would never agree. That is human nature. Shen Yun's tone was resolute. He looked at Shen Heng, knowing that he had almost certainly been brainwashed by Shen Yun. Indeed, throughout the ages, only human nature remains unchanged. Shen Heng breathed a long sigh of relief, looking up at Shen Yun, and remarked with emotion, "With you here, I believe the Shen family will eventually see the dawn after the darkness." Humans are not unfeeling objects. How could he have no affection for the Shen family? It could only be said that tricks of fate had led him down a path of no return. Shen Heng took a deep breath and revealed the intelligence he possessed. Shen Yun has already spread the news of the secret treasure, intending to use these greedy fools to attack Piamiao Peak. When a man is about to die, his words are kind. Shen Heng cast a final glance at the Shen family ancestral grounds, a trace of lingering affection in his eyes, before channeling his spiritual energy to shatter his own heart meridians. Even in death, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he had envisioned the day of the Shen family's resurgence, leaving him with no more regrets in his heart. He was indeed a man of unyielding pride. Shen Yun sighed with emotion, then turned back to look at the fiercely defensive, yet inwardly terrified Shen Feng. With a casual wave of his hand, he knocked him unconscious to await trial in the future. If another wave of experts arrives, even the 7 stars grand array likely won't hold. Shen Yun found the situation rather troublesome. If an army were to breach Piamiao Peak, the Shen family would surely suffer devastating casualties. I must find a way to lure some of them away. Shen Yun pondered for a long time, but could not devise a foolproof plan. He paced away from the earth altar, and upon seeing the familiar library of scriptures, he suddenly thought of Feng Tianyi. It is a pity master is not here. Shen Yun sighed softly, then his eyes suddenly lit up as if a thought had struck him. He took out the landscape scroll gifted to him by Feng Tianyi. Let us give it a try. Shen Yun unfurled the scroll, extended his right hand from his sleeve, and slowly channeled his spiritual energy into the green gourd ring. A resonant hum vibrated as the ring and the scroll achieved resonance, erupting into a pillar of light that pierced straight into the heavens. Boom! With a deafening roar, a violent tremor shook Mount Tianwei. Shen Yun looked up and saw the celestial gate-like stone wall at the end of the mountain path begin to shift. The illusory portal creaked open, as if unveiling a mysterious world. It seems I no longer need to devise a plan. Shen Yun took a deep breath, his spiritual sense detecting a crowd rapidly approaching. Outside Piamiao Peak, the army of cultivators launched an all-out assault, frantically bombarding the 7 stars grand array with various Taoist arts and magical treasures. The various great families had arrived in full force, every individual a true elite. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displayed their unique prowess. The radiant glow of spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, completely submerging Piamiao Peak. That fellow Shen Heng is indeed unreliable. Shang Wanhao had waited for a long time to no avail. Now with the arrow on the bowstring, there was no turning back. Thus he began commanding the army to launch a fierce assault on the weaker points of the formation, causing the barrier walls to grow visibly faint at an alarming rate. Within the grand array, Shen Yuan led the guard army in a frenzied counterattack, activating the formation to slaughter the invading enemies. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded little result, utterly suppressed by the sky-covering barrage of spells. At this rate, the array will be breached sooner or later. This old man will go out to hold them off. The first elder's face was grim as water, having already prepared for the worst. Even if it meant his death, he was determined to stop the invading foe. Shen Yuan shook his head and sighed. Pass down my command. Let the first elder lead the guard unit to escort the young disciples and fight their way out, preserving the sparks of the Shen family's future. Clan leader, you cannot. Numerous young disciples cried out in distress, unwilling to be deserters on the battlefield, wishing instead to live and die with the Shen family. This is an order. Shen Yuan remained unmoved. Holding a halberd in hand with an expression of resolute defiance of death, he prepared to risk his life to carve out a path of survival. The first elder nearly ground his teeth to dust, roaring. All young disciples heed the command. Follow me and fight our way out. Before his voice could fade, a sky-rending light suddenly erupted in the distance. Everyone immediately looked toward Mount Tianwei, where the wind howled and clouds surged like rising dragons and serpents as spatial ripples reverberated throughout the entire Shen family estate. The secret treasure has emerged. The members of the various families retreated like a ebbing tide, scrambling in a mad rush toward Mount Tianwei. This is the fluctuation of a secret realm. Zhang Zijian and Feng Qisha shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring, flying to the very front of the crowd in an instant. With the departure of the external forces, the pressure on the Seven Stars Grand Array plummeted. Shen Yuan's sorrow turned to joy, a suspicion forming in his mind. Could there be some hidden master aiding the Shen family? In an instant, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. Kill. Seizing the upper hand, the Shen family pressed their advantage ruthlessly. They activated the Grand Array, sending torrents of spiritual energy sweeping across the battlefield, instantly inflicting heavy casualties upon the Shangwan family's forces. How could this be? Shangwan Hao felt his courage shatter, completely caught off guard, as an ominous premonition rose within his heart. The path twisted and turned, revealing a hidden brilliance beyond the withered willows. Stripped of their reinforcements, the cultivator army resembled a toothless tiger, their morale plummeting to its nadir. Now's our chance. Kill them all. Shen Yun surged skyward like a tiger unleashed from its cage, his Fangtian halberd sweeping through enemy ranks with unstoppable might. The several elders, long simmering with fury, unleashed their signature techniques and charged out of formation with reckless abandon. The others controlled the spirit formation, launching coordinated strikes against the Shangwan family's upper echelons in seamless concert. The army stood no chance, stripped of armor, and abandoned their weapons, suffering countless casualties in mere moments. Damnable fortune! Why must a treasure emerge at such a moment? Shangwan Hao was driven ragged by the formation, leaping and scrambling as the great black banner atop his head became riddled with holes. He could only watch helplessly as his army was slaughtered. The Shen family's masters descended upon their foes like tigers among sheep, routing the enemy in utter disarray, leaving devastation in their wake. With nearly half the army slaughtered, Shangwan Hao bellowed in bitter fury, "Retreat! Run!" Their morale long shattered by the slaughter, the troops fled without hesitation upon hearing the command. Shen Yun led the elders in relentless pursuit, harvesting lives like a whirlwind, scattering dead leaves until the once mighty army numbered less than a fifth of its original strength. Intercept them. Shangwan Hao exerted every ounce of his strength to cover the army's retreat. Even his Wanhun banner was shattered, reduced to a tattered rag fluttering in the wind. He fought desperately for his life before finally breaking free from the encirclement. Has heaven itself forsaken the Shangwan family? Gazing upon his army, now souls devoid of hope, Shangwan Hao's eyes wept blood, his hair turned snow white, and he seemed to age decades in an instant. As dusk approached, their faces were cast in particularly somber light. The senior members of the Shangwan family wore expressions of grief as they watched the setting sun, as though beholding the fate of their clan in that westward descent. Sensing the army's retreat, Shen Yun did not linger, but flew directly into the secret realm. Whoosh! Passing through the illusory gate, the scene before him transformed entirely. An endless ocean stretched to the horizon, its surface shimmering like scattered diamonds. Unnamed seabirds circled high above, while colossal sea beasts occasionally breached the water, sending cascading waves into the air. Looking into the distance, the ocean's edge met the azure sky, boundless and vast, divided by a ribbon of golden light. The emerald sea and sapphire heavens composed a magnificent tapestry unfurling across the vast secret realm. Shen Yun walked to the shore and released his divine sense in a sweeping surge, taking in every sight within a 30-li radius. So many sea demon beasts. Beneath the tranquil surface, the waters teemed with dense swarms of demon beasts, their ferocious aura rushing toward him. A colossal sea shark opened its blood-filled maw like a black hole, swallowing dozens of chi-refining realm demon fish into its belly in a single gulp. At the same moment, a 10-jan-tall squid approached stealthily. With hundreds of massive tentacles, it struck like lightning, each one as thick and sturdy as an iron chain, seizing the sea shark in its grip. In mere moments, the sea shark was devoured completely. Shen Yun's expression grew grave. This squid was no weaker than a false core realm cultivator. Within this small stretch of sea, he detected two other demon beasts of comparable strength. This is troublesome. Shen Yun furrowed his brow slightly. A pulse emanated from the azure gourd ring on his fingertip. The azure dragon ring lay somewhere in the ocean's depths. If such formidable demon beasts inhabited the shallow waters encountering golden core, or even nascent soul realm great demons deeper within, would hardly be surprising. I must seek another path. Shen Yun walked along the shoreline. After the span of an incense stick's burning, an unusual five-colored halo appeared before his gaze, coalescing into the shape of a tunnel that led straight into the ocean's depths. This must be the entrance. Shen Yun's eyes brightened. Extending his divine sense, he found the tunnel empty and silent. Occasionally demon beasts would swim past, but they quickly veered away from this place, as though some unseen force prevented them from approaching. Finding no danger, Shen Yun leapt into the tunnel, and seawater immediately engulfed his form. Looking ahead, he saw the passage glowing with chromatic light, extending endlessly toward the ocean floor. The azure gourd ring's resonance grows stronger. I haven't come to the wrong place. Activating the water-repelling art, Shen Yun swam along the tunnel toward the depths. 10 zhang, 50 zhang, 200 zhang. The pressure from the seawater intensified, bearing down like hundreds of jin of massive stone upon his body. Yet Shen Yun's expression remained unchanged as he maintained his steady pace. By 2,000 zhang, the pressure had become truly terrifying, comparable to the myriad soldiers' art unleashed by Shangwan Dongjun. Yet this could not deter Shen Yun. Activating the 5 elements primordial body, his entire form suddenly felt light, and he continued his journey toward the seafloor. Illuminated by the 5-colored radiance, Shen Yun observed numerous powerful demon beasts, among them a mysterious black Xian turtle, whose mere glance sent chills through his entire body, a force far more overwhelming than the seawater's pressure. Fortunately, no demon beast dared approach the tunnel, so Shen Yun paid them no further heed. Past 2,700 zhang, the pressure had become equivalent to 5 Shangwan Dongjuns, and the 5 elements primordial body began emitting creaking sounds of compression. At 2,800 zhang, Shen Yun began channeling spiritual energy to shield his body. Here the sea beasts gradually vanished, and the water had transformed from blue to a profound ink black. What terrifying pressure! Shen Yun's countenance grew solemn, his movements slowing in turn. As he drew closer to his goal, his protective spiritual energy began trembling violently. Gazing ahead, the outline of a treasure hall emerged in the distance. 10,000 golden rays rolled like crimson rainbows, while 1,000 ribbons of auspicious mist sprayed forth in violet haze. This hall resembled the legendary Dragon Palace, resplendent in gold and jade crafted by divine hands, standing solemnly upon the ocean floor. This is the place. Shen Yun accelerated his pace. Approaching 3,000 zhang, his spiritual energy had thinned to a fragile layer, as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon him. Every inch of progress demanded tremendous exertion. Shen Yun's expression remained composed. With his divine sense rivaling that of a golden core cultivator, he could easily break through by force. Yet unwilling to forego this opportunity for tempering, he pressed forward undaunted despite the overwhelming forces assailing him from all directions. Boom! Like a clap of thunder, his 5 elements spiritual energy rebounded from its lowest point and began rising steadily. Shen Yun circulated the 5 elements reincarnation art, and like a whale swallowing water, spiritual energy surged madly into his chi sea. The accumulated foundation of these past days under this terrifying pressure finally found release. With a sharp crack like bamboo splitting in succession, the bottleneck of the 4th layer of foundation establishment shattered in an instant. At the precise moment Shen Yun arrived before the bronze gates, he saw the vermilion plaque bearing the gilded characters, Azure Dragon Hall. Without hesitation, he pushed the doors open and entered. Meanwhile, the treasure-seeking army had also entered the deep-sea tunnel. By the 2,700 zhang mark, over 90% had ceased their advance, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. Among them were even great cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. Though they exhausted every technique at their disposal, they still could not advance another inch. As they ventured deeper into the seafloor, only cultivators above the 9th layer of foundation establishment remained from the various families, 10 in total, each one a pillar of their clan. Among them was an elderly man leaning on a dragon-head cane, He Guangyao, patriarch of the He family. His cultivation had reached the false core realm, placing him above all other visitors. Yet despite his desperate efforts to close the distance, he could not match the pace of Feng Qi and his companion. Who exactly are they? Such terrifying strength. It was not from ignorance. He simply could not access information about such existences given his standing. He Guangyao narrowed his eyes, sensing that the 2 cultivators were merely at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, yet they performed even more dominantly than himself. A truly unbelievable sight. With them present, we have no hope of obtaining the treasure. The various patriarchs exchanged glances and resolved to join forces to take them down first, then divide the treasure among themselves afterward. Each harbored hidden schemes, calculating their own interests as they filed one after another into the Azure Dragon Hall. Upon entering the Qinglong Hall, Shen Yun felt a sudden lightness wash over his entire body as he slowly descended onto the cold jade floor. A glazed barrier enveloped the crystal palace, completely sealing out the surrounding seawater. Towering coiled dragon jade pillars supported the grand hall, its vaulted ceiling inlaid with thousands of luminescent pearls that illuminated the entire Qinglong Hall with brilliant clarity. The palace walls were flawlessly white, forged from ancient giant clamshells of tens of millions of years, with the subtle textures of the shells faintly visible. On the snow-white wall was a carving of a divine dragon summoning clouds and rains soaring through the mists. Every single scale was lifelike, engraved with an ancient solemn majesty. 2 golden-scaled dragon claws loosely clenched, emitting a magnificent iridescent glow. Upon closer inspection, a saber and a sword were suspended within the claws. To think there are actually two Dharma treasures within the Qinglong Hall. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing the potent spiritual resonance within the blade and sword which surpassed even that of the Luotian umbrella. Faced with the temptation of these magical treasures, he did not act rashly, instead turning his gaze toward the massive stone statues ahead. Directly beneath the precious saber stood a statue of a Bisui golden-eyed beast with dragon whiskers, tiger claws, a lion's head, and stag antlers. Every single strand of its fur was carved with such lifelike precision that it appeared to be a living creature. Beneath the immortal sword was a Jiaran possessing an exquisitely beautiful human face, but a fish's tail for its lower half. Its slender fingers gripped a long sword as it stood tall, with its head held high, its battle intent soaring to the clouds. Shen Yun quietly activated his qi observation technique. In his vision, the hall was flooded with purple qi, with heavenly flowers falling and golden lotuses springing from the earth in a magnificent grand spectacle. The two stone statues acted as formation cores enveloped by the purple qi, which constructed a divine bridge tightly linking them to the saber and sword. These two Dharma treasures won't be easy to take. Shen Yun's gaze grew deep as he sensed the astonishing energy hidden within the stone statues, refraining from making any rash moves. My target is the Qinglong ring. I cannot lose the greater for the lesser. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Greed is a fatal mistake in strategy. Shen Yun withdrew his gaze, employing both his divine sense and qi observation technique in tandem, refusing to overlook a single detail. A moment later, the sharp sound of rushing air echoed. Two towering figures materialized out of thin air. They arrived before their sound did, their speed so immense that even sound could not catch up. In an instant, a wild wind swept through the Qinglong Hall as two peerless talents descended. To think someone arrived before me. State your name. Feng Qisha had a playful expression, as if he had discovered something novel. His voice swept forward along with his demonic qi, seemingly trying to establish dominance. Shen Yun did not even budge. The demonic qi was dispersed by his divine sense 10 meters away, failing to stir even a ripple. If you do not wish to die, you had best not provoke me. Shen Yun gave him a cold glance as his immense divine sense soared into the sky, forcing Feng Qisha back 3 steps. Seeing this, Zhang Zijian's expression turned serious. This person's cultivation is extremely high. He is by no means one of those mediocre fools. He then glanced at Feng Qisha, not bothering to care about such a reckless fool who made enemies everywhere. Feng Qisha clenched his fists. No one had ever dared to ignore him like this, but today he had finally met such a person. A little impatience spoils great plans. I will settle scores with you after I get the Dharma treasure. He raised his arm only to lower it again, ultimately suppressing the anger in his heart. Feng Qisha was bloodthirsty by nature, and those who had crossed him in the past were already rotting bones in their graves. Yet he actually endured this insult, now clearly realizing Shen Yun's formidable strength. At this moment, the 10 clan patriarchs arrived one after another. Seeing the two great Dharma treasures high in the air, they were like sharks smelling blood, their greed completely unconcealed. However the bird that sticks out gets shot, no one rashly took action. Having established themselves on Songlong Mountain for so many years, they all thoroughly understood the way of self-preservation. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded. A group of seasoned veterans stared at one another, each waiting for someone else to make the first move so they could reap the benefits of the conflict. Feng Qisha folded his arms across his chest and let out a cold sneer, utterly despising this cowardly bunch. Since none of you are willing to make a move, I shall be the one to start. Bold due to his superb skills, Feng Qisha possessed a supreme confidence. He suddenly shot toward the precious saber, aiming to seize the initiative. Just as he was within arm's reach of the saber, a massive change occurred in the stone statue of the Bisui golden-eyed beast. Roar! The stone statue let out a sky-shaking roar as the stone crust fell away in cascades, revealing the true form of the Bisui golden-eyed beast. It trod upon clear waves and breathed out long dragons of mist, the tremendous sound waves making everyone's ears ring. After so many years, someone has finally entered the Qinglong Hall again. The Bisui golden-eyed beast rumbled as it swayed its massive body. Fated one, defeat me, and the dragon sparrow saber will acknowledge you as its master. As soon as it finished speaking, the expressions of the 10 family heads changed drastically. After exchanging glances, they launched a collective assault. With a sharp swoosh, a brilliant light suddenly erupted in the hall as a hexagram array emerged on the cold jade floor. 5 colored rays of light rose, turning into a shield that isolated the man and the beast from the outside world. Dong! The spells crashed against the 5-colored shield, producing a resonant chime like a great bell. As ripple-like halos flashed, all the spells merged into the radiant light, only to turn around and reflect back in the next instant. Not good. Everyone was horrified and scrambled to dodge. Spirit rabbit burrowing, immortal crane spreading wings, divine dragon whipping tail. Various escape methods emerged one after another, clearly the result of rigorous practice. Once they escaped the attacks, they immediately tried to seize the magic sword, but it was already too late. Since you aren't making a move, I won't stand on ceremony. Zhang Zijian glanced at Shen Yun, then suddenly took a step forward. As if shrinking the earth to an inch, he appeared before the immortal sword in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The stone statue revived. The human-headed fish-bodied Jiaran shattered its stone crust, its body swirling like a swift swallow. With a flick of its fishtail, it flew right in front of Zhang Zijian. Victory means the dragon spring sword acknowledges you as its master. Defeat means this place will be your grave. As soon as the words fell, an earth-shattering sword light swept over, carrying a sharp sword intent that tore through the sky, enveloping Zhang Zijian's figure. Excellent. Zhang Zijian drew his spiritual sword and slashed in a counterattack, his sword intent like a brilliant galaxy clashing spectacularly with the incoming strike. In an instant, the two peerless talents unleashed their ultimate combat power, rising to the level of the pseudo-core realm as they fought the Guardians to a standstill. The 10 family heads watched in dumbfounded shock, their long-held worldviews completely shattered. To have pseudo-core combat power at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. What kind of monsters are they? The cultivation of the 2 demon beasts is also at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Could this challenge adapt to the strength of the challenger? If we were in the same realm, I probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. Is this what a true peerless genius is? Everyone praised endlessly. If they were the ones on the stage, their clans would soon be hosting funeral feasts. He Guangyao narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke up. These two have extraordinary backgrounds. If word of this leaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. To pull up weeds, one must eradicate the roots. The various family heads immediately understood. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. If they could obtain the Dharma treasures to exchange for a vast amount of resources, they would also have a chance to break through to the Golden Core realm. Resolving themselves, their killing intent surged, and they vowed to leave the two dead here. We are all in the same boat now. Whoever holds back is our public enemy. He Guangyao issued a warning, his cold gaze suddenly turning towards Shen Yun. To prevent any leaks, let's get rid of that kid first. An immortal achievement spanning millennia is forged in blood. Once one breaks through to the Golden Core realm, one may rule over Songlong Mountain, reigning supreme, and there lies a chance to glimpse higher realms. None can resist such temptation. Silently, the crowd closed in around Shen Yun, sealing every escape and leaving him with no chance to flee. Shen Yun let out a gentle sigh. Why do people always come to die? He had intended his heart to shine as brightly as the moon, but the moonlight fell into the ditches. Since these people covet his longevity, Shen Yun decides to grant them their wish. At this moment, Shen Yun uttered a soft exclamation, lifting his gaze to the left eye of Shenlong. His eyes grew brighter. In legend, the Zhulong opens its eye for day, closes it for night, eats not, sleeps not, and winds and rains bow to it. The right eye of Shenlong is the sun, the left eye the moon. Shen Yun activated the chi sensing method, piercing through the violet mist and faintly glimpsing blue radiance in the left eye. Qinglong ring. Shen Yun's eyes shone brilliantly. He turned to the approaching 10 clan lords and whispered, "You have temporarily saved your lives. Attack!" He Guangyao shouted. The dragon-headed staff hammered down, energy coalescing into 2 brown dragon shadows like 2 dragons playing with a pearl, charging towards Shen Yun. Kill! The others erupted in unison, 5 elements, Tao techniques, sweeping down like a tidal wave, turning all before them to powder. Shen Yun leapt to his feet, his form flickering like a fish weaving freely through the waves. The Golden Core level mind firmly controlled the situation. Shen Yun slashed at the earth-walking dragon shadow with instant kill sword energy, and with a roar both exploded. Leveraging the force, Shen Yun traced a dragon-shaped arc through the void and landed before the dragon's head. Here the Qinghu ring at his fingertips emitted a faint warmth, forming a strange link with Shenlong's left eye. Indeed, this is it. Shen Yun extended his right hand, and a surge of suction pulled him into the left eye. Where did he go? The many clan masters rushed over in haste, but found nothing. Some unleashed mystic arts toward the Shenlong carving, only to meet stronger rebounds. With a thud, the attacker was shaken, blood spraying across the sky like a kite whose string has snapped, collapsing back to the ground. I never expected he was the deepest hidden one. His Guangyao wore a stern face, recalling Shen Yun's calm departure under siege. An endless remorse rose in his heart. Offending such a mighty one for no reason was like trying to steal a chicken and losing the rice. The scene shifts. After Shen Yun enters Shenlong's left eye, he surveys the surroundings. Willows sway, rain and snow drift down. At the center lies a clear pool ringed by green grass, quiet and tranquil. Moonlight falls on the water, stirring silver ripples, while a blue-green Shenlong coils at the pool's center, majestic as a mountain, real and illusory. With its breath, the moonlight pours into its body, and the mighty frame grows ever more solid. At this moment, the Qinglong suddenly lifts its head, looking towards Shen Yun on the shore. Its eyes gleam with clarity, as if capable of discerning all things. Shen Yun's body tightens. As the Qinglong's gaze approaches, the breath-hiding technique halts instantly, as if a celestial being from the 9 heavens has peered down. He immediately recalls the earlier vision, the fleeing Qinglong ring's spirit identical to the dragon before him. It is using the power of moonlight to recover. One can scarcely imagine how strong the Qinglong ring was at its peak. Shen Yun takes a deep breath, truly sensing the Qinglong ring's might. Even the Longke Dao and Longquan sword together cannot compare to a single finger of it. Not bad. I didn't expect there to be a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment brat. Even at the height of medicine Immortal Valley, there weren't many. Dragon's roar resounds through the space. The Qinglong withdraws its gaze and calmly says, "You have barely reached the threshold that would make this dragon follow you." The words seem somewhat demeaning, yet they are not so. In history, it has followed only immortal path giants whose fame endures. For Shen Yun to receive such praise is no small matter. "If you can pass my test, I will accompany you out of the Qinglong Hall." The Qinglong extends its paw, gathering the moonlight in the space into a rainbow glass water sphere, like jade nectar, mysterious and unfathomable. Shen Yun's gaze sharpens. From the water sphere, he feels a surging energy and quietly circulates the 5 elements reincarnation technique, preparing to accept its trial. The Qinglong suddenly shudders. In a cautious tone, he asks, "What is the aura of the great 5 elements Dao? Is Feng Tian related to you?" Shen Yun's face tightens. He answers seriously, "He is my master." Hearing this, the Qinglong's attitude changes drastically, and he bursts into laughter. "Little friend, why not say so earlier? You almost flooded the Dragon King's temple. From today, you are the new heir to the Qinglong ring." Shen Yun is stunned, not yet reacting, when the Qinglong transforms into a mysterious ancient ring and appears on his left index finger. After a while, Shen Yun says, "No need for any test. There is no test. Inheritances of the Qinglong ring are not such a cumbersome matter. You are the destined one." The Qinglong hums. Shen Yun quirks his lips, then asks, "What was that 7-colored water sphere just now?" "That is moonlight, due with miraculous effects in restoring the divine sense and refining the flesh. There is more left unsaid. The flesh is too weak to bear moonlight. Du's baptism, originally intended to test Shen Yun, now it does not wish to complicate matters. Refining the flesh." Shen Yun's eyes light up. Since the 5 elements hybrid body was perfected, progress had slowed. To break through the pinnacle would take at least 3 to 5 years. Truly a heavenly opportunity. He immediately dives into the jade moonlight dew and begins cultivating the 5 elements reincarnation. The Qinglong's expression changes, and he finds that Shen Yun remains composed, his flesh growing tougher through the process. "What a formidable physique, passing the test with ease. It seems I was overkill." The Qinglong sighs, and then returns to the Qinglong ring. Undersea Palace, the 2 celestial prodigies fight to a furious peak, their divine arts and Dao techniques endlessly emerging firmly in the lead. The clan heads wait ready to strike as soon as the 2 obtain the treasures. "It seems you've run out of tricks. Let's end this here." Zhang Zijian suddenly accelerates, and with one sword draws 18 afterimages. The immense sword intent rends the merfolk to pieces. "On board with this tube, submit." Feng Qisha is not moved. The Nando's 6 blades displayed with mastery. His body suddenly erupts with great force, a mysterious, demonic body-refining technique. Bai Shui Jinjing Beast is suddenly pushed back. Its demon form is cut with countless wounds, unable to continue. Its massive lion head blasted apart. "What a talent! Ooh, I hope you will carry Dragon Sparrow sword to greater heights." The Bai Shui Jinjing Beast figure fades, seemingly only a manifestation. "Dragon Spring sword in your hands is not to be disgraced." The merfolk dissolves into points of light, and Zhang Zijian looks on with admiration. Dust settles. The 2 celestial prodigies achieve their wishes, stepping out from the multicolored shield, swords in hand. In that instant, the overwhelming killing intent swallows the 2 men. The clan lords had long laid nets of heaven and earth. Greedy eyes fixate on the Dragon Sparrow sword and Dragon Spring sword. "You seek death." The 2 prodigies remain fearless, ready to test the might of the treasures. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, as if an earth-shattering battle could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, a towering figure rushes toward the Qinglong Hall, swift as wind and snow, light as falling feathers. The pressure of the seabed has no effect. The man stands amid brilliant flames. Violet divine fire burns within the seawater, faintly bearing the taste of a foundation establishment tribulation. A hidden realm emerges. I hope to meet a worthy opponent. Wind and thunder surged around the Dragon Sparrow blade. Mountains and rivers shimmered along the Dragon Spring sword. Facing 10 Void Core experts, Feng Qisha and Zhang Zijian chatted and laughed with ease, exuding the bold and domineering aura of true champions. A pack of hyenas daring to challenge the Lion King. Such ignorance truly knows no fear. Feng Qisha smiled contemptuously. The Dragon Sparrow blade trembled lightly in his grasp, the sound of wind and thunder ringing ceaselessly. Zhang Zijian remained calm and composed, unhurried as he spoke. "Cultivators of the Void Core realm are far stronger than those at the peak of Foundation establishment. Do not underestimate them." Feng Qisha's lips curled upward in a wild, arrogant smile. "If you're afraid, you may stand aside and watch. I alone can sweep away these worthless curs." Zhang Zijian's expression remained unchanged, his composure unshaken as he said, "Let's strike together. Send them on their way sooner rather than later, lest the night bring unwanted complications." The two men wore relaxed expressions, casually passing a death sentence upon their foes, with their idle conversation enraging the numerous family heads to the point of fury. They were leaders of their respective great clans, welcomed as honored guests wherever they went. Apart from the three golden core experts, they were the very heavens of Songlong Mountain. When had they ever been treated with such disdain? Not disdain to be precise, but outright mockery. Those gazes looked upon them as if they were mere stray cats and dogs wantonly trampling their dignity beneath their feet. Arrogant youths who know nothing of the heavens above. Today this old man shall teach you a lesson. Two brash, untested brats. Descend into hell and repent of your folly. Why waste words on them? Kill them and seize their treasures. The 10 experts surged with killing intent, unleashing their signature techniques simultaneously. Spiritual power roared forth, transforming into Qiongqi 9 Phoenix's Pishio. Countless Dao techniques emerged in endless succession, blasting the duo's standing ground until it exploded over and over. No matter how powerful you may be, you cannot defy the heavens in the face of F.A. Li. The crowd sneered with cold confidence, placing their absolute faith in F.A. Li. There is an ancient saying in the cultivation world: the golden core true person wields boundless F.A. Li and possesses divine powers that reach far and wide. To break through to the void core realm, one must temper spiritual energy through thousands of refinements, condensing it into a single revolution of F.A. Li. Spirit and law differ by but a single character, yet they stand as worlds apart. It is the difference between common iron and steel refined 100 times. Those in the void core realm have already grasped a portion of the golden core's might. They cannot possibly be compared to those in the foundation establishment stage. The 10 family heads unleashed F.A. Li, simultaneously overturning clouds with a wave of their hands and summoning rain with the other. The Green Dragon Hall trembled as their techniques swept through like a violent storm, scouring everything in their path. When the storm subsided, the two young experts had still not revealed themselves. Their presence has vanished. The crowd immediately broke into triumphant, self-satisfied smiles. What geniuses! In our hands they are nothing more than withered bones. A gray-haired family head wore a cold expression, his face alight with a bloodthirsty grin. Yet the very next moment his expression froze abruptly, his vision filled with a heaven-shocking blade light. Old fool, you can gloat a little longer before you die. A bone-chilling voice rang out. Feng Qisha moved like a phantom, the dragon sparrow blade flashing like a startled swan across the gray-haired family head's body. Impossible. The gray-haired family head's eyes widened, as if beholding the most terrifying sight imaginable. He attempted a final struggle, only to discover that sensation had fled his entire body. Take your stupidity with you on the road ahead. Feng Qi watched him collapse, his single slash extinguishing all life from his foe. He was immensely satisfied with the might of the dragon sparrow blade. Several family heads felt the shared grief of the hunted hare. Seeing him charge in with murderous momentum, they immediately roared, "Stop him!" The instant the words fell, Zhang Zijian suddenly descended from the heavens. The dragon spring sword cleaved downward, 18 streaks of white sword light, enveloping the entire battlefield. Watch out! Heguang Greo let out a thunderous bellow. From his aged frame flew a massive brown shield, swelling with the wind to stand before the group. This was the treasured Xuanwu shield passed down through the He clan, an artifact that had once blocked the techniques of a golden core expert renowned throughout all of Songlong Mountain. Petty trick. Zhang Zijian did not even glance at it. Sword intent burst forth from his body, controlling the trajectory of his sword chi, which weaved around the Xuanwu shield like a swallow returning to its nest. Run! Two family heads were engulfed by the sword chi. Their bodies trembled violently, unable to muster even a shred of courage to resist, and they immediately employed movement techniques to flee for their lives. What a spineless lot! Zhang Zijian seized the dragon spring sword and thrust fiercely, the sword chi pursuing like a shadow, a technique bearing remarkable resemblance to his instant kill sword chi. Facing the threat of death, the two family heads lost all composure, steeling themselves to deploy defensive magical treasures in a desperate bid to preserve their lives. Yet all was in vain. The sword chi moved with terrifying speed, skewering both of them like candied hawthorns on a stick, pinning them dead to the ground. How can cultivators at the 8th layer of foundation establishment be this powerful? The survivors shared the rabbit's grief, utterly terrified by the duo's display, and descended completely into fear. Run! As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to gather. The temporary alliance crumbled in an instant. The crowd scattered in all directions, showing none of the bearing expected of void core experts, as if their courage had been completely shattered. You run too late. Today, every single one of you shall die. Feng Qisha's lips curved upward, exuding an indescribably chilling aura. His figure vanished in an instant, moving like a ghost through the darkness, and in the blink of an eye caught up with a silver-haired old woman. Mercy! This old woman is willing to serve as your horse or ox. I only beg you to spare my life. Seeing herself overtaken, the old woman dropped to her knees and begged for mercy, casting aside all dignity in her desperate struggle to survive. Are you worthy? Feng Qisha paid her no heed whatsoever. Killing intent erupted like a raging storm, completely engulfing the old woman. His blade struck like lightning, viciously severing her head from her body. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Zijian pierced another fleeing cultivator's heart, his casual ease striking terror into all who witnessed it. Within mere moments, over half of the 10 Void Core experts had fallen. He Guangrao's expression darkened as water. He spoke gravely. You have all seen the consequences of fighting alone. Only through cooperation do we have any hope of survival. His words immediately struck a chord. What proposal does family head he have? We shall certainly cooperate. The remaining 4 nodded, seemingly placing him as their pillar of support. I shall lead the way. Hold the 4 directions. He Guangrao shot forward, the Xuanwu shield raised high as he charged to the front. The others immediately followed close behind. To grow old without dying is to become a thief. Today not a single one of you shall escape. The 2 young experts erupted with blinding speed, catching up in the blink of an eye and mercilessly unleashing lethal techniques. Block them. The family heads erupted in unison, twisting their strength into a single rope. They engaged the foes while retreating, sprinting toward the hall's entrance. They had still overestimated themselves. In less than a moment, they were battered all over, facing mortal peril at every turn. We can't hold them. What do we do, Patriarchy? He Guangrao was the only one who had refined his Fa Li to the second revolution, making him the strongest among them. Everyone placed their hopes upon his shoulders. The solution is... He Guangrao's words cut off abruptly. He suddenly reversed direction, blasting forth several towering walls of earth that blocked the family heads behind him, while he himself shot toward the hall's entrance at top speed. Buzz. The 4 family heads reeled in confusion. Once they realized what had happened, they roared furiously, "You treacherous old ghost, you'll die a wretched death." Before the words had finished falling, the 2 young experts had already descended upon them. Their lethal techniques swept across the battlefield, riddled the 4 with wounds, and left their lives hanging by a thread. A comrade dies so the pauper may live. I shall take good care of your clansmen. He Guangrao's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to escape to freedom, a towering figure suddenly materialized before him. His heart jolted in alarm. Upon sensing the newcomer's cultivation at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Death to those who block my path. He Guangrao had long been harboring pin-up fury. His Fa Li transformed into a massive earthen hand, sweeping aside the obstacle as if swatting away a fly. The towering figure remained utterly motionless. The purple flames surrounding his body shifted and condensed into a divine spear which shot forth. Whoosh, piercing straight through the massive hand without encountering the slightest resistance. Impossible. He Guangrao's face drastically changed. Before he could react, the purple flame divine spear had already pierced his brow. Opt. A piercing scream rang out. The purple flames quickly consumed He Guangrao, reducing him to drifting ash. At the same time, Feng Qisha and Zhang Zijian made their entrance. The 4 family heads had already been cut down by them to the last. Who are you? The 2 young experts posed the query, their looks sharp as heavenly blades, chilling all who met them. The towering figure remained unmoved, his tone flat as he said, "Acceptable cultivation. You might barely pass as worthy opponents of mine." The calm words echoed through the great hall, low in tone, yet deafening to the ears. Feng Qisha's expression turned cold, his sharp gaze locking onto him as he spoke with ill intent. A mere 6th level of Foundation establishment. Who gave you the courage to spout such wild boasts? Zhang Zijian cast aside his usual reticence, the other's contempt kindling a spark of anger within him. You seem to possess some ability, but I wonder if your cultivation is as tough as your mouth. Facing the cold mockery, the towering figure remained silent, standing amidst the divine flames with an extraordinary aura. Zhang Zijian narrowed his eyes, sizing up the purple flames as he said solemnly, "I heard that a peerless genius emerged from the central region of the northern wilderness, acclaimed as the #1 expert of the Foundation establishment realm. Could you be that gene?" Upon hearing this name, Feng Qisha's expression shifted slightly as he said slowly, "To have defeated the true disciples of several great sects in succession, you indeed possess the capital to be arrogant." Having guessed the newcomer's identity, a sense of gravity arose in both of their hearts. "Are you finished speaking?" Jin flicked his fingers with leisurely ease, saying nonchalantly, "If you are done, I shall make my move." The moment the words fell, Jin's figure flickered. With a single step, he seemed to traverse countless folds of space, rendering distance utterly meaningless. Fast. So fast that the 2 great experts had no time to react before his fist was already upon them, purple divine flames dancing at his knuckles, warping the very void wherever they passed. Possessing a transcendent confidence, he launched an attack against both of them simultaneously, fearless of any opponent. What terrifying momentum! Feng Qisha dared not be careless, swiftly executing the 6 blades of Nandu to block the divine fist with his blade. Flowing light sword intent. Zhang Zijian also summoned every ounce of his focus, his flowing light sword intent erupting as he intercepted the strike. Clang! The sound of clashing metal rang out and the figures of the two great experts flew backward, repelled by the terrifying force emanating from the fist. Jin still stood loftily in the void without even a furrow of his brow. Confronting two great magic treasures with his bare physical body, this single strike alone was enough to make his name shake the northern wilderness. Blood dripped from the web of Feng Qisha's thumb as he forced his body to stabilize, saying with utmost gravity, "Grandmaster-level body, refining art." He too practiced body refining, and thus knew deep down just how terrifying Jin's physical body truly was. Zhang Zijian's entire body was tense like a leopard before its pounce. "We must pull back and create distance, otherwise we won't stand a single chance." The combat instincts of the two were incredibly sharp. They executed movement techniques to drift through the void, elusive and untraceable like an antelope hanging by its horns. Jin remained motionless, seemingly waiting for them to make their move. A golden opportunity. Feng Qisha's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, capturing an opening in Jin's defense. Within a single breath, he unleashed 18 blade strikes, the fierce blade chi completely enveloping Jin before tightening like a spider's web. Had the heads of the 10 great families witnessed this scene, they would have known that their deaths were not in vain. Under immense pressure, this true disciple of the Yin-Yang sect finally unleashed his ultimate trump card, a world-shaking strike that almost rivaled the Golden Core realm. "Your spiritual energy is not condensed enough." Jin offered his critique, saying flatly, "Watch closely. This is what true blade chi is." With a wave of his hand, his spiritual energy condensed to a liquid state, shifted rapidly, and transformed into a pitch-black divine blade. Heavy and profound, it shot forth toward the Nanda blade chi. Crack, crack, crack. Sweeping forward with irresistible force, it instantly shattered the sky, full of blade light. With unabated momentum, it cleaved directly toward Feng Qidao's face. What kind of blade technique is this? Feng Qidao's eyes widened like copper bells as he sensed the breath of death. Instantly circulating his body technique to the absolute limit, his hands surged with colossal strength as he slashed 7 consecutive times before finally warding off the divine blade. At that very moment, Zhang Zijian struck. His control over the battle was even more exquisite. The Longquan sword unleashed 36 afterimages, his flowing light sword intent peaking to its zenith as it targeted Jin's blind spot. "You are the same. Your sword intent is loose and scattered, flashy but insubstantial." Jin seemed to possess a heavenly eye, perceiving the entire battlefield. With the point of his right hand, a wave of sword chi hung upside down across the sky. His sword chi was exceptionally condensed, devoid of any elaborate variations, yet it embodied the supreme craft of simplicity, returning to nature. With a sharp ding, the sword chi struck the Longquan sword. Half of Zhang Zijian's body went numb instantly, and the Longquan sword flew from his grip, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. Upon their very first clash, the two young geniuses were thoroughly overwhelmed, while Jin's invincible demeanor was displayed to the fullest. Liquefied spiritual energy, pure yang blood chi. An indelible gravity weighed upon Zhang Zijian's face. Possessing extraordinary insight, he understood exactly what kind of monster stood before them. Feng Qisha clenched his teeth, veins bulging on the back of his hands, as the killing intent in his heart surged like a raging sea. "Even if I must execute a secret technique, I must keep this person here." Domineering by nature, he could not tolerate anyone treading upon his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he burned his spiritual energy. His aura surged rapidly, stabilizing at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Zhang Zijian's expression shifted slightly. Seeing through Feng Qisha's intentions, he no longer held back. Chanting a divine incantation, his hands formed hand seals. The Longquan sword split into 9, transforming into a flowing light sword formation that locked Jin within. In the next instant, thousands of sword lights erupted simultaneously, sweeping over like an overwhelming tide and submerging Jin's figure. "Die!" Gripping his blade with both hands, Feng Qisha poured his spiritual energy frantically into the Longquan blade. The first strike to sever the body, the second to sever the soul. Like splitting heaven and earth, he cleaved straight down toward Jin's head. The cooperation between the two great experts was flawless. Even a Golden Core realm cultivator would suffer defeat if they were slightly careless. Now this is more like it. Jin extended his long arm, and the purple flames materialized into a divine spear which he gripped firmly in his hand. Suddenly wild winds raged and thunder crashed. Jin charged forward, relentlessly relying on his powerful physique to directly clash with the towering sword chi. With a shift of his steps, he moved like a green dragon soaring from the abyss, a celestial phoenix spreading its wings. The divine spear traced a fierce arc through the void, colliding violently with the demonic blade. Boom. Only a single sound remained between heaven and earth as a terrifying explosion shot into the sky, shaking the azure dragon hall back and forth. The shockwaves rippled outward in hundreds of concentric circles in all directions. Crack. As if struck by lightning, Feng Qisha was covered in countless fine lacerations. Raising his blade with both hands to block the divine spear, he was hammered down from the sky, his knees hitting the ground with a heavy thud. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand holding the spear to suppress the long K-blade, Jin's gaze was as calm as an ancient well as he looked down upon the kneeling Feng Qisha. In this scene, he resembled a young true immortal descending to the mortal realm, possessing an unparalleled grace. Zhang Zijian slowly lowered his hand holding the sword, his expression melancholic as he accepted the reality. This is a disparity in the very level of life. We are not on the same tier as him, Zhang Zijian said in a low voice. They were the top geniuses of the northern wilderness for whom fighting across realms was as simple as breathing, having easily slain 10 false core cultivators. Yet even armed with divine weapons, they stood utterly powerless against Jin, whose cultivation realm was lower than theirs. No matter how a sparrow flaps its wings, it can never reach the Kunping. Jin's tone was calm. Though the words were arrogant, they did not seem out of place coming from him. Feng Qisha and Zhang Zijian did not refute him. This disparity was like a chasm, leaving them with not a shred of confidence to catch up. Right at this moment, they noticed that Jin's expression had changed, his face filled with an unprecedented seriousness. What's wrong? Perplexed, the two caught wind of a world-shaking presence after 3 breaths of time. As lofty as the heavenly mountains, as continuous as surging rivers encompassing the cycles of creation and destruction of the 5 elements, it descended amidst a faint shimmer. Both raised their heads simultaneously, looking toward Shen Yun, who was slowly walking into the great hall. It's a In the vast Qinglong Hall, silence reigned, fiending as an invisible pressure collided with ferocity. On the empty, ancient dais, only 2 towering figures stood, the center of heaven and earth. I never imagined I would meet a master of your caliber today. This journey has not been in vain. Jin's aura flared dramatically, and at a glance one could sense his opponent's extraordinariness, a fighting spirit shooting to the heavens. Feng Qisha's heart grew bitter. Sensing Jin's aura, it was no surprise that he still retained his strength. Zhang Zijian gazed at Shen Yun's back, his understanding of him undergoing a earth-shaking transformation. What kind of monster is this? Jin's demeanor left no doubt Shen Yun was on the same tier as him. Under everyone's gaze, Shen Yun's aura gradually receded, and he became plain and unremarkable. The 5-element fusion body has finally reached perfection. Yu Hualu is truly miraculous. No wonder it could restore Qinglong's artifact spirit. Even the Zhou Taizu could scarcely imagine someone refining the 5-element fusion body to perfection within the Foundation establishment realm. Today, Shen Yun's physique has advanced to a peak unattainable by others standing at the summit of the Foundation establishment. Feeling Jin's gaze, Shen Yun lifted his head, sensing the other's distinct presence, a flicker of interest blooming in his heart. His foundation is strong. This is no man to be trifled with. The opponent's spiritual power is refined to the utmost. His flesh is dragon-like, and there seems to be more beneath the surface. Jin's brows knitted. Under his senses, Shen Yun bore not a trace of spiritual energy, as if he were a mere mortal, truly inconceivable. A return to the primal essence. He thought of a word. His fighting spirit could no longer be restrained. I had planned to contend with Yuan, but I never expected there to be such a master among Tianlan's peers. Jin's expression was grave, and he spoke with unusual earnestness. I can hardly endure this fighting spirit. Would you be willing to guide me, fellow cultivator? His tone was sincere, unlike his earlier reckless swagger, as if this was his true self. Like the refined beauty of spring and the melody of mountains and streams, only when meeting someone of equal caliber can he reveal his true self. Good. Shen Yun replied with a single word, his expression calm and composed. Feng Qisha held his breath, eyes full of expectation. The outcome of this battle will decide who is the foremost in Foundation establishment. If he lacks a steadfast Tao-seeking heart, he could not reach such heights. Feng Qisha restrained his malice, longing only to glimpse a higher peak. Zhang Zijian's back was straight, and he spoke solemnly. These two are genuine monsters, yet I favor Jin to win. He has personally experienced Jin's power. It is a flawless strength, whether in spiritual energy, the body, or Tao techniques, all perfected. Battle. Jin stepped forward, becoming a streak of light and shadow instantly arriving. His divine fist was like a colossal millstone, carrying a momentum that would cut through all obstacles, ruthlessly charging forward. This punch bore no technique, only the utmost mastery of the flesh. Even a Sudan realm body cultivator would not dare to face it head-on. Boom. Shen Yun did not flinch or dodge. His palm met the fist, converting all the force. Turning, he hurled a counterpunch in return. A formidable physique. Jin's face briefly tightened, stepping with subtle feather-light steps. His movement was mastered to perfection, dissolving the force of the strike into nothing. Quick reactions. Shen Yun praised softly, having weighed the other's strength and no longer held back. With the 5-element fusion body